Chapter 1842 Who's the Fool? Yi Yuan carried Lang Shu and passed through 3 streets according to the guidance of that person in the tavern. He turned into an alley. Along the way, Yi Yuan carrying a drunk man naturally attracted quite a few sidelong glances. The corners of Little Tong's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, "You this fellow, really a busybody." In the view of most martial artists, this kind of chance acquaintance relationship was not worth it. Either way, playing there to spend the night drunk also would not kill anyone. Moreover, that person even warned that the Lang family was not too calm recently. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just sending a drunk man home, a small thing." Little Tong rolled his eyes and did not make a sound. Clearly, he was very disapproving of this. Suddenly, 2 figures fell from the sky and blocked off Yi Yuan's front and back exit routes. The current Yi Yuan was equivalent to a turtle in a jar. Little Tong had a helpless look as he said, "See, trouble came." However, his face did not have much worry. But seeing the arrivals ahead, Yi Yuan's face turned dark. This person was precisely that man who told him about this path in the tavern. The other person was also drinking with him. That man had a smug look as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Brat, you've worked hard to support him over. Now, put the person down. Then you should leave." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "You intentionally led me here. Turns out that the trouble you said was yourself." That man laughed loudly and said, "I took people's money to help them avert a disaster. His trouble isn't me, but if you were to insist on it, that's fine too. Either way, he's about to pass on right away." Once martial artists really got drunk, their divine soul was also in a paralyzed state, and was naturally clueless about the outside world's danger. Hence, if one was not really in a bad mood, they normally would not drink until like Lang Shu. The current Lang Shu was equivalent to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yi Yuan looked at that man and said coolly, "Since that's the case, you saying to let me leave is also to deliberately let me lower my guard, right? You're very careful when doing things." The moment that man heard, he laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're very clever. But sadly, you're not suited for the world of martial artists. This world is one where the weak are praised that the strong feasts on. Your kind-heartedness won't have a good outcome. In your next life, remember to be more cold-blooded, ha ha ha. One should not be a busybody. A person should hold back when talking and doing things." This was general knowledge of the martial artist world. But Yi Yuan did not seem to know this common sense at all. Or should he say, he knew but was not willing to do it. This kind of fool would naturally die sooner or later. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You're so confident like you've already cornered me." That man said smugly, "Otherwise, you don't think that you, a first firmament celestial deity, can still stir up any waves, right? I urge that you'd better not wake Lang Shu. You won't have this chance." This man was an initial stage 3rd firmament celestial deity powerhouse. That man at the back was also a peak 2nd firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Yi Yuan being a peak 1st firmament celestial deity, they did not take him seriously at all. "Fool," Little Tong snorted coldly and scolded. The moment that man heard, he burst out laughing and said, "Heard that? Even this little kid is scolding you stupid. If you died, then you died, you even had to harm this little brat to die together with you, truly sorrowful." Little Tong could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was really dumb to the max. What kind of comprehension ability was this? Yi Yuan placed Lang Shu in a corner and said to Little Tong, "Look after him for a while. It will be over very soon." "Oh," Little Tong said very casually and did not express much. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned to that man again and said, "Hey, ask you one more time. Is the Lang family just after passing through this alley?" That man was taken aback and immediately laughed loudly and said, "For what? You want to send him home even if you become a ghost? Tisk tisk, you, brat, are really loyal to friends, making me not bear to kill you." Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Looks like still have to find somebody else to inquire. Also, the fool that Little Tong said just now was referring to the 2 of you, not me. MN, I think that before you guys die, you should still understand that." That man was stunned again and had yet to understand what was going on when Yi Yuan's figure already disappeared. That man's gaze turned intent and he said in horror, "Spatial law." The scent of death hit him head on. He opened up world power straight away, planning to use world power to feel Yi Yuan's position. A sword poked out of the void silently, directly swiping his throat. Fresh blood gushed out, his eyes began to turn lax. Only at this time did he understand what kind of terrifying opponent he had provoked. When the man opposite saw this scene, his face turned deathly pale. Without the slightest hesitation, his figure fled into the void, wanting to escape this alley at once. It was just too bad that in front of the fourth firmament spatial law Yuan, this kind of escape appeared feeble and powerless. Another sword, a peak second firmament celestial deity powerhouse fell. Inside the heart of the void realm, 3 years of enlightenment on Tao, Yuan's realm made tremendous progress in the first place. Drifting inside the space for 10 years, Yuan's realm had already reached peak first firmament celestial deity. Coupled with fourth firmament spatial law and middle stage fifth firmament sword Tao laws, his strength was God knows how many times stronger than during the Bamboo Groove martial conclave. Initial stage third firmament celestial deity, if not in existence with exceedingly high law comprehensions, they posed not the slightest bit of threat towards Yuan. Very sadly, this man was not. Killing them was similarly a matter of lifting a finger. Seeing this scene, Little Tong's gaze turned sharp. This boy's strength improved again. This guy doesn't know what's called bottleneck at all. These few years, Little Tong had also witnessed Yuan's improvement. In a short decade, Yuan's improvement could practically be seen with the naked eye. Even he, this Empyrean powerhouse, also sighed with admiration at Yuan's talent. Yuan helped Lang Shu up again and said helplessly, "Isn't this guy the Lang family's young patriarch? Why did he end up in this plight? Casually finding a third firmament celestial deity and he could take his life." Little Tong pursed his lips and said, "In prominent families, brothers fighting among themselves is all too normal. What's the big fuss?" Yuan nodded his head and said, "That's true too, come on." The Lang family's address was not hard to inquire, casually inquiring and one would know. Actually, the place where that man pointed to was not far from the Lang family. It was just that there was no need to pass through this alley. This alley was the place to kill that they meticulously arranged. It was just a pity that their strength was lacking. They were killed instead. Yuan arrived in front of the Lang Manor's front door, and just happened to bump into a young man. The moment that youth saw Lang Shu, his expression could not help changing drastically. He took Lang Shu from Yuan's hands and berated Yuan, "Young brother Shu, why did you drink until like this? Who are you people? What did you do to younger brother Shu? Come, men, capture these two villains for me." Chapter 1843 Essence Gathering Pagoda. Under that young man's word of command, quite a few men sprang out immediately, directly surrounding Yuan. Yuan's face turned cold. This guy was so unreasonable, not even asking, and then wanted to capture him indiscriminately. What logic was this? Your brother got drunk, so I sent him back. That's all. Toward those family guards who surrounded him, Yuan did not care and just explained nonchalantly. Who knew that that young man gave a cold laugh and said, "Hey, you would be so kind. I think that you want to conspire a plot against young brother Shu, right? What are you still waiting for? Capture for me. If he dares to resist, capture and summarily execute." When those family guards received the order, they immediately attacked Yuan. When attacking, it was very vicious. How was this capturing a person? It was clearly to kill one. Yuan's face turned cold, his figure immediately vanishing. Several cold lights flashed past. That young man only saw a pile of hands fly into the air, tragic screams linking up together. Within a breath, the family guards all had their hands cut off. The young man's face changed drastically when he saw the situation. He clearly did not expect that Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Yuan put away the sword and stood there, looking at the young man as he said coolly, "On the account of Lang Shu's face, I won't go on a killing spree today. But I warn you, don't come and provoke me." The young man's face changed several times, his gaze finally landing on Lang Shu, and his brows could not help knitting tightly together. Haha, awesome, brother Yuan, come, let's cheers again. Lang Shu's eyes were hazy from drunkenness and he suddenly exclaimed, "Yuan, who was that guy? Such formidable strength. Jun Hao, how does his strength compare to yours?" A man in black suddenly appeared next to the young man and said with cupped fists, "This subordinate isn't confident." The young man said in a cold voice, "Presumably so. Otherwise, you would have made a move just now. Looks like the black smoke twin fiends failed. I didn't expect that this good-for-nothing younger brother of mine actually found such an expert, really underestimated him. Originally thought that it was just a first firmament celestial deity. I didn't think that his strength was actually so formidable, and that even you don't have the confidence either. Go and check for me. We must dig his details inside out. The young man gave Lang Shu a glance, full of disdain. The man in black said, yes. Leaving the Lang family, Yi Yuan went to the essence-gathering pagoda set up by the city lord manor. Yi Yuan's realm already reached peak first firmament celestial deity. He planned to enter a retreat here for a period of time and assault second firmament celestial deity. Presently, Yi Yuan's law comprehension already far surpassed his realm. His realm became the greatest factor restricting his strength instead. This essence-gathering pagoda was a self-service cultivation pagoda, anyone could come in to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had sufficient divine essence stones. Furthermore, it was middle-grade divine essence stones. In the imperial capital, low-grade divine essence stones were already unable to satisfy the requirements of martial artists' cultivation. Transactions here were all carried out with middle-grade divine essence stones. The essence-gathering pagoda was divided into a total of 9 levels. The cultivation rooms here were calculated according to days. The first level required to pay 10 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones a day, which was also 30,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Further up, the middle-grade divine essence stones that each level required would increase several times over. Reaching the 9th level, it needed 3,000 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones a day, which was a rather horrifying number. One had to know, 3,000 middle-grade divine essence stones were equivalent to 30 million low-grade divine essence stones. And this was merely just one day's cultivation expense. Of course, the effect was completely different too. Yi Yuan heard that the spiritual energy concentration of the 9th level cultivation room was much stronger than even the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. Naturally, the number of divine essence stones required was also extremely frightening. Yi Yuan entered the essence-gathering pagoda and went straight up to the 3rd floor. There were many cultivation rooms inside the essence-gathering pagoda. People entered and left from time to time. The place was very crowded. When the 3rd floor's martial artists saw a first firmament celestial deity come up, each and every one of them gave sidelong glances. Logically speaking, first firmament celestial deities normally trained on the 1st floor. Coming to the 3rd floor was purely wasting divine essence stones. Because of the concentration of spiritual energy here, first firmament celestial deities were unable to fully absorb it at all. The 3rd floor's cultivation rooms needed to pay 50 middle-grade divine essence stones a day. Yi Yuan went one round and finally found an empty cultivation room. But he was rather curious why this cultivation room was not in use. Yi Yuan did not think that much either, immediately gathering 4,500 pieces of middle-grade divine essence stones and placed it into the card slot outside the cultivation room. His action drew a series of weird looks. A first firmament celestial deity placed 4,000 over middle-grade divine essence stones in one go, truly extravagant. By the side, someone said with a sneer, "Hey, this kid is really a sucker." With a loud noise, the door of the cultivation room slowly opened. Yi Yuan was just about to enter inside when a cold voice came from behind. "Boy, this is my cultivation room, who permitted you to enter?" Yi Yuan turned around and saw a young man in fine clothing. This young man looked at Yi Yuan, a mocking expression on his face. "Your cultivation room? The cultivation rooms here don't seem to register names, right?" Yi Yuan asked with a curious look. That young man chuckled and said, "Aren't you curious why this place is clearly empty, but no one came over to put divine essence stones?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Now that you said it, it's really rather strange." The young man said smugly, "This is my, Han Shao's private territory. So, nobody dares to come." Yi Yuan looked at Han Shao, curled his lips, and said, "Like that huh, I didn't know. How about this? Either way, I didn't go in, so you can just return the divine essence stones to me, then this cultivation room is yours." Han Shao burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha. You're asking me for divine essence stones? What a hoot." All around, those martial artists also revealed mocking smiles. This kid wouldn't be a fool, right? Han Shao has used this move to scam no idea how many people. Can't be helped, this guy's strength is too strong. Within the 3rd firmament celestial deity realm, nobody is his match at all. This kid, a first firmament celestial deity, actually dares to ask Han Shao for divine essence stones. I reckon that he'll suffer. Yi Yuan's expression turned dark and he said, "In that case, you intentionally waited for me to put down divine essence stones before coming over. This Han Shao, Yi Yuan naturally had an impression. In reality, when he just came over, Han Shao was not far away. Han Shao laughed loudly and said, I did it on purpose, so what can you do to me? Now, get further away. Otherwise, you can be prepared to go out lying down. Han Shao's voice had yet to fade when his entire person directly flew out backward, slamming heavily onto the wall of the opposite cultivation room, fresh blood spurting wildly. This foot of Yi Yuan's was kicked solidly. There are really self-righteous idiots everywhere. This time, take it as teaching you a lesson. Not anyone is who you can afford to provoke. Yi Yuan retracted his gaze that was like looking at a moron, turned around, and entered the cultivation room, leaving behind only the crowd who were starting dumbfoundedly with gaping mouths. Following Yi Yuan entering, the door of the cultivation room slowly closed. Chapter 1844 Digging One's Own Grave. So strong was that spatial law. My God, a first firmament celestial deity actually kicked a third firmament celestial deity flying with one kick. I didn't expect that Han Shao actually failed in a simple task. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it took everyone's breath away. Everyone harbored the mentality of watching the show, thinking that Yi Yuan would suffer a big loss. They did not expect that in the end, it was Han Shao who went out lying down instead. This kick was not light. Han Shao vomited blood non-stop and did not recover for a long while. Damn brat, to actually dare sneak attack me. 3 months later, the shame of this kick, I want you to repay it twofold. Han Shao clutched his chest and said in a cold voice. Everyone knew that Han Shao was genuinely enraged. His identity was not ordinary, he was the imperial capital's Han family's descendant. The Han family was a major family clan that ranked in the top 3 of the imperial capital, their strength extremely formidable. Several days later, the man in black appeared in front of Leng Hao. Young master, I've already inquired clearly, that brat's name is called Yi Yuan, just entered the imperial capital. As for where he came from, there's no way to find out. In short, prior to this boy was unknown. Leng Hao was slightly surprised when he heard that and said, shouldn't be. Such astonishing talent, he definitely came from an imperial capital or even a great imperial capital, how could he be unknown? Could you have made a mistake? The man in black said, this subordinate already screened through all the monstrous geniuses who possessed spatial law in great imperial capitals, as well as imperial capitals under Heavenly Emperor Brookfeather's command. There isn't Yi Yuan this name. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be wrong. Great imperial capitals and imperial capitals under a Heavenly Emperor's command were not as many as imperial cities. As long as there was an information channel, screening could still be done. But they did not discover Yi Yuan this person. Hearing this, Leng Hao also heaved a sigh in relief and said nonchalantly, since that's the case, then don't keep this punk anymore. What is he doing now? The man in black clasped his hands and said, replying young master, he's in closed seclusion inside the essence gathering pagoda. Heard that he paid 3 months' worth of divine essence stones in one go. Furthermore, he even injured the Han family's Han Shao. Leng Hao was taken aback and laughed in spite of himself as he said, Han Shao. It's that disappointing fellow who was an adopted son of the Han family, right? But like this is good too. With that kid's nature, I reckon that he won't let Yi Yuan off either. But just in case, better send Iron Eagle to go and finish him off. When the man in black heard that, he said in surprise, young master, isn't this making a big fuss over a minor issue? Iron Eagle is a 4th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Celestial deity realm, the difference of each minor realm was tremendous. 4th firmament celestial deity was another level. This strength could be the patrolling inspector of imperial cities below already. One had to know, the patrolling inspector of the Southridge 10 nations was merely 4th firmament celestial deity too. Now, wanting to have him go and deal with a 1st firmament celestial deity, it was putting fine timber to petty use. This was a bit too much. Leng Hao waved his hand and said, a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This boy's strength isn't weak, so best be a little safer. You saw it too, 3rd firmament celestial deity isn't his match at all. The black-clothed man's gaze turned slightly sharp and he said with a nod, yes, this subordinate will arrange it right away. 3 months later, inside the cultivation room, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His current aura was already much stronger than before. His divine vortex became much smaller again compared to when he was first firmament celestial deity, but the traces of divine marks became slightly clearer. Second firmament divine vestige. Although it was just initial stage second firmament divine vestige, in terms of divine essence thickness, even ordinary peak second firmament celestial deities might not be able to match up to Yuan. And this was precisely his powerful capital to jump realms and challenge to battle. The door of the cultivation room opened once more. Yuan slowly walked out. Suddenly, a cold light flashed past and already arrived in front of Yuan's face. An ambush. This strike was grasped perfectly. Clearly, it had already accumulated momentum for a long time and did not give Yuan the slightest reaction time at all. However, Yuan mobilized spatial law even faster than the other party. Only to see his thoughts stir, the sword light was already drawn into the void by Yuan. Following that, his two hands clamped and directly clasped the tip of the sword that followed closely after. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, quick to the extreme. In everyone's eyes, it had not even started and already ended. It's you, really. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate yet you want to barge inside. I spared your life, but you don't know how to be grateful and instead went from bad to worse. Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. This person in front of him was none other than precisely Han Xiao. He went back and recuperated his injuries for more than a month before fully recovering. But in his heart, the more he thought, the more he could not take this lying down. Hence, these few days, he guarded outside the cultivation room, planning to give Yuan a fatal blow. He felt that Yuan being able to trample him with a kick was entirely due to his own negligence. With his third firmament celestial deity cultivation, if he suddenly made a sneak attack, it was nigh impossible for Yuan, a first firmament celestial deity, to ward it off. It was just a shame that he still miscalculated. Han Xiao felt that his sneak attack was very perfect. But even under this kind of circumstances, he still failed. He finally knew that that kick of Yuan's was not some sneak attack. The other party's strength was genuinely powerful. He desperately wanted to pull his sword out. Yuan's fingers were like pincers, unable to budge at all. Brat, what do you want to do? I'm a member of the Han family. If you dare to touch me, you'll die very horribly. When Han Xiao saw that he was not a match, he could only bring the Han family out. Yuan said coolly, Han family. The Han family's people can be so overbearing and can act with utter disregard for human life like this. If you want to kill people, you need to have the readiness to be killed. Han Xiao's gaze turned intent, directly abandoning the long sword, scampering away at once. Yuan laughed coldly and threw the long sword in his hand out. It was only to see a cold light flash past him. Han Xiao's heart directly had a hole pierced through. So strong, he broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Can second firmament celestial deities be so strong? The sneak attack just now, even fourth firmament celestial deities will likely find it hard to ward it off when caught by surprise too right. This guy actually blocked it. The people outside naturally all knew that Han Xiao was planning to sneak attack. They thought that Yuan was dead for sure and harbored the thoughts of watching the show. But who knew that the one who died was not Yuan, but Han Xiao? However, Yuan actually really dared to kill the Han family's people. This guy was really bold. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yuan walked out of the essence gathering pagoda and walked over in the direction of the tavern. After a few turns, Yuan walked into a remote alley. Following all the way, does your esteemed self still not plan on taking action? Suddenly, Yuan stopped and said coolly. A gray-robed man slowly walked out of the void, holding a sword while standing. This gray-robed man's eyes were cold, the murderous aura on his body extremely strong. One look and it was clear that he was not a good guy. Brat, you're very strong, to actually be able to discover my traces. Iron Eagle said icily. Yuan pursed his mouth and said, you came to kill me, don't you know that I know spatial law? What are you parading your bit of skill in front of me for? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're sent here by the Lang family, right? Iron Eagle's eyes turned intent and he said, you're very clever. It's just a pity that you're going to become a dead man very soon. Chapter 1845 A Sword Crossing the Void. Regarding this kind of words that brimmed with confidence, Yuan had always turned his nose up at it. He just said coolly, I should have warned him before not to come and provoke me. His and Lang Shu's enmity, I'm not interested at all. Me and Lang Shu are just chance acquaintances, that's all. Iron Eagle's brows furrowed when he heard that and said with a cold smile, you want to clean yourself up with one sentence. Chance acquaintances, you would kill the Black Smoke twin fiends, and even send young Master Shu back to the manor. Do you know that you ruined young Master Hao's important matter? Yi Yuan did things based on his heart. It was just that this thing already happened, others naturally would not believe his explanation. Killing the Black Smoke twin fiends was equivalent to declaring war on Leng Hao. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, they wanted to kill me. I shouldn't just extend my head over for him to chop, right? Iron Eagle said in a solemn voice, no need to explain anymore. No matter what you think, you have to die today. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he laughed. Is a fourth firmament celestial deity very impressive? Want to kill me? You can give it a try, Yi Yuan said very calmly. Fool who doesn't know what you're talking about. Now, I'll let you take a look at the disparity between initial stage celestial deity realm and middle stage celestial deity realm. Iron Eagle's gaze turned dark. Fourth firmament celestial deity's world power gushed out frenziedly, enveloping the entire alley inside. Although the intel was wrong, Yi Yuan already broke through to second firmament celestial deity. To him, Iron Eagle, it was the same. The result was all death. Iron Eagle took out a thunder god hammer, akin to a god descending to earth, directly swiping it at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was just about to make a move when his gaze suddenly turned intent, and he stopped. When Iron Eagle saw the situation, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He thought that Yi Yuan saw his might and directly gave up resisting. But right at this time, a figure suddenly showed up, blocking between the two people. With a loud noise, Iron Eagle's figure flying out backward. Why young Master Shu? Iron Eagle's face changed, not expecting to actually run into Lang Shu. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Lang Shu's mouth and he said, my good big brother really can't wait. Being brothers, it really chills my heart. Iron Eagle's expression was very ugly. Clearly, his conversation with Yi Yuan just now, Lang Shu heard all of it. Why young Master Shu, you're mistaken. Lang Shu flicked his sleeves grandly and said with a cold snort, enough. At this point, are you still going to explain yourself? Could it be that in your eyes, I'm an utter moron? Go back and tell your master, Yi Yuan is my friend. If he dares to touch a hair of his, I'll never rest until he's dead. Iron Eagle let out a sigh and was about to turn around and leave. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, don't need to bring these words back anymore, you can stay behind. Iron Eagle was taken aback when he heard that and could not help laughing as he said, just the likes of you want to keep me behind too. Lang Shu also said, Yi Yuan, very sorry, I don't have the strength to make him stay. But you rest assured, this matter, I'll definitely claim it back for you. Iron Eagle chuckled and said, young Master Shu's words are said a little too conceitedly, right? Since they already lost all decorum, Iron Eagle was no longer apprehensive anymore too. Either way, Lang Shu and Leng Hao were already like fire and water, this was something that everyone knew. It was just that in the past, everyone competed in the dark. But now, it became an assassination. Lang Shu's expression could not help changing when he heard that and actually did not say anything to refute. Clearly, Lang Shu's situation in the Lang family was not too good. Yi Yuan, sorry, I'm useless. Lang Shu said in shame. Iron Eagle chuckled and said, kid, consider yourself lucky today. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need for next time, I'll give you this chance right now. Lang Shu was just about to persuade him further, but then he heard Yi Yuan saying, brother Lang, you wait a moment. We'll go and drink 100 bowls again in a while. Iron Eagle could not help laughing loudly when he heard that and said, ignorant fool, since you're taking the road to ruin yourself, then I'll send you off. Finished talking, Iron Eagle's aura released again, world power crushed over towards Yi Yuan. On Yi Yuan's body, blue fine lines spread out. A strange force isolated Iron Eagle's world power. Wrath of the Thunder God. Iron Eagle's Thunder God hammer was raised high up. In the entire world domain, it was all berserk lightning and thunder, the momentum extremely shocking. This lightning domain was akin to the furious roar of heaven and earth, making people's faces change. Yi Yuan stood inside but was like it had nothing to do with him. He looked at Iron Eagle. He raised up his frost counter sword slowly and said coolly, strength is decent. You indeed didn't disappoint me. I recently comprehended a style of sword art. It's just nice to test the sword on you. Iron Eagle laughed wildly to no end when he heard that and said, arrogant and ignorant young man, using me to test the sword is at the cost of your life. Go to hell. Iron Eagle waved the Thunder God hammer, landing it towards Yi Yuan's head. For a moment, the lightning in the entire space gathered over towards Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Lang Shu's expression suddenly changed and he cried out in shock, careful. He was just about to make a move to help Yi Yuan, but heard Yi Yuan's voice drift over, calm down, I'm fine. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved as well. A sword crossing the void. Lang Shu saw a blur before his eyes, Yi Yuan's figure already vanished. When he appeared again, he was already behind Iron Eagle. Lang Shu's expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, this, spatial shift. Law's fusion. How could Lang Shu not perceive that this sword of Yi Yuan's fused spatial law and sword Dao law? The commotion was not noticeable, but the power was extremely shocking. That boundless lightning dissipated into nothing very quickly. Iron Eagle's eyes were full of incredulity. Then his body started collapsing. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Before dying, he seemed to have seen infinite fear. This sword of Yi Yuan's virtually annihilated the void, smashing his body into pieces. After 3 years of enlightenment, Yi Yuan did not only comprehend the fourth firmament spatial law, but he also further fused the laws, creating a sword crossing the void. This sword art could be said to have gathered the grand achievements of Yi Yuan's martial Dao, unleashing the power of laws to the extreme. Its power was unimaginable. The moment this move was released, not only was it swift to the extreme, it could even instantly cut the void into countless pieces. Lang Shu looked at that figure in the distance, shocked until he could not close his mouth. Fourth firmament celestial deity was practically an insurmountable high mountain to third firmament celestial deities. But Yi Yuan just broke through to second firmament celestial deity and could actually directly kill a fourth firmament celestial deity. This kind of strength was simply dreadful to the ears. Especially that sword just now, it really took his breath away. Although Lang Shu's strength was stronger than Iron Eagle's, this move, he touched his own heart and felt that he could not receive it. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. Coming before Lang Shu, he said with a smile, Brother Lang, come. Let's drink. Lang Shu was taken back and immediately laughed loudly and said, haha, okay. Today, I definitely won't lose to you. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, just your bit of alcohol tolerance, it's really not enough to fill the crevices between my teeth. The two laughed loudly and walked in the direction of the tavern. Chapter 1846 Contesting for Young Patriarch. Come, I'll toast you a glass. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Lang Shu raised his head up and downed it in one go. Putting down the wine bowl, Lang Shu said with vicissitudes of emotion, drank until I was senseless that day. If not for you, I'd probably have croaked already. These few months, I was still muddling along without any aim, thinking of coming to find you to compete in drinking every day. But sadly, you never came again. If I didn't happen to pass by today, I wouldn't even know that I actually already went to the gates of hell and back. After Lang Shu woke up that day, he did not remember what happened in the alley at all. But competing in drinking with Yi Yuan that day, it was still fresh in his memory. For so long, it was still his first time encountering a guy who could bring him down. Hence, he kept thinking about it and was going to find Yi Yuan again to compete in drinking. Today, Lang Shu just happened to pass by. That was how he heard Iron Eagle's words. It was also precisely because of this that Lang Shu was even more moved in his heart. Showing kindness without expecting repayment, Yi Yuan this friend, he was bent on making it. If it were others, saving the Lang family's young patriarch, they would definitely think of ways to suck up to him. At the very least, they had to fish some benefits from the Lang family too, but Yi Yuan did not. From this, one could see Yi Yuan's noble moral character. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that day I sent you back to the Lang manor, Lang Hao wanted to take me down indiscriminately. I wasn't willing to intervene in your Lang manor's disputes and also just happened to reach the point of breakthrough. So I simply chose to enter closed seclusion. It's just that I didn't expect that Lang Hao still wasn't willing to let me off. Lang Shu smiled bitterly and said, Lang Hao definitely thought that you were a helper that I invited. That's why he would deal a fatal blow to you. In fact, it was all me who implicated you. Yi Yuan raised his glass and downed a bowl, saying with a smile, I don't like trouble, but I am not afraid of trouble too. However, what on earth is going on with your Lang family? Lang Shu immediately downed a bowl himself when he heard that and said with a sigh, brothers fighting among ourselves, it already caused a huge scandal in the whole city. Truly disgraceful. Actually, I'm not inclined toward the position of the young patriarch at all. But to no avail, this big brother of mine is very persistent. It turned out that day Lang Shu competing in drinking with Yuan, he had a big quarrel with Lang Hao and was in a bad mood. That was why he came to the tavern to get drunk. Lang Shu and Lang Hao, the two brothers were very close since young. Since young, Lang Hao also took extra care of Lang Shu. These two people's talents were both very strong, both leaders of the Lang family's young generation. Except, there was one thing, Lang Hao was an adopted child. His status in the Lang family was far from Lang Shu's. Lang Shu was the son of the family head, furthermore, his talent was outstanding. His status in the Lang family was extremely high. Brothers being kind and loving to each other was originally something that everyone envied. But sadly, a few years ago, the Lang family's family head, Lang Hongtian, was suddenly killed. The elders elected Lang Hongtian's young brother, Lang Hongshou, as the family head. Lang Hongshou had no sons, just a daughter. This way, Lang Shu's identity became awkward. Lang Shu's disposition was indifferent, his character unrestrained and carefree. He did not care about the identity of young patriarch at all. But Lang Hao, this person gradually changed. Lang Hao became very calculating, roping in elders in the family clan, marginalizing Lang Shu. But on the surface, the two people did not lose all decorum and were still a pair of close brothers. Except, even though Lang Shu's character was free and easy, he was not stupid. 3 months ago, Lang Hao found an excuse and exiled a very close uncle of Lang Shu out of the main family. Lang Shu finally could not hold back. He got into a big fight with Lang Hao. He also did not expect that Lang Hao would actually send people to assassinate him. Although the Black Smoke twin fiends' strengths were not strong, they were very clear about the ways of the Zhonggu. On that day, seeing Yuan and Lang Shu compete in drinking, they knew that their chance had come. Except, they did not think that Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Actually, I really don't care about this position of young patriarch. I told Lang Hao before, I'd rather not be this young patriarch than be willing to have brothers turn against each other, but he doesn't believe it at all. He doesn't believe it at all. Ha ha ha. Lang Shu raised his head and drank a large bowl of wine, crystalline tears already welled up in his eyes. Once a person was reduced to a slave to authority, their entire person would undergo earth-shaking changes. He could feel that Lang Shu really did not care about the position of young patriarch. But Lang Hao did not believe it at all. He felt that Lang Shu was deliberately making him lower his guard. Yuan raised his glass and said, "Good times today, stupor tomorrow. Forget all these unpleasant things. Come, cheers." Lang Shu laughed loudly and said, "Haha, cheers. Today, I won't lose to you easily." Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Competing in drinking with me, you're not qualified enough yet." While talking and laughing, the two drank another 100 over glasses. Finally, Lang Shu was overwhelmed by the alcohol and collapsed once more. Lang family, the black-clothed man came to Lang Hao's courtyard hastily. "Young master, things are bad. Iron Eagle, he's dead." Lang Hao's face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, How is this possible?" The black-clothed man was still in shock until now as he said in a solemn voice, "It's absolutely true. After Yuan came out of seclusion, he directly killed Han Shao at the Essence Gathering Pagoda. Then he was about to go to Gilling Tavern when someone saw Yuan kill Iron Eagle with one sword move. Furthermore, Lang Shu was also around. One sword move, killing Iron Eagle, he only used one sword move. Lang Hao said with a look of disbelief. A first firmament celestial deity killed a fourth firmament celestial deity with one sword move, how was this possible? The black-clothed man smiled bitterly and said, Yuan already broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Originally, this subordinate didn't believe it either, but this is the fact. Furthermore, Lang Hao's face turned dark and he said, "Spit out what you have to say, beat around the bush for what?" The black-clothed man's expression turned somber as he said, "Lang Shu and Yuan drank too much at Gilling Tavern again. Now, Yuan sent Lang Shu back again." Lang Hao's expression was incomparably ugly, not expecting that it would actually be this result. A fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse was already the limit that he could mobilize. Fifth firmament celestial deity powerhouses had very high statuses in the family, they were not what he could mobilize currently. Of course, if he could become the young patriarch, it would be another matter. Lang Hao paced back and forth, seemingly digesting this news. Suddenly, his footsteps paused and he said, "Just now, you said that he killed Han Shao." The black-clothed man nodded his head and said, "When Yi Yuan just came out, Han Shao's sneak attack failed, and he was killed by Yi Yuan with one sword move." One sword move again. Lang Hao's expression was not too good, this Yi Yuan was too troublesome. Lang Hao said in a solemn voice, "Don't need to care about this Yi Yuan anymore. Han Dongjun, that old thing, treasures this son of his the most. He definitely won't be willing to drop the matter. Rather, it's Lang Shu. Looks like our plan have to start getting into gear. The position of young patriarch can't be delayed anymore. Is there any news from the Qinling Manor that side?" The black-clothed man said, "Eldest Miss already left seclusion. It's said that she already broke through to the middle stage fifth firmament celestial deity realm." Lang Hao sighed with admiration as he said, "Chuling is really a genius. Her talent really makes people blush with shame. It's just a shame that she's a girl. Alright, this matter, you don't need to care anymore. I'll go and find the family head straight away. The struggle for young patriarch should also have a result already." Chapter 1847. This battle, you must go. Foster father, this dazzling crane plumage garment was purchased by Hao from the hands of a true god powerhouse at a great price. This celestial deity mystic treasure on young sister Chuling would be most exquisite. In Lang Hongsho's courtyard, Lang Hao had a respectful look, carrying some fawning, and a bit of caution. One had to say, this Lang Hao was a fierce and ambitious person too. Many years ago, before Lang Hongsho became family head, Lang Hao already acknowledged the other party as foster father and ingratiated himself with him in all manners. One could say that he was a character who was capable of dealing with people. Although he was a bastard child, his status in the family was still quite high. Being brothers with the young patriarch, foster father and son with the second master, all these were not what just anybody could achieve. Of course, Lang Hao doing so was actually just to make his life a little better, his future a little brighter. He did it, except, even he himself also did not expect that Lang Hongsho would actually become the family head one day, and his close brother, Lang Shu, actually became the Lang family's marginalized figure. This made his thoughts stir. In terms of talent, he was inferior to Lang Shu. But Lang Hao always felt that he was only like this because he was inferior to Lang Shu in terms of resources. One had to know how much he paid for the sake of today. As long as he could become the young patriarch, when he grasped power in his hands, his cultivation speed would definitely go up, and his position would also be more stable. Perhaps one day, he could take charge of the Lang family. One had to admit, Lang Hao's schemes were very elaborate. When Lang Hongsho saw this gorgeous dazzling crane plumage garment, his eyes could not help lighting up. This garment worn on his daughter, Lang Chuling, would definitely be as beautiful as a fairy. The Lang family's most talented descendant was not Lang Shu, let alone Lang Hao, but the Lang Chuling who was known as an iceberg beauty. Several hundred years ago, Lang Chuling gained enlightenment on Dao on the Heavenspan mountain at the age of 500 and stepped into the realm of celestial deity. And now, several hundred years passed again, Lang Chuling already broke through to the fifth firmament celestial deity realm. Such talent, placed in the entire imperial capital, it was an extremely dazzling existence. In contrast, Lang Shu paled much more in comparison. What Lang Hongsho valued the most was also this daughter. What did it matter if he had no sons? With this daughter, it was enough. For Lang Chuling to be able to become the family head, it naturally had great connection to Lang Chuling. Among peers, Lang Hongsho was not without competitors. But the Elders' Council let him take over the family head with unanimous agreement. In reality, Lang Chuling was not just his, Lang Hongsho's pride, she was also the Lang family's pride. The reason why Lang Hao put so much effort on Lang Hongsho was naturally because of Lang Chuling too. Not bad, very good. Hoo-hoo, Hao you're very thoughtful. Lang Hongsho nodded his head in satisfaction. To martial artists, beauty was naturally secondary. The most important thing was that this dazzling crane plumage garment was a celestial deity mystic treasure, its defensive power extremely strong. But beauty and tangible benefits being paid equal attention to, who would refuse? Lang Hao smiled and said, "This is what this child should do. These few years, foster father has taken good care of me, young sister Chuling and I are closer than actual brothers and sisters. What does this little thing count for? Lang Hongshou gave Lang Hao a glance and said smilingly, however, I've discussed with the Elders' Council a few days ago. They feel that Shu continuing to hold the position of young patriarch now is indeed rather awkward. Of course, you also have to bring out the corresponding strength. 10 days later, you and Shu will have a competition. The victor will become the new young patriarch. I have no biological son, but you're my son. When Lang Hao heard this, he prostrated on the ground, tears on his face as he said, foster father, this child, really don't know what to say. Lang Hongshou helped him up and said smilingly, it's been so many years, does father still not know your character? You're different from the rest. Back then, I haven't risen to power yet. Chuling's talent also hasn't been revealed yet, and you got quite close to our family. Lang Hao's face was extremely moved, but in his heart, he was filled with ecstasy. So many years of investment, it was finally time for the returns. How could he not be agitated? Lang Hao was different from the rest. When others were hugging the family head's thigh, he did not go. Because he did not have that qualification. Hence, he deliberately approached Lang Shu and Lang Chuling. When Lang Chuling was very young, he saw the terrifying cultivation talent of Lang Chuling's one time. At that time, he decided to invest in her. Along with Lang Hao's standing rising, his ambition also grew greater and greater. Lang Hongshou said, I know that your strength is stronger than Shu Er's. But this competition is of utmost importance. Sharpening the spear just before going into battle, even if it's not sharp, it will also be bright. These 10 days, you cultivate well, don't be distracted by other things. Lang Hao bid farewell and left. A beautiful figure stepped out of the void. Father. Lang Hongshou looked at his daughter with a doting look and said with a smile, you and Hao are played since young. Why is now that you're not even willing to meet him now? Lang Chuling frowned slightly and said, Big brother Lang Hao he changed. Lang Hongshou said, people will always change. Come, try put on this dazzling crane plumage garment. This kid is thoughtful too. Lang Chuling instinctively resisted a little, but seeing that father was very enthusiastic, she finally still put it on. In Lang Shu's courtyard, Lang Shu was drowning his sorrows in wine again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there are still 10 days, then it's the battle to determine the young patriarch. But you're being dispirited here. Is it really okay? Lang Shu directly raised the jar and said to Yi Yuan, drink. This kind of lousy thing, care about it for what? Yi Yuan pressed down his wine jar and shook his head and said, treat you as a brother, I'll say a few words from the bottom of my heart. If you won't listen, just take it as I didn't say anything. Seeing Yi Yuan's solemnness, Lang Shu could not help being surprised. These few days, Yi Yuan had been drinking with him too. Relieved boredom all along, and never said a word. Today, no idea why, he would actually be so serious. Lang Shu already regarded Yi Yuan as his only brother now, and naturally attached great importance to his attitude. He nodded his head, put down the wine jar, and said, you say. Yi Yuan said, this battle, you must go. Furthermore, you must win. Lang Shu's brows furrowed and he said, what for? Brother Yi, Yi Yuan interrupted him, saying, I know that you're not inclined towards the position of young patriarch. But it's precisely because of this that you have to go even more. You can disregard this empty reputation, but if you even lose your heart of martial arts, you'll be a walking corpse in the future. This kind of person, who will think much of you. I'm willing to drink with you because I feel that your character is unrestrained and carefree, and not because you're a good-for-nothing. Moreover, your father made you the young patriarch. Do you want to tell everybody that the former family head appointed a good-for-nothing? Yi Yuan's words were akin to a series of thunderbolts, which sounded out in Lang Shu's heart. Yi Yuan continued and said, your father was killed, your brother betrayed you. You indeed have sufficient reason to be decadent. But you ask yourself, are you resigned to it? Your father's grudge, are you not avenging anymore? Also, Lang Hao, he already wants to send you to your doom. Once he holds power, do you feel that he'll allow you to live? Therefore, this battle, you have to win. Even if after you win, you tell everyone that you feel it is beneath your dignity to be their young patriarch. Lang Shu's gaze gradually changed. From hazy, it became resolute. Indeed, he had far too many things to do. Lifting his head, Lang Shu downed the jar of wine and said, Brother Yi, thank you. Chapter 1848 What the hell happened? Young patriarch, it's not good. Lang Hao was currently cultivating in closed seclusion when the black-clothed man suddenly barged in. The battle to determine the young patriarch was about to come to an end immediately. The black-clothed man observed his speech and countenance, and already quietly changed his term of address. Sure enough, the moment Lang Hao heard, his mood immediately became much better. "MN, what's going on?" the black-clothed man said. A few days ago, Lang Shu was still spending his days dispiritedly and indulging in excessive drinking every day. Since yesterday, someone saw him practicing the sword in the courtyard, seemingly very hard-working. The moment Lang Hao heard, he laughed disdainfully and said, "What is 10 days of effort enough to do? No matter how he trains, he's also not my match. You came to interrupt my cultivation for this matter." The black-clothed man was startled inwardly and said, "Young master's many years of hard work has already reached the most critical juncture. You mustn't be careless." Lang Hao's brows furrowed. He thought about it and said, "Forget it, your reminder makes sense. There's a bottle of heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder here, enough to make the person's divine essence not circulate smoothly. You find an opportunity and let my good younger brother consume it. This battle, I want to beat him openly and uprightly." As he said, Lang Hao fished out a small bottle and passed it to the black-clothed man. The heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder was colorless and tasteless. Even if one drank it, it would not be discovered either. Only during the competition would flaws be revealed. The black-clothed man smiled when he heard that and said, "Many years of long-cherished wish finally becoming real. This lowly one congratulates young patriarch in advance here." The 10-day period passed in a twinkle. On this day, many people gathered on the Lang family's practicing field. The Lang family's disciples, family guards, even servants, all came to watch this battle of young patriarch. Hey, the superficiality of human relationships, the old family head passed away unexpectedly. Now, Lang Shu can't even keep the position of young patriarch. This battle is also just a formality. Lang Shu's strength is not as good as Lang Hao's to begin with. If Lang Shu is sensible, he should have directly given up today. The fickleness of human nature was nothing more than this. The old family head had already died for many years. Now, Lang Hao was akin to the noonday sun. Everyone all knew that he was about to become the young patriarch. There naturally would not be anyone who would go and fawn on Lang Shu anymore. In a large family clan like the Lang family, human relationships were even colder. Perhaps because he was about to become the young patriarch, Lang Hao seemed very enthusiastic. He had long arrived at the ring. For this kind of important event, Lang Hongshou as well as the Lang family's elders also all showed up one after another. Only Lang Shu failed to show up. An elder was somewhat impatient from waiting and said with a cold snort, "Humph. This Lang Shu is also too outrageous, making so many of us elders wait for him alone. I think that he, this young patriarch, really don't have a need to continue to be one anymore. Lang Shu is too undisciplined and carefree. He's normally not very respectful to elders. Speaking of which, Lang Hao, this child is really not bad." The other few elders also seemed rather impatient and echoed in agreement. When Lang Hao heard these elders' discussion, he was pleased with himself inwardly. These elders, he normally waited upon them nice and cozily. How was it condescending like Lang Shu, not paying any attention to the elders at all? Hence, Lang Shu's position of young patriarch also sent him onto the road to ruin. Lang Hao smiled when he heard that and said, "This battle is very important. Young brother Shu preparing longer is understandable. Hope that elders can be patient and wait a while longer." Lang Hao's words immediately made the elders feel content. Even Lang Hongshou also could not nitpick any problem, secretly nodding his head. Except, that celestial maiden-looking woman next to him furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, automatically opening up a path. A handsome young man leapt lighting, jumping onto the ring. He looked at Lang Hao and said with a faint smile, "It's still Big Brother Hao who understands me. Such an important battle, how can I not prepare properly?" The current Lang Shu, the decadence on his face was swept clean, his spirit soaring, like he gained a new lease on life. When Lang Hao saw that faint smile of Lang Shu's, he could not help being surprised in his heart. In the past, what he saw in Lang Shu's eyes was pain and decadence. But the Lang Shu today seemed to be different from in the past. What the hell happened in these 10 days? Suddenly, his face changed and he said, "You actually broke through." Lang Shu nodded as he smiled and said, Today's opponent is Big Brother Lang Hao. So how can I not work harder? Seeing the surprise on Lang Hao's face, a hint of delight flashed across in Lang Shu's heart. Today, he wanted everyone to know that he, Lang Shu, was the Lang family's #1 genius. This young patriarch, I don't want it. Of course, him being able to break through was naturally all thanks to Yuan. His realm was just initial stage 4th firmament celestial deity. Originally, it was naturally impossible to break through so quickly. It was Yuan's void spirit divine pill that let him break through to middle stage in a short 10 days. Lang Hao's realm was late stage 4th firmament celestial deity. This way, the gap between the two immediately narrowed significantly. Although Lang Hao's talent was pretty good, Lang Shu's was clearly a notch higher. His law comprehension was stronger than Lang Hao's. Lang Hao's expression was somewhat awkward as he smiled and said, "Haha, very good. However, my realm is still higher than yours, there's absolutely no way that I lose to you." Lang Shu looked at Lang Hao and said with a calm smile, "Is that so? Big brother Lang Hao, you've always been the big brother in my heart. You're my goal to catch up and surpass. And today, I'm going to catch up from behind." He was not joking. Lang Hao's strength indeed looked down on everyone among the Lang family's junior generation. Otherwise, with his illegitimate identity, it was also impossible to be recognized as the young patriarch. Lang Hao had always been an irreplaceable elder brother in Lang Shu's heart. Hence, that was why he would be so decadent being edged out by Lang Hao. A stalwart image crumbling in one's heart, this blow was tremendous. But under Yuan's help, he finally still got up. Seeing that confident gaze of Lang Shu's, Lang Hao sneered incessantly in his heart. Lang Shu already drank the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder. Even if his realm broke through again, it was also useless. This battle, it could only be him who won. Lang Hongshou smiled and said, "Since Shu has also come, then this battle for young patriarch begins." With the battle starting, sword energy immediately crisscrossed on the stage. The two people were experts in the sword, law comprehensions were also both comprehended to rank 5. The cultivation method that they cultivated was also pretty much the same. However, the late-stage 4th firmament celestial deity Lang Hao actually could not gain any advantage over Lang Shu. The more Lang Hao fought, the more alarmed he got. Lang Shu's power of law also improved. Why did Lang Shu become like a different person from before? Furthermore, why didn't the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder show effect until now? Lang Hao was practically going crazy in his heart. "Big brother Lang Hao, being absent-minded, you'll lose," Lang Shu said with a smile. Lang Hao was startled inwardly, the force from his hands increasing a bit more. But he was very puzzled. Why didn't the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder show effect until now? Is Big brother Lang Hao waiting for the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder to take effect? Don't need to wait. I indeed drank the heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder, but the poison has already been detoxified. Right at this time, Lang Shu suddenly opened his mouth again. Lang Hao was wildly shaken in his heart. The heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder's poison was resolved. Chapter 1849 Spectacular Blunder. This sudden change shook Lang Hao's mind. For a moment, he was actually suppressed by Lang Shu. "No way, I absolutely can't lose," a voice shouted in Lang Hao's heart. He prepared for so many years, living like a dog. Now that he had a chance to turn things around, how could he lose? "Shi Yu Hao Ling sword," Lang Hao shouted. A sword emerging, the 4 directions trembled, the entire ring teemed with his sword intent. So strong, indeed worthy of being Lang Hao, to actually cultivate my Lang family's strongest sword style, Shi Yu Hao Ling sword, to such a level. Lang Hao used his trump card. Looks like the outcome is a foregone conclusion. Below the stage, someone immediately cried out in surprise. Lang Hao's momentum was shocking. His sword lights virtually enveloped Lang Shu completely. However, amidst the sword rain, Lang Shu said coolly, "Shi Yu Hao Ling sword, is it? Big brother Lang Hao, with 10 days of practicing the sword, I finally had some understanding. Let us decide the victor with the Shi Yu Hao Ling sword." Finished saying, Lang Shu swung his long sword. 10,000 streams of sword intent condensed frenziedly, and actually faintly suppressed Lang Hao. Lang Hao's expression suddenly changed and said, "Impossible. Middle stage rank 5 sword Dao Law. You never grasped it after so many years of comprehension, so how can you possibly suddenly comprehend it?" He suddenly discovered that these 10 days, the changes that happened to Lang Shu were too many. Not only did he break through his realm, he even broke through sword Dao laws. Could this be a coincidence? This coincidence was also a bit too many, right? However, there was already no time for Leng Hao to consider. Only to see two powerful sword Dao laws collide together fiercely. On the stage, incomparably dazzling light bloomed, countless powerful sword lights bombarded together. Suddenly, Leng Hao spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, body flying out backward, falling heavily on top of the stage. He desperately wanted to crawl up, but a sword was already pressed on his throat. Another inch further and he would kick the bucket. Big brother Leng Hao, you lost. Lang Shu's nonchalant words made Leng Hao shudder. Death-like silence. The battle that was originally just going through the motions actually had a shocking reversal. The Lang Shu that no one was optimistic about actually won, which was also to say that Lang Shu was still the young patriarch. For some time, quite a few people's hearts started racing. These days, quite a number among them kicked him while he was down, and did not show Lang Shu any good attitude. If Lang Shu continued to be the young patriarch, wouldn't he find them to settle the scores afterward? These people had their own little schemes. Actually, no one really cared about them. Right now, the most awkward one was Leng Hongshou and the elders. They arranged this duel in order to let Leng Hao ascend to the position of young patriarch right and properly. Who knew that Leng Hao actually lost? Of course, this could not be blamed on Leng Hao. Lang Shu's improvement, everyone saw it. 10 days' time, Lang Shu could be said to have been reborn anew. But, this conclusion, how should the matter be wound up? No one spoke. An atmosphere called awkwardness spread through the crowd. Leng Hao's face was deathly pale, his heart like dead ashes. Many years of hard work wiped out in a day, that kind of unwillingness was virtually going to burst through the sky. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Your Leng family really made a spectacular blunder. Ha ha ha. Right at this time, a taunting voice sounded out. A group of powerhouses rushed straight into the Leng family's manor. Leng Hongshou's face turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Han Dongjun, you dare to barge into my Leng manor without permission, are you tired of living? But Han Dongjun's face fell and he said, Leng Hongshou, my son was killed, but your Leng family is harboring the murderer, why can't I barge inside? Leng Hongshou said in a cold voice, nonsense, why would our Leng family harbor your son's murderer? Han Dongjun chuckled and said, this, we'll have to ask your new, oh, nope, old young patriarch. Leng Hongshou's brows furrowed and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Leng Shu. Leng Hao originally already lost all hope, but Han Dongjun's appearance made him ignite the last trace of hope. Leng Shu, you covered up sinister motives and actually colluded with outsiders to make our Leng family lose face. My young brother Shu, I know that you're not happy with Big Brother, but this is our Leng family's affairs after all. You doing this really disappoints people too much. Leng Hao got up and said righteously. Leng Shu also did not expect that Han Dongjun actually directly brought people to barge into the Leng family. Shu shouldn't you give us an explanation? Leng Hongshou's tone also gradually turned cold. As the saying went, don't wash dirty linen in public. No matter how troubled it was in the family, one also should not lose face until it went outside. Even though the Leng family's internal strife was already not some secret. But Han Dongjun came too coincidentally, just nice the crucial part of selecting the young patriarch. This had to make people's minds fall into a reverie. Leng Shu was silent for a moment and said coolly, Han Xiao was killed by me. If you want the person, take me away. But when Han Dongjun heard it, he burst out laughing. But very soon, his expression turned dark and he said in a cold voice, punk, you can't escape responsibility either. But, the person who killed my son, I've long investigated it clearly. It's a brat called Yuan. Hearing this name, that 10,000 years ice-like face of Leng Chuling's finally had a trace of change. Leng Hongshou was slightly surprised and asked, you know him? Leng Chuling recovered her calm very quickly and shook her head and said, shouldn't be the same person. On Heavenspan Mountain, the shock that person brought to her was too intense. Such that until now, that person's figure was still revolving around in her mind, unable to wave away for a long time. Except, it was impossible that the Yi Yuan out of Han Dongjun's mouth was that the Yi Yuan she knew. With Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, it was also impossible to reach celestial deity realm now, even if his performance on the Heavenspan Mountain was extremely breathtaking. Pray tell, a martial artist who used more than 500 years before barely managing to cultivate to the Divine Lord realm, How could he possibly break through to celestial deity realm in a short 400 to 500 years? One had to know, the breakthrough to the celestial deity realm was more than 100 times harder than the divine lord realm. Lang Shu's expression was very ugly. He knew that Yi Yuan was right under the stage. He wanted to let Yi Yuan slip away quickly by taking advantage of the crowd. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of leaving at all. Just as Lang Shu was in a daze, Lang Hao suddenly launched a sneak attack, suddenly smacking a palm toward Lang Shu. Lang family's traitor, why haven't you hand over the person yet? Kneel down for me. This palm was too sudden. Lang Shu did not react at all. When he wanted to defend, it was already too late. But right at this time, a figure appeared out of thin air, charging out from the side. An incomparably heavy palm force directly smacked Lang Hao flying. For your own selfish interests, not scrupling to kill your younger brother. Outsiders came to invade and you didn't stint to sell out your brother, letting outsiders see a joke. A person like you is also fit to be the young patriarch. The Lang family is really a joke. Yi Yuan's words were full of cynicism. Seeing that slightly thin figure on the stage, Lang Chuling's gaze was full of shock. Chapter 1850. Take this boy down for me. You, who the hell do you think you are? To dare gesture and comment on my Lang family's affairs? Killing my brother. What proof do you have? The one who made the Lang family lose face is you and Lang Shu. Not me, Lang Hao. You stand here and spout empty rhetoric. Based on what? Lang Hao being kicked flying by Yi Yuan with a foot, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of enmity. Ever since Lang Shu knew Yi Yuan, everything seemed to have changed. But now, it was a God-given opportunity. Yi Yuan himself courted death, provoking Han Dongjun. This was a chance for him to turn the situation around. When Han Dongjun saw Yi Yuan, his two eyes were practically spewing fire. You're that Yi Yuan who killed my Xiao. Han Dongjun gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan just smiled slightly. His thoughts stirred. A maidservant and a black-clothed man fell onto the stage. He turned to Lang Hongshou and said coolly, this maidservant is a spy that Lang Hao planted around Lang Shu. A few days ago, she put heavenly fragrance tendon softening powder into Lang Shu's food. It was in order to make Lang Shu lose today's battle for the young patriarch position. As for this black-clothed man, he's Lang Hao's confidant. What Lang Hao has done these few years, as long as family head searches his soul, you'll naturally know everything. Seeing these two people, Lang Hao's expression changed drastically. That maidservant was still alright, but that man in black was his right arm and knew his affairs like the back of his hand. If his soul was searched, it was all over. Actually, that day at the Lang Manor's entrance, Yi Yuan already detected the existence of this black-clothed man. It was just that the other party did not make a move, he did not take action either. That day, the black-clothed man and the maidservant met secretly but was detected by Yi Yuan who had sharp spiritual sense. He caught them red-handed. But in order not to stir the grass and alert the enemy, he deliberately let the black-clothed man leave. Today, taking advantage of the interval of the battle for young patriarch, Yi Yuan went to capture the black-cloth man and this maid. Lang Hao's countenance naturally collapsed on its own. Family head, don't listen to this guy's words. He has evil designs. I don't know these two people at all. Lang Hao's eyes revealed some panic but defended himself through sophistry. These few years, in order to become the young patriarch, he did quite a number of things that could not be exposed to the sun. Once it was exposed, he would be totally ruined. But Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, if not for Lang Shu, do you think that I'd bother with this nonsensical and messy thing? Fabricating charges against you, are you also worthy? Lang Hongshou's expression was also not looking too good. Right now, the development of things had gone far beyond his expectations. How could he not perceive the panic in Lang Hao's eyes? However, Lang Hao was not some heinous and wicked beyond redemption person in his impression. On the contrary, he thought very highly of Lang Hao. It was also precisely so that he pushed for Lang Hao to become the young patriarch. Lang Shu's personality was too undisciplined and carefree. Honestly speaking, it was also not suited to inherit the position of family head. These were all within Lang Hao's scope of considerations. He was currently the head of a family and had no choice but to consider a little further. But right at this time, the Han Dongjun who had been treated as heir all along said furiously, "Punk, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Are you the murderer Yi Yuan who killed my Xiao?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said crossly, "Who are you? Do I know you? Why do I have to talk to you? Also, didn't Lang Hao called my name just now? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? Yi Yuan's words made the Lang family's people all simmer with laughter. Even the Han family people that he brought also could not refrain from laughing. Han Dongjun's fury towered to the sky. His son was killed, and he even had to be scoffed at by this fellow. What was it with this world? Little brute, you actually dared to kill Shao. Today, even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't save you either. Han Dongjun said angrily. Yi Yuan said with a scornful look, when I killed Han Shao, there were many people around. It was clearly him who ambushed, wanting to kill me but was counter-killed by me. But now, you're questioning me. Hey, the Han family's people are really overbearing. Han Dongjun said in a cold voice, who the hell do you think you are, to also dare compare to my Shao? You're just a trash who's less than animals in front of him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, yeah, this trash who's less than animals, killed your son using only one move. Your son is lesser than, even a trash who's less than animals. Another burst of laughter sounded out, making Han Dongjun unable to contain his anger. He roared, what are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll tear your mouths. Finished talking, his expression was very grim as he turned to Lang Hongshou and said, Lang Hongshou, what are you going to do? I'm going to bring the person away right now, you have no objections, right? He already admitted to killing Shao. Lang Hongshou gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, this person isn't a member of my Lang family. If you want to bring away, I naturally have nothing to say. But, it can't be within my Lang family's boundary. After this matter is settled, I'll chase him out of the Lang family. At that time, whether you want to kill or dismember, it's up to you. The moment Han Dongjun heard, he grinned and said, all right, I can wait. Brat, killing my Shao, you'll know how severe the consequences are. Toward Lang Hongshou's attitude, Yi Yuan was not too surprised. He just shrugged and said, just the likes of you can't make me stay. Han Dongjun seemed to have heard some hilarious joke and snickered as he said, shameless boasting fool, a measly second firmament celestial deity also wants to escape from this Han's hands. If I let you escape, this Han, absolutely won't show face in Thousand Sor Imperial Capital in the future. Han Dongjun was a half-step true god existence, his status in the Han family rather high. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan, this second firmament celestial deity, it was also impossible to escape from his hands. Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, you have to remember what you said today. At that time, don't go back on your word. He comprehended spatial shift. One thought, and he would be hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even a true god powerhouse also had to expend a lot of effort to catch up to him, let alone a mere half-step true god. By the side, Lang Hao was incomparably conflicted in his heart. He really wanted to go up and kill those two with a palm. But this way, him silencing people to prevent divulgence of his secrets would be equivalent to being confirmed. But not killing, once Lang Hongshou searched the souls, wouldn't he know everything? Right then, Lang Hongshou spoke. Since you say that Hao entrapped Shu, then I'll carry out a soul search on these two. If it's not like what you said, don't blame my Lang family for not being courteous. Lang Hongshou looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan did not speak, but in his heart, a hint of foreboding premonition arose. It seemed like he somewhat underestimated the feelings between Lang Hongshou and Lang Hao. Right at this time, the divine soul power of a true god realm released, rushing into those two people's sea of consciousness domineeringly. The two people virtually spewed out a blood arrow at the same time, then fell to the ground, already ceased breathing. Yi Yuan's face changed. Was this doing away with the witnesses? Lang Hao's expression was incomparably nervous. His entire body was practically going to tremble already. Would Lang Hongshou announce his crimes? Lang Hongshou's closed eyes slowly opened, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, talking nonsense, ruining my Lang family's reputation. Come, men, take this boy down for me. Chapter 1851, Confounding Black and White. Lang Hao's heart was practically jumping out of his throat. Happiness came so suddenly. No, wait, should say that his many years of hard work had not been in vain. Foster father, he still kept his thoughtfulness in mind. Several figures dashed straight onto the stage, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. But Lang Shu's face changed and he said furiously, Uncle, no matter how displeasing to the eye you find me, you also can't confound black and white, right? This matter has nothing to do with Yi Yuan. You let him go, I'll shoulder all of the charges. The current Lang Shu was really disappointed to the max with the Lang family. He had never wanted to fight for anything before. But the vortex of the mundane world insisted on dragging him in, stirring him up until he was reduced to pieces. This feeling made him somewhat mentally and physically exhausted. Because of Yi Yuan, he was able to stand on the stage dignified and openly today, defeat Lang Hao, and win back his own heart. Because of Yi Yuan, he could walk out of decadence and find that former self. Now, if Yi Yuan was dragged down because of this matter, he could not forgive himself no matter what. However, Lang Hongsho's face fell and he said, "Insolence. Your meaning is that I lied in front of so many people. You keep saying that Lang Hao is like this, like that, this is all your one-sided words. Then how do I know how many things you've done to let down the Lang family?" Back down. Lang Shu's complexion was like dead ash, but he refused to take a single step back. Blocking in front of Yi Yuan, he said stubbornly, "I'm not backing down." Lang Hongsho's face turned dark and he said, "I announce that starting from today, Lang Shu's position of young patriarch is abolished. Lang Hao is the Lang family's new young patriarch. All attack for me, take both of these two down for me." The moment Lang Hao heard this, his face revealed a hint of wild elation. So many years of long-cherished wish, he finally got his wish. Furthermore, looking at the situation today, Lang Shu would find it hard to escape death. Hey, a man knows when to yield and when not to. Just an outsider, is it worth it to die for him? In his heart, he was very disapproving of Lang Shu's way of doing things. But it was also precisely because of this that it gave him an opportunity to exploit. At this time, Han Dongjun laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, Lang Hongsho, don't need to trouble you to take action against this little animal. I'll directly capture him and be done with it." Lang Hongsho nodded his head lightly and did not say anything. Now that it came to this, whoever captured Yi Yuan was the same. In the black-clothed man's sea of consciousness, he naturally saw many things. Many of them even harmed the Lang family's interests. But there was one thing, a very large part of the things was done for him and Lang Chuling. With this, it was sufficient. What he searched was not Lang Hao's soul. He could only deduce Lang Hao's goal through these things. Although it was wrong for Lang Hao to have done these things in order to become the young patriarch, it was also not unforgivable. The most important thing was that Lang Hongsho inherently felt empathetic for Lang Hao. He was also suppressed by his big brother back then until he could not lift his head. All the way until he gave birth to an excellent daughter that it eased up somewhat. So he knew how difficult it was for Lang Hao to obtain his status today with his identity. Han Dongjun laughed loudly and looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look as he said, "Brat, you got no temper now, right? Your mouth is formidable, but sadly, your strength is too weak. In front of me, Han Dongjun, you're just an ant. Ants can't possibly escape my control." Finished talking, Han Dongjun's world power released, and arrived with a howl. The violent world power crunched over towards Yi Yuan, confining all of the space around him. Yi Yuan could only get captured without resistance. A loud noise came over, Han Dongjun's entire person pounced onto the ring. However, Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. What's going on here? Where's Yi Yuan? Everyone looked at this scene with astounded faces. They did not even blink their eyes, but Yi Yuan disappeared without any traces just like this. Rather, Lang Hongsho's expression changed. That calm and collected expression finally had a trace of change. "Are you looking for me?" Up above in the sky, Yi Yuan stood in the air as he said coolly. Han Dongjun's face changed and he exclaimed, "Spatial shift. How is this possible? Spatial shift, fourth firmament spatial law, my god, no wonder this kid is so arrogant, he actually comprehended spatial law. Unless it's a true god powerhouse, otherwise, nobody can keep him behind at all." The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Their strength was too weak and could not see clearly how Yi Yuan escaped Han Dongjun's certain kill blow just now. The fourth firmament spatial law, this kind of law comprehension was virtually a god-like existence to them. Although people who comprehended spatial law were few, they were also not zero. In a place like the imperial capital, there would still occasionally have that one or two appear. But, being able to cultivate spatial law to the fourth firmament, spatial shift this step, there were absolutely none. Yi Yuan having this magical ability, within celestial deity realm, no one could make him stay at all. Han Dongjun's spatial confinement seemed powerful. But in front of Yi Yuan, it was simply child's play. It was too easy for him to want to escape Han Dongjin's confinement. You said just now, I'm an ant, and that it's impossible to escape your control. Then, what say you now? You can't even catch an ant and also dare to speak wildly here. Yi Yuan looked at Han Dongjin, a mocking look on his face. The expression on Han Dongjin's face was extremely ugly. He boasted too big just now. How could he have known that Yi Yuan still had such a contingency plan? Now, it was really losing face until his granny's house. Seeing the Lang family people's amused smiles, he had an aggrieved look. Yi Yuan could display spatial shift. No matter how many people he brought, it was also impossible to keep Yi Yuan behind. Now, going back to request for reinforcements, Yi Yuan would have long escaped to God knows where. Therefore, he could only cast a pleading look towards Lang Hongshou. Lang family head, my son's death, Lang Shu can't escape responsibility either. I hope that the Lang family gives me an account. Han Dongjun was still assuming an arrogant air. When the old patriarch died, the Lang family's strength fell greatly. The present Han family's strength was even a bit stronger than the Lang family. He did not need to give the Lang family this face. Lang Hongshou's face fell and he said, insolence. Who the hell do you think you are, to also dare speak to me like this? Under Lang Hongshou's powerful pressure, Han Dongjun directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Lang Hongshou, you. Lang Hongshou's expression was dark and he said in a cold voice, a tiger not demonstrating his power, you really take me to be a sick cat. Even if my Lang family is far from before, it's also not what a random nobody like you can provoke. Now, immediately scram for me. I'll detain the person. If you want the person, have Han Tianyu come find me personally. Once a true god was enraged, how mighty was that? Han Dongjin's face was ashen. His expression changed several times, and he finally roared, leave. After he left, Lang Hongshou looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, young man, let yourself be seized without any resistance. If I take action, the aftermath will be hard to say. Yi Yuan did not speak yet, but then he heard Lang Chuling behind him heaved a sigh. She said, Lord Father, this matter, let's stop here. Chapter 1852, almost made a huge blunder. Everyone was stunned on the spot. The Lang family's peerless genius, Thousand Sore Mansion's disciple, Lang Chuling, actually sung a different tune with her own father. This reversal was also too dramatic. Chuling, what did you say? Lang Hongshou was also taken aback and asked. He knew that this daughter was the most filial and would never go against his will. Lang Chuling said calmly, the right and wrong, everyone has a scale in their hearts. Big brother Lang Hao's actions and conduct indeed isn't worthy of the title of young patriarch. Father, I suggest better to let big brother Lang Shu continue to be the young patriarch. Another death-like silence. No one would have expected that Lang Chuling actually said such words in front of everyone. Even Lang Shu also had an astounded face. Lang Chuling entered Thousand Sore Mansion very early and had very little interaction with him. Their relationship was also not considered close. Why did she suddenly speak up for him? Rather, it was Lang Hao. When he heard Lang Chuling's words, it was akin to a bolt out of the blue. Even in his dreams, he never dared to believe that Lang Chuling would actually say such things at this time. In his view, the one least likely to oppose him were Lang Hongshou father and daughter. But Lang Chuling actually gave him a fatal blow at this time. Even though Lang Chuling was the same as him, just a junior of the Lang family, her status was completely different. She was not just the Lang family's proud daughter of heaven. She was also the entire Thousand Sore imperial capital's proud daughter of heaven. Lang Chuling normally would not care about the Lang family's affairs at all. Her horizons had long already transcended the Lang family's level. But today, she actually spoke up. Lang Chuling's words were absolutely heavyweight class. It was even more useful than all of the elders' words put together. Lang Hongshou's brows knitted together. Recalling his daughter's reaction previously, he immediately understood in his heart. This Yi Yuan was likely that Yi Yuan. Except, could it be that this kid called Yi Yuan really had a powerful background? Otherwise, why would his daughter refute his face in front of so many people? Since Ling Er already said so, then, Lang Hongshou finally still heeded his daughter's words and planned to announce the final result. Lang Hao's face was akin to dead ash. His many years of hard work were actually no match for Lang Chuling's one sentence. He hated it. Hang on. But at this moment, Lang Shu suddenly interrupted his words. Lang Hongshou's brows furrowed. but he heard Lang Shu say solemnly, "Big brother Lang Hao, I've told you before, this position of young patriarch, I don't care about it. What I value more is familial relationship and friendship. It's just a shame that the big brother that was akin to a father and brother in my eyes back in the old days already slowly drifted further apart. I didn't come today to fight with you over this position of young patriarch too. I just want to tell everyone that I, Lang Shu, have never thought about continuing to be this young patriarch either. From this day forth, I, Lang Shu, resign from the position of the Lang family's young patriarch." This sudden turn of events made everyone stunned. When everyone all thought that the outcome of this struggle for young patriarch was already a foregone conclusion because of a sentence from Lang Chuling, Lang Shu himself actually came forward and wanted to resign from the position of young patriarch. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and secretly smiled as he nodded. He understood that those able to do it like Lang Shu were not many. One had to know, being a young patriarch meant more cultivation resources and advantages. This point, no one was clearly than Lang Shu about it. But he put it down straight away, without dragging anything out. Actually, in Yi Yuan's view, although cultivation resources were important, the path was carved out by oneself. However much the cultivation resources, it was also not as important as walking one's path. One's own might was true might. Except, very few people could understand this. Lang Chuling's eyes also glinted, clearly very surprised by Lang Shu's action. Her horizons had transcended the scope of the Lang family long ago. The reason why she said so was entirely looking on account of Yi Yuan's face. She did not expect that Lang Shu did not care about this position of young patriarch at all. Suddenly, Lang Chuling felt that it was rather funny. It was really birds of a feather flock together. If it were Yi Yuan, he would also do so, right? Even though she did not have much contact with Yi Yuan, she could tell that Yi Yuan was similarly stubborn and unruly, someone unrestrained and carefree. No secular concept could constrain such a person. After falling silent for a moment, Lang Hongshou nodded and said, "Forget it, all disperse. The position of young patriarch will be discussed another day." With the family head giving a verbal instruction, everyone dispersed, leaving behind only Lang Hao alone, his gaze glassy. Lang Shu's final words sent his entire person into a daze. It turned out that an extremely simple thing was made complicated by him. It turned out that this position of young patriarch could be won with extreme ease. But now, it turned into nothing. It turned out that Lang Shu really did not care about the position of young patriarch. It turned out that all of his efforts were just a superfluous joke. "Does father want to ask why I stopped you from dealing with Yi Yuan?" Lang Chuling saw through her father's unhappiness and took the initiative to start the conversation. Lang Hongshou was at any rate the head of a family. With his daughter embarrassing him in front of everyone, his face had nowhere to put. But toward Lang Chuling, Lang Hongshou was clearly very tolerating. He had a black face as he said, "This Yi Yuan is that Yi Yuan you know." Lang Chuling nodded her head. "Just what origin does this boy have? You just had to come forward at this time." Lang Chuling briefly recounted what she saw and heard back then on the Heavenspan mountain, making the expression on Lang Hongshou's face gradually change. "Your meaning is that this boy might be a genius under a heavenly emperor's command?" Lang Hongshou said in surprise. Lang Chuling shook her head and said, "I'm also not sure, but that old drunkard's strength, father, you should have heard of it, right? He actually stood up for a young man who didn't even reach the Divine Lord realm. Isn't this suspicious? Furthermore, the mysteries on Yi Yuan's body are too many, numerous until it makes people unable to see through such a person. We at least can't provoke him." The more Lang Hongshou listened, the more frightened he got. To be able to make his daughter have such a high appraisal, this young man was clearly not ordinary. In truth, how could a genius capable of comprehending spatial shift be ordinary? The more he thought, the more lingering Lang Hongshou felt. If Yi Yuan really came from a heavenly emperor, or even a Dao ancestor faction, then the consequences of touching him would be too severe. Why didn't you say earlier? Father nearly made a huge blunder." Lang Hongshou said. Lang Chuling said, "I wasn't aware of it beforehand too. In truth, I completely didn't expect that in a short few centuries' time, Yi Yuan's strength could actually reach such a level. You have to know, back then when I met him on the Heavenspan mountain, he didn't even reach Divine Lord realm. Back then, when Lang Chuling encountered Yi Yuan was only at the boundary of grand completion origin deity. With Lang Chuling's cultivation speed, ordinary people would only get pulled further and further apart from her. But Yi Yuan actually narrowed the gap until it was just a tiny bit within a short few hundred years. Fifth firmament celestial deity versus second firmament celestial deity, it might be insurmountable to ordinary people for life. But placed on Yi Yuan, it was clearly not very applicable. One had to know, Yi Yuan kicked the fourth firmament celestial deity Leng Hao flying with one foot on the stage. Chapter 1853, Seeking Battle. Really didn't expect that younger sister Chuling actually spoke up for us at the last minute. Just now, I was really frightened badly. It doesn't matter to me, but if I implicated you, I can't forgive myself in this lifetime. Returning to the courtyard, Lang Shu felt lingering fear. Previously, on the stage, saying that it was hanging on by a thread was also not over the top. Even though Yi Yuan had spatial shift, facing a true god powerhouse, it was also impossible to easily escape. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "They won't do anything to me." Seeing Yi Yuan's indifferent look, Lang Shu said huffily, "You're really reckless. Uncle, he's a true god powerhouse. But speaking of things, it's also strange. My relationship with young sister Chuling isn't considered close. Why would she refute her own father's face in front of so many people?" Just as they were talking, a servant came to report, saying that Lang Chuling came. This made Lang Shu stupefied again. Lang Chuling came leisurely, like a moving iceberg, emitting a proud and cold aura from head to toe. Not seeing for several hundred years, Lang Chuling's transformation was very big. It was not just the increase in strength, her disposition also underwent a drastic change. Lang Chuling back then was still just a junior. But now, she already faintly had the bearing of someone in the upper echelons. This was portrayed most vividly during the battle for young patriarch. A casual sentence, but no one dared to refute it. When Lang Shu saw Lang Chuling, he went up to greet, saying, "Many thanks to younger sister Chuling for helping us out of our predicament today. Otherwise, Yi Yuan and I would be in danger." Although he did not know why Lang Chuling would come forward and speak up for him, thanks still had to be said. It was merely a sentence to Lang Chuling, but to him, it was a life-saving grace. Faced with Lang Shu's thanks, Lang Chuling just said nonchalantly, "Big brother Shu doesn't need to be courteous. I was just saying a word of fairness." But her gaze went past Lang Shu and looked at the Yi Yuan behind him. Lang Shu detected Lang Chuling's gaze and could not help being taken aback, turning his head and looking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and opened his mouth and said, "Parting for years, Fairy Lang's elegant appearance is even more radiant than back then." Lang Chuling smiled faintly and said, "A scholar who has been away 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Young Master Yi really broadened my horizons today. I want to apologize to young Master Yi and take back the words I said back then." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's all past matters, mention it for what? Today, this Yi still have to thank Fairy Lang for resolving my predicament." Lang Chuling shook her head and said, "I believe that there is no need for me to get you out of the fix. Young Master Yi also has a way to get out of trouble." Although she did not know Yi Yuan's means, if father wanted to keep Yi Yuan behind, it likely would not be that easy. Yi Yuan was not that kind of reckless person. Since he mixed into the Lang family's dispute, he definitely had some reliance. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Although I only had the pleasure of meeting Fairy Lang once, Fairy Lang seems like this Yi's old friend of many years, knowing me like the back of your hand. However, I still have to thank you." By the side, Lang Shu was long dumbfounded from listening. It turned out that Lang Chuling and Yi Yuan were actually old acquaintances. It was just that he was very curious. The two people's conversation sounded very familiar, but was also not very familiar. It seemed like they merely only happened to have met once. But this brief one-time encounter could actually make Lang Chuling behave contrary to her normal behavior, and refute her own father's face. Furthermore, Lang Chuling actually smiled. She smiled at Yi Yuan. In Lang Shu's impression, he had never seen Lang Chuling smile at a guy before. The shock in Lang Shu's heart could be imagined. "Then young Master Yi's thanks, Chuling will accept it. Chuling has a presumptuous request. I wonder if young Master Yi can agree or not." Lang Chuling said. Yi Yuan nodded and smiled as he said, "Fairy Lang's request, how can this Yi dare to not agree?" Lang Chuling's gaze suddenly became sharp and she said, "Chuling wishes to have a battle with Sir. I hope that Sir will agree to it." Hearing this, Yi Yuan and Lang Shu were both taken aback. Lang Shu was incomparably surprised. As the Thousand Sore Mansion's peerless genius, Lang Chuling could not find an opponent among peers at all. Her opponents had always been those very senior disciples in Thousand Sore Mansion, their realms were also mostly higher than hers. Now, she actually wanted to challenge a second firmament celestial deity. Of course, Yi Yuan's strength, Lang Shu admired it greatly too. At least, he was not his match. But, to face Lang Chuling, it was still not enough. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Okay. Roar of ice, ice dragon howling sky." On the stage, two figures fought fiercely without rest. For some time, it was actually hard to distinguish who was superior or inferior. Yi Yuan relied on law fusion and actually forcefully managed to fight to a draw with Lang Chuling. Below the stage, Lang Shu watched until he was dumbfounded, mouth gaping. Turns out that Yi Yuan's strength is actually powerful to such a level already. When he was practicing his sword on me, he didn't even use 10% of his strength. Lang Shu murmured. For him to be able to have a breakthrough in power of laws within 10 days, it was entirely because of Yi Yuan's ringing style training. Back then, Lang Shu felt that Yi Yuan was very strong, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually strong to the extent where he could battle with Lang Chuling. Although Yi Yuan was at a disadvantage, he had just entered second firmament celestial deity. Such a monstrous Lang Chuling was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. By the side, Lang Hongshou was similarly incomparably shocked. His daughter's position in the Thousand Sore Mansion, he knew it like the palm of his own hand. It had always been his daughter jumping realms and challenging others. It was still his first time seeing someone jump realms to challenge his daughter. Seeing this scene, he was even more certain of Lang Chuling's speculation. Two figures separated upon contact, each retreating away. Fine beads of sweat actually seeped out on Lang Chuling's forehead. And Yi Yuan also had a rare episode of panting. Fighting Lang Chuling was still too forceful to the current him. Lang Chuling's expression was icy cold, but the shock in her heart could not use words to describe at all. For the first time in her life, she knew what was called a feeling of setback. Recalling when she met Yi Yuan back then, she had once said that Yi Yuan and her were destined to not be people in the same world. But several hundred years had passed, this sentence appeared so feeble. Although he was still somewhat inferior in terms of strength, without a doubt, Yi Yuan already arrived at her world. This was indisputable. Furthermore, developing in accordance with this trend, Yi Yuan surpassing her was merely a matter of time. It was just that Lang Chuling could not figure out no matter what, why such a peerlessly talented character would be stuck at grand completion origin deity realm for as long as 300 years. Thinking about it now, this was simply something beyond comprehension. Fairy Lang is indeed well deserving of being a peerless genius. This Yi concedes defeat. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "This fight just now, he had indeed lost." However, Lang Chuling shook her head and said, "Young Master Yi didn't go all out, so how can you say that you're defeated? If it were a deathmatch, who will emerge victoriously is not yet known." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't Fairy Lang the same too? In the end, it's still that I'm not strong enough. Not a life and death match. Everyone normally would not bring out their 100% strength. Really reaching that point, that would be the moment of either you die or I perish already. Wanting to pull back would be very difficult." Chapter 1854, Return in Defeat. Haha, little friend Yi is really a dragon among men. I offended you earlier. Looking on account of Chuling's face, I hope that little friend Yi doesn't blame me. Lang Hongshou's attitude suddenly changed drastically, making Lang Shu stunned too. Previously, after the battle for Young Patriarch, Lang Hongshou was still going to be cavalier with Yi Yuan. In this twinkle, he was actually so courteous to him. Even if Yi Yuan displayed his talent, he was just a junior after all. An exalted true god powerhouse actually apologized to a celestial deity realm martial artist. This would make people's jaws drop too much. Yi Yuan had a score in his heart and naturally knew what Lang Hongshou was thinking in his head. One would not hit a smiling face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Family head Lang is too polite. This matter, Yi Yuan had areas where I was wrong too. I hope that family head Lang is magnanimous enough to forgive." Lang Hongshou hurriedly waved his hand and said, not at all, little friend Yi doesn't know this but Hauer is considered half a son to me. So I view him in a different light from others, that's why there was such a misunderstanding." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Family head Lang is also someone who values sentiments. Yi Yuan understands, since Lang Shu has no inclinations towards the position of young patriarch, why not family head Lang pass the position of young patriarch to Lang Hao? Lang Hongshou had an awkward look when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was so formidable. This move made concessions in order to gain advantages, it was forcing him to clarify his position. Hoo, little friend must be joking. Lang Hao made a grave mistake. I was just about to order people to throw him into the dungeons as a warning to others. So how can I let him take the position of young patriarch? Lang Hongshou smiled and said. Lang Shu was dumbfounded from watching by the side. Lang Hongshou's attitude change was a little too big. It even made him have an illusion, feeling that Lang Hongshou was somewhat groveling. Actually, even though Lang Hongshou was a true god powerhouse, he was not some fierce and ambitious person who was decisive in going for the kill. On the contrary, he was a little weak-willed. Otherwise, he also would not be led by the nose by Lang Hao, this kind of junior. The reason why he could get his position was entirely relying on his dogther, Lang Chuling. With such a peerless proud child of heaven in Thousand Sore Mansion, it would not do for the Lang family to not want to regard him with importance. But in terms of character, he actually had flaws and was not very suited to hold the position of family head. At the thought of Yi Yuan's possible background, Lang Hongshou put down the proud attitude of a true god realm, because he was apprehensive of Yi Yuan. Actually, this could not be blamed on him either. The Heavenspan Mountain was the core location of the entire Heavenspan world. Factions that controlled the entrances of the Heavenspan Mountain, not one was not an apex force of the Heavenspan world. Forget about the Lang family, even the entire imperial capital could not afford to provoke two. And the talent that Yi Yuan displayed made him even more certain of this idea. Not just him, even Lang Chuling, her thoughts right now were also pretty much the same as his. But this scene landing in Lang Shu's eyes was totally not the case. Hoo, if little friend Yi doesn't mind, just stay in my Lang family for the time being. You and Lang Shu are on friendly terms, so I believe that you can get along very well. I still have things and won't keep you company anymore, Lang Hongshou smiled and said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, then I'll impose on family head. At the same time, Han Dongjun knelt in front of the Han family's family head, Han Tianyu. Tears and snot were on his face. Family head, you have to stand up for Dongjun. I only have this one son. Now, he was actually killed by someone. That Lang Hongshou was so impolite, having no respect for you at all. Han Tianyu's brows furrowed. He was not that kind of weak-willed person like Lang Hongshou, being steered by a few words from Han Dongjun. The Han family's strength was even stronger than the Lang family's. This was not unrelated to him, this family head. After musing for a moment, Han Tianyu said, come, we'll go and demand for the person. Han Dongjun's talent in cultivation could not make it was likely difficult for him to step into the true god realm in this lifetime as well. But his talent in management was very high. The Han family's businesses were mostly managed by Han Dongjun. Now, Han Dongjun was beaten by someone, it was equivalent to giving the Han family a slap. A Han family's descendant was killed and the father was even injured by people. If he, this family head, did not come forward, it could not be justified no matter what. In Han Dongjun's view, the Lang family was only making him go into action because of a matter of face. Just a second firmament celestial deity, it was not worthwhile for the Lang family to fight to the bitter end with the Han family. The moment he went into action, he would definitely be captured with ease. However, he miscalculated. Facing Han Tianyu's demand for the person, Lang Hongshou said with a fake smile, Hoo, brother Tianyu, Yi Yuan is my Lang family's distinguished guest. You coming forward to demand for the person like this, it's probably not appropriate, right? Han Dongjun was stunned when he heard that. Before he left, wasn't Lang Hongshou still yelling about killing Yi Yuan? How did Yi Yuan become the Lang family's honored guest in a blink of an eye? Hearing Lang Hongshou's words, Han Tianyu's face fell and he said, family head Lang, it's probably improper for you to be like this, right? That Yi Yuan killed my Han family's descendant. If I don't finish him off, how will my Han family still show face to people in the imperial capital in the future? Lang Hongshou just said coolly, that's your Han family's business. Nothing to do with me. All in all, this Yi Yuan, you can't touch him. Han Tianyu gave a cold snort and said, if I insist on touching. Could it be that your Lang family is going to go to war with my Han family? Lang Hongshou chuckled and said, go to war then, is my Lang family scared of you? Although my elder brother has already passed on, don't you forget that my Lang family still has Lang Chuling. Han Tianyu's face changed, his expression ugly to the extreme. The Lang family was originally already going downhill. But no one could have expected that in these recent 1,000 years, the Lang family actually produced Lang Chuling, overpowering the other few major families in the imperial capital. Lang Chuling was currently the Thousand Sore Mansion's treasure. Practically the best resources were piled onto her. Han Tianyu's son was much older than Lang Chuling, but his current strength was also merely more or less the same as Lang Chuling's. If the Han family and Lang family really fell out to the point of no return, Thousand Sore Mansion would definitely intervene. Lang Hongshou was relying on precisely this, that he could tackle the tense situation calmly. Han Tianyu drew a deep breath, eased up his tone, and said, "Younger brother Hongshou, it's merely a second firmament celestial deity kid, is there a need to be like this?" Lang Hongshou gave him an indifferent glance and said smilingly, "Second firmament celestial deity kid? Hey, Han Tianyu, you're clever all your life, but stupid this once." Han Tianyu was slightly taken aback and said, "What does this mean?" Lang Hongshou said, "Even though Han Dongjun is a good-for-nothing, he's at any rate a half-step true god existence too. I gave him the chance, but he actually couldn't even capture a second firmament celestial deity. Do you think that this second firmament celestial deity would be simple?" By the side, Han Dongjun was practically about to lose it. Lang Hongshou actually scolded him good for nothing in front of so many people. However, Han Tianyu looked over with a rather unfriendly expression, making Han Dongjun's face change. He naturally would not say such a humiliating thing for Han Tianyu to hear. A half-step true god taking action actually could not take care of a second firmament celestial deity. Saying good for nothing was praising him already. Family head, I, Han Dongjun stammered, not knowing what to say. A slap from Han Tianyu immediately slapped Han Dongjun out far away. Such a piece of important information, this damn fellow actually concealed it. And did not report, making him come over to lose face together along with him. Was Han Dongjun a good-for-nothing? Of course not. At least in front of a second firmament celestial deity, Han Dongjun was absolutely not a good-for-nothing. Lang Hongshou's words had a profound meaning. Many thanks for younger brother Hongshou's warning. Today, it was this Han who was rash. Han Tianyu clasped his hands and took his leave. Chapter 1855, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. On this day, in the Heavenly Sun Mountain range 10,000 miles northeast of Thousand Sore Imperial Capital, it suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. 4 enormous phantoms rose into the sky, extremely dazzling. They could be seen clearly within the boundary of the entire Thousand Sore Imperial Capital. Looking closely, these 4 phantoms were the extremely rare 4 symbols divine beasts of the Heavenspan world. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. The energy undulation that the 4 phantoms stirred up surges in tempestuous waves, practically sweeping through the boundary of the entire Thousand Sore Imperial Capital. It was not the Thousand Sore Imperial Capital itself, but the entire scope that the Thousand Sore Imperial Capital had jurisdiction over, including all of the imperial cities, capital cities, as well as counties. Its power could be seen at a glance. Right at this time, the 4 symbols divine beasts' mouths each spewed out a ray of light, converging in the air. In the center, an old man's virtual image gradually formed. This old man is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who accidentally died in this place. My power had no successors, casting it away is a pity. Hence, I laid down this immortal abode, hoping to find a successor to inherit my mantle. This voice spread out akin to rolling thunder. Everyone could hear it clearly. Inside Thousand Sore Imperial Capital, when Yuan heard this voice, his entire person was akin to being thunderstruck. It turned out that the thing Dustless said that was related to them was actually Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. It's him, it's indeed him, haha, that old man actually buried himself here. Inside Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless started laughing crazily. Looking at that strapping figure that was akin to that of a god, Yuan was speechless for a long time. This was Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, indeed unparalleled and overbearing. Even choosing a successor actually made it so that everyone knew about it too. Beside Yuan, Lang Chuling's pair of beautiful eyes was also swiveling non-stop. Clearly, she was very moved too. In the entire Heavenspan world, Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely a nuke-level existence. 1. Just as how Divine Lord Realm stopped the vast majority of martial artists, Empyrean, this threshold, similarly stopped countless peerless geniuses. In the entire heavenspan world, true god powerhouses were as plentiful as oxen hair. But among them, 1,000,000 people might not be able to produce an Empyrean powerhouse too. True god to Empyrean was an insurmountable great mountain. The entire 1,000-sore imperial capital was seething with excitement. Virtually all the martial artists were raring to have a go. There were even quite a few people who already sprinted out of the imperial capital, heading for Heavenly Sun mountain range. Such an opportunity was hard to encounter once in a million years. However, Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. What medicine was this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove selling in his gourd? Why, Brother Yi doesn't seem to be that interested in this opportunity that comes only once in a lifetime. Yi Yuan's reaction was somewhat outside of Lang Chuling's expectations. The inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse, that was something that everyone yearned for in their sleep, but Yi Yuan's brows were tightly locked. Even with her, Lang Chuling's, cold personality, she was somewhat moved. But Yi Yuan had a very disinterested appearance. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that and said smilingly, "Of course I'm interested. It's just that I feel that it's rather fishy." Lang Chuling's beautiful eyes moved and she asked curiously, "Fishy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This senior said that he's looking for a successor, but he doesn't have any requirements regarding bone age, cultivation realm, talent, and whatever. Also, this senior reported his own name, like he's afraid that his enemies don't know about it. Isn't this strange?" Lang Chuling was also surprised when she heard that. Hearing Yi Yuan said so, it really divulged peculiarity everywhere. Normally, when looking for a successor, one would have extremely high requirements for natural endowments. The successor of an Empyrean powerhouse was even high until it made people's scalps tingle. 1,000-sore imperial capital was merely a true god-level force. But their requirement for disciples also reached Lang Chuling's level. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean peerless powerhouse. If he was really seeking a successor, how could he possibly not have any stipulations about this at all? Of course, Yi Yuan also did not say one thing. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance was practically all left behind in the Immortal Grove world. Apart from an Empyrean spirit treasure, the rest were all obtained by him. Then, what was the inheritance here? Lang Chuling's pair of beautiful eyes sized Yi Yuan up non-stop like it was her first time knowing Yi Yuan. She discovered that Yi Yuan was really an enigmatic character. His wisdom, his talent, it really made the so-called geniuses perspire with shame. Among them included herself. More than 10 years already passed in a blink. Yi Yuan's realm rose rapidly and already reached peak 2nd firmament celestial deity, while she only cultivated to middle stage 5th firmament celestial deity. Presently, if Yi Yuan fought with her again, he could already fight to a draw. This kind of improvement speed simply made people's scalps tingle. Staring at me like that for what? Are there flowers on my face? Yi Yuan was stared at by Lang Chuling until he felt a little crept out and said smilingly. Lang Chuling smiled and said, "Facing an Empyrean legacy, you can still maintain such composure. I'm afraid that in the entire 1,000-sore imperial capital, it's also just you alone." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no harm in thinking more when encountering things. The more tempting the thing, the more it tends to conceal danger at the back." Lang Chuling ruminated on this sentence, feeling that it was very logical. The demise of many powerhouses was because they could not resist temptation. Except, facing such an inheritance, how many people could be calm? Lang Chuling looked around and discovered that each person was incomparably feverish as if this legacy was already an item in their bags. "In that case, you don't plan on getting involved in these muddied waters?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Haha, this is an Empyrean legacy, how can I possibly let it go?" When Lang Chuling heard that, she could not resist rolling her eyes. This guy said so much, it was equivalent to not saying anything. But she saw Yi Yuan suddenly say solemnly, "Chuling, you go and tell your master. It's best to be on the alert, but don't take action first. Wait and see. This Empyrean abode is probably not that easy to enter." After more than 10 years, Yi Yuan and Lang Chuling already became good friends. As for Lang Chuling's master, he was also 1,000-sore imperial capital's ruler. Lang Chuling was slightly surprised, but still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go and find master straight away. It's just, don't know if he will listen or not." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, 10 days. You have him wait 10 days. Within 10 days, there will definitely be an unforeseen event that happens." Lang Chuling nodded slightly, turned around, and left. "Master, could it be that you're going to go to that Empyrean abode. When Lang Chuling rushed to Thousand Sore Mansion, her master just happened to exit seclusion. Looking at his appearance, it looked like he was setting off. Lang Chuling secretly thought what a close shave, a step later and master would have left. Lang Chuling's master, Ji Tiong, 7th Firmament True God Peerless Powerhouse, and also Thousand Sore Imperial Capital's ruler. Toward Lang Chuling this disciple, Ji Tiong naturally regarded her with special respect. Hoo, this is a huge opportunity that comes once in a lifetime. Thousand Sore Imperial Capital is in a favorable position, this benefit mustn't be snatched away by others. Immortal Grove's might, as a 7th Firmament True God, Ji Tiong could feel it distinctly. This Empyrean was absolutely not an average Empyrean powerhouse, but a high-level Empyrean powerhouse. With Ji Tiong's talent, barring no accidents, it was very hard to have another breakthrough in this lifetime. Now, such a huge lucky chance suddenly popped out, how could he not be moved? But Lang Chuling shook her head and said, Master, this Empyrean abode, you can't go. Yes, the word for nuclear was used. Chapter 1856, Empyrean Death. Can't go. Lass, do you know what you're saying? Ji Tiong's brows furrowed, clearly somewhat unhappy. This kind of massive lucky chance placed in front of him, whoever stopped him would simply be like the great enmity of killing one's father. Even if the one who stopped him was his own disciple. Lang Chuling still had an icy cold face as she said calmly, Master, there's something fishy about this Empyrean inheritance. Lang Chuling repeated Yi Yuan's words. Ji Tiong listened until his brows were tightly knitted. What can that mean? Do you know what an Empyrean legacy signifies to Master? Ji Tiong was still unmoved. The allure of an Empyrean legacy was seriously too great, especially for Ji Tiong this kind, who basically had no hopes of making any more breakthroughs. Lang Chuling was rather anxious as she said, 10 days, just 10 days, all right. Ji Tiong's gaze turned sharp and he said, this isn't your idea, right? Lang Chuling did not hide it either and said, it's Yi Yuan's. Ji Tiong's face fell and he could not help ruminating. Yi Yuan's matters, Lang Chuling naturally would not hide from her own master either. His true identity naturally also aroused Ji Tiong's speculations in all respects. Musing for a moment, Ji Tiong nodded and said, all right, just 10 days. Thousand Sore Imperial Capital's commotion practically spread out at once. A major incident that shook the entire Imperial Capital, it could not be concealed even if one wanted to hide it too. From the second day onwards, the figures of many experts appeared in the vicinity of Thousand Sore Imperial Capital. True God powerhouses could not be casually seen even in places like Imperial Capitals too. But now, inside and outside of the Imperial Capital, the figures of true God powerhouses could be seen everywhere. Some of their auras were very powerful, even not beneath Ji Tiong's. On the third day, Ji Tiong finally could not hold back anymore. Master, didn't you promise me to wait 10 days? Lang Chuling had always been keeping watch over Ji Tiong and discovered it at the first moment. Ji Tiong said, Lass, Master can't wait anymore. Move aside. Lang Chuling said with a stubborn face, no way, you can't go. Ji Tiong's face fell, his figure directly vanishing before Lang Chuling's eyes. If a 7th Firmament True God powerhouse wanted to leave, how could Lang Chuling stop him? Ji Tiong directly went out of Thousand Sore Imperial Capital with a flash. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was not considered far for true God powerhouses. In a few breaths of time, Ji Tiong arrived at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Sensing the powerful undulations coming from on top of the mountain, Ji Tiong felt an upsurge of emotions and even somewhat trembled agitatedly. Suddenly, he laughed in spite of himself and said, no matter how impressive that brat is, he's also merely an initial stage celestial deity realm. What knowledge or experience can he have? This Empyrean legacy, I, Ji Tiong, am determined to get it. Finished saying, his figure leapt and was about to jump into Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. But right at this time, a rolling black mist came close from afar and arrived in an instant. All get further away for your father. Old fart Immortal Grove's abode is mine, Blackfiends. Just a sentence and it injured the 7th Firmament True God Ji Tiong. And this was even just an area of effect attack. At this time, the True God powerhouses who were similarly concealed in the mountain range were likely all the same as him, getting injured. Fiend Race Empyrean. Ji Tiong's face changed and he cried out in shock. This black mist was clearly an Empyrean-level powerhouse of the fiend race. Gu Tiank did not expect that there would actually be an Empyrean powerhouse moving out so quickly. Furthermore, it was even a fiend race Empyrean powerhouse. Yi Yuan punk screwed me over. Gu Tiank smacked his thigh and said with endless remorse and vexation. If he entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range at the first moment, he would definitely be able to take the initiative. Now, even an Empyrean powerhouse had taken action. What had it got to do with him still? Hence, he wished to take apart Yi Yuan's bones right now. This kind of lucky chance could not be encountered at any time. A single slip and it would bring everlasting regret. He could only helplessly watch that black mist land onto the mountain range and lament in pity. Very soon, that black mist submerged fully into the mountain range. Gu Tiank had a look of despair. This lucky chance had nothing to do with him anymore. But right at this time, a shrill scream rose straight to the sky. That black mist previously billowed in torrents once more. Gu Tiank's face changed. When he looked again, that black mist already became dim and dark, forming a sharp contrast with that imposing momentum previously. Old fart immortal grove, why are you still powerful when you've died already? That black mist wailed miserably. Hey, fiend race dog, since you came, how can I let you escape? Die for me. A void that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life spread out. Following that, a ray of light rose to the sky from within the mountain range, directly hitting that cloud of black mist. Immediately, this world was silent. One gaze after another looked towards the sky, incredibly shocked. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse died in front of them just like this. Gu Tiank swallowed his saliva, discovering that he was somewhat parched. So close, if not for this fiend race Empyrean powerhouse, the one dead right now would probably be him, right? It seemed like what Yi Yuan said was right. This was totally a setup, in order to draw some people over. How could the real legacy be obtained so easily? Didn't they see that even an Empyrean powerhouse was instantly one-shotted? This immortal grove was absolutely a daunting figure even to the extreme big shots when he was alive. Carrying the mood of having survived a disaster, Gu Tiank returned to Thousand Sore Imperial capital. When Lang Chuling saw Gu Tiank, she also heaved a long sigh in relief. Master, are you okay? Lang Chuling saw Gu Tiank's somewhat absent-minded appearance and could not help asking in concern. Gu Tiank glanced at Lang Chuling and said, Master, almost couldn't come back anymore. Lang Chuling's face changed and she said, what happened? Gu Tiank smiled bitterly and recounted the scene that happened previously, saying, this time, it was all thanks to you and Yi Yuan. If not for you guys, this old life of mine would probably be lost at Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. You helped me thank Yi Yuan well. No, you call him here, I want to thank him personally. Lang Chuling listened until she felt lingering fear too. An Empyrean powerhouse was exterminated in an instant. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Just how powerful of an existence was this heavenly Empyrean immortal grove when he was alive? Although Gu Tiank did not adhere to the 10 days deadline and ran off in advance, if not for these 2 days of delay, Gu Tiank would definitely be dead without a doubt. This Empyrean abode was clearly not what the Thousand Sore Imperial capital could devour alone already. When Yi Yuan came over, Gu Tiank thanked Yi Yuan ardently. Reaching his level, he regarded his life as the most important thing. Yi Yuan's one sentence saved his life, how could he not be moved? But, when Yi Yuan heard the demise of an Empyrean, he knew that this was likely a retaliatory act of heavenly Empyrean immortal grove against his enemies. Sure enough, in the following days, Thousand Sore Imperial capital was amidst the winds of change, and suddenly became the vortex of a storm. Within a short half a month, there were actually 3 Empyrean powerhouses who died in Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. Empyrean powerhouses, each one was a formidable existence that could make the Heavenspan world tremble with a stomp of their feet. 3 actually died all at once. As for those true god powerhouses that no one paid attention to, no idea how many had died already. At this time, everyone finally realized that this abode was not easy to enter. Chapter 1857, Still So Shameless. The demise of 3 Empyreans did not stop those powerhouses from advancing wave after wave. However, the powerhouses who entered Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, not one was able to return alive. A month later, finally no one dared to arbitrarily enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain Range anymore. Powerhouses from everywhere started converging in Thousand Sore Imperial capital, discussing how to enter this Empyrean abode. A city lord said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was a peak Empyrean powerhouse from 5 million years ago. His strength had already reached an inconceivable level and can even effortlessly annihilate Empyrean powerhouses. Another person said, in my view, it's likely difficult for us, these true god powerhouses, to enter inside. This heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove has such formidable strength. There must be countless lucky chances inside this abode. Giving up just like this, who is willing? Moreover, if we can obtain heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's Tao fruit. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere within the hall immediately tensed up. Empyrean Tao fruit, who did not want? Furthermore, this was not an ordinary Empyrean Tao fruit, but a peak Empyrean Tao fruit. Among these people, it was impossible for there to be someone who could reach this level in their lifetime. Gu Tiank said, now, someone already discovered that martial artists below celestial deity realm will be fine entering the heavenly sun mountain range. There have already been true god realm martial artists who tried it before. As long as one suppresses their realm to celestial deity realm, they won't be attacked when going deep into the mountain range. But, inside this heavenly sun mountain range, it is still filled with dangers. I feel that we'd better cooperate with a united effort, and think of a way to enter the abode first. I wonder what's everyone's opinion. Hearing Gu Tiank's words, everyone all nodded their heads in succession. Don't look at how they were all true god realm powerhouses. In front of heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, they were simply no one. 1,000, 10,000 going in, it was also seeking doom. Hence, banding up together first was indeed a pretty good option. Since everyone doesn't have objections, then let's set off together 10 days later, and enter the heavenly sun mountain range. Gu Tiank gave the final word. After discussing, the group of true god powerhouses all dispersed. But Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's city lord, Ji Xuan, stayed behind alone. MN, brother Ji looking for me, could there be something? Gu Tiank pretended to be uncertain as he said. Ji Xuan secretly cursed sly old fox and said with a smile, Hoo, old pal, my Heavenly Water Imperial Capital and your 1,000-soar Imperial Capital have always been of the same breath and branch. That good-for-nothing disciple of mine, Zhou Han, has admired last Chuling for a long time already. You think, shouldn't these elders, bring a romance to a happy ending? Gu Tiank chuckled when he heard that and said, the matters of youngsters, leave it to them to worry about it. You also know this disciple of mine, who she wants to choose as a Tao companion, that's not what I can persuade. Finished talking, Gu Tiank immediately left and did not seem to have the intention of continuing to chat. Ji Xuan's brows furrowed, not understanding what medicine this Gu Tiank was selling in his gourd. In the past, Gu Tiank was still rather keen about Zhou Han and Lang Chuling's affairs, even though Lang Chuling's attitude had always been uninterested. But now, even Gu Tiank, this old fellow, did not seem willing anymore. As Ji Xuan's favorite disciple, Zhou Han naturally came along to 1,000-soar Imperial Capital too. In reality, the true god powerhouses that came this time, quite a few brought along their juniors. A massive lucky chance like an Empyrean inheritance, even if they all, these disciples, obtained a tiny bit, it was also endlessly beneficial. Moreover, the Immortal Grove abode this time, it was already confirmed that only celestial deity realm and below powerhouses could enter. But at this time, Zhou Han already entered 1,000-soar mansion himself. This junior apprentice brother, I wonder if junior apprentice sister Lang Chuling is in 1,000-soar mansion. Zhou Han had a refined and courteous appearance, but his words exuded haughtiness. That 1,000-soar mansion disciple sized him up and said, who are you? The 1,000-soar mansion doesn't allow any random person to come in. Zhou Han smiled and said, I'm Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's Zhou Han. Junior apprentice sister Leng is precisely this Zhou's fiancé. In fact, I'm not considered an outsider. Zhou Han deliberately increased his volume, like he was afraid that people did not know him. That disciple was startled when he heard that and said, turns out that it's senior apprentice brother Zhou, apologies. Senior apprentice sister Leng is currently at the practicing field, I'll bring you over. Zhou Han's fame in imperial capitals was still very resounding, this disciple had clearly heard before. Furthermore, the rumors about Zhou Han and Lang Chuling were not some secret in Thousand Soar Mansion. It seemed like City Lord His Excellency had the intention of matchmaking the two. This disciple naturally did not dare to slight him. It turns out that he's Zhou Han. Indeed worthy of being Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's #1 genius, to actually be able to catch up to senior apprentice Sister Leng's cultivation speed. Yeah, heard that the Manor Lord intends to matchmake the two, they are really a match made in heaven. However, senior apprentice Sister Leng recently got rather close with a boy called Yuan. This is really seldom seen. Hey, that punk is merely a second firmament celestial deity, how can he be worthy of senior apprentice Sister Leng? When Johan heard the surrounding discussions, he originally enjoyed it greatly. But when he heard Yuan this name, his expression suddenly changed. This name was simply his nightmare. Even if several hundred years had gone by, it was still fresh in his memory too. Of course, he hated Yuan to the bones too, and he had long wanted to find Yuan to settle the scores. But, Yuan had never been heard of after he left the Heavenspan mountain. Hence, this plan also reached a deadlock. He did not expect that he heard this name once more today. Could it be that this Yuan is that punk on the Heavenspan mountain? Impossible. That person just now said that he's second firmament celestial deity. With that punk's talent, it's impossible to cultivate so quickly. Very soon, Johan dismissed this thought. He and Leng Chuling were the same, both feeling that this Yuan was not that Yuan. Following that disciple, Johan came to the practicing field. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples were currently sparring, while Leng Chuling was currently watching the fights by the side. Upon seeing Leng Chuling, Johan's two eyes immediately lit up and he said in a clear voice, "Junior apprentice Sister Leng, not seeing for many years, you're indeed still so breathtakingly beautiful." Leng Chuling turned her head. Seeing Johan, her brows immediately knitted together. This guy really lingered on like a haunting ghost. "This place is Thousand Sore Mansion. What are you here for?" Leng Chuling said coldly, but Johan did not mind and said smilingly, "Look at what junior apprentice Sister Leng is saying. I'm here to see my future wife, is there a problem?" The moment these words came out, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar, all guessing this young man's identity. But Leng Chuling's gaze turned cold and she said frostily, "Keep talking nonsense and be careful that I won't be courteous toward you. Now, immediately disappear from me." Johan laughed and said, "Why does junior apprentice Sister Leng have to be like this? Master, he already went to bring up the proposal of marriage for me. You and I will tie the nuptial knot sooner or later." Leng Chuling's expression became colder and colder, practically about to condense into ice. "Hoo, so many years of not seeing, young Master Joe is still so shameless. Haven't even checked your 8 characters yet and you're putting up a front here, be careful that it will be hard to wind up the matter." One. Right at this time, a figure appeared beside Leng Chuling. Johan focused his eyes and looked, and immediately flew into a rage. 1. It's common in Chinese culture to do feng shui fortune telling before marriage to check whether you and potential spouse's 8 characters match. Chapter 1858, You Have No Chance. Yuan, it's really you. Today, you won't be so lucky. I'll see who can still save you. When Johan saw Yuan, anger immediately rose up in his heart. But he was also extremely shocked in his heart. Not seeing him for several hundred years, Yuan actually reached peak second firmament celestial deity like flying. This cultivation speed was not the slightest bit inferior when compared to him. Was this guy still that trash who could even break through to the Divine Lord realm? One had to know, back then when he saw Yuan, he was just a grand completion origin deity. Yuan looked at Johan and said smilingly, "Don't need anyone to save me. Dealing with you, do I still need others?" The moment Johan heard this, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "A measly second firmament celestial deity also dares to engage in wild talk. Today, I'm going to beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Upon recalling that someone said just now that Leng Chuling and Yuan were very close, Johan could not help overflowing with jealousy. Old grudge and new hatred welled up together in his heart. Leng Chuling's face turned cold and she said, "Johan, this place is Thousand Sore Mansion, not Heavenly Water Imperial Capital. It's not your turn to be unbridled." Johan could not help choking when he heard that. Leng Chuling's protective attitude triggered his jealousy even more. Johan looked at Yuan and said with a cold smile, hiding behind a woman's back again, "This place just happens to be the practicing field. If you're a man, step forward and compete with me. Let Chuling take a look at who's her man." Leng Chuling's face got colder and colder. This Johan was really too insolent to actually say such things. She did not have any feelings toward him. Yet, His face was extremely thick, viewing her as his exclusive chunk of meat. "Johan, on the account that you're a guest, I've already exercised forbearance with you time and again. Keep talking nonsense and I won't be courteous," Lang Chuling said. Johan was still unmoved. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, "Gutless coward, trash who only knows how to hide behind women." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Putting aside whether I'm a gutless coward or not, the thickness of your skin, I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Johan sneered and said, "Manor Lord Ji Yu is very approving of my and Chuling's matters. Now that Master has gone to him to propose a marriage alliance, this wedding is already more than half succeeded. How is my skin thick?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then do you know why I'm not 1,000 Sore Mansion's disciple but can go in and out of this place any time? Then do you know Chuling and I are practically together from morning to night these few years? You have no chance." Johan's face could not help changing when he heard that. He still thought that Yi Yuan was 1,000 Sore Mansion's disciple. Johan did not expect that he actually was not. Lang Chuling's icy cold face had a rare hint of blush. Actually, she and Yi Yuan were both clear that Ji Yu Tiank was indeed creating conditions to let the two of them get close. Yi Yuan's mysterious identity had long been recognized by Ji Yu Tiank. Otherwise, he also would not stop for 3 days and not move because of a sentence from Yi Yuan. But between them, one was cold as frost, while the other was not in the mood for romance. There had not been any progress all along. Lang Chuling naturally knew that Yi Yuan was helping her out of her predicament, so she did not say anything and just tacitly approved of it. When Johan saw this scene, a hint of foreboding premonition arose in his heart. But he did not believe it at all. Ji Yu Tiank had always viewed him favorably. It was impossible for him to change his tune. Coupled with his illustrious identity, he and Lang Chuling were well matched in status. "Who the hell do you think you are? A mere second firmament celestial deity is also worthy of Chuling. If you have the capability, step forward like a man and compete with me." Johan saw that Yi Yuan was only a second firmament celestial deity. He was certain that he did not dare to accept the challenge at all, repeatedly using those words to squeeze Yi Yuan. The surrounding 1,000 Sore Mansion disciples also all revealed disdainful looks, feeling that Yi Yuan was too unmanly. Yi Yuan and Lang Chuling traveled as a couple all the time. All the disciples had long found it displeasing to their eyes. Lang Chuling was the goddess in their hearts, beautiful and also highly talented, but she was followed around every day by a second firmament celestial deity. They felt that it was very offensive to the eye. In their hearts, only Johan, this kind of background, could match up to Lang Chuling. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Chuling, let's go, let this mad dog bark here. I believe that very soon, he'll know that he had no chance long ago." Lang Chuling nodded her head, turned around, and was about to leave with Yi Yuan. She frequently sparred with Yi Yuan these few years and naturally knew that it was not that Yi Yuan did not dare, he was just disdainful. Johan was only an initial stage 5th firmament celestial deity. He was not Yi Yuan's match at all. Speaking of which, Johan's talent was actually not beneath Lang Chuling's. But precisely because Yi Yuan caused trouble on the Heavenspan mountain, it made Johan delay his cultivation. Seeing that Lang Chuling was so obedient, Johan's fire of jealousy was practically going to burst through the barriers. He blocked the two people's path with a flash. He looked at Yi Yuan angrily as he said, "Somebody who gave birth to, but nobody to raise. You'd best stay further away from Chuling for me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born in this world. You don't take a piss and look at the reflection too, see who the hell you are. Snatching women with me, are you worthy?" Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became icy cold. He originally did not want to stoop to Johan's level. But this guy did not have any knowledge of his limits at all. His mouth was really asking for a beating. Only to see his figure move, arriving at the center of the martial practicing field, and say in a cold voice, "Didn't you want to make me accept your challenge like a man? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing this scene, Johan was not alarmed, but rejoiced instead, and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, that's more like a man. You rest assured, I'll teach you how to behave yourself properly." Lang Chuling heaved a slight sigh in her heart. What was called seeking one's doom was like Johan, right? Johan's figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a big laugh, "Honestly speaking, for you to be able to cultivate to the celestial deity realm, it really exceeded my expectations. But, ants are ants in the end. You'll never be able to understand what's called a genius. Zhou Han's voice had yet to fade and Yi Yuan's entire person already vanished. He already successfully had his fury stoked up by Zhou Han and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Zhou Han did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all and was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. A clear slap echoed out. Zhou Han's entire person was slapped, flying out. This is a so-called genius. Less than even an ant. Not much strength, but spew mouthfuls of shit, Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was astounded. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples had never seen Yi Yuan make a move before and had always been very disdainful towards him. However, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it astonished all of them. Zhou Han was slapped silly by Yi Yuan's slap and only came back to his senses after a while. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said with a furious roar, "Despicable villain, to actually sneak attack. Today, I must tear you to shreds." Zhou Han's words made quite a few people secretly nod their heads. Although Yi Yuan's move just now was stunning, it was still Zhou Han who was too careless after all. A genuine frontal clash, Yi Yuan was definitely not a match. Is that so? Then this time, it's your turn. Yi Yuan looked at Zhou Han and said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's contemptuous smile deeply triggered Zhou Han. It was only to see him grit his teeth. The world power of a first firmament celestial deity gushed out frenziedly, and he rushed over toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 1859, Naive. On the stage, the collision sounds of streams of divine essence colliding came over. Everyone below the stage was dumbstruck with amazement. One-sided, except, it was not the same as they expected. This match was completely one-sided toward Yi Yuan. Under Yi Yuan's strange and unfathomable movement technique, Zhou Han was being completely brutalized. Why is it like this? Zhou Han's talent ranks at the top of the list among the various major imperial capitals too. He's actually being abused by a second firmament celestial deity. No wonder senior apprentice sister Leng goes places together with him as a couple. It turns out that it's like this. Thousand Sore Mansion's disciples were all incredibly shocked. They totally did not expect that the Yi Yuan who they normally looked down on, his strength was actually so formidable. The fifth firmament celestial deity Zhou Han was being abused promptly, without any ambiguousness at all. If one said that previously it was Yi Yuan's sneak attack succeeding, then right now, Yi Yuan was completely crushing with strength. No flashiness at all. Yi Yuan stomped on Zhou Han's chest with a foot, trampling him onto the ground. He said disdainfully, "Weren't you going to teach me how to behave? Just based on your bit of strength. Without sufficient strength, you also dare to learn to look down on the world from others, and view others as ants. Who gave you the courage?" The shock in Zhou Han's heart could not use words to describe. Several hundred years ago, when he and Yi Yuan first met, he could crush the other party with just one hand. But by relying on his talent, not only did this gap not widen several hundred years later, Yi Yuan caught up from behind instead and surpassed him. This guy actually fused spatial law and sword Dao law, his combat power off the charts. Zhou Han's pride as a genius was utterly crushed into pieces by this foot. "Let go of me, you ignorant fool. When my master learns of this, he'll definitely waste your cultivation and make you never have a chance to rise again." Zhou Han gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan's face turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Can't beat yourself, so you bring your master out. However, your threat is really very foolish." Done talking, Yi Yuan lightly tapped toward Zhou Han's divine sea with a finger. Zhou Han's pupils constricted, having a look of despair on his face. But right at this time, a feeling of incredible danger suddenly descended. "Lad, you dare." True God powerhouse. Yi Yuan felt the other party's strength straight away. His body was virtually frozen by this powerful pressure, unable to move at all. Although his foot was still stepping on Zhou Han's body, this foot could not be stomped down at all. A late-stage true God powerhouse was too powerful. However, he was Yi Yuan. He was the Yi Yuan who grasped spatial law. Even a true God powerhouse's comprehension in terms of spatial law might not be stronger than him too. This killing intent was too piercingly cold. There was no way Yi Yuan would resign himself to death. Feeling this powerful pressure, Zhou Han's two eyes lit up. He said in pleasant surprise, "Master." However, Leng Chuling's face changed drastically. Wanting to take action was already too late. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure suddenly disappearing. What vanished together with him was also Zhou Han. A figure stepped out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise and anger. Spatial shift. Terrific lad. The arrival was none other than precisely Zhou Han's master, Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's master, Ji Xuan. At the critical moment, even though Yi Yuan avoided Ji Xuan's certain kill strike, he also suffered heavy injuries. The might of a true god was no joke. If it were others, they would have long been crushed into minced meat by the world power. Currently, Yi Yuan's palm was pressed on the center of Zhou Han's back. As long as divine essence spat out, it could wreck his life force. The reason why he wanted to bring Zhou Han to shift together was to capture a hostage. Otherwise, the power of a true god, even if he unexpectedly avoided the first attack, Ji Xuan's second strike would be sufficient to cause death too. And he did not have the leeway to resist at all. Master, save me. Sensing Yi Yuan's divine essence wreaking havoc within his body, Zhou Han was frightened to the extreme in his heart. Ji Xuan's face fell and he looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Let go of Han. I'll leave you an intact corpse." Yi Yuan laughed from extreme fury and said, "Indeed worthy of being master and apprentice, both equally stupid. You already want to kill me, would I let him go? Do you think that I'm as mentally addled as you? Don't move, you can try if you're faster or I'm quicker." Sensing Ji Xuan's divine essence undulation, Yi Yuan immediately warned the other party. Ji Xuan's face turned black and he said, "If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of Han, I'll definitely make you regret coming into this world." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so?" As he said, Yi Yuan spat divine essence. Zhou Han immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, his entire person becoming dispirited and inert. Yi Yuan dealt his blow very aptly, directly making Zhou Han lose his ability to resist, but did not kill him too. This was enough to frighten Ji Xuan. Ji Xuan's face changed, aware that he ran into a ruthless character. How could he still dare to act rashly without careful thought? "Kid, let him go. We can settle things through discussion." Ji Xuan finally lowered his proud head and compromised with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What's there to discuss? You want to scam me to leave Zhou Han, then kill me at the first moment. I have to admit, although you're at a ripe old age, you're still very naive." Ji Xuan's face became black as the bottom of a wok. He discovered that this kid was too sharp. His disciple compared to him was simply a weakling. The moment he opened his mouth, he knew what he wanted to do. "What the hell do you want?" Ji Xuan said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Wait." Finished saying this word, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and stopped talking. Ji Xuan was taken aback, not knowing what Yi Yuan's words meant, but very soon, he understood. Another extremely strong aura arrived with a howl. "Ji Xuan, you're also looking down on my thousand-soar imperial capital too much." An exalted thousand-soar imperial capital powerhouse actually bullied a celestial deity realm junior. "Do you still want face or not?" The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Ji Tiong's words were full of rage. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, such a major incident actually happened in the thousand-soar mansion. Ji Xuan's brows furrowed and he said, "This boy nearly crippled Han. Could there be something wrong for me to want to kill him?" Ji Tiong's gaze looked towards Yi Yuan, a probing look on his face. Yi Yuan briefly recounted the matters earlier. Ji Tiong glared and said, "You heard it. Master, you have to stand up for me." Zhou Han said feebly. Seeing Ji Tiong's attitude toward Yi Yuan, Ji Xuan seemed to have understood something, his expression rather ugly. Sure enough, Ji Tiong snorted coldly and said, "Zhou Han, give up. You and Leng Chuling, it is impossible. Also, after this incident, the two of you master and apprentice are not allowed to step foot in Thousand Soar Mansion again." Zhou Han's pupils constricted when he heard that, looking at Ji Tiong in disbelief, a doubtful look on his face. He could not figure out why Ji Tiong's attitude would unexpectedly have a 180 degrees turnaround. Suddenly, he recalled the words Yi Yuan said. It turned out that, this time it was not Yi Yuan being Leng Chuling's shield anymore. Ji Tiong really had the intention of matchmaking the two of them. It was laughable. He was still posing as Thousand Soar Imperial Capital's son-in-law previously in front of the Thousand Soar Mansion's disciples. Chapter 1860, Shu Xing. This, Uncle Ji. Shut up, who's your uncle, shameless thing. In the past, I saw that you still looked decent, but I didn't expect that you were actually so shameless. I only agreed to let you and Chuling come into contact. So when did I acknowledge your marriage? You recklessly cooked up a rumor in my Thousand Soar Mansion. Do you still have any respect for me, this city lord? Ji Tiank was boiling with rage and also filled with endless fear after the incident at the same time. If Yi Yuan died at Ji Xuan's hands, the entire thousand-sore imperial capital might have to suffer an apocalyptic calamity. Fortunately, Yi Yuan was different from ordinary people and actually escaped with his life from under Ji Xuan's hands. This also greatly surprised him. However, toward Zhou Han, who he still regarded as decent in the past, he was no longer satisfied no matter which angle he looked at him anymore. Seeing Ji Tiank's enraged appearance, Zhou Han's face was akin to dead ashes. Ji Xuan, what are you still stoning for? Hurry up and bring this useless apprentice of yours and scram for me. Ji Tiank said in a deep voice. Ji Xuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, Ji Tiank, you fell out with me for a kid still wet behind his ears. Is there really this need? Ji Tiank sneered and said, Yi Yuan is my savior. Do you think I have this need or not? Ji Xuan's expression changed, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. Following this, he nodded his head and said, fine, I got it. But today's matter isn't over. Kid, I hope that you don't land in my hands. Han let's go. Finished saying, Ji Xuan swept his sleeves grandly and took Zhou Han away from Yi Yuan's hands. The moment Ji Xuan left, Yi Yuan's two eyes saw black, and then he fell to the ground. Facing Ji Xuan, this level of true god powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not dare to slack off in the slightest. At this time, he finally could not hold on anymore. 10 days' time passed in a blink. On this day, countless powerhouses gathered outside of Heavenly Sun Mountain Range. The allure of an Empyrean inheritance was seriously too great. Even if they knew that there was huge danger, there were also countless people who were willing to fly into the fire like moths. And among these powerhouses, it was clearly the Thousand Sore Alliance's strength that was the greatest. A true god powerhouse said, Brother Ji Yu, the hour is almost reaching, let's enter the mountain. Ji Tiank nodded and said, come on. Hang on. Right at this time, two figures descended from the sky. When the group of true god powerhouses saw the arrivals, their faces could not help changing and they bowed in salute as he said, we pay respects to Lord Ji Kong. The aura of that true god powerhouse in the front was astonishing, it was actually a peak true god realm powerhouse. It was only to see him nodded and said, such a grand event, my vast heaven great imperial capital naturally has to join in too. Shu Xing, why haven't you paid respects to the various uncles? Behind Ji Kong, a handsome young man clasped his hands and said, this lowly nephew, Shu Xing, pays respect to uncles. So, you're Shu Xing. Hoo, truly, heroes come from youngsters. I have long heard that an extraordinary talent appeared in vast heaven great imperial capital, fused together three kinds of power of laws, his strength extremely formidable. Meeting today, indeed lives up to the reputation. The group of true god powerhouses actually took the initiative to flatter a celestial deity realm junior. This also made the surrounding powerhouses all tongue-tied. However, hearing them say so, these people were all incredibly shocked. To geniuses, there were plenty who comprehended two, even three kinds of power of laws. But, those able to fuse two kinds of power of laws were in the minority, let alone fusing three kinds of power of laws. Those able to fuse three kinds of power of laws were undoubtedly all peerless geniuses that were 1 in 10,000. Shu Xing had a proud look, accepting the group of powerhouses, compliments without misgivings. Clearly, he had long gotten accustomed to this scene. Zhou Han has long admired Brother Shu's great name. Upon seeing today, it's sufficient to have no regrets for 3 lifetimes. Zhou Han was unwilling to be left in the cold and went forward to flatter. Shu Xing gave him a glance and said calmly, so, you're Zhou Han. I've heard of you before. Beneath imperial capitals, your talent is first-rate. Zhou Han was pleasantly surprised and said, Brother Shu has actually heard of me before. Zhou Han is really overwhelmed by flattery and honor. Shu Xing said coolly, but I've heard before that among imperial capitals, there's still a proud daughter of heaven Leng Chuling, whose talent is above yours. I wonder who that is. Leng Chuling did not expect that Shu Xing would call upon her and stepped forward rather unwillingly. Greeting with folded hands at the lower right side, she said, this lowly one, Leng Chuling, pays respect to Sir Shu. When Shu Xing saw Leng Chuling, his eyes could not help lighting up. His face finally revealed a trace of a smile and said with a nod, I really didn't expect that Miss Leng actually has such unparalleled looks. Miss Leng, the journey of Heavenly Sun Mountain Range, you're the host and have to take good care of me. Lang Chuling's brows furrowed and said, dare not. This trip, I still have to look to uncles for more support. The moment people with discerning eyes saw, they knew that this Shu Xing took fancy on Lang Chuling. Ji Kong was also smiling and not saying anything at one side. Shu Xing's horizons were extremely high. The girls pursuing him in vast heaven-great imperial capital were plentiful like carps moving down a stream, but he did not take fancy on anyone. He did not expect that he found someone pleasing to the eye here. By the side, when Johan saw this scene, he secretly gloated in others' misfortune in his heart. It was already impossible for him to obtain Lang Chuling. But with Shu Xing charging out halfway now, he wanted to see what Yi Yuan had to compete with the other person. To talk about this Shu Xing, he was indeed a peerless genius. His age was similar to theirs, but he was already peak 6th firmament celestial deity. More importantly, he even fused 3 kinds of power of laws, his combat power extremely strong. Although Johan's talent was extremely high, compared to him, he indeed paled considerably in comparison. He indeed had the capital to be proud of. Ji Kong smiled and said, Hu, you're all outstanding talents among the young generation, your future accomplishments immeasurable. You should naturally get closer. With Ji Kong speaking, the others naturally nodded their heads and agreed. People that came from great imperial capitals, they could not afford to provoke. Just like this, a group of true god powerhouses suppressed their realms to celestial deity realm and stepped into the Heavenly Sun Mountain range. The moment Yi Yuan entered Heavenly Sun Mountain range, a familiar feeling hit him head-on. That feeling was as if he returned to the Immortal Grove world. Previously, the Thousand Sore Alliance carried out a lockdown on the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain range. But following their entry, other powerhouses also entered the Heavenly Sun Mountain range one after another. Currently, heads could be said to be swarming in Heavenly Sun Mountain range. This array formation is very similar to the 4 symbols family clans, Grand Array. Yi Yuan and Dustless communicated. Dustless nodded and said, the 4 symbols divine beasts forming an array, the power is sufficient to eradicate a major realm powerhouse. Immortal Grove laid down a matchless grand array in the entire Heavenly Sun Mountain range. Annihilating Empyrean powerhouses is akin to child's play. Yi Yuan said, with so many powerhouses entering, it's likely that a single misstep and it will trigger the grand array. Dustless smiled and said, these fools even thought that Immortal Grove would leave behind his Tao teachings for them. They are thinking too much. The party gradually went deep in. Suddenly, a series of screams came over. A cluster of fire rose to the sky. More than a dozen powerhouses were instantly burned to ashes. Ji Kang's face changed and he cussed angrily. This bunch of fools activated the Immortal Wind Heavenly Fire Array of the 4 symbols Grand Array. Once the heavenly fire is triggered, it vows to immolate everything. Everybody, quickly run. Chapter 1861, Who is brother with you? The fire spread rapidly and was practically going to immolate the entire space. For a moment, wails of doom filled the lands. Under such power, even true god powerhouses were hard-pressed to escape death too. Junior apprentice sister, follow me. I'll bring you out. Shu Xing flashed a confident smile at Lang Chuling and was about to hold her hand. Lang Chuling's face changed, and she hurriedly pulled her hand back. Shu Xing's hand froze there, his expression seemingly rather embarrassed, and he said with a smile, follow me closely. Don't get lost. Finished saying, Shu Xing's figure moved, speeding toward the depths of the mountain range. Luckily, Thousand Sore Alliance's people ran fast and escaped the core region of the Grand Array very quickly. But the danger was not far away. Even if right now was at the border region, a large cluster of flames would also rush out from time to time, reaping the lives of a group of powerhouses. The strength of those true god powerhouses was formidable, but they were also delayed by those powerful lames. As for Shu Xing, these juniors, could only band together. But along the way, with Shu Xing leading a group of disciples to blaze a trail, it was very smooth sailing. But he discovered that a young man followed by Lang Chuling's side from start to end, and his brows could not help furrowing. Boy, you don't seem to be a Thousand Sore Mansion's disciple, right? Get lost, our team doesn't bring along good-for-nothings. Shu Xing said unhappily. In his view, Yi Yuan, this second firmament celestial deity, saw that their squad was powerful, and sought their protection. How could he allow this sort of thing? Lang Chuling spoke up, senior apprentice brother Shu, Yi Yuan is my friend. Xu Xing's expression was rather awkward as he said with a smile, "So, it's junior apprentice Sister Leng's friend, then that's alright. But let's get the unpleasant things out of the way first. People who don't contribute, don't think about getting any benefits." At this time, the Johan in the squad suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Hoo, not just being friends that simple, right? I heard that City Lord Gu has the intention of matchmaking junior apprentice Sister Leng and Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice Sister Leng, congratulations to you." Those present were all young heroes. The weakest in strength was also peak 4th firmament celestial deity. Could a measly 2nd firmament celestial deity be worthy of Leng Chuling? More importantly, there was an additional Xu Xing now. Xu Xing was also taken aback, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan had additional thick enmity. Seeing this scene, Johan secretly felt great in his heart. He knew that just this one sentence was enough. Leng Chuling's brows furrowed, her gaze when looking at Johan was icy cold. How could Johan not feel it? But he already did not care anymore. Forget that there was Yi Yuan, even if there was no Yi Yuan, it also had nothing to do with him anymore now. Competing with Xu Xing, that was looking for death. Xu Xing did not want to lose his bearing in front of Leng Chuling and only said indifferently, "Oh. To be able to be viewed favorably by City Lord Gu, looks like this brother Yi is bound to have areas surpassing others. Later, this Xu would like to spar." But one sentence and the smell of gunpowder already became strong. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Who is brother with you? Are you worthy?" Everyone was stunned, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so unyielding. Xu Xing was also taken aback. He thought that Yi Yuan would beat a retreat in the face of difficulties after hearing his words. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually showed such little regard for his face. Yi Yuan naturally would not give him face. He did not have any improper thoughts toward Leng Chuling, but these guys insisted on treating him as an imaginary foe. The most important thing was that this Xu Xing was a hypocrite who posed as someone of high morals with one look. Saw that his realm was low and wanted to drive him out of the team. Actually, if not in order to protect Leng Chuling, he would not be bothered to travel together with these people. Yet, this Xu Xing was self-righteous and felt that Yi Yuan was benefiting from association with him. Xu Xing's face fell and he said in a cold voice, refusing face when given, "Since that's the case, then you have no need to follow our squad anymore too. After all, we don't know each other." Leng Chuling's brows furrowed and she said, "Yi Yuan is my 1,000 Soar Imperial Capital's guest. If he isn't in this team, then I'll leave too." Xu Xing's face changed, immediately overflowing with jealousy. He did not expect that Leng Chuling actually had just little regard for his face, and was actually put in a dilemma for a moment. "Humph, I'll give junior apprentice Sister Leng face. Today's matter, this Xu remembered it," Xu Xing said with a cold snort. Suddenly, a violent fire wave attacked. Everyone turned pale with fright. "Xu Xing, this wave of fire is too strong. You guys take care of yourselves. Remember, don't split up." Ji Kang's voice came over at this time. "Got it, Elder Ji," Xu Xing said in a clear voice. Finished talking, he turned to everyone again and said, "Everybody, we'll join hands for this wave of fire, all heed my command. Junior apprentice Sister Leng, you hide behind me." Xu Xing had a righteous appearance that was unflinching in the face of death as if everything was within control. Leng Chuling originally did not want to answer, but seeing Yi Yuan wink at her, only then did she retreat. Ah, ah, ah. Another series of screams came over. Some weaker martial artists were still burned to death or seriously injured. "Yi Yuan, right now is the juncture of life and death, could it be that you plan on hiding at the back like a girl?" When Xu Xing saw that Yi Yuan also shrank back at the back, he could not resist saying in a cold voice. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all are powerful, I'm just a rookie. It's safer to hide at the back." The words incurred numerous scornful looks. These young heroes all felt that this Yi Yuan was simply too shameless. However, they already had no time to be scornful of Yi Yuan. Everyone listens to the command. Use your strongest attacks and meet the fire wave. Release. Xu Xing gave a fierce cry, his long sword suddenly attacking. A sword emerging, it was akin to a rainbow cutting across the sky, welcoming that wave of fire. Multicolored divine essence undulations revolved around inside the mountain range, meeting the blazing fire in unison. Even though these were all distinguished folks among the junior generation, the immortal wind grand array was seriously too strong. The enormous shock wave knocked their bodies flying backward, fresh blood spewing wildly. Xu Xing's entire person appeared somewhat wretched, the clothing on his body was also significantly scorched. However, the flames only paused slightly for a moment and staged a comeback. Xu Xing's face changed and he roared to the back, "Everyone quickly run. These flames are unstoppable." As he said, how could he still care about Lang Chuling, turning tail and running? The flames immediately burned a large area, screams echoed out together. Quite a number of young heroes did not have time to escape and were directly devoured by the large fire. Xu Xing and the group of geniuses covered their heads and scurried away. No idea how long they fled either, finally escaping the engulfment of the flames. But the moment he turned his head back, Xu Xing discovered that Lang Chuling's traces were long gone, and his expression could not help changing. "Zhou Han, you saw junior apprentice Sister Lang?" Xu Xing looked at the extremely wretched Zhou Han and asked in a solemn voice. Zhou Han still had not caught his breath until now. Seeing Xu Xing inquire, he could not help shaking his head and said, Didn't see. Everyone was all fleeing on their own, how could I care about her?" Xu Xing's brows furrowed. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, he discovered that the road when they came was long already engulfed by the large fire, becoming a sea of fire. Chapter 1862, Door of Four Symbols. A young hero said, "Senior apprentice brother Xu, just now, in the mayhem, I seem to have seen junior apprentice sister Leng and that Yuan get engulfed by the flames. Just now, a large wave of fire pounced over, engulfing many people all at once. Lang Chuling dying inside was nothing strange. Seeing that vast expanse of fire sea behind him, Xu Xing was extremely remorseful and angry. He finally managed to take fancy on a woman and she was actually burned to death just like this. But Zhou Han had an excited look because he heard that Yi Yuan was dead too. Senior apprentice brother Xu doesn't need to be like this. There are plenty of other fishes in the sea. Although that Lang Chuling was quite good looking, there are still some who can match up to senior apprentice brother Xu with some difficulty. Zhou Han urged him. Sure enough, the moment Xu Xing heard, his expression became much better and he switched to a regretful expression as he said with a nod, "Be that as it may, with junior apprentice sister Leng dying in the sea of fire, I'm still very upset." Zhou Han smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Xu is indeed somebody who values sentiments," Zhou Han admires. You guys, look. There seem to be people walking inside that sea of fire. Suddenly, a young man shouted. Everyone got a big shock and used doubting gazes to look over. It was fine if they did not look, but when they saw it, each and every one of them was shocked until their jaws hit the ground. Amidst the sea of fire, there were indeed two figures vaguely visible, coming over to their side. How is this possible? Such a terrifying sea of fire, there are actually people who can move inside it. Yeah, I saw it clearly just now. A fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse was instantly burned to ashes. How can there possibly be people moving around inside it? Hang on, this seems to be a male and female. They look rather familiar. No need him to say, everyone already saw clearly. These two figures were precisely Yi Yuan and Lang Chuling. Yi Yuan held Lang Chuling with one hand, disappearing and reappearing inside the sea of fire as if they would be engulfed at any time. But those violent flames were seemingly avoiding the two of them. They were very safe from beginning to end. Zhou Han's face almost became green, looking at this scene full of disbelief. Yi Yuan leapt, bringing along Lang Chuling and directly jumping out of the sea of fire. Not a scratch. Everyone did not quite dare to believe their eyes. Inside such a berserk sea of fire, they could actually remain completely unscathed. Yi Yuan looked at Xu Xing and said with a look of amusement, "This senior apprentice brother Xu, didn't you say that you wanted to protect junior apprentice sister Leng earlier? Why did you run even faster than a rabbit?" Xu Xing's expression choked up. He pledged in all solemnity just now with the appearance of a peerless hero, saying to protect Lang Chuling. But when he fled, he completely did not even look at Lang Chuling and ran faster than everyone else. Junior apprentice sister Leng, Xu Xing was just about to explain, but heard Lang Chuling say indifferently, "Senior apprentice brother Xu's body is priceless, how can you risk your life? Moreover, senior apprentice brother Xu and I are neither kith nor kin, there's also no need to stay behind to save me." Toward Xu Xing, Lang Chuling looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Everyone said that a friend in need is a friend indeed, it was not false at all. Along the way, Xu Xing was always doing his best to please and woo. But when it really reached the critical moment, he was not reliable at all. Such a person was not worthy of undertaking any responsibility at all. Shu Xing they all retreated too suddenly, laying Leng Chuling bare inside the sea of fire all of a sudden. Leng Chuling was caught off guard and almost lost her life in the sea of fire. At the 11th hour, it was still Yi Yuan who stepped forward bravely and brought her out of the sea of fire. But towards Yi Yuan, Leng Chuling was also extremely shocked in her heart. The surroundings were clearly all wildly dancing fire snakes, but they seemed to turn a blind eye to the two of them. She completely did not understand what happened. All in all, places where the fire snakes arrived at, wails of doom filled the lands. Yet, the two of them could stand aloof without paying attention to others. It was truly incomparably magical. Hearing Leng Chuling said so, Shu Xing's heart seemed to have been pricked. In so many years, Leng Chuling was the first woman who moved him. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, the two people's relationship actually became like this. He used venomous eyes to look at Yi Yuan. He attributed this incident to Yi Yuan. Inside a valley ahead, a group of true god powerhouses had long already arrived. Yi Yuan swept a glance over and discovered that these true god powerhouses were all carrying wounds from head to toe. Their numbers also reduced a little. Clearly, this immortal wind heavenly fire grand array's power was extremely strong. Even true god powerhouses found it hard to avoid the outcome of death too. Currently, in the valley, apart from the Thousand Sore Alliance's powerhouses, the other itinerant cultivators were all taking a rest on their own too. In truth, the itinerant powerhouses that came this time were several times of the Thousand Sore Alliance in terms of numbers. Among them also had quite a few true god-level powerhouses. But in this place, no one dared to employ the strength of true god realm at all. Otherwise, being annihilated was just a matter of an instant. Someone complained in the crowd, "The Heavenly Sun mountain range is so big. We haven't found the entrance to the abode yet and so many people already died. This place wouldn't be a hoax, right? Isn't that so? This four symbols grand array is too terrifying. It's simply purgatory on earth. It wouldn't be that we couldn't even find the entrance and we'd all be dead, right?" Regardless of whether it was the Thousand Sore Alliance or those itinerant martial artists, the expression on everyone's face was very ugly. Clearly, this was also what they were worried about. The four symbols grand array that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laid down was too terrifying, eradicating them was like playing. But so many people died and they had not even seen the entrance to the abode. So how could they not be depressed? Right at this time, in the four directions of the valley, four stone doors rose up from the ground, making the earth quake. The key to open up the abode lies inside these four stone doors. Inside each stone door contains a drop of Empyrean level sour symbols true blood. When you collect the four symbols true blood, you'll be able to open this Empyrean's abode, and obtain this Empyrean's legacy. A voice was akin to rolling thunder, making everyone's faces wildly ecstatic. Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, that was a massive lucky chance. If one could obtain a drop of Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, even if they did not enter the abode, it was also sufficient to benefit for life. The crowd started seething with excitement once more. Especially Ji Kong, his two eyes were practically glowing. His realm had always been stuck at peak true god realm and kept being unable to break through. He knew that he had already exhausted his potential and was completely unable to break through to the Empyrean realm anymore. But, if let him obtain a drop of Empyrean level 4 symbols true blood, then he might very likely break through to the Empyrean realm. Virtually without the slightest hesitation, Ji Kong immediately rushed towards the stone door on the east side. That stone door was the door of Azure Dragon. At this time, how was the Thousand Sore Alliance still useful? These true god powerhouses all moved swiftly, moving towards the four stone doors. Whoever was a step slow, the lucky chance might be snatched away by others. "Young Master Yi, which stone door are you planning to go?" Leng Chuling asked rather curiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Vermilion Bird True Blood should be the bloodline most suited for you. Why don't we enter the door of Vermilion Bird?" Leng Chuling looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. Hearing the meaning in his words, if they obtained the four symbols true blood, he was actually going to give to her. This, "Young Master Yi, are you not planning on obtaining for the four symbols true blood?" Leng Chuling asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just four symbols true blood, also not something remarkable. Come on." Chapter 1863, Vice Fire. In front of their eyes was a boundless desert. Under the blazing sun, the entire world was akin to a heating stove. Entering the door of Vermilion Bird, it was quite a scene. This damn place, can't see the end at a glance. Where can we even find the Vermilion Bird true blood? Most likely, it's deep in the desert. Don't delay anymore. Keep delaying and others will beat us to it. Upon hearing this, the crowd poured towards the depths of the desert like tidewater. Yi Yuan, let's set off too, Lang Chuling said. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, more haste, less speed. It's already so dangerous outside, so why would this desert not be dangerous at all? Lang Chuling's face changed. In this boundless desert, she could not feel the slightest danger. It seemed that apart from being a little hot, there was nothing peculiar. Then what should we do? Yi Yuan said, you cultivate an ice attribute cultivation method. So revolve your cultivation method and you'll naturally be safe. Lang Chuling was not quite certain what it meant, but she still followed Yi Yuan's instructions and did it. On Lang Chuling's body, cold air gradually grew. Her entire person seemed to be a lot colder too. After doing this, the two walked toward the depths of the desert unhurriedly. Hey, these two people are really doing unnecessary things. This place has no danger at all, and they actually started revolving divine essence. When they really encounter danger, see what they use to face the enemy. Seeing the divine essence on Lang Chuling's body, a series of mocking sounds immediately came over. In everyone's view, this kind of action was undoubtedly very foolish. Constantly revolving one's cultivation method would continue depleting the divine essence within the body. Once encountering a battle, one would not be able to deal with the enemy at their peak state. Right at this time, a scream suddenly came from the crowd ahead. Then, his entire person caught on fire. Everyone's face changed, immediately retreating far away from that person. Very soon, that person on fire burned into nothingness, like he evaporated into thin air. Everyone's faces changed one after another, not understanding what happened. He was perfectly fine, why did he suddenly catch on fire? Someone said in a panic, what happened? Just as everyone was anxious and doubtful, several more people right at the front suddenly caught on fire, then burned into nothingness. At this time, everyone finally knew that this was not some incidental event. Inside this desert, concealed dangers that they did not know. Everybody be careful. This fire is too formidable. How the hell did that person burst into flames? I'm not playing anymore. I want to leave this place. Several clusters of flames made everyone immediately become alert. Some people were even clamoring about wanting to leave. But they barely walked 2 steps when a cluster of flames shot straight out, burning them into nothingness. The group of powerhouses was dumbfounded with shock, completely unaware of what was going on. Lang Chuling looked at Yi Yuan rather amazedly. She felt that Yi Yuan making her revolve her cultivation method was likely in order to ward off this flame. But what in the world was this? Those powerhouses all did not dare to advance deep in anymore. But there was no use at all, there were still many people who were directly burned away by the flames. This way, Yi Yuan 2 people who were originally advancing slowly walked to the front ranks of the crowd instead. The two of their abnormal states immediately attracted quite a number of people's attention. Why are the two of them fine? The two of them have been constantly revolving their cultivation methods since entering this space. Previously, we were still mocking them all along. Could it be that there's something fishy going on? I understand. This is Vice Fire 1. The one who spoke was a true god powerhouse. Mentioning the name Vice Fire, that true god powerhouse's own expression also changed drastically, and was in a state of disbelief for a while. Not just him, the other people's faces similarly changed dramatically. Vice Fire is born in heart, without the slightest omen. Its power is immense. Legends have it that Vice Fire can burn everything, turning into nothingness. When Yi Yuan heard everyone's surprised and bewildered voices, the corners of his mouth could not help smiling slightly. These people finally reacted to it. The Vermilion Bird was a divine beast of fire. Its attainment in the laws of flame was exceedingly deep. This vast expanse of desert was actually a sea of Vice Fire. Walking in this desert, one must maintain tranquility of the mind, rippleless like an old well. Otherwise, once the Vice Fire was evoked, one would be directly burned to death. Of course, Yi Yuan could not have known beforehand. But with dustless around, this degree of trap naturally could not possibly affect him. In reality, ever since entering the Heavenly Sun mountain range, Yi Yuan felt like he had returned home. The extremely perilous land of danger to others was akin to flat ground for Yuan. These people were all overly anxious for success, wanting to find the vermilion bird true blood as quickly as possible. It was naturally impossible to maintain a calm mind. Evoking vice fire was naturally something very normal. Discovering the oddity, these martial artists all strove to maintain tranquility of the mind. Sure enough, phenomenons of being burned by vice fire immediately fell drastically. However, things were not as simple as they imagined. As they continued going deeper, the temperature in the desert became higher and higher. Their state of mind also became more and more irritable. Hence, there were people who started to be burned to death by vice fire again. In the crowd, two gazes were staring fixedly at Yuan all along. The older one among them opened his mouth and whispered, "Hey, this kid is indeed rather capable, to actually be able to see through the vice fire in advance. If not for him, the two of us master and apprentice might die here too." The young man said, "Master, I keep feeling that something is off about this Yuan." These two were Ji Xuan and Zhou Han, master and disciple. When the two of them saw Yuan enter the door of Vermilion Bird, they also followed closely behind and came in. The incident last time made Ji Xuan very pent up with anger. Ever since entering the Heavenly Sun mountain range, he had always been finding a chance to get Yuan alone, wanting to kill him. Seeing Ji Yu Tiank entered the door of Black Tortoise, Ji Xuan realized that the opportunity came. Hence, he followed Yuan two people and entered the door of Vermilion Bird. Originally, they wanted to immediately take action. But when he saw Yuan make Lang Chuling revolve her cultivation method, Ji Xuan kept feeling that there was something fishy. Hence, he did not make a move all along. They followed far behind the crowd. When he saw people being burned to death by vice fire in front, Ji Xuan immediately understood. Hearing Zhou Han's words, Ji Xuan smiled and said, "What you said is right, this boy is indeed rather different from the rest. Let's not take action first. I feel that by following him, we might be able to have an unexpected harvest." Seeing Zhou Han's unwilling look, Ji Xuan continued, "Han, rest assured. Your grudge, master will definitely avenge it for you. When we find the Vermilion Bird true blood, it's when Yuan dies." Time slowly trickled by. The crowd searched for as long as half a month in the desert, but did not have any harvests. Many people became more and more irritable. The people who were burned to death by vice fire also became more and more. Does this damn place have Vermilion Bird true blood or not? Goodness, no, I can't get angry, can't get agitated, maintain tranquility. Stay calm. This person's slapstick comedy immediately incurred a series of laughter. But very soon, these laughing sounds quietened down. Laughing would not do too. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed in front and shouted, "You guys, look. What's that?" This vice fire is a bit hard to translate, it's a fire used to punish sinners in hell. But in this context, it's a fire that burns when your emotions stir. Chapter 1864, Killing People on the Spot. No need for him to remind, everyone saw it. Not far ahead, an oasis actually appeared. In the center of the oasis was an island. There was a stone table on the island and a box was placed on the stone table. Vermilion Bird true blood, it must be the Vermilion Bird true blood. Everyone went berserk. How could they still care about other things, rushing over toward the oasis like crazy? The Vermilion Bird true blood is mine. Nobody is to snatch it. All scram further away for your father. The scene that was originally still peaceful instantly lost control. The martial artists were all beside themselves with frenzy, fighting for that box. But very soon, those celestial deity realm martial artists discovered to their dismay that that box was already being taken over by more than a dozen powerhouses. They could not go up at all. These dozen over powerhouses were all true God realm powerhouses. Even though they suppressed their realms at the celestial deity realm, their strength was not what ordinary celestial deity realms could compare to. Their law comprehensions were much stronger than celestial deity realm martial artists, not on the same level at all. Around the stone table, laid dead bodies that covered the ground. Yuan and Lang Chuling did not move. Seeing this situation, Lang Chuling's expression dimmed, and she said, "Sure enough, this kind of lucky chance can only belong to true God realms." Yuan said smiling, "That might not be so." Lang Chuling's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, "What does that mean?" Yuan smiled and said, "You'll know in a while. But before this, we still have to settle some scores." Among the celestial deity realm martial artists, Zhou Han's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He discovered that Yi Yuan was actually walking over to his side. Could it be that he discovered me? Impossible. We have been very careful along the way, it's impossible that he found out. Zhou Han thought in his heart. At this time, Ji Xuan was currently among those dozen over powerhouses in order to fight for the Vermilion Bird True Blood and did not have time to care about Zhou Han at all. Things did not develop according to Zhou Han's thoughts. Yi Yuan came closer and closer. Hoo, want to kill people, then hide your killing intent a little better. With Ji Xuan around, you're too reckless and unbridled. Yi Yuan's voice entered Zhou Han's ears leisurely, shattering his last trace of hope. Zhou Han's expression suddenly changed. How could he still dare to remain, his figure suddenly dashing out, scurrying over in the direction of the oasis. Master, save me, Zhou Han bellowed. Those dozen over powerhouses were currently fighting in close quarters without rest. Ji Xuan's strength took a very huge advantage among these powerhouses and was already almost snatching the box. Who knew that at this time, Zhou Han suddenly dashed out. And behind him, Yi Yuan's figure arrived high up in the air. The frost counter sword in his hand, Yi Yuan's certain kill attack was already in the midst of unleashing. Yi Yuan, you dare. Ji Xuan's eyes turned bloodshot from anger as he roared. Yi Yuan grinned and said, do you think I dare or not? Yi Yuan's timing of taking action was too cunning, it was precisely when Ji Xuan could not take care of his front and rear at the same time. Ji Xuan's two eyes were blood red. In the interval where he was in a daze, he was struck by another true god powerhouse with a blade. Zhou Han's movement technique was actually very fast, but what Yi Yuan used was greater teleportation. No matter how fast he was, how could escape Yi Yuan's sword? A sword unleashing, Zhou Han did not even have time to let out a scream and was utterly annihilated. Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's most promising genius disciple, perished. At the same time, Ji Xuan was also hacked out of the battle royal by a blade, suffering a great loss in vitality. But he did not care about the injuries on his body at all. He looked at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, Yi Yuan brat, not killing you, I, Ji Xuan, am lesser than human. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Xuan and said coolly, I'm afraid that you don't have that chance anymore. I didn't provoke the two of you master and disciple, but the two of you master and disciple wanted to doom me time and again. Hey, really take me to be kneaded out of clay? Those celestial deity realm martial artists looked at Yi Yuan with astonished faces. This kid, a second firmament celestial deity realm, actually dared to provoke a true god realm powerhouse like this was being tired of living. But that sword just now indeed took their breaths away. A peak second firmament celestial deity actually one-shotted a fifth firmament celestial deity. Furthermore, the person Yi Yuan killed was not some nameless and unknown person, but Zhou Han, who was known as Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's #1 genius. What in the world was this young man's background? Ha, the Vermilion Bird True Blood is mine. Right at this time, that true god powerhouse who chopped Ji Xuan flying with a blade previously, finally grabbed that box, and let out a wild laugh. He charged out from the midst of more than a dozen true god powerhouses and finally got what he wished, acquiring the Vermilion Bird True Blood. Ji Xuan's gaze revealed a look of insanity, forcefully suppressing the injuries in his body, his figure suddenly disappearing. That true god powerhouse was currently laughing away loudly when suddenly, his heart spurted fresh blood wildly. He actually had a hole punctured through from the back by someone with one sword. The box in his hand was naturally snatched away by someone, and the person who killed him was none other than precisely Ji Xuan. In an instant just now, he unleashed a secret art, stimulating the potential in his body, and finished off that true god powerhouse with one sword while he was off guard. After snatching the treasure, virtually without stopping in the slightest, Ji Xuan's figure turned into an afterimage, escaping out of the desert. Yi Yuan, when I refine the Vermilion Bird True Blood, it will be the day where you meet your maker. In the air, the words that Ji Xuan left behind reverberated. Talking about it was slow, but actually, the change just now happened in just an instant. Only then did that group of true god powerhouses feel as if they woke up from a dream. Each and every one of them was in a crazed state, rushing after Ji Xuan. They only found the Vermilion Bird True Blood after going through hardships. How could they possibly allow Ji Xuan to monopolize it? Want to monopolize the Vermilion Bird True Blood? No chance in hell. Leave behind the Vermilion Bird True Blood. After the group of true god powerhouses left, this slaughter finally calmed down. Those celestial deity realm martial artists looked toward Yi Yuan, pitying expressions on their faces. Ji Xuan obtaining the vermilion bird true blood, after refining, his strength would surely soar greatly. He was originally a true god powerhouse already, so wouldn't dealing with Yi Yuan be accomplished with ease after this? Without the vermilion bird true blood, these people naturally had no need to stay anymore as well. Amidst a series of sighs, these celestial deity realm martial artists left the oasis. Lang Chuling came to Yi Yuan's side and said with a sigh, "You were too impulsive. Killing a Zhou Han is easy, but you thoroughly enraged Ji Xuan like this." He obtained the vermilion bird true blood now. After refining, his strength will definitely improve further. At that time, he'll be even harder to deal with. Even if Ji Xuan could not employ the strength of true god realm in this place, his realm could infinitely approach true god realm. Furthermore, Ji Xuan's law comprehension was exceedingly high. It was completely impossible for celestial deity realm martial artists to be his match. Provoking such a powerful enemy was clearly not a very wise thing. Who knew that Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ji Xuan obtained the vermilion bird true blood. Who, most likely, he'll be disappointed." Lang Chuling's face changed when he heard that and said, "MN. What do you mean?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The vermilion bird true blood is still here, so, what Ji Xuan brought away definitely isn't the vermilion bird true blood. Still here, how is this possible?" Even if Lang Chuling was cold as ice, she was also surprised by Yi Yuan's words. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, Ji Xuan clearly obtained the vermilion bird true blood, but Yi Yuan said that he did not obtain it. Chapter 1865, Plucking the Sun Barehandedly. Inside the bleak and desolate desert, more than 10 figures were flickering irregularly. Ji Xuan, leave behind the vermilion bird true blood. Your secret art has probably already reached the limit, right? More than 10 powerhouses were in hot pursuit. This chase had also escaped more than God knows how many tens of thousands of miles away already. Ji Xuan's entire person was in a great panic and he was still driven into an impasse. Finally, those dozen over figures caught up to Ji Xuan, cutting off all of his paths of retreat. "Hey, Ji Xuan, you suffered heavy injuries and can't escape. Hurry up and hand over the vermilion bird true blood and we'll spare you from death." Although Ji Xuan's background was deep, at this time, who would still care about him, this city lord? Ji Xuan's expression turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "Want the vermilion bird true blood? Come and get it if you have the capabilities then." Humph. Refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. More than 10 figures rushed up together, unfolding a fierce slaughter. Although Ji Xuan was a 7th firmament true god powerhouse, he could not unleash his true strength at all currently. Coupled with that he was fighting against the odds, how could he be these people's match? A blade pierced right into his abdomen, completely wiping out his vitality. That true god powerhouse holding the blade grinned hideously and said, "You courted death yourself, can't blame me." Right at this time, the corners of Ji Xuan's mouth revealed a hint of a strange smile. That true god powerhouse immediately felt something amiss. Those over a dozen people were just about to step forward and search his body, but Ji Xuan's body suddenly exploded. A massive energy wave spread out vigorously. The dozen over people were blown off their feet, each and every one suffering heavy injuries. That true god powerhouse who wielded the blade was actually directly blasted into ashes. 9 Suns Thunder Exploding Talisman. Damn it, we were tricked. Chasing for so long, this was actually a clone of his. At this time, underground in some remote place inside the desert, Ji Xuan's entire person was covered by sand. He opened up a narrow space under the ground and hid here. His aura was currently dispirited and inert, but looking at the jade box in his hand, his 2 eyes emitted light. "Hey, in order to obtain you, I even abandoned the clone that I cultivated for several tens of thousands of years. With this vermilion bird true blood, I can definitely break through to the Empyrean realm and become the sovereign of a region. Yi Yuan brat, you killed Han right in front of my face. I'll make you wish you were dead." Upon thinking of Yi Yuan, Ji Xuan's fury was boundless. If not for Yi Yuan killing Zhou Han at the crucial moment, greatly shocking his mind, he also would not have been ambushed by someone, and obtaining this jade box would not expend so much effort. That clone was obtained by him several tens of thousands of years ago and had always followed him. Presently, it already cultivated to the boundary of 5th firmament true god as well. This clone cost him countless painstaking efforts. Now, everything was gone. Ji Xuan's hatred toward Yi Yuan could be imagined. He naturally would not have thought that he nearly almost killed Yi Yuan back then. Feeling the waves of powerful undulation coming from inside the jade box, Ji Xuan felt an upsurge of emotion. Carrying flustered feelings, Ji Xuan's divine essence surged, slowly opening the jade box. A cloud of black gas suddenly emerged, immediately covering Ji Xuan's face. Ha ha ha, this Empyrean finally sees the light of day anew. Boy, I'll borrow your body to use. A sinister voice came over, the black gas bored straight into Ji Xuan's body. Ah, what the hell are you? Get lost for your father. Get out of your father's body. Ji Xuan roared furiously. Zhe, this seed is Empyrean Devilfeather. To be able to get possessed by this Empyrean, you should be happy. Scram, what dogfart Empyrean, your bit of strength also wants to seize possession of my body. Dream on, Zhe, this Empyrean already invaded inside your sea of consciousness, want to seize possession or not, that's not up to you too. Why isn't it the vermilion bird true blood inside this box? Ji Xuan bellowed. Vermilion bird true blood, turns out that you were finding the vermilion bird true blood. Ha ha ha, in this space, the vermilion bird true blood is that blazing sun, you actually thought that it's inside this jade box. Really foolish, but, it's precisely also because of your foolishness that this Empyrean can see the light of day again. Empyrean Devilfeather laughed strangely as he said, Be blazing sun, I am possible. Empyrean Devilfeather's words made Ji Xuan's mind tremble greatly. A person in a fiend unleashed an intense struggle inside Ji Xuan's sea of consciousness. That's the vermilion bird true blood. How is this possible? Lang Chuling raised her head and looked at the sky, that blazing sun was incomparably scorching. But she was unable to believe no matter what that blazing sun was actually the vermilion bird true blood that everyone racked their heads to snatch for. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This space is hewed open with the vermilion bird true blood as its foundation. And this oasis is the center of this space. One can only obtain the vermilion bird true blood from here. Lang Chuling's mouth opened into a circle and said with a disbelieving look, Then what was it that Ji Xuan snatched away? Yi Yuan smiled and said, That I don't know. But, I reckon that it's nothing good, hoo-hoo. Lang Chuling listened until she stared dumbfounded and was tongue-tied. Until now, she still felt like she was dreaming. Looking at the dead bodies strewn all over the ground in the oasis, Lang Chuling could not help smiling bitterly. These people went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties to come here. They did not expect that what they fought over was actually a fake vermilion bird true blood. However, Lang Chuling soon felt at ease too. The world of martial artists was like this to begin with. Those who possess a great destiny could obtain astonishing treasures inside mystic realms, going through a nirvanic rebirth. But the vast majority of the people would perish inside mystic realms. The birth of a powerhouse was built on countless corpses. Using the achievement of a general was built on the dead bodies of countless soldiers was not over the top at all. But, how should we obtain the vermilion bird true blood? Lang Chuling asked with uncertainty. In this place, no one dared to fly toward the sky. Because the high-altitude restrictive array formation was not what they could contend with. This had already been confirmed by countless people. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, figure leaping, and stepped onto that stone table. In the sky, winds and clouds changed. An extremely powerful flame appeared indistinctly as if it was going to burn the entire space. And Yi Yuan was situated in the center of this firestorm. Seeing this scene, Lang Chuling's expression changed greatly, and she exclaimed, Yi Yuan, be careful. But Yi Yuan did not care at all, figure leaping straight up to the clouds. At the same time, a majestic power of great Tao burst forth on Yi Yuan's body, welcoming that horrifying flame. Lang Chuling's pupils constricted. That limitless flame was actually shrinking. As if it was afraid of Yi Yuan. Those flames finally converged on the blazing sun. Yi Yuan flew higher and higher, all the way until he was at the same height as the blazing sun. Under Lang Chuling's astonished gaze, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and plucked at the blazing sun. At this time, the incomparably berserk blazing sun actually became incomparably docile, its light weakening extremely rapidly, finally turning into the appearance of a drop of blood. Yi Yuan grasped lightly, holding this drop of vermilion bird true blood in the palm of his hand, and floated down. Lang Chuling looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment on her face. Chapter 1866, Great Destiny. Everything was as a matter of course. It was as if all this was prepared for Yi Yuan. No matter looking from which angle, climbing up to the sky to pluck the blood, this sort of thing, was an extremely dangerous thing. But Yi Yuan did it so calmly. That appearance was like walking one round in his own backyard. You refine it here, I'll stand guard over you. Nobody should come over to this place anymore. Yi Yuan handed the vermilion bird true blood to Lang Chuling, but Lang Chuling did not take it. This, you're really giving it to me? Lang Chuling's eyes carried some doubt. Not that she was suspicious, but that this kind of massive lucky chance was what even peak true god powerhouses were moved by. But Yi Yuan gave it to her without the slightest hesitation. This kind of thing, anyone would feel like they were dreaming. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can the relationship between friends be what a drop of true blood can replace? That day, if not for you speaking up to stop it in the Lang family, this Yi would have many more troubles appear out of thin air. This drop of true blood, give to you. But this is too valuable. With the treasure being in front of her, it would be false if Lang Chuling said that she was unmoved. But this vermilion bird true blood was really quite a hot potato. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can an Empyrean's abode possibly just have this bit of vermilion bird true blood? The real treasures are all inside the abode. This vermilion bird true blood might not be considered very valuable. This refinement took 3 months' time. On this day, in the oasis, a scorching light shot to the sky. An enormous vermilion bird phantom formed behind Lang Chuling. Her aura was also much stronger than before and actually already stepped into 6th firmament celestial deity. Hoo-hoo, congratulations. From today onwards, ice and fire laws fusing, Miss Lang's strength will increase greatly. The title of vast heaven great imperial capital's #1 genius will likely change owners very soon. Lang Chuling slowly opened her eyes, Yi Yuan's voice transmitted into her ears. Lang Chuling was just about to answer when her gaze turned sharp, a hint of surprise flashing across her eyes. Unknowingly, Yi Yuan also actually broke through to become a 3rd firmament celestial deity already. Didn't you break through too? A hint of a bitter smile flashed across the corners of Lang Chuling's mouth. She thought that by obtaining the vermilion bird true blood, she would suppress Yi Yuan for some time. She did not expect that within a short 3 months, Yi Yuan similarly broke through his realm. Could it be that this guy had no bottlenecks? Yi Yuan smiled and said, this vermilion bird true blood's vital energy is too beneficial. I also suffered a considerable impact by the side and actually found the opportunity to break through just like that. Alright, it's getting late, we should head out. Opening up the Empyrean abode still needs to borrow the power of your vermilion bird true blood. Lang Chuling nodded her head slightly and followed Yi Yuan, heading toward the exit together. When they returned to the Heavenly Sun mountain range, that valley was already packed full of martial artists. Tisk tisk, that Shu Xing is really remarkable, to actually obtain the White Tiger true blood, his strength is formidable to begin with. Now, among the junior generation, nobody is his match at all. Isn't that so? Heard that a kid called Yi Yuan actually dared to snatch away his woman, really tired of living. Hey, to talk about this Yi Yuan, that isn't some nice guy either. Inside the door of Vermilion Bird, Yi Yuan killed Heavenly Water City Lord Ji Xuan's disciple in front of his face. Putting aside that Yi Yuan's strength is fearsome, his gall is also unbelievably fat. However, Ji Xuan obtained the Vermilion Bird true blood, so that kid will likely suffer a disaster. There's still such a thing. Then this kid really took the road to ruin. No matter how talented he is, he's also merely a 2nd firmament celestial deity. In front of Shu Xing and Ji Xuan, he's akin to an ant. At this time, the general situation had already settled down. Everyone was discussing the ownership issue of the 4 symbols true blood this time. Several wisps of discussing sounds floated into Lang Chuling and Yi Yuan's ears. Lang Chuling's brows furrowed. She did not think that Shu Xing actually obtained the White Tiger true blood. She knew how difficult it was to obtain the true blood from the hands of a group of true god powerhouses. This Shu Xing was truly a proud son of heaven, his destiny exuberant. Suddenly, a dark shadow arrived with a howl. The powerful aura immediately enveloped Yi Yuan 2 people. On the Thousand Sore Alliance's side, Ji Yu Tiong's expression suddenly changed, attacking fiercely at the same time. In an intense clash, Ji Yu Tiong was actually struck until he fell back repeatedly. Ji Xuan, what's the meaning of this? Ji Yu Tiong said in a solemn voice. This dark shadow was none other than precisely the Ji Xuan who just came out of the door of Vermilion Bird. At this time, Ji Xuan's aura was much more gloomier and colder compared to before, virtually able to freeze people. Ji Yu Tiong, I only want this boy's life, it has nothing to do with you. If you don't move, I'll kill you too, Ji Xuan said in a cold voice. Ji Yutiong was greatly enraged when he heard that and said, want to kill me? With just the likes of you. Ji Xuan released his aura. The terrifying aura spread out, making Ji Yutiong's pupils shrink. This Ji Xuan seemed to be different. You can try, Ji Xuan said in a cold voice. At this time, Ji Kong suddenly stepped forward and said, all right, everyone is about to enter the Empyrean abode, the real treasure should all be hidden there. Two great true god powerhouses having an internal strife here isn't some good thing. Give me face, put aside whatever grudge there is. It won't be too late to kill people after leaving this Empyrean abode. Ji Xuan's expression changed several times and he snorted coldly and said, fine, I'll give you face. Ji Yutiong, after going out, if you still dare to protect this little animal, I'll definitely kill you. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Ji Yutiong snorted coldly and said, impervious to reason. Actually, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Exchanging a blow just now, Ji Xuan's strength seemed to be much stronger than before. But in this place, everyone suppressed their cultivation realms. Just how one's strength was, one could only know after going out. Ji Kong smiled and said, hoo, Ji Kong heard that you obtained the vermilion bird true blood. Come, the other 3 people are already in position. You guys open up the Empyrean abode. Hearing this, Ji Xuan's expression became even uglier as he said in a solemn voice, I didn't get the vermilion bird true blood. Ji Kang's smile turned stiff on his face and he said in surprise, you didn't obtain it. Then who got it? Ji Xuan's unfriendly gaze looked toward Leng Chuling. Hey, if a snipe and a clam are locked in a fight, it's only to the advantage of the fisherman. I didn't expect that in the end, it actually let this girlie become the fisherman. Everyone's gazes looked over toward Leng Chuling, all incomparably surprised. Only then did Ji Yutiong also pay attention to this disciple of his at this time, she actually already broke through to become a 6th firmament celestial deity. Beyond the shock, he was pleasantly surprised. Haha, Ling you really obtained the vermilion bird true blood. Ji Yutiong said with a big laugh. Leng Chuling nodded her head, counted as acquiescing to it. When Shu Xing heard this news, he also laughed loudly as he said, hoo, it's really great. Junior apprentice sister Chuling, you and I are both people of great destiny. It's impossible for you and that ant beside you to get together. The gap between you guys will only get bigger and bigger. Come, let's go open up the abode. He felt that him acquiring the white tiger true blood and Leng Chuling obtaining the vermilion bird true blood could already shake off all of the young generation. In the future, even stepping into the realm of Empyrean was also not impossible. Yi Yuan was naturally even less worthy of Leng Chuling. Great destiny, senior apprentice brother Shu, I think that you're mistaken. The one who possesses a great destiny isn't me, but Yi Yuan. This vermilion bird true blood was given to me by him, Leng Chuling shook her head and explained. Chapter 1867, Empyrean Abode's True Colors. Ji gave to you. Shu Xing opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief. 4 symbols true blood, this kind of massive lucky chance, would actually be given to others with 2 hands. Not just Shu Xing, the others also looked at Yi Yuan with stunned faces. This guy was also too extravagant in order to chase after a girl, right? Quite a number of people looked at Leng Chuling, all envious to the extreme. They only hated that they did not have Leng Chuling's looks and let Yi Yuan gift this massive lucky chance to them. How great would that be? Obtaining the vermilion bird true blood was not just increasing cultivation so simple. That was equivalent to cleansing the martial artist's marrows anew, letting the martial artist have greater room for improvement in the future. Especially for peerless geniuses like Shu Xing and Leng Chuling, they even had a chance of stepping into the realm of Empyrean in the future. That realm was a legendary existence, who would not be moved. Leng Chuling nodded and said, without Yi Yuan, even if I knew where the vermilion bird true blood was, it's also impossible to obtain it. Ji Xuan's gaze locked onto Yi Yuan firmly, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Everyone did not discover that the blazing sun in the sun was the real vermilion bird true blood, so why was he able to discover it? Ji Xuan learned from Empyrean Devilfeather there that the blazing sun in the sky was the real vermilion bird true blood. Originally, he still harbored great hopes, thinking that no one would discover it. But sadly, when he came out from underground, he discovered that that blazing sun in the sky was long gone. The sky was still that sky, but the vermilion bird true blood was not around anymore. This made him practically go insane. Zhuzh, this boy is rather interesting. The concealment of the vermilion bird true blood can be said to be highly ingenious. Everyone can see it, everyone is under its illumination, but it's simply impossible for there to be people who would think that the sun on top of their heads was actually the vermilion bird true blood. But this boy did it. Empyrean de Villefeather said with a strange laugh. Empyrean de Villefeather was still suppressed by Ji Xuan in the end. But Ji Xuan was not able to exterminate him too and could only seal him up, not giving him the chance to recover. But when Empyrean de Villefeather saw Yi Yuan, he became greatly interested. Humph, no matter how extraordinary he is, it's also hard to escape death in the end. Ji Xuan said with a cold snort. Empyrean de Villefeather laughed and said, "Hey, have you ever thought that this boy might be hiding an even greater secret on him?" Ji Xuan's mind stirred, but he still said disdainfully, "No matter how great the secret on him is, can it be bigger than heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's treasures?" Empyrean Realm also said, "That's true. Back then, heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove nearly almost broke through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Lord Zhu Shang was even a magnitude worse compared to him. On this side, Xu Xing could not quite maintain his expression anymore. He was still just pledging in all solemnity, saying that Yi Yuan was an ant and did not have a great destiny. But in a blink of an eye, his face was slapped resoundingly. Yi Yuan obtained the vermilion bird true blood and gave it straight to Lang Chuling. He, Xu Xing, obtained the white tiger true blood but chose to refine it himself. Now, he ran over to say whatever you and I both have great destinies. This was simply performing a slapstick. Feeling those strange gazes from all around, Xu Xing wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Ji Kong also looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. Nodding his head, he said to Lang Chuling, "Since that's the case, then let's get started." Lang Chuling nodded slightly, leaping up and flying in front of the door of Vermilion Bird. Xu Xing and the other two people also flew in front of their respective doors. Apart from Xu Xing, the other two were both True God Realm itinerant cultivators. But the True God Realm powerhouses on the Thousand Sore Alliance's side were empty-handed. The four people revolved the bloodline power within their bodies. Immediately, four enormous four symbols phantoms emerged in the air. Four roars echoed out. Those four phantoms tunneled straight into the four symbols' doors. Inside the four symbols' doors, four beams of light emitted, colliding together fiercely. A massive stone door condensed and formed in the valley. On the stone door, an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life exuded, stirring people's souls. Even those true god powerhouses were all incomparably rattled too. The aura inside this stone door was not what they could contend with at all. Seeing this stone door, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This aura, could it be? Dustless also had a look of surprise and said with a nod, "Most likely, you guessed correctly. What in the world does this old fogey want to do?" The others naturally would not pay attention to Yi Yuan. All of them had their attention drawn by this stone door. Haha, after this stone door opens, it definitely contains countless treasures. Come on. Finally, someone could not hold back the excitement in their hearts and sped over toward the stone door. With someone leading the way, how could these people still endure it, all flying toward the stone door crazily? Lang Chuling's figure floated down but discovered that Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. "Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Lang Chuling asked curiously. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Nothing, let's go in too." The scene before their eyes changed. The group of powerhouses arrived in another mountain range. What is this place? That stone door just now seems to be the entrance to a small world. Could it be that this place is heavenly Empyrean Immortal Groves? Small world. Hey, it's likely the case. If one can find Immortal Groves Dao fruit here, that's truly soaring to the heavens in one bound. These martial artists were not fools either, realizing something very quickly. Yi Yuan looked at the scene before his eyes and could not help heaving a heavy sigh. The thing that he was most afraid of indeed still happened. This place was none other than precisely the Immortal Grove world. This place, Yi Yuan was too familiar. This place that they were at right now was precisely the Godsfall mountain range. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove connected his own small world to that stone door. The aura of that stone door was practically identical to the world-locking gate. Yi Yuan recognized it with one glance. Yi Yuan did not know what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was trying to do. But so many celestial deities, even true god powerhouses entering the immortal grove world. Once a great battle occurred, the people would likely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. To these martial artists, a small world counted for nothing at all. But this place was his, Yi Yuan's hometown, the place that he grew up in. Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Your expression is very ugly. Lang Chuling asked concernedly. She discovered that Yi Yuan's entire state was rather off starting from just now. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. You should follow City Lord Ji Yu first. I have some matters and need to leave for a while. I'll come and find you guys again later. Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not wait for Lang Chuling to agree either, his figure moving and vanishing on the spot. Ji Xuan's attention had always been on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan leave, he originally planned on chasing after. But in a blink, he lost Yi Yuan's traces. This made him greatly shocked in his heart. Zhuzhe, really wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. Didn't expect that we actually arrived at Old Fart Immortal Grove's small world. That thing is likely here too, right? Empyrean de Villefeather laughed strangely as he said. Ji Xuan's heart stirred and he asked, that thing? What thing? Something that could move a heavenly emperor powerhouse definitely would not be an ordinary object. Empyrean de Villefeather gave a cold laugh and said, you'd best not have designs on it. That's something that Lord Zhu Sheng wants. If you dare to touch it, you should know the consequences. Ji Xuan's expression changed and he fell silent. Chapter 1868, Heaven-Killing Sword Formation. The earth trembled, the whole world in shock. Inside the law enforcement hall was long in a chaotic mess. What happened again? Why does it feel like it's the apocalypse? Fang Tian's expression was very ugly, a foreboding feeling lingering in his heart. At present, Fang Tian was the controller and knew everything about the Immortal Grove world like the back of his hand. Just earlier, a primeval-like force suddenly barged into the Immortal Grove world. That force made even him, this controller, feel palpitation. Skidistant, Lu Linfang, Teng Yun, and the rest of the powerhouses naturally sensed this horrifying aura too, coming over one after another. Elder Fang, what happened? Why is our Immortal Grove world always dogged by misfortune and disasters? Sigh, everyone clamored to get a word in. Some grumbled, some were helpless, but even more were alarmed and panicky. Fang Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly as he said, this. I don't know what happened as well. This aura, I can feel that it's very similar to the world-locking gates aura. But it's in the direction of the Godsfall mountain range. My perception isn't able to extend over. Everyone's faces changed. Even Fang Tian, this controller, was unable to perceive it. This matter was definitely huge. Right at this time, a figure appeared out of thin air, his expression solemn. Everyone, seeing the arrival clearly, everyone's face was wild with joy. Indeed, whenever the Immortal Grove world was in danger, Yi Yuan would always show himself. Yi Yuan, it's really great that you came back. Something seems to have happened over at the Godsfall mountain range that side. Fang Tian spoke halfway when Yi Yuan interrupted his words by saying, Senior Fang Tian, I entered the Immortal Grove world from over there. This incident is likely not so simple. A large group of Heavenspan world powerhouses entered the Immortal Grove world and might make the Immortal Grove world fall apart to pieces. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them had ashen looks. They did not expect that the state of affairs would actually be so serious. Yi Yuan, what is going on here? Fang Tian's face changed as he said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either. But one thing is certain, this is a setup arranged by Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But what his goal is, I can make nothing of it. This matter has already exceeded my control. Senior Fang Tian, what you all have to do next is to stabilize the Immortal Grove world. Starting from now, everyone is prohibited from entering the Godsfall mountain range. You all rest assured, unless I die, I won't let the Immortal Grove world be broken into pieces. Alright, not saying any more, I'll be leaving now. Remember, make sure not to enter the Godsfall mountain range. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared before everyone again. Everyone's faces had solemn looks. They felt pressure from Yi Yuan. The Yi Yuan in the past had always been calm and composed. But this time, he seemed to be somewhat different from usual. After the crisis of the fiend race, they seemed to have not seen Yi Yuan so anxious before anymore. Someone as powerful as the heavenly sin heretic god was also toyed by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hands. Figure flashing, Yi Yuan returned to the Godsfall mountain range once more. But the expression on his face became even uglier. The Kunwu divine wood that originally towered into the clouds actually disappeared without a trace already. Senior Kunwu he. Dustless shook his head and said, I don't know either. At that time, I'd already fallen into slumber. The matter between him and Immortal Grove, I'm not aware of it. Yi Yuan's brows knitted even tighter. He seriously could not figure out just what on earth Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was doing, to actually draw so many powerhouses to his lair. Especially that even the Kunwu divine wood which was unwavering for 10,000 years already disappeared into thin air now as well. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, I keep feeling that this matter isn't so simple. Forget it, take it one step at a time then. Just hope that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove doesn't use his own small world as a chip. Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure moved once more, disappearing. Heaven-killing sword formation. There are a total of 9 levels of power. Those who clear 3 levels can enter the next mountain peak. People who clear the 6 levels will be awarded a true god mystic treasure. Those who clear 9 levels will be awarded an Empyrean spirit treasure. On a mountain peak, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's voice sounded out once more. Ahead, an enormous sword formation spanned in front of the group of powerhouses. At this time, everyone already saw that on that tallest mountain peak far away, there was a large palace. Emitting an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Anyone could guess that the true treasures were likely inside that palace. However, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's words still drove the group of powerhouses into a frenzy. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. That was something that made Empyrean powerhouses go crazy for. Now, it was right in front of their eyes. But they also knew that wanting to clear the level 9 difficulty was practically something impossible. But if one could clear the level 6 difficulty, obtaining a true god mystic treasure was also very decent. Those true god powerhouses, not everyone had a true god mystic treasure. This kind of thing could be encountered but could not be hoped for. Let me. A 9th firmament celestial deity martial artist could not resist and was the first to challenge the formation. No one stopped him. There would always be someone who would spearhead the attack. This person going to probe the sword formation's power was also a pretty good choice. That powerhouse leapt and entered straight into the heaven-killing sword formation. Immediately, countless sword lights came whistling from all directions. That 9th firmament celestial deity's strength was indeed intrepid. No matter how strong the sword lights were, they could not do anything to him. Fan Ming's strength is indeed formidable. Heard that he once challenged 3 powerhouses of the same rank without being defeated. His strength is rather powerful among itinerant cultivators. Looking at it, he might be able to obtain a true god mystic treasure. Tisk tisk, celestial deity realm and possess a true god mystic treasure, really envious. Fan Ming clearly had some fame among the itinerant cultivators. The moment he made his move, the others all gasped in admiration. At the same time, they also had a clear understanding of the sword formation's power. Furthermore, 9th firmament celestial deity was a tier 1 team powerhouse among these powerhouses to begin with. Sure enough, Fan Ming's strength was intrepid, clearing the level 3 difficulty sword formation very quickly. Then, a transmission array appeared in the corner of the grand array. Now, you can choose to leave and can also choose to carry on challenging. Inside the grand array, a voice sounded out. I choose to continue challenge. Fan Ming said without the slightest hesitation. In the wake of his voice fading, that transmission array disappeared. The grand array started operating again. All of a sudden, the situation changed drastically. Inside the heaven-killing sword formation, a series of horrifying sword energy practically turned corporeal, passing through the sword formation. Although the group of powerhouses was outside the sword formation, they felt like the series of terrifying sword intent was virtually piercing through them. Terrifying. The difficulty of this 4th level soared several times all at once. Fan Ming's expression changed drastically. But it was already too late for him to want to regret it now. One sword light after another arrived with a whistle. How could Fan Ming still dare to dawdle, bringing out 120% of his ability immediately? A sword light pierced right through his protective divine essence, tearing through his body. Following the first sword light landing, countless sword lights rained down like a web, puncturing Fan Ming into a sieve. Outside the sword formation, it was death-like silence. Chapter 1869, Shu Xing's Coercion. A 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse actually died in front of them just like this. This cast a shadow over the road ahead. They finally knew that this true god mystic treasure was not easy to get. Let alone clearing the level 9 sword formation and obtaining the Empyrean spirit treasure. Let me give it a try. At this time, Ji Kong suddenly stepped forward and walked toward the sword formation. Among this group of people, Ji Kang's strength should be the strongest. Everyone was very looking forward to it, wanting to see just which step he could walk to. Upon entering the sword formation, Ji Kang's strength immediately unfolded. In the first 3 rounds, Fan Ming did not clear it easily, but Ji Kong cleared it naturally and smoothly. Reaching the 4th round, everyone's hearts became nervous. But without any surprises, Ji Kong chose to continue challenging it. 4th round, Ji Kang's pressure soared. Everyone could feel that he was straining much more than before. But he was an entire major realm higher than Fan Ming. His strength naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was everyone's first time witnessing the 5th round. The powerhouses outside the sword formation all turned pale. Too horrifying. However, Ji Kong still made it through smoothly. In the 6th round, after Ji Kong suffered a series of tempestuous sword lights, he still made it through. When the transmission array appeared in front of Ji Kong again, he hesitated. You still have 3 breaths of time to consider. 3, 2, that voice in the sword formation sounded out once more. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Right at this time, Ji Kong moved. He stepped into the transmission array without the slightest hesitation, vanishing. Even Lord Ji Kong don't dare to challenge the 7th level too. Sure enough, an Empyrean spirit treasure isn't that easy to get. Those true god powerhouses had regretful faces. Even Ji Kong did not dare to challenge the 7th level. Them going to challenge it were most likely to die too. Although Empyrean spirit treasures were good, one also needed to have the life to take it. Before long, Ji Kang's figure appeared on the other side of the grand array. Clearly, he obtained a true god mystic treasure at some place. However, his face did not have any joy. True god mystic treasures might be good stuff to others, but to him, it was merely something superfluous. With 2 people taking the lead, these powerhouses started challenging one after another. But, for celestial deity realm martial artists, virtually no one dared to challenge the 4th round. In reality, celestial deity realm martial artists, people that were able to clear the first 2 rounds were very, very few. Only to see one life after another snuff out inside the heaven-killing sword formation. True god powerhouses, someone challenged the 4th level too. But after 5 to 6 true god powerhouses died in a row, no one dared to continue challenging as well. Yuan quietly returned beside Lang Chuling since no idea when as he said, looks like this round is very brutal. Yuan saw that the number of martial artists was clearly much lesser than before, only then sighing emotionally. Lang Chuling nodded her head and said, the power of this sword formation is very terrifying. Even Lord Ji Kong only cleared the 6th round too. Yuan nodded his head, having a rough understanding of the heaven-killing sword formation's power. A genius that holds even the vermilion bird true blood in contempt, this sword formation definitely can't stump you. Why don't you go up and try? You wouldn't be scared, right? Ha ha ha. Shu Xing had always been staring over here. The reason why he had not gone to challenge yet was to wait for Yuan. Yuan made him lose face time and again. He must win back some ground this time in the heaven-killing sword formation. Young Master Shu, don't make things difficult. For people, a 3rd firmament celestial deity going up is definitely death. Lend him a few galls and he also doesn't dare to go up, right? Hey, boy, you even gave the vermilion bird true blood to Miss Lang. Don't lose face in front of a beauty. Hurry up and go give it a shot. The moment Shu Xing opened his mouth, many young geniuses immediately started squeezing Yuan. In their eyes, Shu Xing and Lang Chuling were people who genuinely had great destinies. In this mystic realm trip, their harvests were likely far more than this. And Yuan was utterly worthless in their eyes. Said that he gave the vermilion bird true blood to Lang Chuling, who saw it. Said that he killed Zhou Han with 1 sword, they did not believe at all. A 3rd firmament celestial deity was a 3rd firmament celestial deity. If they did not see with their own eyes, no one would believe that Yuan could really kill Zhou Han. Even if he killed, he definitely used despicable means too. Toward these people's contempt, Yuan naturally would not pay attention. He just said coolly, I say, can you be a bit more promising or not? Shu Xing's expression turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, you're saying that I'm a good for nothing. You want me to be killed by the heaven-killing sword formation and still have to use this kind of second-rate goading technique? What is it if not good for nothing? If you issue a challenge to me and compete in who clears the most rounds, I can view you in a better light, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xu Xing's face alternated between green and white. His paltry trick was seen through by Yi Yuan with one glance. Saying so much, aren't you still gutless, not daring to enter the sword formation? Xu Xing said with a cold smile. This sword formation's terrifying power already scared away quite a number of martial artists. Those weaker celestial deity realm martial artists were already not planning to continue advancing anymore. They did not have hopes of clearing the first 3 levels at all. Hence, Xu Xing was certain that Yi Yuan's bit of strength definitely did not dare to enter the sword formation. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, since you want to play, then I'll play with you. You go and challenge first. If the rounds I clear is less than yours, the mystic realm at the back, I won't go anymore. Yi Yuan, you mustn't. Lang Chuling's face changed and she urged. She knew that Yi Yuan's strength was powerful, but this sword formation, even Ji Kong did not dare to go and challenge the 7th level too. It was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's willful challenge would get him killed. Xu Xing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, all right then, I'll go and challenge it first. At that time, don't get scared until you wet your pants. Ha ha ha. A wave of hooting also came from all around, very disapproving of Yi Yuan's willful provocation. Hearing Yi Yuan's laughable challenge, Xu Xing was overjoyed in his heart. This time, he was finally going to make Yi Yuan lose all face in front of Lang Chuling. Xu Xing was not perfunctory either, leaping and entering inside the heaven-killing sword formation. Upon entering the sword formation, countless sword lights came head-on. Xu Xing's strength was formidable, lifting something heavy as if it were light, blocking it easily. Brother Xu's strength is truly astonishing, like a celestial's. His sword Dao Law fused with lightning and fire, 2 great laws. Now, he refined the white tiger true blood too. His current strength is too terrifying. The first 3 rounds shouldn't have any suspense anymore. As long as he clears the 3rd round, Yi Yuan will have to clear until the 6th round. Hey, that kid will likely really be scared until he wet his pants. The power of the heaven-killing sword formation was set according to the martial artist's overall strength, becoming stronger when encountering someone strong, becoming weaker when encountering someone weak. Xu Xing's comprehension of laws was indeed formidable. He cleared the first 3 rounds very quickly. When the transmission array appeared, that voice sounded out once more. I choose to continue, Xu Xing immediately said without the least bit of hesitation. Exceeding everyone's expectations, Xu Xing actually chose to continue challenging the formation. The grand array that fell silent lit up once again. The terrifying sword light suddenly leveled up. Xu Xing's aura also skyrocketed along with it. Chapter 1870, Standing Firm. Tisk tisk, Xu Xing is forcing Yi Yuan to the death here. Can this guy clear the 6th round? Since he dared to do so, he likely has some confidence. Fusing 3 kinds of law powers, plus the white tiger bloodline, his strength is already unimaginable. Xu Xing's crazy action caused a huge uproar. Ever since Fan Ming, no celestial deity realm martial artists dared to challenge the 4th round at all. Only by clearing the 3rd and 6th round would a transmission array appear. If one could not clear it, then there was only the outcome of waiting for death. Quite a few people cast amused looks toward Yi Yuan. If Xu Xing really made it through the 6th round, then it would be fun for them to see Yi Yuan going through the challenges. Reckon that he would really wet his pants. Xu Xing did not disappoint everyone. Although it was rather strained, he still successfully cleared the 4th round. In the 5th round, the white tiger bloodline power in Xu Xing's body suddenly erupted, making it through. Everyone was stunned, including those true god powerhouses. Each and every one of them became somewhat ashamed of their inadequacy. A celestial deity realm martial artist actually made it to the 6th round. While these true god powerhouses, actually did not even dare to challenge the round. The so-called proud son of heaven was roughly like this. In the level 6 sword formation, the power was tremendous. Xu Xing, who was amidst sword lights, was far from as composed as before, with the injuries on his body also increasing. Xu Xing's sword intent crisscrossed, 3 kinds of law powers utilized to the limit. The white tiger bloodline power was similarly urged to the limit. Even so, Xu Xing was also perilously close to death, brushing past the death god many times. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, not knowing if he could clear this round or not. Suddenly, the sword formation abruptly stopped. The transmission array appeared. Shu Xing succeeded in clearing this round. All of the powerhouses drew a cold breath. The peak 6th firmament celestial deity Shu Xing actually cleared the 6th round. This was absolutely an incomparably proud battle achievement. The current Shu Xing was riddled with injuries. But his image became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. This was a young man whose prospects were boundless. Dragging his all scratched up body, Shu Xing moved over toward the transmission array. Before entering the transmission array, Shu Xing even turned around and looked in Yi Yuan's direction, giving a profound look. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan in unison. This trumpet was blown too loudly. According to Yi Yuan's statement, he must now complete the level 9 sword formation before he could continue exploring the mystic realm. But the level 9 sword formation, was this possible? Lord Ji Kong was a 9th firmament true god powerhouse. He did not dare to challenge the level 7 sword formation too. The power of the 9th level, no one dared to try at all. That was a taboo existence. Young Master Yi, it's your turn now. Just now, you made the boast. Now, are you going up or tucking your tail between your legs and getting lost? The one who spoke was 9 Fire Imperial Capital's genius disciple called Qi Heng. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. This person had been constantly sucking up to Shu Xing. But saying this to him at this time, no one felt that there was anything inappropriate. After all, in everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was the braggart who blew his own trumpet too loudly. No one thought that he would enter the sword formation, because Yi Yuan definitely would not treat his life as a joke. Where did this dog come from, anyhow barking here? Yi Yuan did not even look at Qi Heng as he said. Qi Heng's expression changed and he said angrily, "Want to say dog, you're the dog, right? Aren't you wretched like a stray cur right now?" Yi Yuan laughed the moment he heard and said, "Your master merely cleared the 6th level sword formation, look how you're showing off. Since you want to lick his smelly boots so much, why don't you dare to go challenge the sword formation yourself?" Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with mocking looks. Already at this point, his mouth was still unrelenting. Merely cleared the 6th level sword formation. Right now, the ones who cleared the 6th level sword formation, one was the 9th firmament true god Ji Kong, the other was the 6th firmament celestial deity Shu Xing. Holding in contempt, it was also not your turn to look down on. Qi Heng sneered and said, razor-tongued, "Since you don't dare to go challenge the sword formation, why haven't you quickly scrammed yet? Making a spectacle of yourself here, your face is really thick. Yeah, really shameless. No matter what, Shu Xing already cleared the 6th level sword formation, what about you? Hurry up and get lost, don't be an eyesore here. You'll only make people look down on you more like this." The moment Qi Heng spoke, quite a number of people concurred. No one thought that Yi Yuan dared to enter the sword formation, which was no different from courting death. "When did I say that I'm not entering the sword formation?" Yi Yuan said with a guileless look. Everyone was taken aback for a while and did not come back to their senses yet. It was only to see Yi Yuan pat Qi Heng's shoulder and say nonchalantly, "Open your eyes wide and take a look at how weak your master is." Finished saying, Yi Yuan leapt and landed right in the sword formation. This scene reversed too quickly, everyone did not react to it and Yi Yuan already went in. After Shu Xing successfully cleared the rounds, everyone's preconceived notion was that Yi Yuan did not dare to enter the sword formation anymore. But Yi Yuan went in, catching them by surprise. Leng Chuling also did not react to it. It was already too late to want to stop it and she could not help having a worried look. When Qi Heng saw the situation, he said with a cold smile, "Hey, this guy couldn't stand being provoked," and indeed went in to seek his doom. Upon entering the sword formation, countless sword light came from all directions. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and completely did not have any intention of defending. Everyone was dumbfounded, entered the sword formation already and this guy actually still wanted to act cool. However, they did not have time to mock yet when their expressions immediately turned stiff. Those dense sword lights, not one actually landed on Yi Yuan's body. Too relaxed. Just like this, Yi Yuan passed the first level sword formation without even moving a finger. This is also too fake, right? Qi Heng said with a look of astonishment. Spatial law is a supreme law. It's not at all surprising for him to be able to do it to this step. But the power of the sword formation at the back gets stronger and stronger. Wanting to use this kind of opportunistic method to pass the round is impossible. I reckon that next round, he'll have to take action, Ji Xuan said with a sullen look. When everyone heard that, they all came to a realization. But right at this time, the second-level sword formation also started activating. Yi Yuan stood firm. Those sword lights still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Ji Xuan's face immediately turned stiff there. His face was slapped resoundingly. Third round, he'll definitely make a move in the third round. Ji Xuan gritted his teeth and said. The second round did not have any suspense, Yi Yuan cleared it easily. Third round, Yi Yuan still did not move. Everyone looked at Ji Xuan with peculiar faces, laughing wildly without ceasing. Ji Xuan's face practically turned black like the bottom of a wok. He could not understand why Yi Yuan could be as steady as Mount Tai in the midst of such berserk sword lights. While the rest were laughing, the shock in their hearts was not any bit less. Were the first 3 rounds strong or not? So many dead people were lying there. Quite a number among them were even high-level celestial deity realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan, he was just a third firmament celestial deity. Even if he comprehended spatial law, on what basis did he not even have to move a finger? These first 3 rounds were cleared too trivially, right? Chapter 1871, The Terrifying Last 3-Level Sword Formation. Continue. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, choosing to continue challenging. To others, this heaven-killing sword formation was a life-snatching-like existence. But to Yi Yuan, this was not considered anything. Him being able to easily pass the rounds did not rely on spatial law either. Arriving in the Immortal Grove world was like arriving at home. As long as he released Immortal Grove Heavenly Tao's aura, it was impossible for this sword formation to attack him. The heaven-killing sword formation was like this. When plucking the vermilion bird True Blood, it was also like this. Yi Yuan possessed the soul-suppressing pearl and world-suppressing steel, 2 lifeblood spirit treasures. How could the trap's heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laid down possibly cause harm to him? In the 4th-level sword formation, the power suddenly increased. This time, Yi Yuan finally took action. It was only to see his fingertip move lightly. Those streaks of sword light were pushed aside effortlessly. Those horrifying sword lights could not get close to him at all. So strong, Yi Yuan cleared the 4th round much more leisurely than Xu Xing. Xu Xing fused 3 powers of law, and there's also the augmentation of the White Tiger True Blood to be able to do it to this extent. Yi Yuan based on what? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan's casual state, each and everyone extremely alarmed and scared. The current Yi Yuan did not employ the power of Heavenly Tao. Xu Xing fused 3 kinds of law powers. It looked very strong, but comprehending 3 kinds of law powers similarly made his comprehension speed become very slow. Although Xu Xing's strength far surpassed powerhouses of the same rank after fusion, if he wanted to do it like Yi Yuan, leaping over 2 or 3 minor realms to fight the enemy, that was impossible. And Yi Yuan's sword Dao Law was already comprehended to middle stage 5th firmament. His spatial law was even comprehended to the terrifying peak, initial stage 4th firmament. After fusion, his combat strength was extremely formidable. This heaven-killing sword formation did an overall evaluation. To the 3rd firmament celestial deity Yi Yuan, it was not considered very hard for him to clear the 4th round. Following that was the 5th round, 6th round, Yi Yuan similarly made it through. When the transmission array appeared, everyone held their breaths. Would he choose to continue challenging? You can choose to leave now and can also choose to carry on with the challenge. That voice sounded out once more. At the far end of the grand array, the Xu Xing who originally already obtained a true god mystic treasure was very pleased with himself. But now, his expression was very ugly. He stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, hoping that he would choose to continue. Because he was certain that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to clear the 3 rounds at the back. The last 3 rounds, no one had seen it before, no one dared to go and attempt as well. Continue, Yi Yuan said very calmly. Everyone's minds trembled. No one could have expected that Yi Yuan really dared to continue challenging. In order to spite Xu Xing, he did not even want his life anymore. One could tell in when Yi Yuan cleared the 6th round, although it was not as miserable as Xu Xing, it was also quite laborious for him. The 3 rounds at the back, the possibility that he could make it through was virtually 0. The 7th level difficulty did not activate immediately. A destructive aura gradually crept out in the space. The few martial artists standing closer were actually blown apart from this terrifying aura. The countenance of the group of powerhouses suddenly changed, hurriedly retreating. This 7th level sword formation's power was actually so horrifying. A hint of aura that randomly effused out blew celestial deity realm powerhouses up. Then the Yuan in the eye of the storm, his pressure could be imagined. Everyone's gaze was focused on Yuan. Someone is going to die. Yuan overestimated his ability too much. This is the might of an Empyrean. That boy is dead for sure. The 7th level is already so horrifying, what will the 9th level sword formation look like? The expression on everyone's face was extremely ugly. The power of this 7th level sword formation made them understand what was called awe. This destructive power let them witness the power of heavenly Empyrean immortal growth. Right at this time, the 7th level sword formation activated. Countless sword light directly engulfed Yuan. The powerhouses outside the array formation could not see Yuan's figure at all. Ha ha ha, idiot, see if you still don't die this time. When Shu Xing saw this scene, he laughed wildly without ceasing. A hint of relief actually flashed across Ji Kang's face. He was rejoicing that he did not go and challenge the 7th level difficulty. Ji Kang waited over. If he challenged the 7th level sword formation, he would definitely die. Time slowly trickled by. Gradually, the sword lights receded. Everyone's pupils shrunk, looking at that figure inside the sword formation in disbelief. This is impossible. Such terrifying power, how can he possibly survive? Shu Xing's eyes were full of disbelief. He completely never thought that he could see Yuan. Under such horrifying sword lights, Yuan would not be able to leave behind even a corpse. But now, Yuan was standing there perfectly fine. It was just that there were many more wounds on his body. Yuan stood there without moving, both eyes tightly shut. On the frost counter sword, there was fresh blood dripping from the tip of the sword non-stop. Yuan's state was clearly not very good, but his heaving chest told everyone that he was fine. How is this possible? He actually made it through the 7th level, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that his talent is even greater than Shu Xing's? But, even Lord Ji Kang didn't have the confidence to challenge the 7th level sword formation. A series of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Yuan's performance seriously exceeded their expectations too much. Originally thought that Yuan was just a 3rd firmament celestial deity, reputation undeserved, unable to even pass the first 3 levels if he entered the sword formation. But now, Yuan actually cleared the 7th level in one go. This kind of horrifying talent gave them a tremendous shock. In a twinkle, the 8th level sword formation activated. The power this time was several times more terrifying than the 7th level. Shu Xing cursed Yuan to die non-stop in his heart. He did not believe that Yuan could even make it through the 8th level. But, when the sword formation receded, Yuan was still standing with his sword raised, no movements at all. And the place where he was standing was identical to before, without shifting in the slightest. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Could it be that Yuan cleared the 8th level without moving at all? The 9th level sword formation activated. That horrifying pressure made even Ji Kang, this 9th firmament true god powerhouse, feel asphyxiated. Too terrifying. Zhuzhe. Rather interesting. Inside the sea of consciousness, Empyrean de Villefeather suddenly started laughing strangely. Ji Xuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Yeah. This boy has always been very odd." Empyrean de Villefeather smiled and said, "Can't you perceive it?" "Perceive what?" "This boy is comprehending on the sword." "See, comprehending on the sword." "Comprehending inside the heaven-killing sword formation." "What kind of joke are you making?" Ji Xuan said in disbelief. "Hey, if my conjectures are right, after the 9th level sword formation ends, he'll still maintain this posture. The 8th and 9th level difficulty, he never moved at all." Empyrean de Villefeather's words were astonishing. Ji Xuan got a big shock and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Empyrean de Villefeather smiled and said, "If I didn't see wrongly, the limits of this brat's strength is the 7th level. The 2 rounds at the back, he didn't use his own strength to clear them at all." Chapter 1872, Stellar War Banner. Not relying on his own strength. But what kind of power can block such a terrifying sword formation? Ji Xuan was really astounded. Empyrean de Villefeather smiled and said, "Most likely, this boy has deep ties with heavenly Empyrean immortal grove." Ji Xuan was startled inwardly, having a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Right at this time, the sword lights receded. Yuan's figure appeared once more and it was still that posture. Everyone held their breaths, they felt that something big was going to happen. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. He's going to get an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Before this, no one would have expected that Yuan could actually clear the 9th level sword formation. But since he made it through, that meant that Yuan would obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. This was something that drove countless people nuts. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the sword intent in his body bursting out, virtually turning corporeal. His sword Dao Law went up another new stage, reaching late stage 5th firmament. Just as Empyrean Devilfeather surmised, he had been continuously comprehending on the sword previously. Congratulations on clearing the heaven-killing sword formation. Now, you shall obtain an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Stellar War Banner. A beam of light fell from the sky and landed in Yuan's hand, turning into a small black flag. The small flag gave off intense undulations, making all of the martial artist's eyes become heated. Yuan shook his wrist and the small flag immediately disappeared. Following that, he slowly walked towards the transmission array. Light flashed, Yuan's figure appeared on the other end of the heaven-killing sword formation. Straight away, an afterimage barged into the heaven-killing sword formation. When everyone reacted to it, it was already too late, each and everyone extremely remorseful and angry. Damn it, got beaten by that guy. A few true god powerhouses stomped their feet. Yuan already made it through the heaven-killing sword formation and entered the other side of the sword formation. Now, whoever successfully clears the formation first, would have hopes of snatching an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. At such a crucial time, it was naturally the earlier one went over, the better. And the first person to challenge the formation was precisely Ji Xuan. The Grand Array was already activated. The first 3 rounds were nothing to him at all. The moment Yuan's figure appeared, the atmosphere on the other end of the Grand Array immediately changed. Shu Xing, I've tried this Grand Array out. It's merely thus. You don't even dare to challenge the 7th level, truly weak. Yuan did not seem to feel the change in atmosphere at all, looking at Shu Xing as he said with a smile that was not a smile. Shu Xing's expression turned stiff. Recalling the big talk that he said previously, he wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Yuan challenging this heaven-killing sword formation crushed him until he was badly battered all over. Shu Xing could not figure out just how Yuan made it through. At this time, Shu Xing suddenly felt his shoulder being patted twice by someone. Turning around to take a look, who was it if not Ji Kong? Suddenly, he came to his senses. So what if Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation? A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. Yuan became everyone's public enemy by obtaining the Empyrean Spirit Treasure. He swept a glance over and discovered that everyone was staring at Yuan like hungry wolves. Hey, so what? Facing imminent death, you still have the energy to mess with me right now. Shu Xing said with a sneer. Ji Kong looked at Yuan and said coolly, hand over the Empyrean Spirit Treasure and I can make it painless for you. Ji Kong, you want to pocket the Empyrean Spirit Treasure alone? At this time, several more late-stage True God Realm powerhouses closed in, their expressions unfriendly. Ji Kang's expression was calm as he said coolly, the few of you dare to go against my vast heaven great imperial capital. A True God Realm powerhouse said, ha ha ha. Ji Kong, are you telling a joke? Inside a mystic realm, you're using great imperial capital to scare us. As long as we obtain the Empyrean Spirit Treasure, who dare say that we can't break through to the Empyrean realm? At that time, who would mind your vast heaven great imperial capital? Facing an Empyrean Spirit Treasure, no one could maintain composure. Ji Kang's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, just the likes of you few also want to snatch the Empyrean Spirit Treasure from me. Didn't you all discover that after passing the heaven-killing sword formation, the realm suppression is no longer there? On Ji Kang's body, terrifying world power suddenly bloomed, making the faces of the group of True God powerhouses change. 9th Firmament True God. This was a real 9th Firmament True God. This heaven-killing sword formation was a watershed. Clearing the sword formation, it seemed that everything returned to normal. Recovering his true strength, Ji Kang's advantage became too great. These True God powerhouses, even 8th Firmament True God, were not his match either. That True God Realm powerhouse previously continued shouting, we have so many of us, scared of him for what? He's 9th Firmament True God Realm, not an Empyrean Realm powerhouse either. If we join hands, he might not be our match. Ji Kang's gaze was scorching. Looking at the few true god powerhouses under vast heaven great imperial capital's command, he said, "What about you guys? Are you going to deal with me together with them as well?" Those few people exchanged glances, all hesitating. Their current identities were very awkward. To say that they were not moved by the Empyrean spirit treasure, that was false. But, once they took action, then there was no more path of retreat. Right at this time, another terrifying burst of world power suddenly erupted, and could actually contend with Ji Kang's aura. Another ninth firmament true god. That ninth firmament true god said, "Heh, Ji Kang, it's true that you're from the vast heaven great imperial capital, but you're merely a ninth firmament true god. What right do you have to make them all withdraw? Empyrean spirit treasures are obtained by the fated. Your vast heaven great imperial capital is also too overbearing, right?" On Ji Kang's face, a visible change in countenance finally appeared. "Yang Yidao, turns out that you concealed your strength." Ji Kang's pupils constricted as he said. The others were all extremely surprised. This Yang Yidao was a powerhouse among itinerant cultivators and had always appeared in front of people as a seventh firmament true god. But now, he actually directly reached the ninth firmament true god realm. Clearly, he concealed his strength, deceiving everyone's eyes and ears. Yang Yidao smiled smugly and said, "Ji Kang, now, does this Yang have the qualifications to vie with you over this Empyrean spirit treasure?" Finished talking, he turned to Yuan and said, "Boy, your talent is very good. Dying here is too pitiful. Hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to me, and I'll guarantee your life." Ji Kang's gaze turned sharp and he said, "Yuan, as long as you hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me, I'll bring you into vast heaven great imperial capital and groom you seriously. With your talent, you can definitely astound the world in the future." Yuan's talent, everyone saw it with their own eyes, this could not be faked. In their hearts, they had actually long acknowledged Yuan. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, a man's heart was incomprehensible. What use was there even if one's talent was any higher? That eighth firmament true god powerhouse previously said, "Humph. Is ninth firmament true god very impressive? The bullshit that the two of you said is like farting. Really take Yuan to be a fool. Yuan, hand the Empyrean spirit treasure to me. With the few of us joining hands, we'll guarantee your life. I, Zuo Pan, am absolutely a man of my word and can swear a heavenly Tao oath." For a moment, these three major powers did not give way in the slightest, all coercing Yuan to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure. The Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly laughed. "I say, are you guys thinking too much? When did I say that I was going to hand the Empyrean spirit treasure over to you guys?" Yuan's words were full of ridicule. Chapter 1873, merely. Thus, Yang Yidao laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Not handing over. Did you eat the wrong medicine? Just the likes of you, a third firmament celestial deity, can defend the Empyrean spirit treasure." In front of a bunch of true god powerhouses, Yuan actually said that he was not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure. It was really very brave. Forget about Yang Yidao, Ji Kang, this kind of ninth firmament true god peerless powerhouse, even first firmament true god was also not what a rookie like Yuan could resist. Xu Xing's contest with Yuan was merely children playing house in these big shots' eyes. They had the potential to be a powerhouse, but it did not mean that they were powerhouses right now. This kind of stubbornness and pride that was utterly unjustifiable would only make Yuan lose his life. Yuan said coolly, "Go and get it yourselves if you have the capabilities. Bullying a junior here and you're still puffed up with pride, each and every one of you is really shameless." Ji Kang smiled coldly and said, "Boy, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, you're not fit to possess treasures." Yang Yidao also laughed loudly and said, "What is face? Can it be eaten as rice? Can it increase strength? Boy, you're still too young." Zuo Pan was clearly not that patient, snorting coldly as he said, "Enough nonsense. Boy, not handing over the Empyrean spirit treasure, I'll kill you first." Originally, the group of true god powerhouses was ready to jump at each other's throats. But at this time, the spearheads were all aimed at Yuan. Yuan not being willing to hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure, no matter how they quibbled, it was all for naught as well. This boy wouldn't have lost his mind, right? Empyrean spirit treasure, he has the fate to obtain it, but doesn't have the life to use it. Can't understand what this boy is thinking. If it were me, I'd have long thrown away the Empyrean spirit treasure. This thing is a hot potato, but he actually can't even understand the situation. Reckon that he's dead for sure. Not scared of blowing matters up when watching a show. Those celestial deity powerhouses and weaker true god powerhouses all felt that Yi Yuan was too unwise. Yi Yuan held his palm out, the stellar war banner appeared in his hand. Waves of powerful undulation spread out. Feeling this powerful undulation, the eyes of Ji Kong and the rest revealed incomparably fervent looks. That's it, this is more like it. It's no use being stubborn, hurry up and hand it over. Ji Kong smiled and said. Everyone all thought that Yi Yuan still submitted in the end. Facing so many true god powerhouses, no one could be unyielding. Who knew that a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth and he said coolly, the stellar war banner is right here. If you have the capabilities, come over and take it. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting that Yi Yuan actually put on the posture of picking a fight. Right at this time, a figure suddenly dashed out behind Yi Yuan. The faces of Ji Kong and the rest all changed. They did not expect that there would actually be someone who struck first to gain the advantage. The auras of Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, Zhuo Pan, and the rest all suddenly erupted, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, the small flag in Yi Yuan's hand suddenly became bigger. The sky suddenly turned dark, stars dotting the sky. Yi Yuan gripped the stellar war banner with one hand and suddenly waved. Countless starlight suddenly coalesced onto the black flag. A terrifying to the extreme aura suddenly erupted, catching that person who sneaked attack by surprise. The person who ambushed directly flew out 1,000 feet away, fresh blood spurting wildly along the way. When he fell to the ground, there was not one unscathed spot on his body. The figures of Ji Kong and the rest abruptly stopped, looking at this scene in tremendous alarm and terror. Is this the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? So powerful, Ji Kong said with an astounded look. Yang Yidao's expression was very ugly as he said, Li Zhu is 6th firmament true god, to actually not even be able to block the power of one strike from the stellar war banner. He just obtained the stellar war banner and doesn't have time to refine at all. Furthermore, he's only 3rd firmament celestial deity, so why is he able to unleash such terrifying power? Zhuo Pan was full of puzzlement. The person who sneaked attacked Yi Yuan just now was called Li Zhu, a true god powerhouse among the itinerant cultivators, his strength not weak. When Yi Yuan and the 3 factions were disputing, he had long already planned on secretly ambushing. He found the best angle to sneak attack and wanted to snatch away the stellar war banner as soon as he killed Yi Yuan, and then escape. It was just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan beat him half-death with just one move. Yi Yuan looked at the few people with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, why aren't you rushing up anymore? Don't you all want the stellar war banner? It's right here, so come and get it. The expressions of Ji Kong and the rest were very ugly. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really provoking without any scruples. Boy, if you want to seek death, then we'll fulfill your wish. Yang Yidao, Zhuo Pan, we'll attack together. This old man wants to see whether or not this boy has 3 heads and 6 arms. Ji Kong said in a cold voice. Yang Yidao and the rest all nodded and said, okay. Kill this brat first, and then we'll slowly settle things among ourselves after. Clearly, these few people reached a consensus and were going to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan. One powerful aura after another suddenly released, rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Heaven and earth changed colors. Inside the law enforcement hall, Fang Tian and the rest had deathly pale complexions. The powerful undulations coming from the direction of the Godsfall mountain range made the entire world shudder. This surpassed the power of a small world. These people who lived in a small world, had never experienced such terrifying power before at all. In their eyes, this kind of power was sufficient to destroy the immortal Grove world. No wonder Yi Yuan said that even he had no confidence this time. Just what bunch of monsters entered this time? Fang Tian said in shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan is currently fighting with these monsters? Just what level has he reached now? Skidistant said. An incomparably powerful heavenly Tao power was injected into the stellar war banner frenziedly. The stellar war banner suddenly expanded a little more again. The skies turned dim, motes of stars dotting the sky, converging onto the stellar war banner once more. Yi Yuan suddenly waved the war banner, an even more powerful force than before suddenly gushed out, colliding together with the few great true god powerhouses. Space tore apart, the earth split open. Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, and the rest were directly blasted flying away by this tremendous force. Of course, facing such terrifying power, Yuan also suffered a considerable backlash. But this was nothing. Right now, everyone's gazes that looked towards him was akin to seeing ghosts. A third firmament celestial deity, carrying an Empyrean spirit treasure, overpowered several ninth firmament true god powerhouses. This battle achievement simply made their heads explode. How is this possible? How in the world did he do it? Even if it's an initial stage true god realm powerhouse, it's also impossible to rely on an Empyrean spirit treasure to resist the teaming up of Lord Jikong and Lord Yang Yidao. They all, right? Everyone thought that Yuan was a soft persimmon, who knew that this fellow was a diamond. Jikong and the rest forcefully endured the upheaval of their innards, using extremely shocked gazes to look at Yuan. The strength that Yuan just displayed was practically the same as theirs. No, it should be that it was even a notch higher than theirs. Because Yuan blocked the few of their combined attacks by himself. Don't each and every one of you guys crack yourselves up to be powerhouses? Doesn't strength reign supreme? This is your strength. It's also merely thus, Yuan said with a mocking look. Chapter 1874, Tang Yan. Yuan's mocking voice spread to the surroundings, sounding incomparably arrogant. But currently, no one felt that he was arrogant at all. Yuan, who was wielding the stellar war banner, absolutely had the qualifications to show contempt for these few mighty peak true god powerhouses. Rather, it was the Shu Xing in the distance who was currently already frightened until his complexion was pale. Coming along the way, he completely looked down on Yuan. All the way until Yuan cleared the heaven-killing sword formation, he finally saw Yuan's terrifying potential and strength. At that time, he already viewed Yuan as a formidable foe. But now, he was afraid. Yuan, who possessed the stellar war banner, actually fought to a draw with Jikong, Yang Yidao, and the rest. Killing him was merely a matter of moving his fingertips. Yuan surveyed the four directions, waved the stellar war banner in his hand, and said with a grin, "The stellar war banner is right here. If anyone wants it, you're welcome to come and get it." At this time, who still dared to come and snatch the stellar war banner? Unless they were tired of living. Jikong and the rest all had grim faces, feeling greatly disgraced. 2 ninth firmament true gods and an 8th firmament true god joined hands and could actually only fight to a draw with a 3rd firmament celestial deity. This was simply a comical outcome, but they knew that Yuan indeed had the qualifications to possess the Empyrean spirit treasure. Humph, let's go. Jikong gave a cold snort and brought everyone towards the next mountain peak. The Empyrean spirit treasures here were definitely not just one. Since Yuan's strength was so formidable, fighting to the bitter end here was clearly not wise. When Jikong and the rest left, Yang Yidao and the rest also left one by one. With all these heavyweights leaving, the others who dared to provoke Yuan even just slightly also left. Inside the heaven-killing sword formation, Ji Xuan was still clearing the rounds. Yuan found a place himself and started meditating. Previously, he gleaned considerable gains inside the heaven-killing sword formation, making his sword Dao Law improve greatly, already reaching late-stage 5th firmament. He had to comprehend things properly. The situation was good for him. Lang Chuling and Ji Yu Tiong still had not cleared the challenge, so he could just leisurely wait. But right at this time, a young man suddenly came before Yuan. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said with a frown, "Is there something?" "Hoo, nothing. It's just that I see Brother Yi's strength is astonishing and want to come and get acquainted. I'm Tang Yan, an itinerant cultivator," the young man said with cupped fists. Yuan had some impression of this Tang Yan. Previously, when challenging the heaven-killing sword formation, he passed the first 3 rounds rather easily. At that time, it even surprised Yuan. However, he did not choose to continue challenging but directly came over through the transmission array. Although this Tang Yan was an itinerant cultivator, his strength was definitely rather uncommon. It was just that he was different from Shu Xing and Zhou Han. He was very low profile. "So, it's Brother Tang. Nice to meet you." Yuan had always returned tenfold when others showed him respect. This Tang Yan greeted with a smiling face and was very humble, so Yuan naturally would not refuse. Tang Yan smiled and said, "Actually, in the door of Vermilion Bird, I already saw Brother Yi take action. At that time, it really gave me a fright. To be able to fuse sword Dao Law and spatial law to such a degree, this Tang has rarely seen it in my life." Yuan said, "You're too kind. Brother Tang's strength is likely not as simple as it seems either, right? Tang Yan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Hey, this Tang feels like I have some ability when I examine my own conscience, but compared to Brother Yi, it's far from it." Not afraid of Brother Yi laughing, this Tang was also brimming with confidence before coming. But now, it's difficult to dismount a tiger after getting on its back. I'm an itinerant cultivator without anyone to depend on. I wonder if I can follow Brother Yi. Being a follower is also good. Tang Yan said it euphemistically, but actually, putting it bluntly, he wanted to find a backer. The fight now was no longer what he could take part in. Many itinerant cultivators were all harboring the idea of fishing in muddled waters before coming in. After all, true god powerhouses must be suppressed to celestial deity realm too. But now, everyone recovered their strength. These celestial deity realm powerhouses, became awkward. Could not leave if they wanted to, also could not enter if they wanted to. Although Yuan was a celestial deity realm too, right now, no one would regard him as a celestial deity realm. Tang Yan coming to find him to be his backer was quite normal. Yuan looked at Tang Yan with a scorching look, wanting to see something from his eyes. But Tang Yan had an honest look, his eyes very calm, unable to see anything at all. Hoo, the mystic realm at the back will likely be even more terrifying than this heaven-killing sword formation. This Yi even has difficulties protecting myself, let alone talk about protecting Brother Tang. Apologies, Yuan said and cupped his fists. Musing for a moment, Yuan still rejected it. He was not some rookie who just made his debut in the world. The logic of a man's heart was incomprehensible, he still understood it. Those who entered the Immortal Grove world, which one did not do it for the treasures here? There were so many people on this trip, who Yuan could trust was also just a Leng Chuling. Even Ji Tiank, he would not be completely reassured too. Now, a stranger requested to be brought along, how could he possibly set his mind at ease and bring him by his side? Actually, what Yuan was most worried about was not Ji Kong these people. Making use of the Stellar War banner was just for the sake of providing a cover. Yuan could sufficiently deal with Ji Kong and the rest by utilizing the power of Heavenly Tao. What Yuan was really worried about was Empyrean powerhouses. The words that he said to Fang Tian and the rest also stemmed from precisely this. Saying that Yuan was invincible in the Immortal Grove world, that was limited as well. Right now, the Immortal Grove world recovered quite a bit of primordial energy, but it was still a little too forceful to want to deal with Empyrean powerhouses. Once Empyrean powerhouses came to blows in the Immortal Grove world, they might very likely fight until this small world fell to pieces. Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was just an Empyrean too, he was not an ordinary Empyrean after all. He was much stronger than ordinary Empyreans. Who could guarantee that there were no Empyrean powerhouses who suppressed their realms and quietly sneaked inside? There was not the slightest flaw on this Tang Yan's body. But Yuan felt that no flaw was the biggest flaw. When he scrutinized Tang Yan's performance was too calm. One had to know, he exhibited the power of peak true god realm. A merely celestial deity realm would actually be completely indifferent. Of course, Yuan did not deny if Tang Yan had a firm mind and remained unmoved. But he did not want to take the risk. Tang Yan let out a sigh and said, it was this Tang who was impetuous. I hope that Brother Yi doesn't take offense. Farewell. At this time, light flashed and Ji Xuan's figure appeared. Virtually without pausing in the slightest, Ji Xuan urged his movement technique to the limit, speeding towards the distance. Ji Xuan only cleared 3 rounds, the first 3 rounds were nothing to him. Inside the array formation, the situation over this side, he saw it all. So he chose to flee straight away. Yuan was long waiting for this moment. Laughing coldly, the Stellar War banner in his hand activated once more. A terrifying stellar power suddenly erupted, smashing over towards Ji Xuan. Ji Xuan spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, but his figure swept away even faster. Yuan, our enmity is irreconcilable. Far away, came Ji Xuan's angry roar. But his aura was very unstable. Clearly, he sustained heavy injuries. Everyone looked at this scene in terror, silent like cicadas in winter. An exalted 8th firmament true god powerhouse, the lord of a city, ran away the moment he saw Yuan. This situation was also unprecedented. Chapter 1875, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. It's so quiet here, it's likely not a good place. Yuan, be more careful. The surroundings were very quiet, making a foreboding premonition arise in Ji Tiong's heart. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "This place is extremely heavy with yin energy, there are likely many evil abominations that come and go." In reality, Yi Yuan was not worried. Dustless told him that this place was called Asura Ghost Domain, the place where heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove reared ghosts. In this place, many powerful ghost Dao powerhouses were being raised. There might even be an Empyrean realm powerhouse existence. But, with Dustless around, Yi Yuan was not worried at all. It had already been close to a month's time since coming out of the heaven-killing sword formation. Along the way, the few people saw quite a few dead bodies, but the three of them were safe and sound. All this was naturally thanks to Yi Yuan. To say that Ji Tiong did not have any ideas about the Stellar War banner, that was impossible. But the current Yi Yuan was already not the celestial deity realm martial artist who could be bullied by anyone. His combat strength approached ninth firmament true god. Even if he had any ideas, Ji Tiong could only stifle it in his heart. The three of them gradually penetrated deep into the Asura Ghost Domain. Suddenly, a series of fierce fighting sounds came from in front and they could not help becoming alert. Yang Yidao, finish off these ghosts first, otherwise, no one can think about getting the seven-colored agrine. Ji Kong said with a furious roar. The world power in Yang Yidao's body erupted and he was currently locked in a tangled warfare with a peak rank 6 ghost. These ghosts were all very hard to tangle with. Practically every one of them knew the Ghost Dao 100 runes, their strength exceedingly formidable. Ji Kang's pressure was tremendous, dealing with several ghosts. The others also suffered heavy losses under the encirclement of a group of ghosts. One of the Ghost Dao powerhouses among them roared angrily, "You all, these damn humans, to actually dare have designs on the seven-colored agrine. You all deserve to die." The number of Ghost Dao powerhouses were too many, the humans' situation was clearly disadvantageous. Hearing these people's conversation, a hint of glimmer flashed across Ji Tiong's eyes. Seven-colored agrine, it's actually the seven-colored agrine. Yi Yuan had a look of puzzlement as he said, "Senior, what's seven-colored agrine?" Ji Tiong looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "Yo actually don't know about the seven-colored agrine." In his view, with Yi Yuan's identity, how could he possibly not know about the seven-colored agrine? Yi Yuan was taken aback, secretly thinking that it was not good. The reason why Ji Tiong was very courteous toward him was that he was wary of his identity. He blurted out just now but did not think about this. It likely made Ji Tiong produce a trace of suspicion already. "Oh, I heard people mention it before in the past. But as for the specifics of what effects it has, I don't know." Yi Yuan said smilingly. A hint of suspicion flashed across Ji Tiong's eyes, but he still explained, "Seven-colored agrine is a specialty product of the Heavenspan Mountain. Furthermore, it only appears in the Empyrean level area. However, this thing is too rare, one piece might not appear in a million years. If a true god realm can acquire a piece of seven-colored agrine, stepping into the realm of Empyrean will be right around the corner. This thing, even to Empyrean realm powerhouses, it's also immensely useful." Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked when he heard it, able to let a true god break through to the Empyrean realm. It was not surprising that these people were crazy about it. Clearly knew that they could not beat these Ghost Dao powerhouses, but refused to retreat no matter what. "Yi Yuan, this seven-colored agrine, we must obtain it." A hint of fierce glint flashed across Ji Tiong's eyes. This was a massive open space. Behind the Ghost Dao powerhouses, there was a deep dark cave. If there were no accidents, the seven-colored agrine should be inside that cave. Ji Tiong's figure moved, speeding over toward that cave. This sudden turn of events naturally alarmed the group of powerhouses. "Ji Tiong, you dare!" Ji Kong howled. "Ji Tiong, you deserve to die!" Yang Yidao also roared angrily. Ji Tiong's actions made everyone extremely indignant. They fought fiercely for half a day. Yet, they did not expect that they actually let Ji Tiong find an opening. However, Ji Tiong's speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, he tunneled into that cave. The leader of the Ghost Dao powerhouses shouted angrily, "Ghostwind, you go in and kill him. The seven-colored agrine absolutely can't allow others to take a share." Yes, that Ghostwind received the order and also tunneled into the cave. The moment Ghostwind left, the pressure on Ji Kang's side reduced significantly. "Yi Yuan, this Lang Chuling also did not expect that Ji Tiong was so decisive, and was actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. There was no idea what kind of existence inside that cave. She was rather worried about Ji Tiong's safety. Yi Yuan did not move and just said, "Wait and see first. Those people who concealed their strength will likely reveal their fox tails soon as well." Sure enough, the leader of the Ghost Dao powerhouses suddenly howled loudly at this time and said, "Into formation. Eradicate all these people for me." All of a sudden, Yin Wind howled, terrifying evil ghost power surged out. When Ji Kong and the others saw this scene, each and every one of them turned deathly pale. Those late-stage ranked 6 Ghost Dao powerhouses all fired out mysterious and unfathomable seals. A terrifying aura condensed and formed. The Ghost Dao leader roared angrily, "Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, condense." An enormous Ghost Dao powerhouse condensed and formed. The gloomy and cold aura coming off his body virtually made space become solid. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, his face white as a sheet as he cried out in shock, "Ghost Empyrean. Ji Ghost Dao Heavenly Empyrean." The Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean held a curved blade made out of no idea what kind of material. A pair of deep eyes swept past, bringing everyone a feeling of death. The Ghost Dao leader immediately knelt down and said, "Lord Ghost Empyrean, these people cast their covetous eyes on the 7-colored agrine. Your Excellency, please take action to punish those who covet the 7-colored agrine, die." The Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean practically squeezed these few words out of his throat, incomparably ear-piercing. All of a sudden, the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean cleaved a blade out, the places that it passed through, space fragmented. The violent spatial storm brought out a massive tempest vortex. It was as if it was going to devour everything. The countenance of Ji Kong and the rest suddenly changed, figures retreating explosively. But, while he was fast, the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's blade was faster. This Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was a true Empyrean-level powerhouse, his strength terrifying to the extreme. But right at this time, 2 unbelievably powerful auras suddenly erupted among the human powerhouses. 2 clouds of black energy rose to the sky. The power was actually not much weaker than the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Another 2 Empyrean powerhouses, 2 streams of black energy fired out, directly clashing together with the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's blade. The Immortal Grove world space was like paper, shredding into pieces by these 3 powerful to the extreme attacks. A fiend race Empyrean powerhouse laughed strangely and said, "Zhe, even thought that I could conceal my strength until old fart Immortal Grove's palace. Didn't expect that I was forced out here." The other fiend race Empyrean said, "Old fart Immortal Grove is indeed well deserving of being a peerless powerhouse capable of contending with Lord Zhu Shang. Already dead until like this, and he can actually still summon out such a terrifying Ghost Dao powerhouse." These 2 were actually both fiend races Empyrean powerhouses. The 3 powerful attacks gradually dissipated. Space recovered bit by bit. Yi Yuan looked at this scene, expression being ugly to the extreme. The thing that he was most worried about indeed still happened. Chapter 1876, Attracting Firepower. Empyrean Powerhouse. Escaping a calamity by a fluke, Ji Kong and the rest were not the least bit happy. The unexpected appearance of fiend race Empyreans disrupted all of their plans. They thought that similarly Empyrean powerhouses, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's abode should not have too great an attraction to Empyrean powerhouses. This place was dangerous, but the benefits obtained might not be a lot. This kind of thing was an arduous but fruitless task to Empyrean powerhouses. Hence, no one thought that there would be Empyrean powerhouses who enter. But now, 2 Empyrean powerhouses appeared all at once. When the Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean saw these 2 mighty fiend race Empyrean powerhouses, he also had a solemn look on his face. "Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, is it? The 7-colored agrine belongs to the 2 of us, you don't have objections anymore, right?" The fiend race Empyrean said. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave a fierce howl and said, "The 7-colored agrine can only be possessed by Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's successor. If you all want it, you must kill me." The fiend race Empyrean laughed loudly and said, "There's no choice then. Amond, attack together and dispose of him." 2 great fiend race Empyreans took a stride out, space trembled from it. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was not the least bit afraid, clashing together with the 2 great Empyrean powerhouses. The exchange of Empyrean powerhouses fought until space was reduced to fragments. Those weaker celestial deity powerhouses were directly buried in oblivion by the air billows that flowed out. How could Ji Kong and the rest still dare to remain in the vicinity, with each and every one running far away? Immortal Grove world space was like shattered glass, spreading further and further. The Immortal Grove world was plunged into an abyss of misery. Far away, Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. The Immortal Grove world's every blade of grass and every tree, he could feel it clearly. In the current Immortal Grove world, mountains and rivers were crumbling, blood flowing like rivers. Countless lower realms were already disintegrated and torn by dissension in the midst of this great battle. I can't let them continue fighting anymore. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth, took a step out, and stepped right into the battlefield. 3 mighty Empyrean powerhouses spanning across in the middle, no one could enter that cave at all. This figure that suddenly appeared made everyone get a big surprise. Ji Kang's gaze turned intent and he cried out in shock, "It's Yi Yuan. Does this boy want to court death? Those are Empyrean powerhouses. Hey, an ant who's blind and reckless also wants to obtain the 7-colored Agarine, to go hell." Amon gave a savage laugh and suddenly threw a punch out. A terrifying ball of black energy shattered the void and fired toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just felt like the end of the world had arrived. That horrifying power made his fleshy body fall apart. Empyrean powerhouses were too strong. Stellar War Banner. Divine Vestige Space. Yi Yuan yelled out, injecting the power of Heavenly Tao frenziedly into the Stellar War Banner. At the same time, he opened up the Divine Vestige Space. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were icy cold, not carrying the slightest emotion. The power of the Stellar War Banner could virtually sweep across true God realms. But facing an Empyrean powerhouse, it was somewhat inadequate to look at. But Yi Yuan was simply a crawling bug in Amon's eyes, he did not pay attention to him at all. The majority of his focus was placed on Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. This punch did not use his full strength. The black energy broke through the Stellar War Banner, the residual force slammed completely onto the Divine Vestige Space. Those countless blue patterns directly fell apart to pieces. Yi Yuan's figure was also blasted out of the Divine Vestige Space by this punch. Yi Yuan spewed fresh blood wildly, but he did not hesitate. With another flash, he flew straight into the cave. "MN, a celestial deity realm boy received a punch of mine, and he actually didn't die." Amon said in shock. Not just him, Ji Kong, Yang Yidao, and the rest, were all dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually blocked an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. Although Amon was not serious with this attack, if it were them, they would definitely be blasted into dregs. But Yi Yuan actually forcefully blocked it. Not only did he block it, he even had leftover strength to barge into the cave. They discovered that ever since entering this mystic realm, Yi Yuan refreshed their understanding time and again. From a third firmament celestial deity that was weaker until he could not be weaker, to killing Zhou Han, then to humiliating Xu Xing, then to forcefully resisting 3 peak third firmament powerhouses. Now, he could actually even block an Empyrean powerhouse's attack. It was simply inconceivable. "Chao Yuan, Amon, you 2 fools, why haven't you quickly chased after? This boy's strength rivals 9th firmament true God, the people inside aren't his match." At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly bellowed wildly at the 2 great fiend race Empyreans. Chao Yuan's brows furrowed. Looking over at that person, he frowned and said, "You know me." That person had an indignant appearance and said in a great rage, "Your father is Devilfeather. Stop being long-winded, hurry up and go chase. When you see that boy, kill without amnesty." This person was none other than precisely Ji Xuan, who was seriously injured by Yi Yuan and escaped. Chao Yuan's and Amon's pupils constricted at the same time, and they came to a realization very soon. Empyrean Devilfeather, that was an old subordinate of Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang. Back then, he was sent by Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang to pursue Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, but he never came back. They did not expect that he actually did not die yet. The 2 of them did not doubt Devilfeather's words. To be able to say out the 2 of their names and even say the name Devilfeather, this was not what anyone could do. The 2 exchanged a glance and Chao Yuan said, "Chase." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean also gave a loud roar, raised his blade, and chased after, saying, "Where are you running?" 3 great Empyrean powerhouses all chased into the cave. The catastrophe of the Immortal Grove world finally stopped for the time being. Space slowly started to recover. Everything also returned to tranquility. But at this time, all the people inside the law enforcement hall were white as a sheet. In front of this kind of apocalyptic power, their strength was fragile like ants. Facing this kind of apocalyptic crisis, they were so feeble and powerless. What they could only do was wait quietly. This calamity, wonder if the immortal grove world can pull through or not, Fang Tian said with a pale expression. Sensing that horrifying undulation stop, Yi Yuan also let out a long sigh in relief. Yi Yuan's fresh blood spewed mouthful after mouthful. His injuries were extremely severe. Although the divine vestige space was powerful, facing existences like Empyrean powerhouses, it was still unbelievably fragile. My strength is still too weak. That damn old fart immortal grove, what the hell do you want to do? Yi Yuan roared. Inside his sea of consciousness, Dustless was silent. He knew about Yi Yuan's feelings toward the immortal grove world. This place had his kin and was also the place where he grew up. He could not possibly watch these people die unfeelingly, watch this world crumble. Therefore, his fury toward Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove also reached the limit. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove clearly had the power to suppress Empyreans. But after arriving here, he did not suppress anymore. Once the power of an Empyrean was unleashed, that was truly destroying heaven and earth. Facing Empyreans with Yi Yuan's current strength, it truly felt powerless. Just as Yi Yuan was denouncing angrily, intense fighting sounds came from in front. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly saw light. A massive karst cavern appeared before his eyes. Inside the karst cavern, iridescent rays of light blossomed. It was unbelievably beautiful. Chapter 1877, Innumerable Ghost Shadows. Damn it, you damn thing, get lost for your father. Inside the karst cavern, came Ji Tiong's roars. Ji Tiong and Ghostwind, two people, were currently fighting fiercely without rest inside the cave. Ji Tiong's strength was a notch higher. But wanting to finish off Ghostwind within a short time was also not an easy thing. On a stone platform in the depths of the karst cavern, a fist-sized seven-colored rock was placed quietly there. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, guessing that it should be the seven-colored agrine. Even separated so far away, Yi Yuan could also feel the tremendous energy contained inside it. It even made the injuries on his body instantly become much better. This is the seven-colored agrine. Indeed mystical, no wonder even Empyrean powerhouses are moved, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. While talking, waves of powerful undulations came from behind. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean and the Fiend Race Empyreans already chased after. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan took a stride out and arrived on top of the stone platform. The seven-colored agrine is mine. Below, came Ji Tiong's roar. Yi Yuan totally ignored him, reaching his hand out and grabbing at the seven-colored agrine. Ghostwind laughed savagely and said, blind and reckless thing, a measly celestial deity realm also wants to encroach upon the seven-colored agrine. He knew that that stone platform was not a good place that could let people take away the seven-colored agrine at will. Yi Yuan's hand had not touched the seven-colored agrine yet and a cold to the extreme aura already came over. Countless ghosts howled and screamed, dashing out of the stone platform, and pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. These evil ghosts all had incomparably powerful auras. Even if a true God realm powerhouse was here, they would also be torn to pieces. This tiny stone platform was actually a place that hid ghosts. When Ji Tiong saw this scene, his complexion turned deathly pale too. Even if Ghostwind did not chase after, if he went to take the seven-colored agrine rashly, his outcome would likely not be much better too. Fortunately now, there was Yi Yuan luring out these fierce ghosts. Ha ha ha, the seven-colored agrine is mine. Right at this time, Ji Tiong suddenly erupted, forcing Ghostwind back several steps. Following which, his figure was like lightning, pouncing over toward the seven-colored agrine. Ghostwind got a big shock, but it was already too late to want to go and intercept. But right at this time, a terrifying soul vortex erupted from Yi Yuan's body. The shrill screams emitted by those fierce ghosts were as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster, avoiding him as if he was a plague. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed, directly grabbing the seven-colored agrine in his hand. Those fierce ghosts did not dare to approach Yi Yuan but took Ji Tiong to be the target to vent, pouncing over toward him frenziedly. Right at this time, three extremely powerful auras barged into the karst cavern. They were precisely the three great Empyrean powerhouses. Heh heh, kid, see where you're gonna run still. Chao Yuan said with a mocking look. Didn't expect that a celestial deity realm brat could actually block a punch from your father. Truly impressive. However, it also ends here. Hand over the seven-colored agrine. Amon said with a cold smile. This karst cavern only had one exit. Right now, the exit was thoroughly blocked off by 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. There was no way out at all. The other powerhouses also followed inside but hid far away, not daring to come over at all. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's gaze also locked onto Yi Yuan firmly and said furiously, "Kid, put down the 7-colored agrine." Yi Yuan's gaze glinted and he suddenly smiled and said to the 2 great Empyrean powerhouses, "When did I say that I was going to run?" Chao Yuan was taken aback and said with a cold smile, "Best that you don't run. Looks like you've resigned yourself to date. Hand over the 7-colored agrine then, and this Empyrean can spare you from death." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused and said with a big laugh, "You fiends, each and every one of you are dumb like pigs, to actually take others to be as silly as you all. Spare me from death. This kind of trick, even 3-year-old kids won't believe either, right?" Chao Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Brat, you're very good. This Empyrean will refine you into a fiend slave and imprison your divine soul for 100,000 years." Yi Yuan ignored him, but he said to Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, "You come over. The 7-colored agrine, I'll only hand over to you. Furthermore, I can help you chase away these 2 fools." The moment Chao Yuan duo heard this, they laughed wildly without ceasing. "Ha ha ha, boy, your joke is really very hilarious, I'm almost laughing myself into fits." Chao Yuan said with a big laugh. Forget about them, even Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean himself also did not take Yi Yuan's words seriously at all. But, Yi Yuan saying to hand the 7-colored agrine over to him still moved him. It was only to see his figure moved, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. An extremely gloomy and cold aura came over, nearly freezing Yi Yuan into a corpse. The severity of a Ghost Empyrean's yin aura, ordinary powerhouses were not able to withstand it at all. "Brat, hand over the 7-colored agrine then," Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean said. "Wild Blade, still remember this old man." A voice transmitted right into Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's sea of consciousness, making his entire body shudder. You're Lord Dustless," Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean replied. Dustless laughed and said, "Hoo-hoo, it's precisely this old man." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's body trembled violently. This aura, he was too familiar. Who could it be if not Dustless? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove rearing Ghost Dao powerhouses, what did he use to raise? Of course it was the soul-suppressing pearl. This divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was not what ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures could compare to. One could say that the Ghost Dao powerhouses here were all trained by Dustless single-handedly. That's great, Your Excellency, you're alright. It's really great." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean was extremely agitated. "Hoo-hoo, now isn't the time to catch up, I'll possess your body and teach those 2 fiend race Empyreans a little lesson," Dustless said. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate at all, saying with a nod, "Okay. With Lord Dustless taking action, those 2 damn things will definitely die very horribly." Suddenly, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's eyes suddenly snapped open, the imposing momentum on his body suddenly changing. Chao Yuan and Amon's faces changed, secretly thinking that things were not good. They did not stop Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean just now because no matter whose hands the 7-colored agrine was in, the 2 of them could not avoid a fight with Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. As long as they blocked the exit and did not let them go out, it would do. Fighting 2 versus 1, the 2 of their chances of victory were very high. As for Yi Yuan saying that he could let Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean defeat them, they only took it to be a joke. But now, they had a trace of foreboding premonition in their hearts. "Amon, attack!" Chao Yuan shouted fiercely, rushing together with Amon, pincer attacking Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave a cold laugh and said with a furious roar, "Ghost Dao 100 runes. Innumerable ghost shadows, dark extermination Ghost Blade." In an instant, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean transformed into countless incarnations, each one's aura was incomparably powerful. Chao Yuan's and Amon's expressions changed suddenly, urging the fiend essence within their bodies to the limit. Countless blade images landed frenziedly, turning into an airtight blade net, slicing the entire space into fragments. Chao Yuan and Amon wailed miserably, with their figures flying out backward. The fiend energy on their bodies immediately decreased significantly. Chao Yuan struggled to crawl to his feet, gnashing his teeth in hatred as he said, "Damn it. How can it be like this?" Chapter 1878, Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. What a powerful attack, it's simply impeccable. Why did this wild blade ghost Empyrean suddenly become so strong? This is the 81st rune of the Ghost Dao 100 runes, innumerable ghost shadows. He actually cultivated to such a boundary already. No, wait, he definitely didn't have this strength previously. What in the world did Yi Yuan do to him? Yi Yuan's words were still ringing in their ears. He said that he could help Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean chase these two mighty fiend race Empyreans away. Just now, they were the same as the two great Empyreans, taking it to be a joke. They did not expect that in a blink of an eye, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean really brought down these two mighty fiend Empyreans with one blade. Yi Yuan looked at that rapidly shrinking space, letting out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. This blade arrived quickly and also left quickly, not like the great battle previously. The ripping of space was continuous and the destructive power was also completely different. Previously, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's fight with the two great Empyreans, he did not have the chance to approach Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean at all. He could only enter the cave to draw their attention. Yi Yuan looked at the two great fiend Empyreans and said coolly, "Now, is it still a joke or not?" Chao Yuan's expression was very ugly. An exalted Empyrean powerhouse was actually made a mockery of by a celestial deity realm. However, what on earth did this boy do to actually make Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's strength increase greatly? Ghost Dao 100 runes 81st rune, that was a Ghost Dao that even Empyrean powerhouses found hard to comprehend, and Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean actually used it. Kid, don't you be impudent. The victor hasn't been decided yet. Amond, attack together. Chao Yuan gave a fierce cry, fiendish energy immediately surging on his body. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said coldly, "You guys really want to go to the point of no return for a seven-colored agrine?" Chao Yuan sneered and said, "So what?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "I don't care, but Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's real treasures should be inside that palace. But if you guys want to really fight it out with Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, the Immortal Grove world will likely fall apart to pieces. At that time, that palace will drift into spatial turbulent flows and you guys can forget about finding it again." The moment Chao Yuan heard, the imposing momentum on his body immediately diminished significantly. What Yi Yuan said was right, they already sensed that the Immortal Grove world could not withstand Empyrean-level battles at all. Once they fought it out to the bitter end, the entire world would collapse and that palace would definitely crash into a spatial turbulent flow. Wanting to enter the palace at that time would be virtually impossible. However, Chao Yuan still did not give up and said to Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, "Wild Blade, this kid said to give you the seven-colored agrine, but he didn't give it to you. Could it be that you're going to stomach this insult?" Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, "I hit it off very well with this little brother. That seven-colored agrine, I'll give it to this little brother." Chao Yuan's eyeballs went wide, disbelief written all over his face. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean fought with them for the greater part of a day for the seven-colored agrine. Now, he actually gave the seven-colored agrine to Yi Yuan. The others similarly had astonished looks, feeling that this scene in front of them was seriously too subverting. One had to know, they had a bloody battle with those Ghost Dao powerhouses for a long time for the seven-colored agrine. Now, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean actually made the decision and gave the seven-colored agrine to Yi Yuan. This made people too peeved. Of course, what they had even more was envy. That was a seven-colored agrine, giving a celestial deity realm powerhouse to use was simply a wanton waste of God's good gifts. This thing was something that could let Empyrean powerhouses advance. Just nice, I was called out by them from the Senro Ghost realm and can still stay for a few days. I'll follow along with little friend Yi Yuan then. Just as everyone was unbelievably surprised, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean threw out another heavyweight bombshell. Chao Yuan's face turned black and nearly had an impulse to curse and swear. This guy could be off doing anything, but he just had to be Yi Yuan's bodyguard. He was originally still planning on finishing Yi Yuan off along the way. Now, nothing could be done. No one would have thought that a great struggle for the seven-colored agrine would actually conclude like this. The group of true god realms fought fiercely for more than 10 days, in the end, even Empyrean powerhouses took action. But nobody obtained the seven-colored agrine in the end and instead let Yi Yuan, this celestial deity realm, get it. Helpless, the party could only rest their hopes on that palace. 3 great Empyreans blazing the trail, there naturally would not be much danger on the way. Very soon, the group of people arrived on that tallest mountain peak. Only after arriving before it did everyone feel the majesty and magnificence of this palace. But Yi Yuan's gaze landed on a young man by his side. That person seemed to have noticed Yi Yuan too and flashed a friendly smile at Yi Yuan, saying, "Brother Yi, we meet again. You're really impressive, to actually be able to snatch the 7-colored agrine from the hands of a group of Empyrean powerhouses." This person was none other than precisely Tang Yan. Yi Yuan did not expect that this Tang Yan who concealed his abilities actually walked all the way here. One had to know, previously in the Asura Ghost domain, the celestial deity realm powerhouses who challenged the heaven-killing sword formation had pretty much all fallen. Especially those itinerant cultivators without backers, the casualties were even terrifyingly huge. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yan actually pulled through. Hoo, Brother Tang indeed keeps your ability hidden deeply. This Yi admires. Yi Yuan also clasped his hands and said with a smile. Yi Yuan touched his own heart and felt that he was rather accurate at reading people. But this Tang Yan, he could not see through. Tang Yan smiled and said, "What ability do I have to hide? It was merely hiding from place to place and barely managing to walk until here, that's all." Even so, this Tang also narrowly escaped death several times. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Tang is modest. Hey, finally arrived at Old Fart Immortal Grove's lair. Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. Heh, that thing should be hidden in here, right?" Chao Yuan chuckled and was about to step into the Great Hall. He was brave stemming from great ability and was also not afraid of whatever contingency Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set up. "Hold on," Ji Xuan suddenly shouted. Chao Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "MN. What's wrong, old fogey Devilfeather?" Empyrean Devilfeather could not even take care of a true god realm right now, how could Chao Yuan take him seriously? Zhu Shang said in a solemn voice, "Lord Zhu Shang sent you 2 pigs here, isn't he afraid of spoiling the important affair?" Chao Yuan snorted coldly when he heard that and said, "Devilfeather, stop putting on stinky airs in front of your father. If you're formidable, why would you be suppressed by Old Fart Immortal Grove for 5 million years? Ji Xuan's face turned black and was practically about to rampage. But he was currently a tiger who had ended up in an open plain, so how could he be Chao Yuan's match? It was only to see him snort coldly. He said, "Okay then. If you want to seek death, go in then." Chao Yuan's brows furrowed and he calmed down instead. Suddenly, his gaze swept and landed on a 3rd firmament true god. "You, go in first," Chao Yuan said in a cold voice. That 3rd firmament true god's face changed but hesitated. Chao Yuan said in a cold voice, "If you're not going, die." As he said, powerful fiend essence burst forth, crushing that 3rd firmament true god until he could not catch his breath. Chao Yuan did not give him time to hesitate at all, suddenly slamming a fist out, immediately blasting him into dregs. Then, his gaze landed on another true god realm and said, "You, go in." The moment that person heard, his face was immediately ashen. But at this time, it was not allowed for him to refuse at all. Carrying flustered emotions, he walked towards the main entrance of the palace. A horrifying energy undulation landed. That true god powerhouse did not even let out a scream. He directly turned to ashes. Chapter 1879, Eradicate him for me. The group of powerhouses all had slightly fearful expressions. This Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions were too powerful. Chao Yuan's face changed. He then pointed at another true god powerhouse and said, "You go." But this time, he pointed at Yang Yidao. The moment Yang Yidao heard, his face immediately turned pale and he stammered, Lord Empyrean, haven't we already tested it?" Chao Yuan snickered and said, "Not testing more, how will this Empyrean know where the weak point of this restriction is?" One sentence and everyone felt imperiled. Ji Kong, Zuo Pan, and the rest of the true god realm top powerhouses, all had very ugly faces. The fox mourning the death of a rabbit was pretty much like this. Yang Yidao was aware that there was no chance to be spared. Suddenly, he knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a flash. He understood that at this time, there was only Yi Yuan who could save him. Little brother Yi Yuan, I beg you, save me." Yi Yuan was also rendered dumbfounded by this sudden change. An exalted 9th firmament true god powerhouse actually knelt in front of him. When the other true god powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help giving rise to the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. At this time, the celestial deity realm martial artists whose numbers were not many felt very safe instead. Because even if they went, they could not probe anything out at all. When Chao Yuan saw this scene, he immediately laughed. Hoo, if you'd long known that it would be this way, why behave like that back then? He obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure based on his own ability. You guys insisted on abusing your power to bully people. Now, you're in a crisis and turned around to beg him. Is it that you guys will sell him again after this round? Yi Yuan brat, let me remind you, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean can't stay for more than a few days here. Chao Yuan had a smile on his face, seemingly not worried at all that Yi Yuan would help Yang Yidao. Along the way, they concealed their strength, taking Yi Yuan's conflict with these people into their sights. At this time, Yang Yidao's intestines were green with regret. Yang Yidao slapped himself ruthlessly and cried bitterly, Yi Yuan, I made a huge mistake. It was all my fault. I shouldn't have been blinded by obsession and covet your Empyrean spirit treasure. But in the end, we're all humans. Are you going to passively watch everyone die in the hands of the fiend race? Yeah, Yi Yuan, at this time, we should be bound by a common hatred for the enemy and deal with the fiend race together first. Everyone is human compatriots, you can't stand by and watch us die. The moment they heard Yang Yidao's words, these true god powerhouses all voiced their vocal support, wanting to hold Yi Yuan ransom to ethical principles. Yi Yuan was originally somewhat stirred, but when Yang Yidao said until the second half of his sentence, Yi Yuan became enraged. Yi Yuan gave a furious roar, interrupting their words. Everyone's faces changed, they all saw through that Yi Yuan was angered. Yang Yidao, if you're scared of death yourself, then be scared of death yourself. Deliberately dragging everyone in, are you bullying me for being soft-hearted? Or is it that you feel that I'm young, easy to hoodwink? Yi Yuan looked at Yang Yidao and said with a cold smile. Yang Yidao's face was ashen. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so sharp. His bit of trick was seen through by Yi Yuan. He was secretly shocked. How could a 1,000-over-years-old little fellow have such profound cunningness? This old monster who had lived for 1,000,000 years, could not play any tricks. Also, you guys, know that you're humans now. Know that there are compatriots now and want to fight the enemy with a common hatred. What the hell have you been doing? When the two of them were dealing with me inside the cavern, did one of you come forward? Previously, when Ji Kong they all were taking advantage of their power to bull people, did any one of you step forward to step up for me? Now, know how to be scared. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping over each person's face. The places it passed through, those true god powerhouses all lowered their heads. Yi Yuan sneered inwardly. These people posed as people of high morals but were self-centered. Saying whatever human race's righteousness was merely holding you ransom to ethical principles. What Chao Yuan said was right, even if he helped these people pass this hurdle, once Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean disappeared, they would recover to their original faces very quickly. Ha ha ha, boy, I really underestimated you. Looks like you see things even more thoroughly than I do. Chao Yuan laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan suddenly reined in his expression and said coolly, I know that there are definitely Empyrean powerhouses among the humans too. But, I really admire your tolerance, to actually be able to endure until now. Hoo, thinking of sitting things out and reaping the spoils later. Yi Yuan's words made Chao Yuan's face change. They naturally also suspected that the humans had Empyrean powerhouses around too. But even the seven-colored Agarine appeared and the human Empyreans did not show face. They thought that there were none. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually suspected that the humans had Empyreans too. Yi Yuan swept his glance over and said with a faint smile, all not making a sound huh. All treating me as a sucker, making me fight to the death with the fiend race Empyreans, is it? Sorry, you guys want to dodge, but I won't let you do as you wish. Senior Wild Blade, give them a chop, force out our Lord Empyreans for me. The moment Chao Yuan heard, he could not help laughing loudly and said, ha ha ha. Boy, you're indeed ruthless enough. A great character. But the faces of Ji Kong and the rest changed and said, Yi Yuan, what do you want to do? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, don't blame me, want to blame the Lord Empyreans. Senior, do it. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean nodded slightly, evil ghostly power suddenly erupting. Those human powerhouses were all ashen. In front of Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean, they did not have the strength to retaliate at all. There was no difference from lambs awaiting slaughter. The blade rising, the terrifying aura raged. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate in the slightest and really chopped a blade over. The faces of the human powerhouses all abruptly changed. They finally knew that Yuan was not joking with them. But right at this time, two powerful auras suddenly erupted, meeting this blade. The blade momentum dissipated, everything returned to tranquility. Two auras that were not weaker than the fiend race Empyreans appeared in the midst of the human camp. The faces of the powerhouses around them suddenly changed, backing away one after another. Ji Kang's pupils constricted, looking at one of the figures and exclaimed, "Lord Zhao Min, you're here too." Zhao Min looked at Ji Kang and said with a cold snort, "Humph. Vast heaven great imperial capital's face is totally lost by you all." Ji Kang had a look of embarrassment. Being suppressed by a celestial deity realm boy along the way, this was simply a great stinging insult in his life. But he had no choice. Putting aside that he had peak true god strength, he even had an Empyrean powerhouse protecting. The other Empyrean powerhouse said, "Heh, Zhao Min, you might not fare better than how Ji Kang did too. This boy isn't simple. Enough crap, Du Hong, this is my vast heaven great imperial capital's affair. It has nothing to do with you." Zhao Min said unhappily. Finished talking, Zhao Min looked at Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Boy, you're very gutsy, to actually dare oppose my vast heaven great imperial capital. The consequence isn't what you can bear." Yuan looked at him and suddenly grinned and said, "Are you threatening me? Senior Wild Blade, eradicate him for me." Chapter 1880, Mysterious Tang Yan. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean did not hesitate at all. Innumerable ghost shadows was executed once more, directly bombarding a blade over. One blade directly blasted Zhao Min flying. Cough, cough. Zhao Ming was struck by the blade and already sustained serious injuries, coughing vigorously. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's innumerable ghost shadows, even Chao Yuan and Amon joining hands, was not a match for it. So how could a measly Zhao Min alone possibly block it? Ha ha ha. Zhao Min, is your brain spoiled? Didn't even figure out the situation and you dare to threaten Yuan? When Chao Yuan saw the situation, he could not resist laughing loudly. The two of them fiend race mighty Empyreans did not even dare to attack Wild Blade after joining hands. Zhao Min, alone and without backing, actually dared to use vast heaven great imperial capital to coerce Yuan. Did he really take Yuan to be a soft persimmon? When those true god powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of their hearts leapt to their throats. That was an Empyrean powerhouse, and yet Yuan sent him packing with one word. It was also that the space here was not stable enough. Otherwise, Yuan would likely deal a fatal blow. But this attack already gave Zhao Ming a serious injury too. Zhao Ming crawled to his feet, his expression ugly to the extreme. No idea whether was it because he got injured, or was it because it was humiliating. Those who came here are all aiming for the treasures. You used vast heaven great imperial capital to threaten me. I think that you really didn't bring your brain out when you left the house. Yuan said with a cold smile. See, consider yourself ruthless. Zhao Ming gritted his teeth and stopped talking. Under this situation right now, the most domineering one was not the few mighty Empyrean powerhouses, but Yuan, this puny little celestial deity realm. This was because Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's strength far surpassed the other Empyreans. And Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean obeyed Yuan's every command. Zhao Min, this major faction's Empyrean powerhouse, was insufferably arrogant because he was used to playing the tyrant. Because of Yuan's conflict with Ji Kang, Shu Xing, and the rest, he felt that it provoked vast heaven great imperial capital's face. That was why he blurted out those words. Except, he never thought that Yuan would actually be so decisive in going for the kill, making a move at a word of disagreement. Yuan's words and actions were not like a junior's at all, but a fierce and ambitious person who ruled a region. Hey, since these two cowardly turtles came out too, then we can discuss how to enter the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, right? These words, Chao Yuan said them to Yuan. Currently, Yuan undoubtedly had the greatest right to speak. Yuan said coolly, how to go in is your business. If you have the ability, go in to seize the treasures. If you don't have the ability, keep watch outside. Senior Wild Blade, let's go. Done talking, Yuan brought Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean and entered inside the restriction with a stride. Chao Yuan's pupils constricted. This brat's guts were also too plucky to actually go in just like this. Wasn't he scared of death? Humph, blind and reckless thing. When Zhao Min saw the situation, he said with a cold snort. At the same time, he cursed non-stop in his heart, cursing for Yi Yuan to be directly exterminated by the restriction. After Yi Yuan walked into the restriction did not have any reaction at all. It was only to see him shift positions, directly arriving outside the palace's front door. The door was lightly pushed open by Yi Yuan. Chao Yuan's face changed, and he said with a furious roar, "Turns out that this kid knows restrictions. Damn it, can't let this boy go in. Otherwise, the treasures inside will be swept clean by him alone." Zhao Min also said anxiously. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, "You guys take your time. No rush, I'll go in to explore the way first." Done talking, he stepped right into the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. What to do here? Old Fart Immortal Grove's restrictions are extremely formidable. Based on our strength, forcefully barging won't work at all, Amon said anxiously. The others also had looks of despair. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, everyone would be played by Yi Yuan. When everyone was at a loss on what to do, he swaggered his way in. "Everyone, I think that I can bring you all in." Just as everyone lost all hope, a voice sounded out like heavenly music. Looking over to where the voice was, everyone discovered that it was actually a celestial deity realm young man. You're sure that you can?" Zhao Ming used doubting eyes to look at him. The young man smiled brightly and said, "I can go ahead first." Everyone exchanged glances. Chao Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Okay. You go." The young man slowly walked out, akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, and really made a round trip. Except, his speed of clearing the restriction was much slower compared to Yi Yuan. When everyone saw the situation, they immediately revealed wildly ecstatic looks. No one would have expected that this celestial deity realm young man could actually crack such a profound restriction. Chao Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with pleasant surprise, "What's your name called?" The young man smiled and said, "Tang Yan." This young man was none other than precisely Tang Yan. Even Yi Yuan also did not think that apart from him, this place actually still had someone capable of passing through the restriction. "Ha ha ha, truly, heaven didn't fail me. Quickly, you lead the way," Chao Yuan said impatiently. But Tang Yan smiled and said, "Senior, don't be anxious. Tang Yan don't have other abilities, but have done some research on restrictions. However, this junior has a presumptuous request." Chao Yuan's face changed, but he recovered back to normal very quickly and said smilingly, "Speak." At this time, if Tang Yan did not raise any requests, it would be abnormal instead. Tang Yan smiled and said, "Seniors have to do everything in your power to ensure my safety after entering this heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. I hope that everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's attainments, there is still no idea what kind of restriction exists inside. Ensuring my safety, seniors will only earn and not lose out." By now, this junior already has no other requests and only asks to be able to go out safely. The few mighty Empyrean powerhouses exchanged glances, agreeing to Tang Yan's request very quickly. Just as Tang Yan said, heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's restrictions were too terrifying. This place was heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's lair. What kind of restrictions were inside was still not known. With Tang Yan around, it was indeed a pretty good choice. After swearing the heavenly Tao oath, Tang Yan started to bring everyone into the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. After entering the Heavenly Palace, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean said with a cold laugh, "Hey, how would those fools have thought that young master is Lord Immortal Grove's successor? With this, they can only wait blankly outside." Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed and he said, "Young master, what does this mean?" Yi Yuan said, "Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laying down such a big setup, it was in order to lure these people in. Now that they already arrived at the gate, how can they possibly be turned away at the gate?" Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean's face changed, and he said, What in the world does Lord Immortal Grove want to do?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "That can only ask him to know. Either way, it's definitely not some good thing to the Immortal Grove world." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, sensing a wave of undulation in the purple extreme hall. His thoughts stirred and little Tong appeared hugging the pink treasure pig. Snort snort, treasure pig grunted at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up and he said with a smile, "Okay, we'll follow you." Little Tong let his hand go. Treasure pig immediately scurried into the depths of the great hall like lightning. Chapter 1881, One Fell Swoop. Such thick medicinal fragrance. If those people saw it, it cannot be without a bout of killing again. Looking at the heaps of bottles and containers in front of them, Yuan could not help sighing emotionally. Under Treasure Pig's lead, Yuan found this side hall. Inside had all sorts of medicinal pills displayed. Barring no accidents, this place should be the place where Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove stored medicinal pills. When Treasure Pig saw these medicinal pills, its two eyes immediately lit up, turning into a streak of punk light and dashing over, devouring a pile of bottles and containers busily. The quality of these medicinal pills naturally went without saying. Yuan examined them, they were basically all ranked 6 and above divine pills. There were even quite a number of ranked 7 divine pills. Rank 7 divine pills were medicinal pills even useful to Empyrean powerhouses. Yuan saw that on a countertop in a corner, several small bottles were placed, faintly exuding an extremely powerful aura. Opening the small bottle to look, the sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky, practically shattering the entire side hall. Yuan hurriedly closed the lid and said in pleasant surprise, "This is 4 symbols true blood. Inside this small bottle, there are likely several dozen drops of azure dragon true blood." One had to know, 1 drop of true blood outside caused countless powerhouses to crack their skulls in a bid to vie for it. If the true blood here was put out, it would definitely arouse endless frenzy. Yuan's mind stirred, White Light and Ning Tianping both appeared here. "Your Excellency." Yuan handed the White Tiger True Blood to White Light and passed the Black Tortoise True Blood to Ning Tianping, saying with a smile, "Inside is White Tiger True Blood and Black Tortoise True Blood. You guys refine it, your strength should be able to increase considerably." White Light opened the bottle lid, a violent tiger roar transmitted out. His expression changed and he said, "S so much." Yuan nodded and said, "You're of the White Tiger physique. Refining the White Tiger True Blood will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort." White Light was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, big brother. I'll go into closed seclusion right away and refine it." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Ning Tianping similarly felt an upsurge of emotion, saying gratefully. These few years, White Light and Ning Tianping were cultivating inside the Purple Extreme Hall, and also already broke through to Celestial Deity Realm. It was just that in terms of cultivation realm, they were a lot worse than Yuan. Done with these, Yuan did not hesitate either, directly swallowing 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood, and started refining. "Senior Wild Blade, you stand guard over me. I'll refine the Azure Dragon True Blood." Little Tong's gaze turned intent and he said, "You swallowed 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood in one go, you don't want to live anymore." Yuan smiled and said, "I'm just scared that it's not enough." The dragon blood entering the body, the berserk energy instantly erupted, Yuan's imposing momentum skyrocketed. After 2 hours, Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his realm already broke through to 4th firmament divine vestige. Little Tong had a shocked expression as he said, "Just what kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? Refining 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood only let you barely manage to break through to the 1st firmament Celestial Deity Realm. Furthermore, your speed of refining is a little too fast, right?" Leng Chuling used several months' time to refine a drop of Vermilion Bird True Blood. But Yuan merely used 2 hours to refine 3 drops of Azure Dragon True Blood. This speed was too fast. Yuan smiled and said, "Talk about this again in the future. We'd better leave this place first. There are probably quite a few good things inside this Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. Let's walk around more." "Your arp." Treasure Pig suddenly belched, immediately plopping down in Little Tong's embrace, falling asleep. Yuan swept a glance over and also got a big shock. The medicinal pills here were quite a few. This little fellow actually ate all of them without leaving a single one behind. He was secretly astonished. Just what kind of pet was Treasure Pig, to actually have such a good appetite? So many medicinal pills, ordinary people would have long burst if they ate them. Treasure Pig's body shape actually did not even change. Just what was inside this little fellow's stomach? Right at this time, Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean suddenly said, "Young master, Wild Blade probably can't accompany you to carry on walking anymore." Yuan gave Wild Blade a glance and knew that his time limit was up. Nodding his head, he said, "This whole way, many thanks to Senior Wild Blade for escorting." Wild Blade hurriedly said, "What is young master saying here? You're Lord Immortal Grove's successor, and also Lord Dustless's master. So you're naturally my, Wild Blade's, master too. Without them, there wouldn't be the present wild blade. Young master, when you return to the Heavenspan world, you must go to the Senro Ghost Realm to find me. Senro Ghost Realm was the same as the Demon Divine region, a region of the Heavenspan world. It was just that the Senro Ghost Realm was the paradise of Ghost Dao powerhouses. Yi Yuan nodded and said, definitely. Senior Wild Blade, take care. Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean cupped his fists and said, take care, young master. The moment Wild Blade Ghost Empyrean left, Yi Yuan lost the reliance to resist Empyrean powerhouses. Hence, he could not meet with those people anymore. Fortunately, Dustless was very familiar with the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace. Hence, avoiding those people was nothing. Such thick medicinal fragrance. There must be good stuff here. An alluring medicinal fragrance wafted over. Zhao Min and the rest were all intoxicated. Chao Yuan and the rest went through hardships and finally found this side hall. They were different from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had Dustless leading the way and was not worried about the dangers of the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace at all. But they could only forcefully barge in. Along the way, quite a few people sustained heavy wounds or even died on the way already. A bunch of people entered in a single file, entering inside the side hall. How can it be like this? Upon entering, Zhao Min's face changed. Inside the side hall, there were disorderly empty bottles everywhere, scattered in a mess. Ji Kong gave a cold snort and said angrily, this place should be Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pill refining room. The medicinal fragrance is so strong, it indicates that there were still many medicinal pills previously. This must have been done by Yi Yuan. The good things were all given to a pig. Those true god powerhouses were all black in the face, in great fits of rage. One misstep and every step would then be wrong. They could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust. But, one had to admit, Ji Kong really said it correctly. These medicinal pills were really given to a pig. Except, this pig was not Yi Yuan, but a genuine pig. Preposterous. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove is a famous alchemist, there must have been rank 7 divine pills here. This damn brat actually got the whole lot. When I capture him, this old man will definitely tear him to pieces. Du Hong also said angrily. No way, we have to hurry and chase after. Otherwise, we won't be able to fish any benefits, all benefiting this brat. Tang Yan, quickly lead the way. MN, where's Tang Yan? Zhao Min said. He was still here just now, where is he gone? Damn, if this boy isn't around, once we encounter restrictions, we'll be dead for sure. This punk called Tang Yan is as mysterious as Yi Yuan. The moment everyone turned around, they discovered that the Tang Yan who was leading the way previously actually already disappeared. To be able to walk until here safely, Tang Yan could be said to have made tremendous contributions. Now that Tang Yan suddenly disappeared, everyone could not help panicking in their hearts. 4 great Empyrean powerhouses, each of their faces were very ugly too. At this time, a figure was traveling at great speed inside the palace, spurring on powerful restrictions from time to time. However, those restrictions actually did not have any use when they landed on that figure. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this figure was none other than precisely Tang Yan. It's a saying, they don't know that it was really eaten by a pig. Chapter 1882, Tang Yan's True Identity. Within the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, intense undulations transmitted out from time to time. That horrifying energy made the entire Heavenly Palace start to tremble intensely. Yi Yuan's expression was ugly as he said, what's going on here? Someone is confronting the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions. Dustless said with a frown. Yi Yuan was shocked and said, confronting. Being able to confront the restrictions so enduringly, Empyrean powerhouses probably can't do it too, right? Dustless nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, come, let's go to the Immortal Grove Hall. If old fart Immortal Grove left behind anything, it's likely left there. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Following Dustless's guidance, he sped over towards the Immortal Grove Hall swiftly. Inside the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, Tang Yan arrived leisurely. Those restrictive forces that were powerful until it made the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace shudder had no effect on him at all. And the direction that he was going in was surprisingly, precisely the Immortal Grove Hall. With a creak, the Immortal Grove Hall's front door was lightly pushed open. A power that was daunting until it made people quiver abruptly erupted. However, facing this force, Tang Yan just lightly waved his hand and it immediately turned to ashes. After stepping in, Tang Yan's gaze never shifted away before. World suppressing steel. At this time, a voice sounded out on the other side of the hall. Tang Yan lifted his head slightly and looked over, and discovered that astonishment was written all over Yi Yuan's face. He just entered the hall from a side door and discovered that the sculptures of the four symbols divine beasts were set up in the four corners of the great hall. Apart from this, it was stark empty inside the hall. There was only a stone stele suppressing in the center position, emitting a terrifying aura. This stone stele, Yi Yuan was quite familiar. What was it if not the world-suppressing stele? However, the world-suppressing stele was clearly on him. Then what was this stone stele? Yi Yuan did not believe that this world-suppressing stele in the Great Hall was the genuine world-suppressing stele. Because Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's goal was not the world-suppressing stele at all, but the lesser Heavenspan mountain inside the world-suppressing stele. And the lesser Heavenspan mountain was precisely in his, Yi Yuan's, hands. That's right, it's precisely the world-suppressing stele. Tang Yan said with a faint smile. Yi Yuan's face fell and he looked at Tang Yan and said, Tang Yan, who on earth are you? Tang Yan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, with your intellect and wit, haven't you already guessed it? Why is there a need to get confirmation from me? Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, his heart twitching violently, squeezing 4 words out of his crevices between his teeth. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang. This Tang Yan had always given Yi Yuan a very peculiar feeling. This person was too low profile, but each time, he could make it through safe and sound. Most importantly, when everyone felt imperiled by danger, this Tang Yan could still maintain an expression that was rippleless like an ancient well. This was absolutely not ordinary. In reality, Yi Yuan had always thought that Tang Yan was an Empyrean powerhouse. But under that blade of wild blade ghost Empyreans, Tang Yan did not make a move. This had surprised him greatly. Yi Yuan never dreamed that Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang actually personally took action. Now, the truth was brought into the light. Yi Yuan finally understood just what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set up such a grand spectacle for. He wanted to draw his greatest sworn enemy, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang, over. He used the world-suppressing steel to draw him over. Actually, right from the beginning, Yi Yuan faintly had some surmises, feeling that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove definitely did not lay down such a grand setup in order to choose a successor. Because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's successor was him, Yi Yuan. Then, there was only one reason that he would do this. It was revenge. Except, he could not figure out what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was relying on to dare do so. Forget that he was already dead, even if he was currently in his prime, it was also impossible to be Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's match. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Empyrean, even though it was only 1 word off, the strength margin was akin to heaven and earth. Even if Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang was just an existence who refined a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit. Tang Yan smiled slightly and said, for old fart Immortal Grove to be able to find a successor like you, his life was truly not spent in vain. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he said, you knew long ago. Zhu Shang smiled and said, you were able to forcibly resist true God realm powerhouses along the way and could hide from other people's eyes. But you can't hide from this Emperor's arcane sight. How can a mere initial rank Empyrean spirit treasure be able to let a celestial deity realm have such strength? It's just that this trip, you shouldn't have come. Yi Yuan had already obtained Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's legacy. In Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's view, he could totally not get involved in this messy situation. He was only at the celestial deity realm. This trip here was too perilous. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, borrowing this to subside the astonishment in his heart. No matter what, with the Heavenly Emperor powerhouse suddenly appearing in front of him, Yi Yuan still could not help being shocked in his heart. One had to know, this young man in front of him was a formidable existence who fought with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove several million years ago. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said, when Immortal Grove opened up another world-locking gate, I had to come on this trip. Zhu Shang was slightly surprised as he said, you were actually born in the Immortal Grove small world. Yi Yuan's heart turned cold, secretly thinking to himself that this Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang had such meticulous thinking. Just based on a sentence from him, he guessed that he was born in the Immortal Grove world. Cultivating from a bumpkin until celestial deity realm, to actually only use a short 1,000 over years, your talent is really rarely seen in this emperor's lifetime. Old fart Immortal Grove found a fine successor. Zhu Shang said rather emotionally. Yi Yuan fell silent. His emotion was very complicated. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang personally taking action exceeded his expectations. If it were Empyrean powerhouses, he could still make use of this Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace to dance around. But a Heavenly Emperor was too strong. Once Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang exploded with full power, the Immortal Grove world would immediately fall apart into pieces. There was no leeway to maneuver at all. Hu, you must be very curious why this Emperor would personally take action. Actually, this Emperor has coveted Old Fart Immortal Grove's world-suppressing steel for a long time already. Before obtaining the world-suppressing steel, even if he had the world-suppressing steel and 10-directional sword, this Emperor doesn't lose to him too. But ever since he obtained the world-suppressing steel, he continuously suppressed this Emperor until I couldn't lift my head. In fact, he was going to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor a step earlier than this Emperor. Therefore, this Emperor guessed that a heaven-shocking secret must be hidden inside the world-suppressing steel. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's gaze became heated. The more he said, the more alarmed Yi Yuan got. This Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang was definitely a terrifying character. From some clues and inklings, he could guess so many things. Furthermore, what he guessed was totally right. The secret contained inside the world-suppressing steel, probably even Dao ancestors would go crazy for it, let alone a puny little Empyrean powerhouse. Heh, this old fart laid down such a grand scheme, isn't it, in order to tell this Emperor that the world-suppressing steel is here? When he wasn't dead, this Emperor wasn't even afraid of him. Now that he's dead, would this Emperor really not dare to come? Ha. As he said, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang slowly strode out, walking over toward the world-suppressing steel in the middle of the Great Hall. Suddenly, the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace started trembling violently. In the four corners of the hall, the four enormous sculptures actually came to life. Roar, 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 roar. Four light figures rose to the sky. Those four statues actually flew toward the world-suppressing steel in the center of the hall together. Chapter 1883. A shot arrow has no way of recalling. A horrifying enormous wave rippled out. Yi Yuan actually could not stand still and was directly flung flying out. A phantom gradually condensed and formed in the center of the hall. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, recognizing the phantom very quickly. It was just that the aura of this phantom was entirely different from what was seen outside. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang did not do anything and just quietly watched. That appearance was as if everything was within control. To a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, there was already nothing that could make their countenance visibly moved. Let alone that Immortal Grove was just an Empyrean powerhouse, and even an Empyrean powerhouse who was dead. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not see Yi Yuan, there was only Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang in his eyes. Zhu Shang, you indeed came. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang smiled slightly and said, didn't you cause such a big commotion for me to come? Now that I'm here, what can you do to me? To him, he could make the Immortal Grove world turn to ashes with a wave of his hand. He did not fear a dead person at all. Immortal Grove smiled coldly and said, is that so? Then, wouldn't you know after trying it out? Today, the grudge between you and me should also have a conclusion. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang said coolly, merely a wisp of remnant soul, to also dare utter such wild ravings, truly don't know what you're talking about. This world-suppressing steel, I'll take it first. Done talking, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang took a step out. His aura suddenly changed, an apocalyptic aura reverberated within the entire palace. Not far away, Yi Yuan immediately felt palpitation. Under this horrifying pressure, he could not even move a muscle. Is this the power of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? So strong. Although Yi Yuan's Empyrean class strength was horrifying, he had witnessed before Chao Yuan and the rest taking action. That was at least still within the boundaries of normal people's understanding. But now, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang merely released the pressure from his body and it made the entire world tremble. This kind of power already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless said, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses already transcended samsara and aren't within the five elements. Their strength, ordinary people are completely unable to comprehend it. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's tiny bit of pressure, he didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the Immortal Grove world can't withstand it at all. Yi Yuan's expression was incomparably ugly. The matter this time already surpassed his control. All along, Yi Yuan had always moved after planning it out. But this time, the events that exceeded his predictions were too many. Right now, the powerhouses inside the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, even if placed in the Heavenspan world, they were already at the apex level. But presently, it appeared within a small world where Heavenly Tao was lacking and incomplete. As long as these two people made a move, the entire Immortal Grove world would surely crumble. Immortal Grove, what in the world do you want to do? This place is the small world that you created single-handedly. Could it be that you're going to watch it collapse unfeelingly? Yuan used all of the strength in his body and roared furiously at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze finally looked towards this side, coldly. Do what? Of course it's taking revenge. This Empyrean roamed unobstructed throughout heaven and earth, only a step away from stepping into the realm of Heavenly Emperor, but it was all ruined in the hands of this accursed thing. Not avenging this enmity, this Empyrean realm can't die in peace. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes were actually full of the wrath of hatred. Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Why? Your enmity, I'll help you avenge it one day. Why do you have to draw him to the Immortal Grove world? The current Yuan billowed with flames of fury. One could say that for him to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was entirely thanks to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. As long as his strength was sufficient, he would definitely take revenge for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But, now, matters actually developed to such a step. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove gave Yuan a meaningful glance and said coolly, Kid, you obtained my inheritance, but the strength of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses isn't what you can imagine. 5 million years ago, I already arranged everything today. Today, it's time to make a clean break. Clearly, he had long seen through that Yuan was his successor. Except, he did not care at all. He schemed 5 million years for the sake of today. A long sigh sounded out, Dustless's figure appeared. The Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove who had always been cold finally showed a trace of visible change in countenance. Dustless, you woke up. Dustless gave Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove a glance and said with a sigh, I originally thought that my slumber and Zhang Hun's death was caused by your battle with Zhu Shang. Looking at it now, it wasn't the case. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pupils constricted, the muscles on his face actually twinged. I'm not reconciled to it. Not avenging this enmity, I can't die with my eyes closed. Compared to my grudge, what does the small world count for? What do Empyrean spirit treasures count for? But Dustless smiled and said, there's no cause for much criticism for you to do so. Zhang Hun and I were born because of you. It's just that this time, you were really wrong. Yuan's potential is even greater than you imagined. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes turned sharp and could not help sizing Yuan up once more. He arranged for 5 million years for the sake of this setup today. But the world is constantly changing all the time, the things that could change in 5 million years were too many. He would not have expected that he would have a successor who surpassed his predecessor, let alone think that this successor would actually arrive before him on this day when the grand scheme took shape. And currently, monstrous waves stirred up in Yuan's heart too. Zhang Hun who was mentioned by Dustless was likely the artifact spirit of the world-suppressing steel. Yuan had always been puzzled why the world-suppressing steel had an artifact spirit, while the world-suppressing steel did not. Come to think of it, turned out that the artifact spirit died. Furthermore, Zhang Hun's death had a direct relation to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. All along, Yuan had also always thought that Dustless's slumber was also caused by Zhu Shang. But looking at it now, it was simply due to Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove extracting the power of these two might peak Empyrean spirit treasures. If not for encountering him, Dustless might have to keep on slumbering. Hoo, you and I have lived together for so many years, you should be very familiar with me. I only believe in myself. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove suddenly laughed and said. He turned to Yuan again and said, Kid, you shouldn't have come on this trip. Yuan's expression was extremely ugly as he roared furiously, I was born here, grew up here, my parents and friends are all here. Now, you want to personally destroy this place, can I not come? Hoo, boy, you're still too tender. The path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. So what if father and mother, so what if friends? If they can't cultivate to the apex realm, they will similarly pass away. Only oneself is eternal. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed loudly and said, Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks started appearing in the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's space. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's aura became stronger and stronger. Hey, Immortal Grove, let me take a look at what you prepared for this emperor by spending 5 million years. Zhu Shang said with a laugh. Immortal Grove's expression turned cold and he said, a shot arrow has no way of recalling. Boy, hope for the best for yourself. Chapter 1884, Stubborn Child. Hey, then polish your move a bit more, see what I've prepared for you. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove kneaded seals with both hands, the other world-suppressing steel below him suddenly erupted with an incomparably horrifying energy. That imposing momentum was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's. When Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang saw the situation, he smiled faintly and said, just this bit of strength. Indeed much stronger than peak Empyrean. But you wouldn't think that this kind of strength can kill me, right? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed coldly, the seals in his hands moving once more. Suddenly, that world-suppressing steel rose up from the ground and suspended in the air, emitting an incomparably dazzling light. That world-suppressing steel's power was actually strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's expression turned slightly dark and suddenly released his aura. A terrifying might of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. Dense blue patterns reverberated in the air. Seeing those blue patterns, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This thing, he was too familiar. Divine Vestiges. Turns out that Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse could actually control Heavenly Emperor Divine Vestiges. While at the same time, blue Divine Vestiges similarly burst forth from inside that world-suppressing steel. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's face finally produced a trace of visible change in countenance. Haha, Zhu Shang, didn't expect it, right? On this Empyrean's deathbed, I already glimpsed great Tao and controlled Divine Vestiges. It's just a shame that my body at that time was already a heavy burden on me. Otherwise, how could there still be the you today? Amidst Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's laughter, it was filled with unwillingness and full of indignation. He was well deserving of being a peerless genius among Empyreans, to actually be able to touch the threshold of Heavenly Emperor before death, only a step away from attaining Heavenly Emperor. What kind of existence were Heavenly Emperors? The realm of Tao ancestors could not be fathomed, while the realm of Heavenly Emperor was the ruler of this heavenspan world. This was a transcendent existence, an existence that towered above all life. He was of course unwilling. This Empyrean extracted the primordial energy within 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, hoarding 5 million years worth of world power, for the sake of this strike today. You, prepare to die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly and said. Dense fissures started appearing in the entire Immortal Grove world. Endless spatial turbulent flows started pouring into the Immortal Grove world frenziedly through these rifts. The Immortal Grove world was currently walking towards death. These horrifying energies aren't what the Immortal Grove world can withstand at all. Countless mortals were devoured by the spatial rifts in this instant, losing their lives. Once a Heavenly Emperor was enraged, corpses would float for 10,000 mills. This kind of rhetoric already could not describe the tragedy of this moment. Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. He already could not use words to describe the feelings in his heart at this moment. With his current strength, he could not stop the confrontation of these 2 mighty Heavenly Emperor powerhouses at all. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp and he said to Dustless, Senior, can I communicate with the Immortal Grove world through the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl now? Dustless nodded and said, of course you can. But, right now at this time, it's too dangerous. Once the world crumbles, your divine soul will also be torn to shreds. Can't care that much anymore. If the Immortal Grove world is destroyed, I'd rather die. Yi Yuan said with the slightest hesitation. Dustless had spent a long time together with Yi Yuan and naturally knew his temper. He heaved a sigh and said, fine, I'll help you. But, promise me, once the matter cannot be done, you must get away in time. Yi Yuan nodded his head, consciousness directly sinking into the 2 great Empyrean spirit treasures. The world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl, these 2 treasures, had long already become an inseparable part of the Immortal Grove world. Under Dustless's help, Yi Yuan's entire consciousness merged into the Immortal Grove world very quickly. At this very moment, his entire person became a part of the Immortal Grove world. That sort of feeling was very magical, as if he was this world. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, a wave of sharp pain immediately transmitting over to his consciousness. It was as if his entire divine soul was being torn into countless pieces. Inside Yi Yuan's divine sea, chaos divine essence and blue divine marks crept out, entering straight into the sea of consciousness. Fang Tian looked at the dark sky, looked at those endless spatial cracks, a look of despair on his face. Looks like Yi Yuan can't save us again this time. The immortal grove world is going to be destroyed. Skedistant had an ashen look as he said, we're really too useless. Every single time, we need Yi Yuan to come and save. I also have no idea how he is right now. Fang Tian said helplessly, that level of fight, Yi Yuan probably can't intervene at all too. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this current situation. How are Yi Yuan's parents? Skedistant said, relax, arrangements have long been made. As long as the immortal grove world isn't destroyed, they will be fine. Fang Tian let out a sigh and said, currently, this degree of destruction, the immortal grove world's casualties have likely already reached above 50%, countless lives turning to ashes. Destruction is likely an irrecoverable thing already. Once the world utterly crumbles, even you and I have no possibility of surviving too. The two people were just talking when that intense tremor of the earth actually gradually showed signs of stabilizing. Those continuously growing spatial cracks actually started gradually recovering. Fang Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, this. What's going on here? Skedistant had a look of pleasant surprise as he said, ha ha ha. It must be Yi Yuan. It must be Yi Yuan. Looks like we still have hope. Fang Tian's face also revealed an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. He sighed and said, it's really been hard on Yi Yuan. Everyone's faces all revealed looks of pleasant surprise. Except, they did not know what kind of anguish Yi Yuan was enduring at this moment. A horrifying undulation came over, Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang glanced sideways and said smilingly, hoo, this disciple of yours is really a stubborn child. For the sake of your small world, he actually doesn't even want his life anymore. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove gave a cold laugh and said, want to use him to make this Empyrean waver? It's no use. You must die today. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang laughed and said, that might not be so. As long as I can obtain the world-suppressing steel, so what if I pay some price? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly and said, is that so? Zhu Shang, savor well this big gift that this Empyrean spent 5 million years to prepare for you. Heaven, sundering, finger. In front of Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, Tao vestiges revolved, condensing to form the appearance of a finger, incomparably corporeal. That horrifying aura, heaven and earth trembled from it. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's face finally revealed a hint of solemnness. His aura also finally rose to the peak. Old fart Immortal Grove, this emperor really admires you. I didn't expect that you're already dead and can actually still leave behind such a terrifying contingency plan. However, it's probably not enough for you to want to use it to kill me. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang said with a solemn expression, only to see him knead seals with both hands. A ring on Zhu Shang's hand suddenly erupted with a berserk energy, boundless black gas surrounding his body. And the Tao vestiges around him immediately flourished significantly as well. Brahma True Fiend Dharma Idol, an enormous black shadow blocked in front of Zhu Shang. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face changed and he cried out in shock, Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. You actually have a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. Chapter 1885. He's dead for sure. One horrifying energy undulation after another impacted Yi Yuan's divine soul, making his divine soul nearly collapse. His entire person spewed fresh blood wildly, his innards and divine soul suffering extremely terrifying impacts at the same time. His entire person was already on the brink of death. This true fiend Dharma idol in front of him was far from as massive as Kanuo they all. It was just the size of the average person, but its appearance made the entire Immortal Grove world quake. If not for Yi Yuan withstanding the vast majority of the pressure, the Immortal Grove world would have long already been crushed by the impact of this energy ripple. This was the real true fiend Dharma idol. The true fiend Dharma idol that Kanuo they all summoned was merely a tiny smattering. Especially that this true fiend Dharma idol was summoned under the augmentation of a Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasure. Its power was even more terrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan, give up. The exchange of blows between Heavenly Emperors, you're completely unable to withstand it. Dustless said, but Yi Yuan shook his head stubbornly and said, oh, once I leave, Father, Senior Fang Tian they all, will all die. Even if I die, I also need to hold on. Dustless had a rare display of roaring at Yi Yuan as he said, "The strike that Immortal Grove prepared 5 million years ago, its power is unimaginable. Once it collides together with the true fiend Dharma idol, it will produce several times, or even several dozen times the energy undulation in an instant. It's impossible for you to save the Immortal Grove world." Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Not trying, how will I know?" At this very moment, Yi Yuan was extremely calm in his heart, his brain revolving like lightning. Letting him passively watch the Immortal Grove world be destroyed, that was not possible. Even if there was just a trace of hope, he also had to save the Immortal Grove world. While on the other side, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng laughed loudly and said, "Could it be that you thought that in these 5 million years, I'd really do nothing? Even if there's no way of improving a step further, that doesn't mean that my strength won't increase." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze turned intent and he said in a cold voice, "So what? Receive the power of my finger." Finished talking, it was only to see Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove point a finger with one hand. That finger which condensed and formed suddenly crushed over towards Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng. The places that it passed through, space fragmented and divine essence surged. Feeling this horrifying power, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng's expression also turned white as a sheet. One had to admit, this big gift that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove prepared for him had indeed exceeded his expectations too much. Comprehending Tao vestige on his deathbed, just one step away from his fleshy body becoming emperor, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's talent indeed gave him a huge shock. However, as long as he made it through this move, everything was over. "True fiend Dharma idol, block for me!" Zhu Sheng roared. That black true fiend Dharma idol suddenly welcomed that finger under Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng's word of command. That horrifying to the extreme undulation made the shattering space accelerate. Even with Yi Yuan's protection, it already could not withstand the undulation anymore. Just as Dustless said, the energy collision of two great Heavenly Emperor powerhouses would produce several times, even several dozen times the energy undulation. In this energy undulation, how could Yi Yuan, a mere celestial deity realm, be able to resist it? For him to be able to hold on until now, it was entirely based on powerful willpower as well as the mysterious divine vestiges. Except, these still appeared so powerless in front of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Outside of the Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, the group of Empyrean powerhouses was also anxious and doubtful. The energy undulation of two great Heavenly Emperors already knocked Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace's restrictions into a scattered mess. How could these powerhouses still dare to stay inside? All retreated outside. Once swept into the battle of two great Heavenly Emperors, that was absolutely certain death. This power absolutely surpasses the Empyrean realm. What in the world is going on? Zhao Min's complexion was ashen as he said. Chao Yuan and Amond exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of pleasant surprise from the other's eyes. "Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect it. Lord Zhu Sheng actually came in person." Chao Yuan's loud laughter made Zhao Min and Chao Yuan's faces change drastically. The Lord Zhu Sheng from his mouth, they naturally knew who he was. It's not right. Logically speaking, small worlds can't withstand the might of Heavenly Emperors at all. Why is this small world still not destroyed yet until now? Yang Yidao suddenly said. A small world collapsing was not catastrophic to these people. Even if swept into a spatial turbulent flow, they still had the ability to protect themselves. So they were not flustered. It was just that to the people of the Immortal Grove world, there was virtually no hope of surviving. There should be someone supporting this small world. It's just that, apart from Lord Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, who else can maintain the small world from crumbling under the spell battle of two mighty Heavenly Emperors? Du Hong also had a look of puzzlement. At this time, Xu Xing, who had always been low profile to the extreme, suddenly spoke up. Could it be Yi Yuan? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces turned austere. Impossible. Zhao Min's first reaction was that it was not possible. This kind of thing went against common sense too much. But, don't you all find it strange along the way? Yi Yuan seemed to have become invincible after arriving here. Even ninth firmament true gods aren't his match. The struggle for all kinds of treasures, he also held the advantage in all respects. Therefore, he's likely someone from the Immortal Grove world. Xu Xing guessed. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was stunned by Xu Xing's bold conjecture. It sounded as if it was a fantasy tale. But with Xu Xing saying so, everything became logical instead. Heavenspan worlds powerhouses arriving at small worlds, they were extremely proud. Because the so-called geniuses of small worlds were utterly worthless in their eyes. However, Yi Yuan's talent crushed all of his peers. Even a prodigious character like Xu Xing was also crushed until there was not an unscathed patch of skin in front of him. Therefore, they would not think in this area at all. But now, with Xu Xing reminding, everyone had a sudden realization. By the side, Leng Chuling's beautiful eyes swiveled around. She was also stunned by Xu Xing's guess. Without a doubt, among these people, she walked the closest with Yi Yuan and also understood Yi Yuan the best. Xu Xing's conjecture was really extremely likely. But, even if he's this small world's new controller, with his celestial deity realm strength, how can he possibly support the small world from collapsing? Du Zhong said with a frown. Everyone exchanged glances, all filled with puzzlement. The energy impact of two great heavenly emperor powerhouses, forget about celestial deity realms, even Empyreans found it hard to withstand too. Hey, who cares? No matter how powerful he is, when these two torrents of energy collide, it will also be the day where the immortal Grove world crumbles. If it's really Yi Yuan supporting this small world, then he's dead for sure. Chao Yuan suddenly laughed. Two streams of exceedingly powerful energy were currently closing in extremely swiftly. Countless vines burst out from under the ground, tangling over toward the true fiend Dharma idol. The true fiend Dharma idol suddenly stopped. And right at this time, that heaven-sundering finger arrived. At virtually the same time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliant light. Chapter 1886. The reason for my existence. Damn it, Kunwu Divine Wood. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's face changed swiftly, being put at a loss on what to do by this sudden turn of events. He recognized straight away that these vines were an extremely rare plant-type demon from the Heavenspan world, Kunwu Divine Wood. Kunwu Divine Wood's offensive strength was not strong, but the degree of its toughness absolutely gave people a headache. The true fiend Dharma idol was too strong. Even the Kunwu Divine Wood found it hard to stop its advancement too. Instantaneously, cracks started appearing on those green vines, then it broke free. But what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove wanted was this instant. Go and die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes revealed a vicious look, all of his fury unleashing completely at this moment. A large hole was directly torn open in the entire space. Boundless spatial turbulent flow poured in, tearing this large hole bigger and bigger. With just the finger pointing, the true fiend Dharma idol was akin to suffering a heavy strike, immediately turning to ashes. The entire Immortal Grove world was trembling. Space was torn once more until it disintegrated and was already on the verge of destruction. When the group of powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one turned pale. One should not look at how they were all Empyreans and true gods. A battle of Heavenly Emperor level, they had never experienced it before. The shock that this horrifying energy undulation in front of them brought to them was too intense. Is this the power of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses? Too terrifying. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove has already died for 5 million years and he can actually still unleash such an earth-shaking attack, truly terrifying. If Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove didn't die, he'd definitely have already entered the ranks of Heavenly Emperors. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang might not be a match too. These people all knew that Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang seized a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit before he could corroborate his Dao and become a Heavenly Emperor. But Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove relied on his own strength. He exuded such a horrifying energy. With a comparison, whoever was superior was immediately determined. Hey, space already shattered, the Immortal Grove world is about to be destroyed right away, Yi Yuan is dead for sure, right? What Xu Xing was most concerned about was Yi Yuan instead. Zhao Min laughed coldly and said, if it's really him maintaining the Immortal Grove world, then he's probably already turned to dust now. Hey, reckless and blind thing, serves him right to die. Xu Xing smiled and said, right now, the people who entered Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace, apart from those who are already dead, they are virtually all here, only missing Yi Yuan. I think that the one supporting the Immortal Grove world is most likely him. Haha, this damn fellow is finally dead. One had to admit, Xu Xing was still very smart. His analysis was practically exactly the same as the truth. But right at this time, the fragmentation of space suddenly stopped. That spatial black hole that was torn open by Heavenly Emperor level power was currently recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on here? The Immortal Grove world is actually currently being repaired. The power of two great Heavenly Emperors is currently erupting crazily. At this time, the shattering of space actually didn't accelerate, but is being restored instead. How is this possible? Could it be Yi Yuan? Du Hong suddenly said. Death-like silence. This scene was too unthinkable. What erupted before their eyes was an apocalyptic power. However, those spatial cracks were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of immense contrast gave them a fierce misconception. The heaven-sundering finger eradicated the true fiend Dharma idol. However, its residual power did not disappear, abruptly landing on Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang. On Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's hands, Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures lit up once more. Fiendish energy gushed out frenziedly, using all of its power to resist this blow. However, this attack was too strong. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's figure was immediately blasted, flying out. Intense energy undulations immediately burst out, spreading throughout the entire Immortal Grove world. Giant mountains suppressing the world, unmoving like a mountain. A voice that reverberated throughout the sky emitted out of Yi Yuan's mouth. In the sky, a massive mountain emerged, drawing everyone's attention. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes revealed a dumbfounded look, looking at that young figure above the void. That's the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. This kid actually already refined the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. He drew on the power of the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain to suppress the Immortal Grove world. How did he do it? While talking, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove drew a cold breath. As the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain's owner, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove naturally knew about the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Although at this time, that virtual image in the sky was very blurry, unable to make out the shadow of the Heavenspan Mountain at all, he, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, was extremely sure that that was the Heavenspan Mountain. Lesser Heavenspan Mountain. The current Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, his figure became much more illusory. Clearly, that horrifying attack just now already consumed the last of his energy. Furthermore, his figure was currently fading away rapidly and was disappearing very soon. The last of his soul force was already thoroughly drained. Looking at the Yi Yuan in the sky, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's gaze gradually turned soft. With the light of being enlightened greatly. Suddenly, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed wildly without ceasing. The current Immortal Grove Heavenly Palace was already completely wrecked. The entire Godsfall mountain range was also already leveled to the ground. This place that made countless powerhouses of the Immortal Grove world perish disappeared in the end. A figure suddenly appeared beside Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. It was just that this figure appeared extremely feeble. Suddenly, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's laughter abruptly cut off. But he did not turn around, saying lightly, "Kunwu, on my deathbed, I finally understand." This figure beside Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was none other than precisely the Kunwu Divine Wood who had already disappeared. Kunwu did not speak. He was currently extremely weak. Entangling the true fiend Dharma idol, even if it was just that short while, already made his soul nearly disintegrate. Facing a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he was still too weak. However, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove did not have the intention of letting him speak. He was saying for Kunwu to hear and also saying for himself to hear. I, Immortal Grove, achieved Divine Lord in 300 years, Celestial Deity in 800 years, True God in 3,000 years, Heavenly Empyrean in 50,000 years, and only used 1,000,000 years to cultivate to peak Empyrean. I've always thought that I, Immortal Grove, am the person chosen by Heavenly Tao. In the future, I'll definitely reach the apex, achieving Transcendent Heavenly Emperor, even becoming that 10th Tao ancestor. But I never dreamed that I would actually die at Zhu Shang's hands. I'm unwilling. I want revenge. I'm the person chosen by Heavenly Tao. How can I die? So, I laid down this heaven-shocking scheme, drawing Zhu Shang over. I want to make him pay the price. I want to make him die. But only all the way until this moment, do I understand that turns out, all this was merely my one-sided wishful thinking. The person chosen by Heavenly Tao isn't me at all. This Empyrean broke through to Divine Lord, creating the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove world gradually developed, having myriad realms, having the Divine Realm, having mortals, and having Divine Tao powerhouses. This Empyrean strength became stronger and stronger, strong until it even made many Heavenly Emperor powerhouses extremely wary. In my eyes, what do the mortals of small worlds count for? They are merely a bunch of ants. Now, I understand. It turned out that the reason for my existence was in order to let this boy be born. Chapter 1887, The New Immortal Grove World. R recovered. Looking at those spatial cracks gradually recovering, Fang Tian's eyes were full of mixed feelings. The crowd that originally already lost all hope started cheering crazily at this time. That horrifying energy undulation already passed, the immortal grove world was not destroyed. Skidistant had lingering fear in his heart as he said, really restored. How did Yi Yuan do it? That surge of energy undulation just now made me feel like I went to the gates of hell and back. That horrifying energy undulation just now spread throughout the entire immortal grove world. Even Skidistant, this level of powerhouses, felt the aura of despair. But in a twinkle, not only was the immortal grove world not destroyed, it became even more stable instead. Got to say, this was a miracle that they did not dare to believe. Yeah, too horrifying. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I wouldn't even dare believe that there's actually such a horrifying energy in this world. I also don't dare to believe that someone's strength can reach such a boundary. In the end, we're merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Yi Yuan, he is really remarkable, Fang Tian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Currently, the survivors of the immortal grove world were all shouting crazily. That wild elation of surviving a calamity erupted like a volcano, bursting forth from the bottom of their hearts uncontrollably. Above the void, Yi Yuan looked down upon the world. His gaze landed on the gradually dissipating heavenly Empyrean immortal grove, full of mixed feelings. He understood heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's fury. But, for this reason, using the immortal grove world's trillions of life to go take revenge, it was a little too vicious. Yi Yuan did not have compassion for all life, but he respected each person's existence. Cultivating from essence Qi realm all the way until such a boundary, Yi Yuan's journey of the heart was far more complicated than other martial artists. Even just a mortal also had their meaning of existence. In Yi Yuan's view, celestial deity, true God, even heavenly Empyreans, heavenly emperors, had no difference from mortals in essence. Each person was attempting to shake off the shackles of fate, and control their own destiny. Everyone was merely a speck of dust in this vast world. Yi Yuan would never be soft-hearted against opponents who had massacred billions of lives with a finger, but he would still satisfy his own selfish desires by sacrificing others as the price. In this lifetime, he had a clear conscience. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's way of doing things made him incomparably indignant. If not for him connecting the Immortal Grove world to the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain at the critical moment, suppressing the Immortal Grove world with the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain's power, this world would have already turned to ashes now. However, for Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it could be said to be all thanks to the Immortal Grove world. A person dying is like a lamp extinguishing. Today's matter, I'll leave it at this, you, go with peace of mind. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and said coolly. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove looked at Yi Yuan, his face revealing a consoled smile. Just as he was about to speak, a horrifying aura surged once more. A person dying is like a lamp extinguishing. Ha ha ha, you almost killed this emperor, how can this emperor let you die like this? Old fart Immortal Grove, I want you to watch your successor die in front of you. I want to completely destroy your small world. Horrifying fiendish energy rose to the sky once more, making Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face change drastically. Actually didn't die. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove meticulously laid down such a scheme. He naturally had absolute confidence in killing Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang. But he never thought that Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang would be even more stubborn than he imagined. The power of that finger was ridiculously horrifying and he actually did not die. However, although Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang's fiendish energy was horrifying currently, it was clearly far weaker than before. That finger still caused tremendous damage to him. Except, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was already powerless to stop him. The current Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang was invincible. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Zhu Shang return once more, Chao Yuan and Amon's faces revealed wild elation. Haha, how can Lord Zhu Shang die so easily? Old fart Immortal Grove, you miscalculated, right? Old fart Immortal Grove, Yi Yuan, tremble. Chao Yuan laughed wildly and said. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression was extremely ugly. This sudden turn of events seriously exceeded his expectations. Boy, today's calamity was caused by me, I'll resolve it, you quickly leave. Kunwu, we'll delay him, give this boy the time to leave. Immortal Grove said. Kunwu gave Yi Yuan a glance and just quietly nodded his head. Being able to maintain the world from collapsing and contending with a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, these were two entirely different concepts. The entire Immortal Grove world was like a large web. Although a heavenly emperor powerhouse's might was terrifying, it was clearly not that easy to want to make the entire large web totally fall apart. The power that Yuan drew from the lesser Heavenspan mountain was sufficient to maintain this web from being utterly torn to shreds. However, a heavenly emperor powerhouse dealing with a celestial deity realm martial artist, even if he was this small world's controller, it was impossible to accomplish too. Ha ha ha, want to leave? Today, no one can leave. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng was already thoroughly enraged, only to see him surge with fiendish flames billowing to the sky, condensing a black enormous sword. That horrifying aura tore the surrounding space apart once more. True fiend sword, fury chopping the firmament. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng gave a furious roar and was about to unleash this true fiend sword. A massive mountain fell from the sky, carrying an apocalyptic might, directly suppressing down. One blue fine lines after another revolved incessantly on the giant mountain. That true fiend sword directly crumbled. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng let out a shrill scream, but it was already too late to want to escape. Another loud bang, the entire Immortal Grove world's earth trembled. Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng was directly suppressed below the ground by the giant mountain without the slightest strength to resist. Everyone looked at that giant mountain, each and every one of their pupils constricting. What is this, to actually be able to even suppress a heavenly emperor powerhouse? Chao Yuan said with an ashen look. Lord Zhu Sheng wouldn't have died just like this, right? Amon said with a look of terror. What on earth did Yuan do? Why did he suddenly become so strong? The Immortal Grove world is merely an Empyrean-level small world. Even if he's the new controller, it's also impossible to suppress heavenly emperor powerhouses, right? The Empyrean powerhouses and true god powerhouses were all incomparably struck with terror. The scene that happened before their eyes truly surpassed their understanding. But they also realized that right now, the Immortal Grove world already became spiritually renewed, and was no longer that fragile small world previously. And Yuan, this controller, was already powerful to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, he thoroughly suppressed a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Kunwu's eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. This Empyrean has never known that the lesser Heavenspan mountain can unleash such terrifying power. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove muttered under his breath. The current Yuan was still standing proudly above the void. It was just that his form became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. Celestial deity realm, that was just a joke. The current Yuan already reached a level where he could disregard cultivation realms. In this Immortal Grove world, he was an invincible existence. Chapter 1888, Suppressing Empyreans. Yuan looked at the giant mountain, his heart cold and indifferent. No one was clearly than him what the lesser Heavenspan mountain signified. It was where Tao was located, the epitome of the Heavenspan Great Tao. Yuan connecting it to the Immortal Grove world. The Immortal Grove world was no longer that fragile and dilapidated small world. In front of Heavenspan Great Tao, so what, even if Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng, my father died in your hands. Our enmity is irreconcilable under the heavens. I'm powerless to kill you today, but there will come one day where I'll make your soul dissipate. Get lost. Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, the giant mountain quietly dissipated. A stream of black gas rushed to the sky. Punk, today's matter, this emperor has remembered it. After you go to the Heavenspan world, you will die without a doubt. The black gas directly punched a hole above the void and disappeared. Looking in the direction Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng disappeared, a hint of regret flowed out of Yuan's eyes. The Immortal Grove world was a new Immortal Grove world, but his strength was still too weak. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses were naturally not that easy to kill. Moreover, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng was even a fiend race Heavenly Emperor famous for having a tenacious life force. This level of a powerhouse, he could not kill him. If not for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove seriously injuring Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng previously, even if he brought out the lesser Heavenspan mountain, it would still be difficult to escape death. But after today, Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng suffered a heavy wound. He likely could not recover to his peak state anymore within several tens of thousands of years. Whoosh whoosh, two dark shadows suddenly shot up to the sky, wanting to follow in Heavenly Emperor Zhu Sheng's footsteps and escape the Immortal Grove world. Yuan looked and just laughed coldly. Can't kill Zhu Sheng doesn't mean I can't kill you guys. Since you came, then stay behind forever. With a wave of a hand, the mountain appeared again. Two great fiend race Empyreans were directly suppressed by the lesser Heavenspan mountain and did not even let out a scream and already turned to ashes. These two were merely initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. Compared to Zhu Shang, they were worlds apart. For Yi Yuan to want to kill them, it naturally did not take much effort. It was just that this scene in other people's eyes was totally not the case. Zhao Min and Du Hong, two people, their faces turned pale. Ever since stepping into Empyrean realm, they had never felt before such immense pressure. This, Yi Yuan, the matter previously, it was all a misunderstanding, Zhao Min said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan's gaze was like a torch as he said coolly, at this time, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding. Along the way, your celestial deity realm disciples wanted to kill me, true god realm elders wanted to kill me, and even you, this Empyrean powerhouse, also threatened to kill me. Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding. Zhao Min's expression was extremely ugly and he defended himself with sophistry. You can't touch me. I'm vast heaven great imperial capital's grand elder. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, vast heaven great imperial capital. What the hell is that? I even dared to suppress a heavenly emperor, do you think that I'd care about offending a great imperial capital? When Zhao Min heard that, his expression was extremely ugly. Yeah, Yi Yuan already provoked a colossal giant like heavenly emperor Zhu Shang. So would he still care about the Empyrean level vast heaven great imperial capital? Alright, don't harbor hopes of getting lucky anymore. You guys, none of you can escape. While talking, Yi Yuan pointed a finger out. The wind and clouds changed colors. One blue fine line after another condensed and gathered on his fingertip and suddenly fired out. Ji Kong, Ji Xuan, and Xu Xing directly turned to ashes. The Empyrean devil feather inside Ji Xuan's sea of consciousness was also exterminated cleanly along with it. Zhao Min's gaze turned intent, grabbing at Lang Chuling like lightning. This scene happened too suddenly, everyone did not react in time. With a flash, Yi Yuan already blocked in front of Lang Chuling. Yi Yuan pointed another finger out, Zhao Min seemed to have been struck by lightning, his figure falling back wildly without ceasing. Right at this time, the giant mountain landed once more. An Empyrean powerhouse of his generation was directly suppressed to death by Yi Yuan. The others looked at this scene with their hearts beating in fear, not daring to even breathe. Under the new heavenly Tao, Yi Yuan was too powerful. The most terrifying was still that giant mountain, killing Empyreans like killing dogs. Done with these, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pointed, a black hole appeared in the void. All of you leave, Yi Yuan said coolly. The remaining people all looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Du Hong said with surprise, you're really letting us go. At this very moment, this immortal grove world was like a giant cage to them. Inside this cave, no matter monstrous your power was, you also had to be suppressed by Yi Yuan. If it were them, they absolutely would not let these people leave. But Yi Yuan actually let them go. Hence, they did not dare to believe it at all, feeling that Yi Yuan was deliberately digging a pit for them. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, before I change my mind, hurry up and get lost. Du Hong's expression changed, his figure moving, speeding over towards that black hole. Sure enough, Yi Yuan did not do anything to stop. With Du Hong taking the lead, the others were akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, all following and leaving the immortal grove world. Yi Yuan looked at Lang Chuling and said, what are your plans? Lang Chuling looked at Ji Yu Tiank beside her and looked at Yi Yuan again, shaking her head as she said, I don't know either. Yi Yuan smiled, fished out a piece of 7-colored agarine, threw it to Ji Yu Tiank, and said, Senior Ji Yu, Yi Yuan is indebted to your care a few days ago and has nothing to repay you with. Just take this 7-colored agarine as remuneration then. Ji Yu Tiank's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a startled face as he said, Is honorable nephew joking? With the 7-colored agarine, he absolutely had the confidence to break through to the Empyrean realm. At that time, so what if vast heaven great imperial capital? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Ji Yu, you were implicated by Yi Yuan. Leaving this immortal grove world, you likely can't be the city lord anymore. Previously, in front of Ji Xuan, Senior Ji Yu also protected me. This piece of 7-colored agarine, just take it as Yi Yuan's gratitude. As for Chuling, she probably can't return to Thousand Sore Imperial Capital anymore as well. So she can follow me from today onward if she wants to. Yi Yuan killed the vast heaven great imperial capital's Empyrean powerhouses and already sowed irreconcilable enmity with them. Gu Tianq and Lang Chuling, two people were the closest to him, this was what everyone saw. If they returned, they were definitely nothing good to gain out of it. Gu Tianq was different from Lang Chuling, he previously thought that Yi Yuan came from some major faction, that was why he viewed Yi Yuan in a different light. When fighting for the seven-colored Agarine, Yi Yuan already determined Gu Tianq's character. As for Lang Chuling, Yi Yuan already regarded her as a friend, it was naturally different. Gu Tianq hurriedly said, "Hu, this old man obtaining this seven-colored Agarine, I'll definitely need to enter closed seclusion and won't be able to take care of Cholan. Then I'll have to trouble little friend Yi to take good care of this obedient disciple of mine." In his eyes, Yi Yuan definitely took fancy to Lang Chuling, that was why he would put down such a high stake. Lang Chuling still had an icy cold appearance, but disappointment flashed across her eyes. Yi Yuan naturally knew what Gu Tianq was thinking in his heart, but he would not explain anything either. He just clasped his hands and said, "Senior Gu, take care." Chapter 1889, Patrolling Inspector. You shouldn't have let them go. After everyone left, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove let out a long sigh. When Yi Yuan did this, he did not stop it. Of course, he had no way of stopping it too. The present Yi Yuan already completely replaced him, becoming the master of the Immortal Grove world. This place already did not belong to him. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's body already turned into motes of light and started dissipating. Dustless's body also formed. His expression was indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove a glance and said coolly, "I have my bottom line when doing things. They only came in to seek treasures and have no grudge or enmity with me. Killing them I'll find it hard to get over my conscience." Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression became solemn. He knew that Yi Yuan was still angry about what happened before. It was fine that he set up this plot, but the Immortal Grove world's trillions of life would lose their lives because of it. Those people were utterly worthless in Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's eyes. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, those people should not die. Immortal Grove smiled slightly and said, "Boy, a soft-hearted personality will only make you encounter more dangerous situations." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What difference is there from animals if you're ruthless and inhuman? Ha ha ha, truly a different type. Boy, I know that you're unhappy that I made a wager with the Immortal Grove world. But no matter what, you're the successor of my mantle. This point, you can't wipe it away." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan did not smile, he just said coolly, "If it wasn't like this, do you feel that I'd be conversing with you patiently now?" Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's face turned black and he said, "Boy, whether you're willing or not, you inherited this Empyrean's mantle. Don't you know anything about pecking order?" At this time, the Dustless who had been reticent all along suddenly spoke up, "Actually, whether or not Yi Yuan is considered the successor of your mantle, it's really hard to say. He indeed obtained the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl, but these two items were already abandoned by you. As for his cultivation method and martial techniques, it's all inherited from the lesser Heavenspan Mountain and has nothing to do with you." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pupils constricted, and he said, "He didn't cultivate the cultivation method that this Empyrean left behind." Dustless shook his head and said, "His ambition is even greater than yours. His ability is also above yours. The cultivation method that Yi Yuan created will shock the entire Heavenspan world in the future." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's expression became austere, and could not help recalling the events before. He was astonishingly talented. If he did not fall, it might not be impossible to reach the realm of Transcendent Heavenly Emperor in the future. But even so, he also did not obtain the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's recognition. But now, Yi Yuan already refined the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, becoming the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's true master. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove understood Dustless. He was not trying to spite him, but he really felt very optimistic about Yi Yuan. If it was really as Dustless said, then could Yi Yuan's future accomplishments be even more than Transcendent Heavenly Emperor? This was a little too preposterous, right? As if seeing through what Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was thinking, Yi Yuan's expression turned slightly dark and he said, "Those has nothing to do with you anymore, go in peace." Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could even put his hands on the artifact spirit that he nurtured for 1,000,000 years for the sake of taking revenge, and even made the entire Immortal Grove world be buried in death with him. If not looking on the account that he was the Immortal Grove world's creator, Yuan definitely would not let him die just like this. There was little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove bestowed grace on him, Yuan already lost his patience. He had Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had a common enemy. Killing Heavenly Emperor Jushang was also considered paying the kindness already. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove clearly knew this outcome, so he departed very calmly. The light dissipated, there was no more Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in this world. The peak powerhouse who once had nature at his beck and call in the heavenspan world evaporated into thin air now. Yuan looked at those gradually dissipating light dots, expression complicated. Not far away, Kunwu similarly had a complicated expression. That youth who forcefully broke through his realm back then already grew into a colossal tree. With a wave of a hand, even Empyrean powerhouses could be suppressed at will, truly unimaginable. Yuan, let him follow you. This old thing owed Immortal Grove too much, he had no choice but to repay him, Dustless suddenly said. He knew what Yuan was thinking. Kunwu was equivalent to being Immortal Grove's accomplice. Yuan slowly nodded his head, looked at Kunwu, and said, Senior once helped my mother, showing great kindness to me. If you're willing, you can naturally stay by my side. But whether to go or stay, it still depends on Senior yourself. Kunwu heaved a sigh and said, I'll remain in the Immortal Grove world then. Yuan nodded his head and did not press the issue. The Immortal Grove world had 1,000 things that needed to be done. Yuan placated Fang Tian and the rest before bringing Leng Chuling and the others out of the world through the world-locking gate. Concerning the present Immortal Grove world, Yuan was no longer worried. As long as it wasn't Heavenly Emperor powerhouses who entered, he could suppress with a wave of his hand. Of course, following his realm's increase, before long, even Heavenly Emperor powerhouses could be suppressed too. So currently, he was not worried that someone would enter the Immortal Grove world again. It was still that narrow, winding trail. Recalling the close shave when leaving the world back then, the scene of being saved by Liang Wanru, Yuan felt like a lifetime had passed. Also don't know how Wanru and Fatty are, Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Later, Liang Wanru and Xie Jingyi went to the area under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's jurisdiction under Xiao Feng's arrangements. For so many years, there had always been no news. Presently, Yuan's memories were revived at the sight of familiar places. He missed them quite a lot. Big brother, if you want to see them, go take a look at them, White Light smiled and said. Yuan nodded his head and said, these few years, I've always been busy searching for you guys and didn't have time to go see them. After finding both Li and Lu I really have to take a trip to Myriad Treasure Domain. This place was not considered far from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Yuan brought everyone and returned to the Imperial City very soon. Back then, he left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to find White Light and the rest. With this departure, it was several hundred years. Returning to the city, Yuan was also filled with emotions. But the current Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the top of city walls were covered in colorful flags, a road paved from white feathers stretched all the way to outside the city. Countless powerhouses were standing outside the city gates, extremely ceremonious. Your Excellency, could it be that City Lord they all knew that you came back and specially came to welcome you? Ning Tianping said smilingly. Yuan smiled and said, if they have this ability to foresee the future, I wouldn't have needed to go all the way to Extreme Light Imperial City either. Heh, makes sense. I wonder who it is, to actually put on such a grand display, really puts people off. Ning Tianping said. Yuan pursed his mouth and said smilingly, look, isn't he here? Ning Tianping looked over. Sure enough, he saw a resplendent and magnificent divine carriage descend from the sky. That divine carriage was extremely dazzling, exuding an aura that took people's breath away. It was actually a celestial deity mystic treasure. The divine carriage landed on the flat ground, a young figure slowly walked out. Zuo Shuji at the front ranks, the group of celestial deity powerhouses hurriedly knelt down and cried out respectfully, subordinate Zuo Shuji, leads Heavenly Eagle to pay respect to Lord Patrolling Inspector. That young man had a haughty look, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt, completely ignoring Zuo Shuji and the rest, going straight into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Zuo Shuji was just about to get up, but then he heard that young man frown and said in a cold voice, "Did I let you guys get up one? Yay, I have no idea how you hear a frown, lol." Chapter 1890. A slight hesitation and he's finished. Mo Shen, a middle-aged man following behind the young man, suddenly attacked, kicking a foot onto Zuo Shuji's chest. Zuo Shuji spewed out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, figure flying out backward. This follower had 5th Firmament Celestial Deity Cultivation Realm. Dealing with the 2nd Firmament Celestial Deity Zuo Shuji was too easy. Far away, when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. Just now, Zuo Shuji and the rest called this young man Patrolling Inspector. Could it be that Zhang Jadehao was already swapped out? Yi Yuan knew that Patrolling Inspector, this position was of little importance to imperial capitals. Especially Southridge 10 cities, this kind of small place, the opportunities were pitifully little. If there wasn't any major change, they normally would not swap out inspectors. Furthermore, this young man looked young and even brought along a middle-stage celestial deity realm follower. Logically speaking, he should have a lot of potential and status in the imperial capital. Why would he run to the Southridge 10 cities to be a patrolling inspector? Lord Patrolling Inspector, you're going too far. This young man's action completely infuriated Coldfeather. It was only to see him stand up swiftly and said with righteous indignation. The young man looked at him and said with a cold snort, "Going too far. You country bumpkins don't even understand the most basic etiquette. Since you all don't know, then this envoy will teach you all." Mo Shin, this person was disrespectful toward this envoy. Kill him. The sword edge left the sheath, a streak of cold light flashed past, piercing straight at Coldfeather's heart. No one could have thought that the new patrolling inspector was actually so vicious, to kill people at a word of disagreement. It was just that in front of a 5th Firmament Celestial Deity, Coldfeather, this 1st Firmament Celestial Deity, did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. Coldfeather's pupils constricted, virtually forgetting to retaliate, only to see an edge gradually magnify in his pupils. There was a series of exclamations all around, seemingly already seeing the scene of Coldfeather's tragic death. But right at this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Coldfeather. It was only to see him flick 2 fingers. With a clank, the long sword in Mo Shin's hand was directly flicked flying. Mo Shin's pupils shrunk, looking at that unfamiliar young man, full of apprehension. "Yi Yuan, you came back. Yi Yuan, it's really Yi Yuan." Head Elder came back. When those powerhouses kneeling on the ground saw this familiar figure, each and every one revealed wildly ecstatic expressions. This former legend had already disappeared for several hundred years. No one knew where he went, but his legend had always remained in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Especially when the new patrolling inspector arrived and was already trying to kill people, Yi Yuan's appearance was even more encouraging. Several hundred years was not long. To a deity realm powerhouse, it was merely a snap of a finger. Zuo Shuji and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouses looked at Yi Yuan, eyes full of shock. In just this short 500 to 600 years, Yi Yuan actually already broke through to the 5th Firmament Celestial Deity Realm. When Yi Yuan linked up the Immortal Grove World and the Lesser Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan had his body flooded by the Immortal Grove World's divine essence and already directly broke through to the 5th Firmament Celestial Deity Realm. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. One had to know, when Yi Yuan was stuck at Origin Deity Realm previously, it was a full 300 years long. Shouldn't Celestial Deity Realm be harder than Divine Lord Realm? Yi Yuan, you finally came back. Coldfeather looked at Yi Yuan, his expression showing excitement and surprise. Yi Yuan also looked at Coldfeather and said smilingly, "Brother Coldfeather, long time no see." Sweeping a glance over, Zhan Yu, Coldfeather, Zuo Shuji, He Chong, including Ning Ziyuan and the rest, were shockingly all present. Seeing these people, Yi Yuan also felt especially warm. These people also all looked at Yi Yuan, feeling a boost in morale. Ever since Yi Yuan created 4 mighty celestial deity powerhouses, he established absolute authority in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Those people who had grudges with him before, no one dared to go against him anymore. Yi Yuan rose to power and fame in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This place was like his home. Now, this young man ran over to play the tyrant and even wanted to make a move to kill people, making him very unhappy. The young man's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Punk, who the hell are you? The person that I, Wu Tian, want to kill, you actually dare to save." It turned out that this new patrolling inspector was called Wu Tian. Wu Tian was 6th firmament celestial deity, so his strength was pretty strong. Although Yi Yuan came onto the stage very shockingly, this was nothing to him. Let alone that an 8th firmament celestial deity powerhouse was even following by his side. Yi Yuan did not look at Wu Tian and just said to everyone coolly, "All get up." With Yi Yuan giving verbal instruction, everyone naturally obeyed and was about to get up. Wu Tian's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Without my orders, I see who dares to stand up. Don't you all forget, I'm the newly appointed patrolling inspector. Also, punk, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Everyone's faces changed, all kneeling down again. The patrolling inspector's authority was monstrous, life and death were up to his whims. Opposing the patrolling inspector would not have a good outcome. Yi Yuan still ignored Wu Tian. He just flicked his sleeves grandly, a surge of boundless divine essence rippled out. Inclusive of Zhan Yu and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouses, they actually all involuntarily stood up. "If there's any problem, I'll shoulder it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Wu Tian sneered and said, "You shoulder it? Can you shoulder it? Now, I'll make you kneel down." Giving no chance to explain, Wu Tian immediately made a move, suddenly smacking a palm toward Yi Yuan. This palm was dealt too suddenly, no different from sneak attacking. The world power of a 6th firmament celestial deity suddenly erupted, making the faces of Zuo Shuji and the rest of the celestial deity powerhouse change suddenly. A 6th firmament celestial deity was too strong in front of them. "Careful, Yi Yuan," Coldfeather warned. Although when Yi Yuan was at Heaven Glimpse deity realm, he had always jumped realms to battle. Celestial deity realm and Heaven Glimpse deity realm had no comparison at all. One firmament higher could directly crush you to death. However, Yi Yuan just scoffed mockingly, finger probing out like lightning. "Ah!" A scream came over. Yi Yuan directly ignored Wu Tian's world power and clutched his throat. "So strong. I didn't expect that after reaching celestial deity realm, Yi Yuan can still jump realm and fight like this. There's big trouble now. Offending the patrolling inspector, we'll all be in for it." Subduing the enemy with one move, Zuo Shuji and the rest were all extremely shocked. Of course, beyond the shock, they were also all very worried. After all, the patrolling inspector represented the imperial capital. The expression of the old man following behind Wu Tian changed, but it was already too late to want to make a move. The old man threatened, "Brat, let go of young Master Tian. The consequences of harming him aren't what you can bear." Yi Yuan looked at the old man and said coolly, "I'll ask, you answer. Hesitate slightly and he'll be finished." The old man's face changed. Yi Yuan did not take his words seriously at all. Seeing that the old man did not react, the force in Yi Yuan's hand increased a bit more. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Tian let out intense coughs. "My patience is limited," Yi Yuan said coolly. The old man's expression changed and he said, "You ask." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "Where's Zhang Jadehao?" The old man did not dare to hesitate. He answered, "He violated the imperial capital's rules and is already thrown into a death cell." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked again, "Who are you people? Why did you want to come to Southridge 10 cities to be an inspector?" Don't know why it says Heaven Glimpse deity realm, should be origin deity realm. Chapter 1891. Don't know how to cherish. The old man knew that who Yi Yuan was asking was not him, but Wu Tian. He was merely an attendant. Although his cultivation realm was high, his status was clearly inferior to Wu Tian. Young Master Tian is 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, Linghua Pavilion's disciple. His master is Linghua Pavilion's. The old man said halfway and was cut off coldly by Yi Yuan. "Looks like my warning had no use." A shrill scream emitted from Wu Tian's mouth. His leg was already broken by Yi Yuan. The old man's face changed. He brought up Wu Tian's master because he wanted to make Yi Yuan scared. Who knew that this fellow did not yield to this at all, directly crippling Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurt until cold sweat covered his forehead. But Yi Yuan's hand was still clutched extremely tightly. How could the old man still dare to take any chances? He could only say, "Young Master Tian he took fancy on a maiden in Cloudjade Imperial City. Hence, that's why he would come here to assume the post of patrolling inspector." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked again, if he came to be the patrolling inspector, why would Zhang Jadehao be thrown into a death cell? The old man said, "Because he didn't know how to appreciate favors." When Yi Yuan heard this, His expression turned cold and he said, Zhang Jadehao wasn't willing to hand over the position of patrolling inspector, so you guys plotted to frame him, throwing him into a death cell, is that right? The old man was silent. Clearly, it was guessed correctly by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, very good, you can go and die already. Done talking, Yi Yuan was about to take action to kill Wu Tian. Wu Tian and the old man's face both changed drastically, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so vicious, wanting to kill people directly. At this time, Zuo Shuji suddenly spoke up, Yi Yuan, you mustn't. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, the force in his hand reducing a little. Zuo Shuji struggled to come before Yi Yuan, saying with an ugly expression, patrolling Inspector Wu's master is a true god powerhouse, the Wu family's status in Nine Pledge Imperial Capital is also extraordinary. Killing him, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will have to be buried in death with him. Cold sweat poured from Wu Tian's head, gritting his teeth as he said, yes, yes. I can't die, if I were to die, Linghua Pavilion will surely be enraged. As long as you let me go, today's matter. I'll take it as if nothing happened. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, fingers slowly loosening up. He could act recklessly and care for nobody by himself, but Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had so many people, he was more or less still somewhat wary of involving good people. The moment Yi Yuan's fingers let go, Wu Tian shot away like lightning. This Yi Yuan's strength was too terrifying. Wu Yun, kill him for me. Also, these few, leave none behind. Wu Tian pointed at the Zuo Shuji, Ning Tianping, and the rest behind Yi Yuan and said with an angry roar. The faces of Zuo Shuji and the rest could not help changing drastically when they heard it. He did not expect that Wu Tian actually turned hostile so quickly. If not for them pleading for mercy, Yi Yuan would have already killed Wu Tian. But in a blink of an eye, Wu Tian was going to kill them. The eighth firmament celestial deity Wu Yun, who here was his match. Humph, reckless and blind think, to actually dare make a move on young Master Tian. Today, I'll have you die without a burial ground. The moment the aura of an eighth firmament celestial deity was released, everyone's faces changed. That horrifying world power made Zuo Shuji and the rest had looks of despair. Patrolling Inspector Wu, this is all a misunderstanding. Hope that Lord Patrolling Inspector can lift your hand high up in mercy and let Yi Yuan go. How he offended you, I, Zuo Shuji, will shoulder it alone. Zuo Shuji said decisively. Wu Tian burst into laughter when he heard it and said, this punk actually dared to break this envoy's leg. He already committed a capital crime. What qualifications do you, a measly second firmament celestial deity, have to shoulder it? Today, all of you have to die. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Wu Tian, he said coolly, I already gave you the chance, it was you who didn't know how to cherish it. Ha ha ha, chance, brat, if it wasn't for you ambushing this envoy just now, would this envoy be threatened by you? With Wu Yun around, can you still overturn the heavens? Do it. Wu Tian seemed to have heard a very hilarious joke, laughing wildly as he said. A cold light flashed, a streak of terrifying sword light rushed toward Yi Yuan. The power of an eighth firmament celestial deity was extremely shocking. At this time, Zuo Shuji and the rest were standing behind Yi Yuan. As long as he moved aside, Zuo Shuji and the rest would definitely die without a doubt. This Wu Yun was clearly someone who had a wealth of battle experience, rather vicious when attacking. This sword was forcing Yi Yuan to meet the attack head-on. Yi Yuan's expression turned slightly dark, the frost counter sword suddenly making a move. A loud bang exploded between the two people. The horrifying energy immediately sent Zuo Shuji and the rest flying. All of you back away. Yi Yuan's voice exuded iciness. Clearly, he was already genuinely enraged. Wu Yun's pupils also constricted as he cried out in surprise, Law's fusion. Spatial law, he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan could actually receive this sword of his. Wu Tian's expression also became incomparably ugly. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was not capable of lasting one exchange with Wu Yun at all. He did not expect that his combat strength was actually so fearsome. A fifth firmament celestial deity evenly matching an eighth firmament celestial deity, this was a little too exaggerated, right? Zuo Shuji and the rest looked at that familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, shocked to the core. Yi Yuan's strength was still so powerful, but it was a little ridiculously strong. Several hundred years ago, Yi Yuan was merely a second-rate junior in his eyes. Just how many years had passed? Yi Yuan's current strength, making a round trip around the Southridge 10 nations, he also could not find a match at all. Yi Yuan's figure moved slightly, his sword drawing out. That swift and fierce sword energy virtually made space shudder. Wu Yun's eyes turned slightly dark, directly meeting it. In midair, a series of horrifying energy undulations came over. Cold light radiated in all directions, sword energy scattering everywhere. When Wu Tian saw this scene, his complexion turned pale. Young Master Tian, this brat is so strong. Lord Wu Yun might not be able to take him down. Why don't we retreat first? Mo Xin spoke up. Shut up. Do you want this young master to be a cowardly turtle? If this were to spread back to the imperial capital, how will this young master still have face to meet people? Wu Tian said angrily. Mo Xin said anxiously, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If this brat really wins, we won't have a possibility of escaping anymore. Wu Tian's expression changed again and again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, go. He never dreamed that his first day coming to the Southridge 10 nations to be the patrolling inspector, he would have to tuck his tail and run. The two people were just about to escape through the void and leave when a beautiful figure blocked the two people's path. A peerless face unfolded in front of Wu Tian, but he was not in the mood to admire it at all currently. Because this woman's aura was similarly very strong. Lang Chuling's strength was also 6th firmament celestial deity. You guys can't leave, Lang Chuling said coolly. Damn it. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and suddenly attacked Lang Chuling. Lang Chuling was long prepared. Ice and fire, two powers of law, gushed out, making Wu Tian's face change drastically. Although Wu Tian was strong too, compared to the Lang Chuling who refined the vermilion bird true blood, he was far too lacking. The two people's realms were on par, but Lang Chuling's strength completely suppressed Wu Tian. Right at this time, an incomparably swift and fierce sword light tore through the sky. Wu Yun's corpse dropped down from high up in the sky, falling heavily onto the ground. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was deathly still. Chapter 1892, Sequence of Events. An 8th firmament celestial deity, to the people of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, it was virtually an invincible existence. But such an undefeatable existence was killed by someone under their eyelids. The opponent was just a 5th firmament celestial deity. To Yi Yuan, they were all too familiar. People's impression of him mostly still stopped at that arrogant but peerlessly talented youth. No one could have expected that several hundred years' time, he already grew to such a level. Over there, Lang Chuling and Wu Tian's battle also drew to an end already. With a flash, Lang Chuling pointed a finger, directly landing on Wu Tian's chest. Wu Tian was akin to being struck by a heavy blow, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. His figure was flying out backward. Yi Yuan's figure floated down. Looking at Wu Tian, he said, if something happens to Zhang Jadehao, you'll know that the most despairing thing in this world isn't death. He gestured Ning Tianping with a look. Ning Tianping understood it and went up to seal Wu Tian's divine sea, and immediately brought him away. When Zuo Shuji and the rest saw this scene, they felt like they were dreaming. Today, the patrolling inspector arrived. In the end, he had not even entered the front door and was annihilated by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over, Coldfeather and the rest actually did not have a single person dare step forward to greet. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that junior back then. Yi Yuan naturally knew what they were thinking in their hearts and said smilingly, City Lord Zuo, Brother Coldfeather, you guys don't have to be like this. This Yi Yuan is still that Yi Yuan, still Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder. Hearing this, Coldfeather and the rest felt slightly relieved but naturally did not dare to treat Yi Yuan like in the past anymore. The group of people entered the city and went into the City Lord Manor. They naturally could not dispense with a bout of small talk. Yi Yuan also knew that these few years, Zhang Jadehao really did look after Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. As for the matters with people at the top, they were not aware. But Yi Yuan guessed that the reason why Zhang Jadehao fell out with Wu Tian was likely related to the promise with him back then. Because if he left the position of patrolling inspector, he would not be able to control Heavenly Eagle Imperial City anymore. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was very grateful toward Zhang Jadehao in his heart. Looks like I have to make a trip to 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Everyone doesn't need to worry. The matter of the patrolling inspector, I'll be thinking of a way to resolve it. In addition, I have some medicinal pills here. It should be helpful to the few of you. Yi Yuan took out several bottles of medicinal pills. The pupils of Zuo Shuji and the rest all shrunk. Back then, Yi Yuan astounded the Southridge with alchemy. Now that several hundred years passed, his realm also stepped into celestial deity realm, so then how terrifying would the medicinal pills he refined be? Sure enough, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out, the quality was all extremely high. Helping them to break through realms was naturally nothing difficult. Oh, right, with Wu Tian's identity, why would he run to Southridge to be the patrolling inspector for a girl? Yi Yuan suddenly asked curiously. Zuo Shuji sighed and said, "These few years that you were gone, Cloud Jade Imperial City produced a peerless genius called Rong Ziyu. This girl is the daughter of Cloud Jade Imperial City's city lord, Rong Hua. This girl was a divine lord since her birth. It was a historical moment for Cloud Jade Imperial City. At present, she's already 7th firmament celestial deity. Such monstrous talent, she was naturally valued highly by Linghua Pavilion and taken into the pavilion. Several years ago, Rong Hua suffered a heavy injury inside a mystic realm. Rong Ziyu left Linghua Pavilion and returned to Cloud Jade Imperial City to take care of her ill father. This Wu Tian came for her." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and said, "This matter, likely isn't that simple, right?" Zuo Shuji smiled bitterly and said, "Southridge 10 cities is merely a desolate and barren place, unable to have any ties with the imperial capital. This intel is all about events of the Southridge lands. That's why we could inquire about it. As for the rest, we're powerless to do anything." As for patrolling Inspector Zhang Sai, things concerning Southridge 10 cities were within the scope of 9 pledge imperial capital. So no one would go and pay attention at all. If not for having someone like Rong Ziyu, probably barely anyone would know about this place. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, "This is simple. Go to Cloud Jade Imperial City and ask this Rong Ziyu and we'll know." His voice had yet to fade and Yi Yuan already vanished before everyone's eyes. Zuo Shuji and the rest all exchanged glances. This Yi Yuan was also too vigorous and swift in doing things. Left at the drop of a hat and did not even give a heads up. Heavenly Eagly is hundreds of millions of miles away from Cloud Jade. This departure will at least take several months' time too. Yi Yuan is, Zuo Shuji said speechlessly, but Ning Tianping smiled and said, "His Excellency's spatial law has already attained sublimity and have long comprehended the art of spatial shift. A single breath and it's several 100,000 miles. He'll be able to return at most by noon." Art of spatial shift, 4th firmament spatial law, Coldfeather cried out in shock, even his pitch changed. He also comprehended spatial law and naturally knew how difficult it was to comprehend spatial law to the 4th firmament. These several hundred years, Yi Yuan's spatial law attainments were actually already outrageously fearsome. The others were also extremely shocked, looking at Ning Tianping in disbelief. If they did not understand Ning Tianping, they would definitely think that Ning Tianping was boasting. Zuo Shuji sucked in a deep breath and said, "Yi Yuan actually didn't even use his full strength when he killed that 8th firmament celestial deity." Ning Tianping smiled and said, "That kind of 8th firmament celestial deity, his law comprehension isn't even as high as mine. Why would His Excellency need to go all out to kill him?" Everyone was speechless, but at this time, their attention was placed on Ning Tianping. The present Ning Tianping refined the black tortoise true blood and already broke through to be a 3rd firmament celestial deity. Merely a short several hundred years' time, the Ning family's junior already grew to become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's most formidable existence. This was simply unthinkable. Even Ning Ziyuan also did not know what he should say currently. When one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. Ning Tianping had flourished now and would definitely look after the Ning family better. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in the future, the Ning family would be the #1 major family, no one would be able to replace anymore. Only now did he know, a wrong decision made in a moment of weakness really almost ruined the Ning family. Fortunately, the Ning family produced a Ning Tianping who had affection and loyalty. That was how it salvaged the situation. Otherwise, he would be the entire Ning family's sinner now. Although Yi Yuan's spatial law made progress slowly, exhibiting spatial shift with his current realm, he arrived at Cloud Jade Imperial City after 2 hours. He did not say hello to anyone, entering the city lord manor with a flash. Yi Yuan did not behave secretively. Instead, he suddenly released the imposing momentum of 5th firmament celestial deity on him. With the vigor of his divine sea, his aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than sixth firmament celestial deities. Cloud Jade Imperial City's powerhouses were immediately alarmed. A fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Sensing that vast divine essence undulation of Yi Yuan's, his expression was incomparably ugly. That fourth firmament Cloud Jade Imperial City powerhouse said in fear and trepidation, "I'm Cloud Jade Imperial City's Meng Xing, I wonder what this lord came to my Cloud Jade Imperial City for." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "I'm looking for Rong Ziyu." Meng Xing's pupils constricted and he said, "Not long ago, young Patriarch Ziyu already left Cloud Jade Imperial City and went back to Nine Pledge Imperial Capital." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he asked again, "Then Rong Hua?" Meng Xing said respectfully, "City Lord His Excellency left together with young Patriarch Ziyu." Chapter 1893, Li Er's News. Outside of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, a figure phased and formed. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at that model-like small city beneath his feet with a scornful face. The moment the young man released his aura, a horrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire city. Zuo Shuji and the rest of the powerhouses were currently crowding around Ning Tianping and asking all sorts of questions at this time. They were very curious about Yi Yuan's experiences in these several hundred years and naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. But right at this time, a horrifying pressure enveloped the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Zuo Shuji's expression rapidly changed, his face ashen pale, cold sweat already faintly seeping out on his forehead. What kind of pressure is this? Zuo Shuji's expression was ugly as he said. This aura was too horrifying until it made people unable to give birth to the thought of resisting. As for how strong it was, Zuo Shuji completely could not determine it with his realm. Tonger, one who had been playing with Treasure Pig all along, noticed something. His gaze revealed a trace of uncertainty at first. He then said coolly, "Judging from this aura, it should be an Empyrean." Everyone's faces quickly changed, looking at Tonger in disbelief. Empyrean? You're not joking, right?" Zuo Shuji said in disbelief. He seriously could not imagine why Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be visited by an Empyrean powerhouse. "Is Yi Yuan here? Have him come out for this Empyrean." Right at this time, a void reverberated throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, confirming Tonger's words. Professing as this Empyrean, that was naturally a Heavenly Empyrean. After the shock, Zuo Shuji brought everyone and went out to welcome him. That figure in midair appeared very illusory and also very dazzling. Zuo Shuji did not dare to look straight at it at all. Zuo Shuji knelt down respectfully and said politely and meekly, "Heavenly Eagle City Lord, Zuo Shuji, pays respect to Lord Empyrean." Although he did not dare to look straight at him, glimpsing through his peripherals, this Empyrean powerhouse was extremely young. This made Zuo Shuji incredibly shocked in his heart. He had naturally never seen before an Empyrean powerhouse, but even a fool would know that those able to achieve the position of Empyrean were all old monsters who had lived for millions of years. This young man in front of him was clearly not. Just where did such a young Empyrean powerhouse come from? The young man accepted it calmly and said coolly, "Which one is Yi Yuan?" Everyone's faces changed, not expecting that this Empyrean was actually here for Yi Yuan. For a moment, the atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet. "Looks like you guys feel that this Empyrean is very easygoing." The young man's palm slowly raised up, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. The heaven and earth spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles closed in towards him crazily. Empyrean level world power suddenly released, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. For the first time in their lives, these remote hinterland powerhouses witnessed the terror of Empyrean class powerhouses. And the price was death. If this palm landed, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would turn to ashes. Practically mustering up all the strength in his body, Zuo Shuji said, "Lord Empyrean, calm your anger. Yi Yuan he isn't in the city." The young man's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Wherever he is, make him come and see me." This request was somewhat forcing people to do what they could not. But what to do? Forget about a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, even the Nine Pledge Imperial Capital was also too weak to stand in competition in front of an Empyrean powerhouse. Another bout of silence. The young man seemed to have lost his patience and said coolly, "In that case, you all can go and die." Waving his hand, the wind and clouds stirred, spiritual energy surging mightily. That howling gale blew until Zuo Shuji's face hurt. Right at this time, There was a ripple in the void, a figure emerged. When everyone saw that figure, their faces all changed drastically. Your Excellency, quickly leave. Ning Tianping howled. Yi Yuan did not leave, his gaze was currently sizing up that young man who was looking down from a height, confirming that he had not seen him before. The young man had a handsome face like carved jade, hair falling lightly, very good looking, like the neighbor's big brother. But that evil aura on his body could not be concealed no matter what. Clearly, he did not have goodwill toward Yi Yuan. You're looking for me, Yi Yuan said with a frown. You know Yu Mengli? The young man answered with a question. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled violently. Pupils constricting, he asked with his voice carrying a quiver, you know Li Er? He did not see the young man take any action. However, Yi Yuan's body was akin to being struck by lightning, turning into a sharp sword and falling to the ground. Is Li Er what you can call to? The young man's gaze was sharp as he said unhappily. Yi Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood wildly, already sustaining serious injuries. This place was different from the Immortal Grove world. Facing Empyrean powerhouses, he did not have the least bit of strength to fight back at all. Even if the other party just spat out a bit of world power, he could not block it too. But the current Yi Yuan was wildly ecstatic in his heart. These several centuries, there was no news about Li Er. At present, it being said from this young man's mouth, at least Li Er was safe. A figure moving, Yi Yuan appeared in front of the young man once more. His injuries were dreadful to behold, but he stood stubbornly. Who are you? Is Li Er, well currently? Yi Yuan ignored his injuries, he just wanted to know how Li Er was no. The young man's brows furrowed slightly, world power erupting once more. Yi Yuan was blasted into the ground once more. The young man said in a cold voice, I said before, you have no qualifications to call Li Er. If there's a next time, you'll be dead for sure. Yi Yuan's figure appeared once more. It was just that the aura on his body was extremely disorderly, full of wounds. The young man's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was rather unhappy with Yi Yuan's stubbornness and tenacity. He did not hold back with these two blows. If it were ordinary celestial deity realm martial artists, forget about flying in front of him, not dying would already be pretty good. But Yi Yuan stood in front of him stubbornly. No one spoke, it was silent between heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes looked at Yi Yuan, full of worry. They knew Yi Yuan's temper. Yi Yuan's relationship with Yu Mengli, they were also aware of it. This Empyrean powerhouse that appeared out of nowhere did not even allow Yi Yuan to call a name, so how could he tolerate it? Toward Yi Yuan's fury, the young man did not pay attention at all. The young man looked at Yi Yuan and said with a calm look, just a celestial deity realm ant, so what right do you have to be angry? I'm here to tell you that junior apprentice Sister Mengli is no longer someone in the same world as you. Starting from today, forget her. Otherwise, you know the consequences. At this time, Yi Yuan moved. 1 step, 2 steps. He moved closer to the young man step by step, countless blue fine lines spread out from Yi Yuan's body, winding over toward the young man. Seeing this scene, the young man who had always been calm and collected finally had a visible change in countenance. His pupils constricted and he cried out in shock, Dao marks. How is this possible? The blue fine lines became more and more, thicker and thicker, practically enveloped the entire space. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes became colder and colder, not carrying the slightest hint of feeling. Seeing Yi Yuan's 2 eyes, no idea why, a chill welled up from the bottom of the young man's heart. To an Empyrean powerhouse, celestial deity realm did not pose the least bit of threat at all. But at this moment, a feeling called danger spread throughout his whole body. One interchangeable with Little Tong. Chapter 1894, A Sneeze. A region of space was currently quietly forming. The young man's heart twinged fiercely. A feeling of incredible danger instantly welled up in his heart. Incomparably heavy world power suddenly erupted in an instant, crushing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished, escaping into the boundless void. The young man's pupils constricted and he cried out in alarm, spatial law. At this moment, he no longer held back, the power of Empyrean realm erupting completely. The berserk aura made the faces of the people below turn white as a sheet. This aura was much stronger than when the young man just appeared. The people understood that this young man meant business. No one would have expected that the situation would actually develop to such an extent. The celestial deity realm Yi Yuan actually forced an Empyrean to go all out. Even thinking about it felt preposterous. One had to know, even if Empyrean powerhouses stood there and did not move, celestial deity realm martial artists could not possibly cause them any damage too. This was the disparity in realms, and even more the gap in laws and heavenly Tao comprehension. It was unable to be compensated for it all. What in the world were those mysterious blue fine lines? Forget about celestial deity realm powerhouses not understanding it, even ordinary Empyrean powerhouses did not know the existence of Tao mark. That was exclusive to heavenly emperor powerhouses. This young man's identity was clearly extraordinary. He only took one look and was extremely sure that those were Tao marks. Why would a celestial deity realm martial artist have Tao marks? The young man did not know. He also did not have time to think too much. Tao mark was too dangerous. Asura finger. The young man pointed a finger. An apocalyptic horrifying aura suddenly erupted, making the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City tremble. With this finger landing, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be leveled to the ground. The might of this finger had yet to completely erupt, and Yuan already could not withstand this pressure, being forced out of the void by the other party. Those countless blue fine lines fell apart to pieces under this finger and were completely unable to construct the divine vestige space. Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. The current Yuan was akin to being hauled out of blood from head to toe, looking grim and horrifying. The might of an Empyrean was too strong. The young man looked at Yuan, his gaze cold as ice as he said in a solemn voice, "Originally, I just wanted to give you a warning. Since you're bent on courting death, then this Empyrean will send you off. Remember, the person who killed you is Lin Changqing." The current Lin Changqing was already utterly infuriated by Yuan. In his eyes, Yuan was merely an insignificant ant and could not have the will to resist at all, let alone have the capital to resist. But just now, he actually felt threatened. The Empyrean powerhouse Lin Changqing actually felt the threat of an ant. His emotion turned angry from embarrassment. A finger landing, the horrifying power of law made a series of cracks tear apart in space. In the center of the storm, the bodies of many martial artists in the city suddenly exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. This power already did not seem like it belonged in the mortal world. Lin Changqing was not just an Empyrean powerhouse, his law comprehension was similarly extremely horrifying. A hint of delight flashed across in Lin Changqing's eyes, the finger suddenly landing. Right at this time, a pink light suddenly shot up to the sky and met with this finger. Under this horrifying finger, that pink lump of flesh appeared very frail. Lin Changqing's brows furrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, "Humph. Ignorant beast, a mantis also dares to block the cart." The pink lump of meat emitted an unpleasant sound. Who could it be if not Treasure Pig? Between heaven and earth, that small flesh ball appeared extremely small, just like a speck of dust. Treasure Pig's nose suddenly twitched without stopping, mouth opening wide. Ah, chew. Treasure Pig flew up to the sky and did a big sneeze at Lin Changqing. In such a solemn moment, this scene appeared extremely comical. But nobody could laugh. A horrifying air billow rose to the sky, meeting Lin Changqing's Asura finger. Amidst everyone's astounded gazes, that blast wind was akin to wind puffing away the clouds, and actually directly pushed the horrifying energy emitted by the Asura finger back. Lin Changqing's face suddenly changed. This sudden turn of events caught him by surprise. The sneeze that Treasure Pig did arrive in front of him like easily sweeping up dead leaves. Lin Changqing's chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer. Only to see fresh blood spurt wildly out of his mouth, figure flying backward, already sustaining heavy injuries. Everything flew away. Treasure Pig did a sneeze and tunneled back into Tonger's embrace lazily, falling asleep, as if nothing had happened. Death-like silence. Heavenly Eagle's people all exchanged glances, not daring to believe the scene that happened before their eyes at all. The finger of an Empyrean powerhouse was actually sent packing by a sneeze just like that. Furthermore, it even injured an Empyrean powerhouse. Tonger and Treasure Pig followed along with Yuan, but these two fellows' sense of presence were too weak. So no one paid attention to them at all. Who could have thought that this pink pig Yuan brought over actually had such daunting strength? Ning Tianping, White Light, Lang Chuling, all looked at Treasure Pig with incredible shock, as if it was their first time knowing it. They all knew that Treasure Pig was a glutton and only ate the medicinal pills that Yuan refined. They also knew that Treasure Pig was a sleepyhead. Sleeping several years away was also nothing difficult. But they did not know that Treasure Pig actually had such horrifying strength. Sensing all sorts of peculiar gazes, Tonger rolled his eyes and said, "Stare what stare? Never seen before such a beautiful pet. Damn it, damn it, damn it, a bunch of ants, I'm going to level your heavenly eagle imperial city to the ground." Lin Changqing, who was bounced away several tens of thousands of miles away, flew back again with a flash, covered in blood all over. Clearly, Lin Changqing was already foaming at the mouth with rage. Tonger's brows furrowed slightly, leaping up and facing Lin Changqing. The Treasure Pig in Tonger's embrace opened both eyes rather tiredly and looked toward Lin Changqing somewhat lazily. Lin Changqing's face changed as if being stared at by a desolate beast. Facing this snotty brat without the strength to tie up a chicken, he actually felt timid. More accurately speaking, he was nervous about the Treasure Pig in Tonger's embrace. Lin Changqing could not feel any threat from this adorable and pink lumpy piglet, and also could not sense any kind of might. But that sneeze earlier was real. Tonger gave Lin Changqing a glance and said coolly, "Brat, stop making a show of force here. I'll tell you very responsibly, you don't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes for him. Give him some time, he'll let you know what's called despair. Now, get lost." The originally incomparably haughty words sounded very comical coming out of Tonger's mouth. Tonger's voice was childish, sounding more like acting like a spoiled child, and not a warning, but no one dared to overlook his existence. That pink pig held in his arms was too powerful. Lin Changqing looked at Tonger, expression changing again and again. Chapter 1895, 2000-year agreement. You're saying that I'm inferior to this trash? Do you know what realm Junior Apprentice Sister Mengli achieved presently? Hey, not long ago, Junior Apprentice Sister Mengli already broke through to True God realm. Trash like Yi Yuan can only look at her back as long as he lived. He isn't worthy of Junior Apprentice Sister Mengli. Lin Changqing's words made everyone's hearts quiver violently. Including Zuo Shuji. These people, they naturally knew Yu Mengli. Back then when she left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, she was totally living under Yi Yuan's light. All the way until today, it was also merely less than 1,000 years from when she left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, she actually already stepped into the realm of True God. This kind of cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. Also, this Lin Changqing, although the exact situation about his skeletal age could not be seen, his vitality was extremely exuberant, akin to the morning sun. Clearly, his age would not be too old either. Such a young Empyrean powerhouse, to a character like Zuo Shuji, it was simply unimaginable. Even if it was Yi Yuan and the rest, they had never seen before such a young Empyrean powerhouse too. One had to know, even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, that level of unrivaled powerhouses, also spent as long as 50,000 years to cultivate to Heavenly Empyrean realm. Even though Yi Yuan displaying Dao Mark previously made Lin Changqing very surprised, it was also merely just being surprised. With his guesses, he reckoned that Yi Yuan obtained the Dao Mark legacy by chance inside some mystic realm. That was how he was able to display it. Although this kind of thing was rare, it was not impossible. As for Yi Yuan cultivating Dao Mark himself, Lin Changqing did not think in this area at all. Because that was impossible, since time immemorial, there have been countless peerlessly talented people. No one had ever heard before that someone could cultivate out Dao Mark at Celestial Deity realm. This kind of Dao Mark legacy, used once and it would reduce once, belonging to a consumable item. A long way down the road, how many times could Yi Yuan use? Moreover, even if Yi Yuan possessed that flimsy Dao Mark, he was also not his match at all. "You, who the hell are you?" Yi Yuan stared at Lin Changqing fixed and asked with clenched jaws. Yi Yuan's eyes made Lin Changqing pleased with himself inwardly. Clearly, his words earlier triggered Yi Yuan. Lin Changqing laughed coldly and said, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you and Junior Apprentice Sister Mengli are impossible. You and she are already not people in the same world. Don't say that this Empyrean is unreasonable. Here is a divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky pill here. It can help you cultivate to the True God realm. But at that time, Junior Apprentice Sister Mengli will already be an Empyrean." Originally, he was disdainful to explain these to Yi Yuan. But now that he could not kill Yi Yuan, Lin Changqing planned on explaining clearly the disparity between him and Yu Mengli. This way, as long as Yi Yuan still had a tiny trace of self-respect, he would not go find Yu Mengli either. He Chong's pupils constricted as he said, "Divine grade Sun Moon Azure pill. My god, That's a medicinal pill that can help martial artists break through to true god realm. Zuo Shuji nodded his head and said, as long as peak celestial deity realm martial artists consume a divine grade sun moon azure sky pill, there's 70% chance of breaking through. But Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. They all knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were a heaven-defying existence. Although not seeing him for several hundred years, they felt that Yi Yuan's alchemy skills should not decline. For some time, the gazes of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people became extremely odd. A streak of green light flew toward Yi Yuan. That was a small bottle containing the medicinal pill. The corners of Tonger's mouth revealed a mocking expression but did not stop it. Yi Yuan pointed a finger out. That green little bottle shattered in the air with a bang. The medicinal pill inside was also blasted to residue by Yi Yuan, dissipating away into heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help feeling their flesh hurt. You don't care for it, but we care. Even if you don't want it, there was also no need to directly destroy it, right? Lin Changqing did not reveal a look of surprise. He just said with a cold smile, "Is that pitiful dignity? With this medicinal pill, perhaps after several tens of thousands of years, you still have hopes of standing in front of this Empyrean. But you destroyed it, but like this is good as well, every tub must stand on its bottom, forget junior apprentice Sister Mengli from today onwards." Lin Changqing's both hands were behind his back, showing unrivaled haughtiness. He had the capital to be condescending. Such a young heavenly Empyrean powerhouse, who dared to say that he could not step into that fleeting and ephemeral realm of Heavenly Emperor. Such a character was the Heavenspan world's true heavens chosen. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing and slowly extended two fingers. Lin Changqing was slightly taken aback. Even when Tonger saw Yi Yuan's action, he also revealed a puzzled look. 2,000 years. Lin Changqing was very smart. After being dazed, he understood Yi Yuan's meaning very quickly. Yi Yuan paused for a bit and continued, "Within 2,000 years, I'll stand before you. Let you see if Li Er and I are people of the same world or not." One sentence made everyone quiet down. Tonger's pupils also constricted. He felt that Yi Yuan's boast was a little big. He was an Empyrean powerhouse himself and naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate to be an Empyrean powerhouse. He did not doubt that Yi Yuan could cultivate to Empyrean realm, but in 2,000 years, this was boasting too much. Ha ha ha, truly shameless boasting. Since you have such confidence, then let's have a 2,000-year agreement, how about it? After 2,000 years, you and I will have a battle. The loser will leave junior apprentice Sister Mengli. Lin Changqing let out a wild laugh and said. Yi Yuan's words simply sounded like that boring self-esteem of the weak to him. Cultivating from celestial deity realm to Empyrean realm within 2,000 years, this kind of thing absolutely could not possibly happen. Even if he was overwhelmingly talented and had countless medicinal pills and spiritual items to load up, he also spent 5,000 years before cultivating to the realm of Empyrean. And his starting point was much higher than the vast majority of the Heavenspan world's martial artists. He, Lin Changqing, was at the true god realm during birth. Comparing talent, who could compete with him? One had to know, there were God knows how many martial artists in this Heavenspan world. But 90% of the martial artists were unable to step into the realm of true God for all their lives. But he had such a cultivation realm since birth. From celestial deity realm to Empyrean realm looked like it was just two major realms. But the distance between these two major realms was as far as heaven and earth. How many people who bragged and boasted about being geniuses were unable to cross these two major thresholds too, let alone talk about reaching it within a short 2,000 years. These words were not pride, but ignorance. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing and shook his head as he said, I, Yi Yuan, won't use my own woman as a wager. Lin Changqing had a look of disdain and was just about to scoff in contempt, but heard Yi Yuan continue saying, 2,000 years later, you and I will have a battle. The victor lives, the loser dies. Do you dare or not? Yi Yuan stared intently at Lin Changqing, his gaze incomparably sharp. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so decisive. Agreeing on a life and death match, this was originally nothing. But the disparity between Yi Yuan and Lin Changqing was too great. 2,000 years was merely a snap of a finger. Agreeing to this wager was too disadvantageous to Yi Yuan. This was simply a wager without the slightest chance of winning. Tonger frowned and said, Kid, don't be impulsive. Yi Yuan ignored him and just stared intently at Lin Changqing, opening his mouth once more to say, "Do you dare or not?" Chapter 1896, Magnanimous. Do you dare or not? The world was silent, there was only Yi Yuan's voice reverberating. What difference was there between such a declaration and committing suicide? Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, Lin Changqing laughed wildly without ceasing. After a while, the laughter gradually stopped. Lin Changqing said in a clear voice, "Do I dare or not? Do you think I dare or not? If this Empyrean doesn't even dare to answer the challenge of an ant, what great doubt I still need to seek?" Yi Yuan nodded his head, a stream of soul force crept out. "Since that's the case, let's sign a divine soul contract." Lin Changqing snickered and said, "Why? Are you still scared that this Empyrean will go back on my word?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "Aren't you scared that I'll renege?" Lin Changqing's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Is this Empyrean scared of you?" On Lin Changqing's side, a stream of soul force also extended out. Two streams of soul force met in the air, an aura of heavenly Tao merged into the two people's divine souls. This 2,000-year bet was officially effective. If anyone violated the divine soul contract, they would get a backlash from heavenly Tao, the consequences extremely serious. Hey, really a foolish ant. Want to stipulate a battle with this Empyrean, you also have to accept the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill first. In that case, you at least still have that tiny trace of hope. As for now, haha. Lin Changqing was pleased with himself for a while because what could be accomplished in 2,000 years, he was all too clear in his heart. The heavenspan world had so many heavenly emperor embodiments, but it had never been heard of that anyone could break through from celestial deity to heavenly Empyrean within 200 years. Moreover, these 2,000 years' time, could it be that he, Lin Changqing, would be marching on the spot? With his talent, 2,000 years was enough to make great progress. In this battle, he did not have any possibility of losing. Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill, are you talking about this? A small bottle appeared in Yi Yuan's hand at no idea when. The moment the mouth of the bottle opened, a medicinal fragrance that made people asphyxiated instantly suffused between heaven and earth. Just that tiny bit of medicinal fragrance that escaped already made people intoxicated. Lin Changqing's pupils constricted, looked at the small bottle in Yi Yuan's hand in disbelief, and cried out in shock, "You! How can you have a vast spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill?" Being born in a heavenly emperor bodhimanda, Lin Changqing naturally knew how difficult it was to refine a vast spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill. Even in great imperial capitals, the chances of a void spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill appearing was small until it could be ignored too. Although rank 5 divine pills already did not have any effect on Lin Changqing, this did not mean that this medicinal pill that Yi Yuan took out was worthless. On the contrary, this one medicinal pill was invaluable, its price unable to be estimated. If Yi Yuan placed this Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill in great imperial capitals, it would absolutely drive all celestial deity powerhouses, even true god powerhouses crazy. As for imperial capitals, that went even more without saying. Vast spirit divine pills only had a possibility of appearing in a heavenly emperor bodhimanda, this kind of place. Furthermore, the Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill, this kind of level 9 medicinal pill, forget about 5-star alchemy gods, even for 7-star alchemy gods, barely anyone could refine it too. Above divine grade, purple spirit, void spirit, vast spirit, end spirit, spirit link, each rank was harder than the last. The further up, the more terrifying the difficulty. Reaching this kind of boundary, the difficulty of refining was completely unrelated to the hard work of the alchemist. Some alchemists whose talents were ordinary could reach 4-star alchemy god, 5-star alchemy god, even 6-star alchemy god through effort. But, in terms of medicinal pill quality, they could not possibly reach vast spirit divine grade this level, no matter how hard they worked to. Refining this level of medicinal pill, one needed to have an extremely profound understanding of alchemy Tao. If using purple spirit divine grade has units, between void spirit and vast spirit, was separated by 1,000,000 purple spirits. To the vast majority of alchemists, they could not possibly refine a vast spirit divine pill in all their lives too. Vast spirit divine pills, this kind of thing, they only belong to those alchemy gods with exceedingly high talents. Lin Changqing was shocked beyond words. He used a purple spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill to humiliate Yi Yuan. Truly laughable. Unrelated to self-esteem, would the Yi Yuan who possessed a vast spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill care about a measly purple spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill? Tong'er had a mocking look on his face and said, how can he have? Of course he refined it himself. Lin Changqing's face was finally no longer composed. He said with a disbelieving look, he refined it himself. Do you think that this Empyrean will believe it? A celestial deity realm refining a vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill. Do you think I'm stupid? Tong'er shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, believing it or not is your business. I have no need to prove anything to you, Yi Yuan naturally needs to do that even less. Lin Changqing suddenly laughed loudly and said, I understand, this medicinal pill must have been obtained by you inside a mystic realm. But, so what if it's a vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill? In front of this Empyrean, you still don't have any chance. Yi Yuan casually flung his hand, the small bottle in his hand flew over toward Lin Changqing. Subconsciously, Lin Changqing reached his hand out to receive, catching the small bottle in his hand. This medicinal pill doesn't have any use to me. If you have any junior that needs it, I'll give it to you. Yi Yuan said coolly. Everyone looked at this scene with incredible shock, eyeballs almost popping out. This was also too reckless, right? That was a vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill, he was actually going to gift it to his deathmatch opponent. Those celestial deity all cried out in alarm and went crazy. It was too much of a wanton waste of God's good gifts. But Lang Chuling, Tong'er, and the rest could not resist laughing. Previously, Lin Changqing used a medicinal pill to humiliate Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan returned an eye for an eye, using a vast spirit divine pill to retaliate. This was much more effective than a measly purple spirit divine pill. Lin Changqing's expression was extremely ugly. Logically speaking, he should destroy this medicinal pill right away. But he hesitated. A vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill was too precious. Subconsciously, he could not bear to destroy it. He naturally did not need this medicinal pill. But just as Yi Yuan said, he had people in his family who needed it. A vast spirit sun moon azure sky pill was equivalent to a true god powerhouse. Furthermore, the potential of this true god would get a massive development and might become a heavenly Empyrean powerhouse in the future. When medicinal pills reached vast spirit this level, the significance was absolutely not as simple as being a medicinal pill. Otherwise, with Lin Changqing's experience and horizons, how could he possibly care about a mere rank 5 divine pill? Don't need to feel embarrassed. Even though you nearly killed me today, I still have to thank you. You brought me Li Er's news, this is a piece of tremendous good news to me. In the future, if you still need any medicinal pills, you can come to find me to refine anytime. But you still need to prepare the spirit medicines yourself. Seemingly seeing through what Lin Changqing was thinking, Yi Yuan took another stab viciously. But these words, it came from the bottom of his heart. Although he was almost killed today, being able to get Li Er's new, he was very happy instead. At the very least, he knew that Li Er was doing very well currently. Lin Changqing was angered until his entire body trembled. The moment he used strength, the small bottle shattered to dust. The vast spirit divine pill naturally dissipated with the wind too. Lin Changqing stared intently at Yi Yuan, wanting to see a hint of heartache from his eyes. Yi Yuan's expression was calm to the extreme. There was no visible change in countenance toward the sun moon azure sky pill's destruction at all. This meant that he really did not care. Lin Changqing was practically going nuts. He did not expect that today would actually play out like this. Chapter 1897, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital. Yi Yuan was completely indifferent, but Lin Changqing felt his flesh hurt. That was a vast spirit divine grade sun moon azure sky pill. Even in heavenly emperor bodymandas, this kind of thing could be encountered but could not be hoped for too. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, he had no choice at all. He was an Empyrean, he originated from a heavenly emperor bodymanda, he had his own dignity. No matter how much he could not bear to part with it, he also had to destroy this vast spirit divine pill. He, Lin Changqing, could not afford to lose this face. Of course, he was actually already disgraced enough currently. Humph, do you think that this Empyrean will believe that this medicinal pill was refined by you? You were merely a little lucky, Lin Changqing said with a livid expression. That's your business, nothing to do with me. Go back and cultivate well, hope that you don't disappoint me 2,000 years later, Yi Yuan said coolly. Lin Changqing's expression changed, this damn fellow actually snatched his lines. Wasn't this kind of word said for the weak to hear by the strong? Still not scramming, Could it be that you're planning on staying behind to have a meal? Tonger said in a cold voice. Lin Changqing naturally did not take Tonger seriously. But right at this time, the treasure pig in his bosom suddenly opened its bleary eyes. All of a sudden, Lin Changqing seemed to stare at by a desolate beast. His expression changed several times. Finally, he still took a step out, figure disappearing. Whoosh, ellipsis dot, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Since Lin Changqing appeared, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure of an Empyrean powerhouse was too fierce. After Lin Changqing left, Yi Yuan could not hold on anymore, fainting on the ground. Under the finger of an Empyrean powerhouse, it was already a miracle for Yi Yuan to be able to hold on until now. Only all the way until 3 days later did Yi Yuan slowly wake up. Big brother, you finally woke up. White Light said joyfully. You punk, you were too reckless. Tonger looked at Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Under those circumstances, what could he do? It was just that in front of heavenly Empyrean powerhouses, he was still too weak. 2,000 years to cultivate to heavenly Empyrean realm. Boy, you also looking down on heavenly Empyreans too much. Tonger said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, 2,000 years should be enough. His cultivation was different from the others. To the others, bottlenecks were the greatest obstacle. But Yi Yuan's cultivation, it was comprehending Tao first, and only then cultivating. To him, bottleneck this sort of thing did not exist. All along, Yi Yuan would not deliberately pursue the accumulation of divine essence. Most of his energy was still placed on comprehending the lesser heavenspan mountain. Hence, when Leng Chuling saw Yi Yuan again, that was why she would be so shocked. Divine Lord to celestial deity, this hurdle was not easy to clear, even to a genius like Leng Chuling. But Yi Yuan cleared it easily. Everyone was stunned, especially Tonger. You punk, really wildly arrogant. I really want to see how you're going to break through to Empyrean realm within 2,000 years. Furthermore, you have to know that he definitely came from a lineage with a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. It might even be a transcendent heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. The cultivation resources that he enjoys is what you're unable to imagine, Tonger warned. Yi Yuan gave him a glance. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned at Treasure Pig. Treasure Pig bored into Yi Yuan's bosom very obediently, using its pig head to rub against Yi Yuan, so as to show affection. Hey, all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, this life of mine would be considered done for. Tonger, just what kind of existence is Treasure Pig? Yi Yuan suddenly ignored Tonger's words and asked. Previously, he also thought that he was dead for sure. Who knew that Treasure Pig came roaring across the horizon, sending Lin Changqing flying with a sneeze. The shock that scene brought to everyone was too intense. Among them also included Yi Yuan. Tonger pursed his lips and said, how would I know? Tonger's reply made Yi Yuan stunned. Yi Yuan always thought that Treasure Pig was Tonger's spirit pet and that he should be very clear. He did not expect that now he actually obtained such an answer. You don't know. Tonger shook his head and said, Treasure Pig was handed down to me by the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's previous generation Spirit Medicine Empyrean. Since then, it has always been following me. As for what origin it has, I don't know a thing. Don't use that kind of eyes to look at me. I asked the previous General Spirit Medicine Empyrean before, but he said that he didn't know either. Yi Yuan lowered his head to look at the Treasure Pig in his bosom. Shocked speechless. All along, Treasure Pig had always been mysterious. But hearing Tonger's words, the mysterious feeling on Treasure Pig grew much stronger again. All right, but I still have to thank you, Yi Yuan said to Treasure Pig. Treasure Pig arched its head, that meaning seemed to be saying, no need to thank, refine for me more medicinal pills will do. Yi Yuan smiled when he saw the situation and said, relax, the medicinal pills are definitely enough. Oh, right, Your Excellency, you make a trip to Cloud Jade Imperial City, how was it? Ning Tianping asked. Only then did Yi Yuan recall this incident. He shook his head and said, there's already not a single soul there. This wrong Ziyu is likely not simple. Ning Tianping's face changed, and he said, Your Excellency, I need to tell you a bad news. Just not long after you fell unconscious, Wu Tian died. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, falling silent. This matter did not seem so simple. Only after a while, did he say, come, let's go to Nine Pledge Imperial Capital, I'm rather worried about Brother Yang's safety. Nine Pledge Imperial Capital was a middle-order imperial capital, it was not as prosperous as thousand-sore imperial capital in terms of scale. But an imperial capital was an imperial capital. It was far from what imperial cities could compare to. Yi Yuan and Zhang Jadehao were on friendly terms. When chatting idly with him in the past, he had once heard Zhang Jadehao mentioned before. The Nine-Pledge imperial capital had three major factions, the City Lord Manor, Linghua Pavilion, as well as the Kongming Academy. Behind these three major factions were said to all be middle-stage true God realm powerhouses. Nine-Pledge imperial capital's situation was different from the Thousand-Sore imperial capital. These three major factions contended in the dark, neither willing to submit to the others. Of course, on the surface, it was still the City Lord Manor ruling the entire Nine-Pledge imperial capital. But the other two major forces also secretly controlled numerous imperial cities. Zhang Jadehao came from the Kongming Academy, so the Southridge 10 cities had also always been under the scope of the Kongming Academy's power and influence. Of course, the Southridge 10 cities, this kind of barren land, the three major factions would not care about it very much. Hence, all along, the Southridge 10 cities had been safe and sound. Apart from some minor conflicts, no overly major fluctuations happened before. Zhang Jadehao, this patrolling inspector, was naturally also very comfortable. Zhang Jadehao's talent was not considered good. With his talent, it was already not too likely to have breakthroughs. But he heard Zhang Jadehao say that his daughter's talent was extremely good, stepping into celestial deity realm at a young age. Of course, this was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. Back then, during the Golden Sword Pact, Zhang Jadehao requested Yi Yuan to help him refine the Supreme Jade Void Pill. It was for the sake of his daughter. The matters afterward, Yi Yuan naturally heard about it before. After his daughter consumed the Supreme Jade Void Pill, she broke through to the celestial deity realm very soon. At present, Zhang Jadehao was thrown into a death cell, but it was the Linghua Pavilion's people secretly rigging things here. Could it be that Linghua Pavilion already colluded together with City Lord Manor and planned on joining hands to deal with Kongming Academy? Along the way, Yi Yuan was always analyzing the sequence of events for this matter. Thinking to and fro, this kind of possibility was extremely high. It was just that, why would this wrong Ziyu learn of Wu Tian's failure straight away in Kill Wu Tian, Chapter 1898, Break Your Dog Legs. Kongming Academy, Flowing Wind Establishment. This place was the place where Kongming Academy managed disciples. After disciples like Zhang Jadehao returned to the imperial capital, they would all have to come here to report. Of course, on the surface, Zhang Jadehao was under the City Lord Manor's jurisdiction. Inside the hall, a skinny old man looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze slightly surprised. The old man asked, "You're really Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder?" Such a young fifth firmament celestial deity, even in the Kongming Academy, it was also not commonly seen. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that sort of place, the City Lord was also merely second firmament City Lord. Now, this head elder that suddenly popped out was actually a fifth firmament City Lord. It was not up to him to not be surprised. This realm could go to some middle-order imperial cities to be City Lord already. Yi Yuan fished out a token and handed it over, saying with a smile, "I've always been traveling outside and only returned to Heavenly Eagle a few days back." The old man received it and took a look. Sure enough, it was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder token without any falsehoods. Hearing this meaning, it was likely when Yi Yuan was traveling outside, he encountered some fortuitous encounter, that was why he would break through so fast. It might also be refining a celestial deity Dao fruit. This kind of celestial deity realm did not have much future. Thinking up to here, the old man naturally looked down on Yi Yuan much more. A fifth firmament celestial deity, not say that they were all over the place in Nine-Pledge imperial capital, they were also not in the minority. The old man returned the token to Yi Yuan and said indifferently, "What did you come to find this deacon for?" This old man was called Lu Chen, Flowing Wind Establishment's deacon, and also Zhang Jadehao's direct superior. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Deacon Lu, Southridge 10 City's original patrolling inspector, Zhang Jadehao, is this Yi's close friend." This Yi heard that he was thrown into the death cell by the City Lord Manor because he committed something a while back, and specially came to inquire some news. Lu Chen's expression changed imperceptibly, but then he smiled and said, "Turns out that it's for Zhang Jadehao's matter. Actually, I don't know much about his matters either. But, the thing that he committed wasn't small." How could Lu Chen's change in expression hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? But he came to ask people to do things and naturally would not be unaware of the proper limits for speech and action. He smiled slightly and said, "Deacon Lu, please enlighten with your teachings." Lu Chen stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. Fishing out a small bottle, he passed it to Lu Chen and said smilingly, "Deacon Lu has taken good care of Brother Zhang normally and naturally also took care of my heavenly eagle imperial city. This Yi has a small token here, Deacon Lu, please kindly accept it." Deacons like Lu Chen naturally could not dispense with a bout of extortions from arrivals from below. They managed patrolling inspectors managed imperial cities. Patrolling inspectors lined their pockets from imperial cities, while these deacons, lined their pockets from the patrolling inspectors, exploiting layer upon layer. Of course, those like Zhang Jadehao basically did not show much filial respect. Even if he wanted to reap some profits, he could not reap much either. Hence, Zhang Jadehao's status in this flowing wind establishment was actually very low. He was merely a fourth firmament celestial deity. Regardless of whether strength or status, it was not enough to be regarded with importance. This, a heaven-grade Shu Yu pill. Good stuff. When Lu Chen saw the medicinal pill in the small bottle, his two eyes immediately lit up. Shu Yu pill was a middle rank 5 divine pill. It could increase celestial deity realm martial artist's cultivation. This medicinal pill was refined by Yi Yuan in the Bamboo Groove Void realm very long ago. At that time, his standards when refining rank 5 divine pills were still lacking and he only refined heaven-grade divine pills. But this ruined pill was akin to a supreme treasure in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen received the Shu Yu pill carefully and hurriedly put it away, as if afraid that Yi Yuan would regret it. Not bad, at least you had the heart. But Zhang Jadehao's matters, I urge that you'd better not get involved. Otherwise, you'll even lose your life. Lu Chen put away the Shu Yu pill and waved his hand as he said coolly. He seemed to have lost interest in continuing to talk with Yi Yuan and actually directly chased people away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he controlled his temper and said, "Brother Zhang showed kindness to me, this Yi is only here to inquire and have no other intentions." Lu Chen's brows also furrowed and he said impatiently, "I had good intentions. You can go already." Yi Yuan's heart burned with fury. Two eyes narrowing slightly, he said, "Deacon Lu took the benefits and isn't doing work." He also did not expect that this Lu Chen was so shameless. If he had long known so, he might as well have used the Shu Yu pill to go feed dogs. Although this medicinal pill was insignificant to Yi Yuan, a heaven-grade rank 5 divine pill, its value was considerable. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Lu Chen said with a cold smile, "Why, in this flowing wind establishment, are you still planning on attacking? Taking your things is thinking highly of you. A mere imperial city's head elder also dares to be insolent in front of this deacon. Get lost." Toward these people that came from below, Lu Chen was normally used to playing the tyrant and did not take them seriously at all. Yi Yuan's attitude also stoked his wrath. When the people below saw him, which one wasn't reverent and respectful? Now, this Yi Yuan actually dared to have such an attitude toward him, truly did not know what was good for him. A cold light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like you're very cocky, huh?" Lu Chen was greatly angered when he heard that and said, "Brat, you think that by hitting the jackpot and refining a celestial deity Dao fruit, you can be insolent in front of this deacon? This deacon already gave you the chance, but since you're not scramming, then I'll break your dog legs and throw you out." Lu Chen's world power suddenly erupted, crushing over toward Yi Yuan. Lu Chen was peak 6th firmament celestial deity, Yi Yuan was merely a middle stage 5th firmament celestial deity. He did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. It was only to see his figure flash, smacking over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood there and did not even move. He did not even release divine essence, as if he was frightened out of his wits. Lu Chen sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Don't even know how much capability you possess, to also dare be insolent in front of this deacon." The two people were not far away. Lu Chen arrived in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. In the next second, he would be able to cripple Yi Yuan. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan moved. He still stood there, it was just that his right leg swung imperceptibly. Only to hear the sound of bones snapping transmit over. Lu Chen screamed miserably, directly kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan. "Ah, my leg," Lu Chen wailed. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coldly, "Don't even know how much capability you possess, to also dare attack others. Giving you the Shu Yu pill was looking on the account of Brother Yang's face. Did you really take yourself to be somebody important? Lu Chen heard until he grimaced in pain, cold sweat pouring profusely. Yi Yuan's kick just now already kicked until his leg bones were crushed to dust, unable to stand at all. He wanted to break Yi Yuan's legs. In the end, he broke his legs with one move. The domain that his world power formed did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all. Only now did Lu Chen understand that this ridiculously young imperial city head elder in front of him was really not to be trifled with. I was wrong. I beg you, let me off. Lu Chen was sweating bullets as he said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, not that I can't let you off, but you should know what to do. Lu Chen's pupils shrunk, but he still nodded and said, I'll speak. I'll tell you all that I know. Chapter 1899. Causing a scene in Flowing Wind Establishment. Hearing Lu Chen talking about Zhang Jadehao's matters, Yi Yuan's expression gradually turned cold. Turned out that Zhang Jadehao was recalled by City Lord Manor to report on his duties. But after entering the City Lord Manor, Zhang Jadehao was thrown into the death cell for the crime of assassinating young Master Yu. This young Master Yu was called Yu Jinsong, the City Lord's third son, 8th firmament celestial deity cultivation, his status extremely high. Zhang Jadehao, a measly patrolling inspector, but dared to assassinate Yu Jinsong. How outrageous was this kind of major crime? But after Yi Yuan heard, he could virtually confirm that Zhang Jadehao was being framed. There were seriously too many doubts about this incident. As long as one did not have a problem with their head, they could practically see through that this matter was fishy. Except, seeing through was one thing, whether anyone dared to say was another matter. This 9-pledge imperial capital, how many people dared to provoke the City Lord Manor? Moreover, Zhang Jadehao was just the patrolling inspector of a barren land, his status in the imperial capital very low. No one would stand up for him at all. From the conversation with this Lu Chen previously, Yi Yuan could feel that Kongming Academy was also not willing to offend the City Lord Manor for this small matter. Yi Yuan stared at Lu Chen and asked, Zhang Jadehao still has a daughter. She should be a disciple of Kongming Academy. Where is she now? Lu Chen's expression changed, faltering, and not being able to speak. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his heart plunged to rock bottom. Only to see his gaze turn cold, and he said in a cold voice, do you think that I don't dare to kill you in the Flowing Wind Establishment? Yi Yuan pointed his fingers as a sword, piercing cold sword intent instantly wreaked havoc inside the building. Witnessing such horrifying sword intent, Lu Chen's pupils constricted, clearly frightened badly. She has already been expelled from Kongming Academy. Lu Chen said stammeringly. Yi Yuan's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, Zhang Jadehao was conscientious and did his best for so many years. If there wasn't meritorious credit, there's also hard work. Your Kongming Academy is too much. Feeling Yi Yuan's fury, Lu Chen was frightened inwardly and hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. She went to find young Master Yu in order to save her father. In the end, no idea what's the result, but she was sold to Carefree Grove. The Academy felt that, they lost face, that's why they expelled her. Carefree Grove, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, clearly not heard of this place before. Lu Chen hurriedly said, Carefree Grove is one of the largest brothels in the imperial capital, one of City Lord Manor's businesses. Yi Yuan felt a surge of fire rise in his heart. These two father and daughter simply suffered an undeserved calamity. Yi Yuan reckoned that what this Lu Chen knew was also just this much. He could not be bothered with him either, directly turning around and leaving. But he had just stepped out of the door when a clear whistling sound sounded out. Virtually right away, more than a dozen celestial deity realm powerhouses dashed out, surrounding Yi Yuan until not even water could seep through. At this time, Lu Chen's figure also flashed, posing like a pheasant standing on one foot, joining into the midst of this group of people. A middle-aged man looked at Lu Chen, frowning slightly as he said, Lu Chen, what happened, to actually release the enemy raid signal in the Flowing Wind Establishment's headquarters? What's with your injuries? Lu Chen heard until he hissed in pain. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he gritted his teeth and said, Assistant Head Song, this brat who came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is so rude, to actually dare attack me in the Flowing Wind Establishment's headquarters, directly breaking my legs. Just now, he even threatened to kill me. Song Yankai looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprisedly, clearly not quite believing it. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's name, he had some impression, it was a very impoverished imperial city. How could such a young fifth firmament celestial deity appear? Could it be by refining a Tao fruit? But, with Lu Chen's strength, how could he have his legs broken by this young man? Furthermore, it even did not cause too big of a commotion. In an instant, many queries flashed across in Song Yankai's mind. Haha, Lu Chen, you're also too useless, right? To actually lose to a fifth firmament celestial deity kid. A kid that came from a remote imperial city, he probably hit the jackpot and refined a celestial deity Tao fruit, right? This kind of trash, you can't take care of him either. That group of celestial deity powerhouses was mostly Flowing Wind Establishment's deacons, ridiculing Lu Chen. Clearly, their thinking was the same as Lu Chen. Only then did Song Yankai make a hand gesture, looked at Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "Young man, do you know what kind of serious crime it is to seriously injure a deacon in Flowing Wind Establishment?" Yi Yuan looked at Song Yankai and said with a mocking look, "Serious crime? Hoo, looks like Kongming Academy's spearhead is all pointed at their own people. Own person was framed by the enemy and thrown in jail, none of you looked into it, but want to denounce and accuse your own people, truly laughable." Song Yankai's face fell and he said, "Young man, what high-sounding sentiments. A brat that came from a mere imperial city dares to speak to this establishment head like this." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Otherwise, how do you want me to speak? Can't even protect your own people, still want to make me feel grateful to you? I have matters to attend to right now, all get lost for me." Toward this Flowing Wind Establishment, Yi Yuan felt disinclined to have any favorable impression right now and naturally would not have any words of praise. Song Yankai's eyebrows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "What a conceited brat, take him down for me." These deacons obeyed the order and immediately rushed forward together. These dozen over people were all 6th and 7th firmament celestial deity powerhouses, their strength rather uncommon, while Song Yankai was even an 8th firmament celestial deity. In his view, wasn't it still more than sufficient for these people to deal with a 5th firmament celestial deity? But he was wrong. Yi Yuan snorted coldly, figure immediately turning into an afterimage, before shuttling back and forth in the midst of these dozen over deacons. Very soon, a series of screams were emitted. One figure after another was directly sent flying out. The entire hall was quiet. Song Yankai's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of aghast, full of disbelief. A 5th firmament celestial deity defeated more than 10 people who were 1 or 2 minor realms higher than him in a few moves. No, wait, not defeated. If Yi Yuan was willing, he would have already killed these people just now. Done with these, Yi Yuan put away his sword and swaggered out of the door, completely ignoring Song Yankai. Song Yankai's world power suddenly erupted, enveloping over toward Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have heard it and did not feel his world power either, walking out very calmly. Song Yankai's expression flickered, but finally, he still did not make a move. He discovered that he actually did not have confidence in dealing with this young man. Only all the way until Yi Yuan's figure disappeared from his line of sight, did he abruptly startle awake. Was he really a martial artist who refined a celestial deity Tao fruit? Song Yankai denied this idea straight away. Martial artists who refined Tao fruits could not possibly be so strong. He looked at Lu Chen and asked in a solemn voice, "You said that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City just now?" Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Lu Chen was still in the midst of shock. Hearing Song Yankai's question, only then did he abruptly startle awake, nod his head woodenly, and said, "Why yes. I examined his identity token, he's indeed Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder." Song Yankai's brows knitted together tightly and he asked again, "Why did he come here?" Lu Chen's expression was ugly as he said, For Zhang Jadehao's matter." Song Yankai got a shock, his figure moving, vanishing from where he stood. Chapter 1900. I'll bring you out. Goodness me, what a handsome little brother. Quickly come in and take a look. Our Carefree Grove is a pleasure town, guarantee that you'll have such a good time that you'll forget to go back. The moment Yi Yuan arrived at Carefree Grove, a middle-aged woman who had partly lost her good looks immediately came up to drag him, forcefully dragging him inside. Yi Yuan looked at the madam and asked, "Does your place have a girl called Zhang Haitang?" The moment the madam heard, she immediately became vigilant and looked at Yi Yuan profoundly as she said smilingly, "Young master, this is a thorned rose." Although she looks ravishing, her personality is fierce like a fire. We have plenty of fine girls here, so why don't Sir change to another one? Yi Yuan smiled and said, this young master likes wild horses, I want her. Arrange for a room and bring over for me. The madam narrowed her eye and said with a nod, since young master likes it, that's fine as well. Come, men, bring this sir up to the main room. At this time, a hustler jogged over and led Yi Yuan into the main room. These lands of pleasure were similarly very well received among martial artists. The journey of cultivation was extremely dreary, not everyone could focus wholeheartedly on Tao. After some martial artists with mediocre talent reached a certain realm, it was very hard to have breakthroughs again, and they would naturally be reluctant to part with the splendor of the world. This kind of martial artist was actually in the vast majority. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan discovered that this carefree grove's business was really popular. The looks of the girls here were rather outstanding. Furthermore, each and every one of their cultivation was not weak, making Yi Yuan very surprised. Cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, even the celestial deity realm. How could one be willing to come here and be reduced to the playthings of men? Yi Yuan maintained his composure and arrived in a fine room. The decoration inside was extremely luxurious. Before long, two burly men escorted a girl and pushed open the door to the room. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but saw that this girl was thin and pallid, quite a number of bruises faintly on her face. Her hands and legs even had handcuffs and shackles. But before coming here, she had clearly been tidied up meticulously, concealing quite a bit. Although haggard-looking, the stubbornness and resolve to die in this girl's eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Yi Yuan took a glance and could not help but sigh in his heart. After entering, that girl glared at Yi Yuan. If looks could kill, Yi Yuan would have already died several times over. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, unlock her handcuffs and anklets. Those two burly men were taken aback and said hesitantly, this isn't appropriate, right? Sir, this lass is very fierce and has already injured many guests. Yi Yuan said, do you guys feel that she, a lass whose divine sea is sealed, can hurt me? One of them thought about it and still released Zhang Haitang's restraints, and said with a cold snort, be more obedient. If you still dared to be impolite toward guests, you know the outcome. Finished talking, those two burly men went out. Yi Yuan poured himself a cup of wine and also poured a cup of wine for the empty seat opposite and did an inviting gesture, saying with a smile, sit down and talk, drink a cup of wine to calm your nerves. Zhang Haitang did not sit. She looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, shameless thing, want to use alcohol to knock me out? Dream on. Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard that. Downing the cup in one gulp himself, he smiled and said, you're called Zhang Haitang. So what? Your father is Zhang Jadehao. Zhang Haitang's face changed and she said in a cold voice, who are you? Yi Yuan looked at her and said smilingly, 800 years, fourth firmament celestial deity, not bad, not bad. Looks like the effect of the supreme jade void pill has already been brought to play completely. With this, Zhang Haitang really got a shock. She looked at Yi Yuan and said with unbelievable shock, you, who the hell are you? Why would you know that I've taken the supreme jade void pill before? The matter of Zhang Haitang having once taken a divine-grade supreme jade void pill was only known by her and her father, two people. Then, how did this young man in front of her knew? Unless, Yi Yuan smiled and said, you've already guessed it, haven't you? Zhang Haitang stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said in disbelief, you're Yi Yuan, impossible. My father told me that when you left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, you were merely a first firmament divine lord. It has only been a few hundred years, how can you possibly cultivate to be a fifth firmament celestial deity? Unless you consumed a celestial deity Tao fruit. Yi Yuan made another inviting gesture, indicating for her to sit down and talk. This time, Zhang Haitang did not refuse, sitting down opposite Yi Yuan. Except, she still did not drink alcohol. Yi Yuan could perceive that she still had a vigilant heart towards him. Looks like Zhang Jadehao being thrown into jail and her being captured in a brothel made her produce an intense vigilant mentality toward everyone. Reach your hand out, Yi Yuan said. Zhang Haitang was taken aback but still extended an arm out as he said. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and put it on Zhang Haitang's pulse, and slowly closed his eyes. Before long, he opened his eyes and said with a nod, not bad, it's indeed the supreme jade void pill that I refined. Zhang Haitang was taken aback and said, "You suspected me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just like you doubt me, I'll naturally suspect you too." Zhang Haitang thought about it and said with a nod, "All right, but I've already consumed the supreme jade void pill for 800 to 900 years, you can tell whether I'm Zhang Haitang or not just by reading my pulse. Or, are you tricking me?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The medicinal strength of divine-grade medicinal pills won't dissipate so quickly. I believe that you've already felt the benefits of this medicinal pill. Higher-grade void spirit divine pills, even vast spirit divine pills, can even affect martial artists for all their lives. The medicinal pills that I refined myself, I naturally have a score in my heart." Zhang Haitang knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. With her talent, it was originally impossible to cultivate to be a fourth firmament celestial deity so quickly. These few years, during cultivation, the power of the supreme jade void pill still played a role at crucial moments. That was how it let her break through bottlenecks faster. One had to know, Zhang Haitang's current strength already caught up to Zhang Jadehao. This kind of improvement speed was unimaginable to the previous her. Thank you," Zhang Haitang said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It is already my luck that you don't hate me. If not for me, your father also wouldn't have been thrown into the death cell either, and you also wouldn't have been reduced to such a plight." But Zhang Haitang shook her head and said, "You don't have to be like this. My father said that he owes you a great favor. His promise to you must be fulfilled. I know that he did it all for my sake." Talking up to here, Zhang Haitang's tears could not hold back anymore, flowing down akin to a dam that opened up. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Brother Zhang is truly trustworthy. You rest assured, I absolutely won't let Brother Zhang die just like this. Rather, it's you. How could you be foolish enough to ask a tiger for its skin?" Zhang Haitang cried bitterly and said through sobs, I really had no choice." Hearing Zhang Haitang's tearful complaint, Yi Yuan's fury was ignited once more. It turned out that Zhang Haitang went to find Yu Jinsong that day, but she was requested by him to offer her body to him before he was willing to let Zhang Jadehao out. Zhang Haitang's personality was staunch with moral integrity and was unwilling to submit. Who knew that Yu Jinsong lit a suliter incense in the room? He drugged Zhang Haitang and sullied her innocence, and even sealed her divine sea, sending her to Carefree Grove. Zhang Haitang's temperament was staunch with moral integrity and already long harbored the resolve to die. It was just that Zhang Jadehao's life and death were unknown, that was why she dragged out an ignorable existence to this date. Yi Yuan sighed again after listening until the end. Pulling Zhang Haitang's hand, he said, "Come, I'll bring you out." Chapter 1901. Going on a killing spree. A warm and boundless divine essence directly rushed into Zhang Haitang's divine sea through her meridians. That layer of seal was destroyed like crushing dead leaves. Divine essence instantly filled her four limbs and bones once more. Zhang Haitang looked at Yi Yuan, full of surprise. This is Carefree Grove's unique seal. Even if a ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse came, he can't dispel this seal too. How did you do it? Places of pleasure like Carefree Grove, what they acquired were mostly very high realm female cultivators. As for how to control these female cultivators, they had their own methods. This seal, it was naturally impossible for ordinary people to crack it. Even if a ninth firmament celestial deity guest came, it was also impossible to want to crack their seal. But Yi Yuan destroyed it like crushing a dead branch. Just a seal, it's no big deal, come on, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Zhang Haitang was stunned, but shook her head and said, "We can't walk out. The City Lord Manor is behind Carefree Grove, and this place has a peak ninth firmament celestial deity holding down the fort. No one can bring people away from this place. In imperial capitals, true god powerhouses were all very aloof existences. For this kind of mundane task, there naturally would not be true god powerhouses to take care of it. In reality, peak ninth firmament celestial deities could already suppress the vast majority of the people. Moreover, it was the City Lord Manor behind Carefree Grove, how many dared to be insolent here?" But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I want to bring you away, no one can stop it." Done talking, he did not care whether Zhang Haitang was willing or not, pulling her out of the door. The moment the door opened, 5 burly men already blocked outside the door. The madam looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "I knew that sir definitely didn't have good intentions finding this slut. If you have fun here, our Carefree Grove welcomes it greatly. But if you want to bring people away, that's a big no-no." "Sir, Please be prudent. Yi Yuan gave the madam a glance and said coolly, I want to redeem Miss Haitang's freedom, state a price. The moment the madam heard, she chuckled and said, Sir, sorry about it, upstairs have informed, this whore isn't selling. Sir, I urge that you'd better put her down, you guys, can't walk out of here. You look at them, each and every one ferocious looking. If they were to hurt sir, that wouldn't be nice. Seeing these burly men, Zhang Haitang's complexion also turned deathly pale. Yi Yuan, you go by yourself. These few burly men all had uncommon strength, all having middle-stage celestial deity realm cultivation. Being able to look after the house and courtyard here, one's strength was naturally not ordinary. Yi Yuan had a calm look and slowly said, Is that so? Since not selling, then I can only forcefully bring her away. As he said, Yi Yuan dragged Zhang Haitang and was going to walk outside. The madam's patience was also whittled away completely at this moment, and said in a fierce voice, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit, beat for me. The 5 burly men rushed forward together, directly rushing into the room. A clear slap sounded out, the madam's entire person flew down from the 2nd floor. But those 5 burly men hit thin air and did not even catch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Goodness gracious, this heaven-damned fellow, quickly go and call Lord Fang Kun here. Someone is causing trouble. Below came the madam's miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Yi Yuan was neither too fast nor too slow, bringing Zhang Haitang and walking downstairs. The entire carefree grove had a large-scale array formation set up, locking space. Even a true god powerhouse could forget about teleporting out of here too. Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to bring people away, or eat a free meal? Hence, even though Yi Yuan was skilled in spatial law, he could not possibly directly teleport out of this place too. However, this did not hinder him from displaying spatial law. Tossing and turning about within a small area, that was no problem at all. Zhang Haitang followed Yi Yuan, staring at his back view in a daze as if she was dreaming. Numerous strong guards rushed over, but she only saw one cold light after another shoot out. Middle-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses were killed with one sword without any exception. Even peak 6th firmament celestial deities would not do as well. Zhang Haitang originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a 5th firmament celestial deity, being not much stronger than her. But now, she knew that she was gravely mistaken. Yi Yuan's might already exceeded her imagination. No matter how powerful the opponent, they simply could not withstand a single blow in front of him. The current Yi Yuan seemed to be a hero of the era in her eyes. Everything was so calm and collected, everything was so casual and effortless as if nothing in this world could stump him. At this moment, Zhang Haitang's eyes revealed a hint of hope. Perhaps her father could really be saved. Before long, there was already no one who dared to step forward. Those guards were all frightened until their faces turned pale. Places that Yi Yuan passed by, they immediately kept a wide berth, fearful that a ray of sword light from Yi Yuan would dismember them. Several figures flashed past, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The one in the front was actually an 8th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Among these 4 people, the weakest was also 7th firmament celestial deity. He. Great 4 protectors, you guys came right on time. Hurry up and kill this kid. The madam was currently pleased with herself when a streak of sword light suddenly flew over, her figure abruptly stopped. Turns out that her head was already separated from her body. That 8th firmament celestial deity's pupils constricted. He actually did not see clearly how Yi Yuan struck. Yi Yuan looked at him and lightly spat out 2 words, get lost. As he said, Yi Yuan brought Zhang Haitang and moved forward again. Learning what Zhang Haitang met with, Yi Yuan seemed calm, but actually, he was already furious to the extreme in his heart. He was currently just finding some people to vent his anger. And the carefree grove that had its back resting against the city lord manor was just right. Being compelled by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum, the 4 great protectors actually took a step back without prior agreement. Yi Yuan advanced again, and they retreated again. Finally, that 8th firmament celestial deity could not stand it anymore and roared furiously, attack together. Kill him. 4 streaks of sword light suddenly erupted. 4 surges of world power formed a strange domain, surrounding Yi Yuan and Zhang Haitang tightly. This strike was a certain kill move. The 4 great protectors had clearly received special training before, the 4 people's cooperation was very tacit. Furthermore, their world power was even able to produce a resonance. Working together, the power multiplied. Where did this young man appear from? Such formidable strength. Isn't that so? Clearly only at the 5th firmament celestial deity realm, but middle stage celestial deity realm powerhouses are like paper paste in front of him. But he's too reckless. The 4 great protectors aren't to be trifled with. The 4 of them combining forces, it was said that they had once killed a 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. Let alone that there's a Lord Fang Kun who hasn't taken action yet. Heh. Becoming enraged to the extreme for a woman, I like this kid. The combat strength that Yuan displayed made everyone sigh with admiration. But facing these 4 great protectors, they did not feel optimistic about him. Many minor realms away, furthermore, fighting 1 versus 4, and these 4 people even had good teamwork. No matter how one looked at it, Yuan did not have chances of victory either. Chapter 1902, Swaggering Off. A cold light flashed and disappeared, blood splattering. The neck of one of the 4 great protectors already had a large wound opened up, fresh blood spurting wildly without ceasing. It looked like he could not survive anymore. Just one sword move breached the formation of the 4 great protectors. Inside the carefree grove was silent, all using terrified gazes to look at that figure. How could this kid be so strong? So young, and his strength was so formidable, but why would he actually be completely unknown in 9 Pledge Imperial capital? One sword move felling the carefree grove's 4 great protectors. This strength should be the crowning figure of this generation among 9 Pledge Imperial capital's junior generation. Even that Linghua Pavilion's Rong Ziyu probably did not have such strength either, right? Just where did this boy pop out from? Yuan opened his mouth once more, taking a step forward again. The other 3 people's expressions flickered incessantly, falling backward uncontrollably. The 3 people continuously fell back and actually unknowingly retreated to the entrance of Carefree Grove already. They retreated, but then there was no room for retreat. Falling back further and Yuan would be out of Carefree Grove. At that time, without the Grand Array freezing space, it would be even harder for them to stop Yuan. The 3 people's expressions flickered incessantly and exchanged glances, a hint of decisiveness flashed across their eyes. The remaining 3 great protectors mustered up their courage and rushed forward once more. 9 Polar Spectral Sword, Scarlet Wind Deer Cry Sword, Spearthorn Dawn Sword. Sword lights radiated brilliantly. Inside the empty great hall, sword energy wandered everywhere. And Yuan was in the center of this storm. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, the 4 people exchanged blows countless times. There was a series of exclamations all around. Their eyes could not keep up with the speed of the few people drawing their swords at all. The power of the 4 great protectors had long penetrated deep into people's hearts. No one dared to provoke them here. But Yuan, a 5th firmament celestial deity, fought these 3 people head-on and was actually not the slightest bit weaker. This made them extremely surprised. These 3 great protectors were all 8th firmament celestial deities, each person was 3 minor realms higher than Yuan. But they actually could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. The moment the cold light appeared, all those present became silent. An 8th firmament celestial deity perished. He is too strong. Law's fusion, spatial law, this is an unrivaled genius. Just where did this kid pop out from? Such a character had never been heard of in 9 Pledge Imperial capital. In a twinkle, 2 of the 4 great protectors were removed. The shock that this brought everyone was too intense. And this sword also displayed Yuan's law comprehension to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. They finally knew why Yuan's strength was so strong. The 2 remaining people of the 4 great protectors looked at Yuan with a look of terror, shocked speechless. That sword just now, regardless of who Yuan unleashed it at, they were powerless to block it. Yuan pulled Zhang Haitang and walked over toward outside the door again. How could the 2 remaining people still dare to stop it? They involuntarily retreated to one side and automatically opened up a path. The current Zhang Haitang had a blank look. This short distance of several thousand feet gave her a feeling like she was dreaming. She was being led by Yuan mechanically, walking over toward outside the door. Ahead was Carefree Grove's front door, just a few steps away. Suddenly, a layer of ripple appeared in space, a figure emerged before everyone's eyes. A gray-robed middle-aged man's gaze was cold, glancing at Yuan, and taking a look at the 2 great protectors. One of the protectors' expression was ugly as he said, Lord Fang Kun. Can't even deal with a 5th firmament celestial deity, go back and receive punishment. Fang Kun said in a cold voice. That protector's expression was ugly as he said, "Why, Your Excellency, we—" Fang Kun gave a cold snort and immediately cut him off. "Talking what nonsense? You refuse to accept it?" "I accept." The protector's expression was ugly as he said. All around, everyone's faces were strange. They were all clear that today's matter really could not be blamed on the four great protectors. But Fang Kun clearly did not care about these. He only looked at the result. Fang Kun was a peak ninth firmament celestial deity. His strength was much stronger than the four great protectors added together. In this nine-pledge imperial capital, if true God realm did not appear, he could practically sweep across all. Holding down the fort at Carefree Grove for so many years, no slip-up had ever occurred before. He was the Carefree Grove's sea-stabilizing needle. Even if a ninth firmament celestial deity caused trouble, he also handled it all the same. With this, the matter has blown up, to actually startle Lord Fang Kun. Looks like today's matter can't be settled anymore. Hey, Lord Fang Kun's strength is extraordinary, this kid is too careless. A pity, having this strength at a young age, but have to die here. Yeah, with his strength, if he really wanted to kill his way out, he would have long charged out. But he insists on taking his time to walk, he blundered now. The people who were frequently at Carefree Grove all knew Fang Kun's awe-inspiring reputation. No one dared to cause trouble at Carefree Grove, because they all knew that this place had Lord Fang Kun holding down the fort. Fang Kun gave a cold snort, turned his head to look at Yi Yuan, and was just about to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Get lost." Fang Kun was taken aback and said with a sneer, "What a wildly arrogant brat, you don't think that I'm the same as these trash, right?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You're no different from them. Not getting lost, you similarly have to die." As he said, Yi Yuan pulled Zhang Haitang and walked forward once more. Fang Kun laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "Reckless and blind thing, I want to see how you make me die." But right at this time, a series of blue tattoos spread out from Yi Yuan's body, cutting off the entire space. Divine Vestige Space. Currently, Fang Kun was very close to Yi Yuan. Those blue patterns constructed and formed the Divine Vestige Space very quickly. Fang Kun's heart palpitated, instinctively feeling that something was amiss, and instinctively wanted to break free of the fetters of the blue patterns. Fang Kun's pupils constricted, incomparably horrified in his heart, because he discovered that he was actually unable to shift through spatial law. His body was restrained within the blue space. All of a sudden, Fang Kun released an attack. However, the blue space did not waver at all. The blue patterns became increasingly denser and increasingly compact, finally teeming the entire space. Let me out. Damn it, let me out. Fang Kun howled in despair. Yi Yuan's figure appeared, his eyes being incomparably cold. Fang Kun looked at Yi Yuan and could not resist shuddering. Those eyes even made a trace of chill well up from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I already gave you the chance and asked you to get lost, but it's you who didn't cherish it yourself. So, go and die." Yi Yuan lightly pointed a finger out, directly piercing through Fang Kun's heart, destroying all his vitality. The divine vestige dissipated, Fang Kun's corpse fell to the ground powerlessly. The surrounding was deathly quiet. Carefree Grove's guardian, the peak ninth firmament celestial deity Lord Fang Kun, actually died just like this. Everyone exchanged glances, completely no idea what happened. Yi Yuan pulled Zhang Haitang and strutted out of Carefree Grove just like this, swaggering off. The two great protectors exchanged a glance. There was only shock left in the other party's eyes. This scene was too astounding. Originally thought that there would be a heaven-shocking great battle, no one could have thought that Fang Kun died bafflingly just like this. Chapter 1903. A slight move in one part may affect the situation as a whole. What did you say? Fang Kun was killed by a fifth firmament celestial deity. When Yu Jinsong got this news, he nearly jumped up from the seat. Fang Kun's strength, he was all too clear. How could a fifth firmament celestial deity possibly kill him? His first reaction when he heard this news was that he did not believe it. Isn't that so? That boy used no idea what method, just like a cocoon, enveloping Lord Fang Kun inside. In just a blink of an eye, he died. When the leader of the four great protectors recalled the situation back then, he still had lingering fear in his heart until now. With Yi Yuan causing a disturbance, the Carefree Grove came to a total standstill and was totally unable to operate anymore. That place was a money-squandering establishment. It was a tremendous source of revenue to the City Lord Manor. With this, it was chopped by Yi Yuan. Yu Jinsong's fury could be imagined. Yu Jinsong was angered until his expression was livid. Looking at the protector, he said, "You said that that kid came from Southridge's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Furthermore, he was just Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder." The protector sweat cold sweat profusely and said with a nod, "Yes, young master. That kid's identity has already been investigated clearly. It's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's head elder, Yi Yuan." Before going to Carefree Grove, he even made a trip to Flowing Wind Establishment and almost tore down the entire Flowing Wind Establishment. Oh, right, before he came to the Imperial capital, he even killed the Wu family's young master, Wu Tian, as well as the Wu family's 8th firmament celestial deity retainer, Wu Yun. Coming to the Imperial capital this time, he should be here for Zhang Jadehao's case. The City Lord Manor's investigative ability was still extremely strong. Just used a night and they already inquired about Yi Yuan's ins and outs clearly. Hearing the protector report one news after another, Yu Jinsong's expression flickered incessantly. In this short half a month's time, Yi Yuan already turned 9 pledge imperial capital upside down, directly offending the 3 major forces. Although the Wu family's strength could not compare to these 3 forces, they were absolutely not some soft persimmon either. The Wu family's ancestor was a true God realm powerhouse. Yu Jinsong narrowed his eyes like a venomous snake and said in a cold voice, "Pass down the order for me. 3 days later, openly execute Zhang Jadehao in Heavenly Grove Plaza. At that time, we'll lay down an inescapable net. This young master wants to see whether he has 3 heads and 6 arms or not." The news spread to City Lord Manor. As one of the 3 great factions, Kongming Academy naturally would not be unaware. Song Yankai was currently standing in front of a middle-aged man but was fearful after the event in his heart. Luckily when Yi Yuan left back then, he did not really make a move to stop. Otherwise, his outcome would be exactly the same as Fang Kun. Hang on, his strength was far worse than Fang Kun, there was no hope of surviving at all. Presently, the situation in the city is very delicate. Before yesterday night, most likely no one would have thought that an imperial city's head elder would actually stir up such a great disturbance. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh and said. Song Yankai smiled bitterly and said, "Who could have thought that a 5th firmament celestial deity brat could kill his way through Carefree Grove?" The middle-aged nodded his head and said, "Zhang Jadehao is merely a puny little patrolling inspector and is totally insignificant. Waging war with City Lord Manor and Linghua Pavilion for him was seriously unwise. It's just that no one would have thought that he actually got acquainted with such a remarkable young man. Carefree Grove's business, everyone is very envious of it. No one has ever dared to cause trouble inside before. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually wiped them all out?" Song Yankai said, "Then what should we do now? Yi Yuan already poked a hole in the sky, yet we are very passive." The middle-aged shook his head and said, "People above have already given the word. Zhang Jadehao must be protected. The City Lord Manor and Linghua Pavilion are eager for action. This boy has such terrifying talent, so he'll definitely be able to assist us in the future. Hence, we have to make up for the past blunder at all costs." When Song Yankai heard this, his expression changed slightly. Everyone in the city was searching for Yi Yuan, but after he brought Zhang Haitang away from the Carefree Grove, his entire person seemed to have evaporated into thin air. No one could find him. The City Lord Manor wanted to kill Yi Yuan, but they could not find him. Kongming Academy wanted to find Yi Yuan to explain things, but sadly, they could not find Yi Yuan either. 3 days' time passed in a flash. The matter of publicly executing Zhang Jadehao was already announced to the whole city through the City Lord Manor. When he saw the light again, Zhang Jadehao felt that it was rather piercing to the eye. He originally thought that he would die inside the jail dubiously just like that, but he did not expect that in order to kill him, the City Lord Manor made such a big commotion. Suddenly, a group of people in front came over. Seeing that person in the front, Zhang Jadehao's entire body trembled slightly. It was precisely the one who framed him, getting him thrown in jail. Yu Jinsong came in front of Zhang Jadehao and said with a smug smile, "Zhang Jadehao, are you very curious why killing you, a puny little patrolling inspector, would still cause such a big disturbance?" Zhang Jadehao's heart was long akin to dead ash, how he died had no difference to him. The only thing that he was worried about was his daughter. Mucking around in 9 pledge imperial capital for so long, Zhang Jadehao naturally understood his situation. He was merely the sacrificial item of the upper echelon's fight. Who could care about the life or death of a puny little patrolling inspector? Zhang Jadehal drew a deep breath and looked at Yu Jinsong as he said, "Young Master Yu, Zhang Jadehal is merely a minor character, so death isn't regrettable. It's just that I hope you won't make things difficult for my daughter." Ha ha ha, Yu Jinsong laughed loudly and said, "How could I bear to make things difficult for Haitang, my lord father-in-law?" Zhang Jadehal's entire body trembled. Looking at Yu Jinsong in great alarm and rage, he said, "You. What did you do to her?" Yu Jinsong looked at Zhang Jadehal with a smile that was not a smile and said, "What can I do to her? She came to beg me to let you out. I say, meat that's delivered to my mouth, I can't spit it out, right? Tisk tisk, didn't expect that you, a coarse man, your daughter was actually so ravishing, really electrifying." Zhang Jadehal was angered until his entire body trembled and he roared furiously, "You! Animal! Animal!" Zhang Jadehal bared his teeth, roaring at Yu Jinsong, but 2 rows of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. His heart was currently already completely broken. But Yu Jinsong laughed very happily. Patting Zhang Jadehal's shoulder, he said, "Don't be in a hurry. I still have a piece of good news to tell you. Someone came to save you." The current Zhang Jadehal could not hear Zhang Jadehal's words anymore at all. His mind was full of the image of his daughter being humiliated, hating to the extreme in his heart, and also hurting to the extreme. Seeing that Zhang Jadehal did not react, Yu Jinsong asked with a smile, "You know Yi Yuan, right?" Hearing this scene, Zhang Jadehal's entire body trembled, his eyes finally recovering clarity, looking at Yu Jinsong with a disbelieving look. You're saying that Yi Yuan he came back?" Yu Jinsong nodded and said, "Not only did he come back, he even rescued your daughter from Carefree Grove. Are you very pleasantly surprised? See Carefree Grove, how is that possible?" Zhang Jadehal's pupils constricted, instantly thinking of many things. But, hearing that his daughter was rescued, Zhang Jadehal also felt his heart ease up. But very soon, his face changed, looking at Yu Jinsong with indignation, gnashing his teeth in hatred. Chapter 1904. Not Giving Face. You want to publicly execute me in order to lure Yi Yuan out?" Zhang Jadehal said with a furious roar. Yu Jinsong had a smug look as he said smilingly, "You're not stupid, understanding it so quickly. Today, City Lord Manor has already arranged 3 true God Realm experts to lie in wait around the execution ground. The moment he appears, the 3 great true God Realm powerhouses will attack at the same time. You guess, what will be his outcome?" Ha ha ha, Zhang Jadehal was incomparably shocked in his heart. In order to deal with Yi Yuan, the City Lord Manor actually sent out 3 true God Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan's strength was actually already powerful to such a degree. It had just been a short few hundred years, Yi Yuan's growth completely exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan barged into a dragon's lair, a tiger's den alone in order to save him and save Zhang Haitang. He was very touched in his heart. This made his promise to Yi Yuan become very important. Except, this Yu Jinsong was shameless when doing things, by fair means or foul. If he rashly came to save him, wouldn't he lose his life in vain? Thinking up to here, his hatred toward Yu Jinsong was even more akin to a wave that dashed to the sky. "You, despicable, shameless, Yu Jinsong, even if I, Zhang Jadehal, become a ghost, I won't let you off either." Zhang Jadehal gnashed his teeth in hatred, doing his best, wanting to break free of the shackles. It was just a pity that this shackle was forged from purple gold divine metal. Forget that his divine sea was sealed, even normally, it was impossible to break free too. Become a ghost, hee, you need to have a chance to become a ghost too. Bring him away. Yu Jinsong waved his sleeves grandly, the guard escorted Zhang Jadehal and marched for the execution grounds. Zhang Jadehal was being sent away, his face ashen. He hated Yu Jinsong, he hated his inability. But he was completely powerless to change anything. Yi Yuan, you shouldn't have come. 2 rows of hot tears flowed down his face. There had never been a lack of those who wanted to watch the fun. Currently, Heavenly Grove Plaza was long already packed full of people, nowhere to find a foothold at all. Really can't understand why executing a puny little patrolling inspector has to cause such a big commotion. Hey, you don't know this, right? Do you know who was the girl who was rescued, slaughtering their way out of Carefree Grove? It's this Zhang Jadehal's daughter. This show today, the real interest of the drunkard isn't in the wine. You're talking about that Yi Yuan. Terrific lad, that's a god. A fifth firmament celestial deity, and he actually slew Lord Fang Kun, truly remarkable. A shame, this scheme that young Master Yu came up with today, even if Yi Yuan knows that it's a pit, he has to jump to. Unless, he doesn't want to save Zhang Jadehal anymore. The matter of Yi Yuan causing a disturbance in Carefree Grove was no longer some secret long ago. It caused a huge stir in the city. Curious folks naturally clawed out the whole sequence of events. Originally, an insignificant patrolling inspector. But now, because of Yi Yuan's troublemaking, the degree of focus was extremely high. Today, so many people came, wanting to see whether Yi Yuan dared to come or not. Yu Jinsong sat on the seat of honor with a relaxed look. Discovered Yi Yuan yet? Yu Jinsong said to the protector behind him. This Wang Hu was precisely the leader of the four great protectors who had once fought with Yi Yuan before. Hearing Yu Jinsong's question, Wang Hu shook his head and said, reporting to young master, didn't discover traces. Young master, we put on such a grand lineup, so he, probably don't dare to come, right? Yu Jinsong smiled and said, this kid has been friends with Zhang Jadehal for several hundred years, their friendship very close. This time, for Zhang Jadehal's sake, he barged into Carefree Grove alone and rescued Zhang Haitang. It can be seen how important he views Zhang Jadehal. Therefore, there's no way he doesn't come. You continue investigating. Once you discover his trace, don't act rashly and alert the enemy. Tell me immediately. Yes, young master. Wang Hu received the order and left. In order to capture Yi Yuan, Yu Jinsong laid down an inescapable net today. Today, the city guards present were all elites among elites. Not only were their strengths formidable, but the power of their combined attacks were also extremely powerful. Apart from this, he even brought a bunch of late-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses, dispersed in all directions of the plaza. The moment Yi Yuan appeared, this dense large web would directly pounce on Yi Yuan and kill him. As for the three true god realm powerhouses, they were also hidden in various areas of the plaza at this time. Among these three true gods, there were two first firmament true god and one second firmament true god. It could be seen how highly he regarded Yi Yuan. He had absolute confidence that as long as Yi Yuan dared to show face, he absolutely could not escape. Suddenly, three figures barged into the execution ground. When Yu Jinsong saw the arrivals, he could not help revealing a look of amusement. Getting up, he bowed and said, little nephew Jinsong pays respect to Academy head Fei. The person in front had a very powerful aura, he was actually a true god realm powerhouse. Bystanders did not know him, but Yu Jinsong naturally recognized him. He was called Fei Mingtian, one of Kongming Academy's assistant academy heads. Following behind Fei Mingtian were Flowing Wind Establishment's establishment head Li Zian, and assistant establishment head, Song Yankai. Fei Mingtian nodded his head and said, not seeing for several years, honorable nephew Yu's realm improved considerably again. Yu Jinsong smiled and said, Academy head Fei is too kind. Little nephew is currently carrying out the City Lord Manor's law, I wonder what Academy head Fei came for. Fei Mingtian's face fell. Yu Jinsong's words concealed a needle in wool, blocking him dead with one sentence. Since Yu Jinsong dared to frame Zhang Jadehal, he naturally would not give people a handle and had long created sufficient ironclad proof. Otherwise, the Kongming Academy would not go so far as to not make any noise at all. Fei Mingtian said coolly, honorable nephew Yu, Zhang Jadehal is at any rate from the Kongming Academy. Can you give our academy face and spare his life? Yu Jinsong laughed when he heard that and said, Academy head Fei's words aren't right. Although Zhang Jadehal originated from the Kongming Academy, he works in the City Lord Manor now. For so many years, the City Lord Manor also spent large amounts of cultivation resources on him, but he didn't think to repay it, and actually assassinated me. This kind of person, if he isn't sentenced to death according to the law, what will my City Lord Manor use to manage the 9-pledge imperial capital? Fei Mingtian's brows furrowed slightly. Yu Jinsong's words were flawless, he could not find any words to refute at all. Although Flowing Wind Establishment was the place where Kongming Academy managed imperial cities, it was too inferior to show in public. On the surface, all of the imperial cities were under the City Lord Manor's name. In that case, there's no leeway to maneuver. If I were to forcefully bring him away. The imposing momentum on Fei Mingtian's body gradually grew. Horrifying world power crushed over toward Yu Jinsong. Clearly, he was already angered. But Yu Jinsong was completely fine as he said with a faint smile, Academy head Fei's emotion, this lowly nephew naturally understands. It's just that the law is the law, nobody can violate it, right? If Academy head Fei were to really take action, I'm afraid that Lord Father will be making a move. Academy head Fei wouldn't think that Lord Father knows absolutely nothing about today's matter, right? Fei Mingtian's expression changed. Yu Jinsong's father was naturally City Lord Yu Wenfeng, his strength unfathomable. This punk actually used the City Lord to threaten him. Kongming Academy originally thought that by sending a true god powerhouse to act in capacity, Yu Jinsong should give face. Who knew that Yu Jinsong's attitude was actually so decisive? Yu Jinsong looked at Fei Mingtian and said with a light smile, Academy head Fei, not that this lowly nephew isn't giving face, but that the law beats everything. Kongming Academy is also a part of 9 Pledge Imperial Capital, producing such a treacherous traitor, shouldn't Academy head Fei observe the execution then? Chapter 1905, Doing Something Difficult Effortlessly. Fei Mingtian was angered until he trembled all over, but he was powerless to do anything. His identity was extraordinary. Once he really made a move, that was thoroughly falling out with the City Lord manner. Fei Mingtian gave a cold snort, flicked his sleeves, and left. But he did not leave. He simply retreated to one side to observe the execution from the sidelines. Academy head Fei, what should we do now? Li Zian asked. Fei Mingtian let out a sigh and said, this matter isn't easy to handle. Our Kongming Academy is in a disadvantageous situation to begin with. The City Lord manor is probably hoping exactly for us to lose all decorum with them right now. Li Zian said, then, what about Yi Yuan? If we don't save Zhang Jadehao, he probably won't be willing to drop the matter. Fei Mingtian shook his head and said, I hope that he isn't rash. Time slowly trickled by, there were no signs of Yi Yuan showing up. Yu Jinsong got somewhat tired of waiting and said coolly, carry out execution. His subordinate said in a clear voice, the hour is up, execute. The executioner received the order, carried a knife, and came before Zhang Jadehao. All executioners used special magic weapons to carry out a death sentence. To divine Dao powerhouses, even if their heads were chopped off, they would not die either. Unless one's comprehension in the power of laws was very deep, wrecking all of their life force, that was how they could be killed. The executioner's strength was not too strong, he naturally did not have this ability. Yu Jinsong suddenly stood up and said in a clear voice, Yi Yuan, I know that you're here. Aren't you very impressive, so why don't you dare come out anymore? Or is it that you took a fancy to Zhang Haitang and only saved her and not her father? Gutless coward, come out if you have the capability. Still not coming out, Zhang Jadehao will be dead. Zhang Jadehao's face changed, and he roared angrily, Yi Yuan, you mustn't come out. Thank you for saving Haitang, I already have no ties left. They laid down an all-encompassing net, just waiting for you to show up. You mustn't come out. A hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Yu Jinsong's mouth. Zhang Jadehao's words would only stimulate Yi Yuan to appear. I'm here. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. Except, this voice was too near as if it was beside his ear. Suddenly, Yu Jinsong felt his scalp tingle. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart and he instinctively wanted to escape. A figure suddenly appeared beside him, blue fine lines suddenly wrapped over toward him. Scheming against the unguarded, how could Yi Yuan give him the chance to escape? Yu Jinsong fell into the divine vestige space without the slightest surprise. Very soon, the divine vestige space dissipated. A sword was pressed on Yu Jinsong's neck. In this short while, Yi Yuan already sealed Yu Jinsong's divine sea. Everyone looked over but discovered that Yi Yuan was actually wearing the outfit of an ordinary city guard on him. Turns out that he actually hid inside the city guard army. Furthermore, his target was not Zhang Jadehao at all but Yu Jinsong. This scene happened too quickly, swift until everyone did not react to it and Yu Jinsong already became a captive. Yu Jinsong was a 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouse. No one would have expected that he actually did not even have the strength to resist and was restrained by Yi Yuan. The city guards were very near Yu Jinsong. This bit of distance was merely the distance of a blink of an eye to Yi Yuan. And with Yu Jinsong's strength, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed with one strike too. Hence, he had long planned it out, using the divine vestige space to restrain the other party. This series of means was done in one go, not giving those 3 great true god powerhouses any time to react at all. Fei Mingtian looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look, full of disbelief. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan would actually think of using such a method to save Zhang Jadehao. This boy is bold and meticulous in thinking, his talent surpassing others, truly terrifying. Fei Mingtian said in shock. 3 terrifying auras rose to the sky. The 3 great true god powerhouses who were lurking nearby finally showed their faces. The 3 people surrounded Yi Yuan tightly but did not dare to step forward. There was an uproar all around. Only then did they know that in order to deal with Yi Yuan, the City Lord Manor actually sent out 3 true god powerhouses. Furthermore, one of them was even a second firmament true god. It was just that these 3 great true god powerhouses did not even have a chance to make a move and Yu Jinsong was already kidnapped from under their eyelids. This means was simply inconceivable. Yu Jinsong laid down an all-encompassing net, wanting to capture Yi Yuan. In the end, he failed to capture him and got himself ensnared instead. The 3 great true god powerhouses actually became ornaments. That second firmament true god powerhouse said, "Brat, hurry up and let go of Jinsong. I'll spare you from death." Yi Yuan looked at him with eyes like looking at an idiot and immediately gave Yu Jinsong a slap. A crisp sound could be heard clearly in the entire plaza. Quite a number of people all touched their own faces unwittingly as if this slap was slapped on their faces. "This slap is dealt for Haitang," Yi Yuan said coolly, not having the slightest hint of emotion. A slap landing, half of Yu Jinsong's face already swelled up badly. You dare to hit me?" Yu Jinsong's words were unclear, his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of disbelief. What answered him was a second slap. "This slap is for Brother Zhang. These 2 slaps are tentatively the interest. Your dog life, I'll take it. Now, let him go," Yi Yuan said coolly. People looked at Yi Yuan with worshipping faces. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, they totally would not dare to believe that someone could toy with the entire City Lord Manor in the palm of their hand. This composure, this strength, this easy accomplishment of a difficult matter as if it was easy, was absolutely not what ordinary people could achieve. 2 slaps thrashed Yu Jinsong until he became a pig head. Zhang Jadehao looked at Yi Yuan blankly, as if he did not recognize him. Not seeing for several hundred years, Yi Yuan's strength was actually horrifying to such a degree already. After hearing Yu Jinsong's words, Zhang Jadehao was worried that he implicated Yi Yuan. But who knew that Yi Yuan actually played something like this, capturing Yu Jinsong to be a hostage? "Yi Yuan, you can't escape," Yu Jinsong said unclearly. "With you around, why would I not be able to escape?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Letting go of Zhang Jadehao, "What if you kill me? I can let go of him, but you must swear a heavenly Dao oath that you absolutely can't kill me." Yu Jinsong said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can." Yi Yuan did not plan on killing Yu Jinsong in the first place. He also knew that he could not kill him. Capturing him was just in order to save Zhang Jadehao. Very soon, Yi Yuan swore the heavenly Dao oath. This made Yu Jinsong's heart ease up. Let him go. Yu Jinsong issued the order. Zhang Jadehao's handcuffs and anklets were released. The him who regained freedom anew felt like he was dreaming. "Get lost," Yi Yuan said to the 3 great true god powerhouses. The 3 great powerhouses were wary in taking action for fear of implications and could only open up a path. Yi Yuan pushed Yu Jinsong and arrived on the execution grounds, and said to Zhang Jadehao, "Brother Zhang, Yi Yuan came late and let you suffered. I've let you and Haitang down." Zhang Jadehao shook his head and said, "What's what I owe you? For you to be able to do things to this extent for elder brother, I didn't become brothers with you in vain." Chapter 1906, Conditions. Outside the city, there was a densely packed army. 3 great true god powerhouses were at the front. Ahead, Yi Yuan's sword detained Yu Jinsong, bringing Zhang Jadehao falling back. "Brat, we've already let him go and you're still not letting him go, aren't you afraid of Heavenly Dao's backlash?" That second firmament true god said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You all followed all the way, isn't it to wait to kill me after I let him go? Humph, do you think that you can escape? The monk can run, but the temple can't run. Unless you disregard the life and death of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Yu Jinsong said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan already swore a Heavenly Dao oath, so he was not afraid that Yi Yuan would not let him go. Hence, he also became brazen and unbridled. Yi Yuan's bottom line, the City Lord Manor had long investigated it inside out. Yu Jinsong knew that using this to threaten Yi Yuan was definitely useful. Who knew that? Yi Yuan replied coolly, you can send people to destroy Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, I'm powerless to stop it too. But, starting from today, you'll have to keep your nerves constantly tensed. Otherwise, maybe someday, you'll become a deceased soul under my sword. Yu Jinsong's face fell and he said in a cold voice, you're threatening me. Do you know how many true god powerhouses my city lord manor has? Yi Yuan was still calm as he said, I'm just expounding a fact. There were many true god powerhouses present today too, but they failed to protect you. The moment these words came out, not just Yu Jinsong, those few true god powerhouses also had awkward faces. Yu Jinsong's expression flickered incessantly. He was really scared. Yi Yuan came and went like a shadow. Furthermore, he was extremely adept in spatial law. It was truly impossible to guard against. What was more terrifying was that blue space. After he was taken into the divine vestige space by Yi Yuan, his entire person did not have any strength to resist at all. The various kinds of powers of law that he grasped actually all lost effect. That feeling of powerlessness still made him have lingering fear in his heart until now. He did not wish to experience that sort of feeling again. At the thought of being stalked every day by such a bizarre person, Yu Jinsong unwittingly felt chills up his spine. Yu Jinsong gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, You consider yourself ruthless. Bureaucratic play and trickery, resorting to schemes and intrigues, it had always been his, Yu Jinsong's, forte. He had never failed before. Did not expect that today, all of his methods were cracked by this mysterious Yi Yuan. This made him extremely vexed in his heart. Suddenly, the tip of Yi Yuan's eyebrows moved, and he said coolly, Since you came, why do you not dare to show up openly? No one answered him. Those city guards looked around, but could not see any figure and even thought that Yi Yuan ate the wrong medicine. Even those few true god powerhouses were also at a loss. Yi Yuan pinned Yu Jinsong, his figure moving slightly, appearing somewhere else. Still not appearing, Yi Yuan said again. Suddenly, two figures emerged. A black-robed middle-aged man and a gray-robed old man. See City Lord, Your Excellency. Lord Academy Head, City, Lord Manor's second firmament true god and Fei Mingtian cried out in surprise at the same time. Arriving here, Fei Mingtian naturally followed too. These two were none other than precisely the Nine Pledge Imperial Capital's City Lord, Yu Wenfeng, as well as Kongming Academy's Academy Head, Li Kongming. Li Kongming looked at Yi Yuan, a hint of surprise flashing across his eyes as he said, A fine young man. Looks like your attainment in spatial law is much stronger than this Academy Head imagined. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. They were very puzzled how Yi Yuan discovered these two apex figures. One had to know, even those true god powerhouses did not have the slightest clue about these two people's arrival. Especially those few true god powerhouses, they even looked towards Yi Yuan in great shock. Yi Yuan was able to discover Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming, but they could not. This showed that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were far above theirs. But Yi Yuan was just fifth firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan ignored Li Kongming. He said to another area of the void, If I didn't guess wrongly, the one hiding there is Pavilion Lord Linghua, right? Everyone was alarmed again. No one could have thought that Pavilion Lord Linghua also came personally. Yu Wenfeng's and Li Kongming's faces changed slightly. They actually did not notice that there was still a person hiding in the void. Concealing within the void, this was an extremely high-level concealment method. Its degree of concealment was naturally greatly related to the martial artist's application of spatial law. Cultivation reaching the true god realm, one's small world was already very complete. The spatial law perceived through the small world would naturally be all the more powerful too. It was just that the application of spatial law also differed from person to person. Even for people in the same realm, there was a huge difference too. Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming had already discovered the other party long ago. It was just that they did not even discover Pavilion Lord Linghua. This showed that Pavilion Lord Linghua already surpassed them in this aspect. Of course, this was just a minor trick to powerhouses of their level. They concealed in the void, unable to give away any aura. Once there was any activity, the other party would detect it. Even using it to sneak attack would not do as well. But even so, Pavilion Lord Linghua also became all the more mysterious because of this. To powerhouses of this level, any hint of subtle difference could have the possibility of turning into victory. This concealment method was the hardest to discover. But the three of them, not a single one was actually able to escape Yi Yuan's arcane sights. How could everyone not be shocked? The black-robed pavilion Lord Linghua slowly revealed his figure. It was just that he was hidden in the black robe, unable for the others to see him clearly. Young man, you're really great. Do you have an interest in joining my Linghua pavilion? Pavilion Lord Linghua slowly said. Yu Wenfeng's and Li Kongming's expressions changed. No one could have expected that Pavilion Lord Linghua solicited the moment he opened his mouth. Yi Yuan, you mustn't. Kongming Academy is your home. Li Kongming hurriedly said. Yu Wenfeng also spoke up. Yi Yuan, as long as you join the City Lord Manor, the matter today will be written off. I'll confer you the land of 100 cities. Land of 100 cities, how much resources did it possess? How many martial artists did it also possess, and how powerful of a faction could be developed? To martial artists, this was absolutely an irresistible temptation. As long as Yi Yuan agreed, he would virtually be equivalent to the lord of a small imperial capital. Originally they thought that the three great apex powerhouses came out in order to go to war with Yi Yuan, but they did not expect that it was actually this situation. Father, shut up, it's none of your business here. Yu Jinsong was just about to speak when he was cut off by Yu Wenfeng heartlessly. Yi Yuan looked at Pavilion Lord Linghua and said coolly, want me to join Linghua Pavilion, it's also not impossible. But I have a condition. Everyone's hearts leapt up, especially Yu Wenfeng and Li Kongming's. Hand Rong Ziyu over to me. Yi Yuan said coolly. Pavilion Lord Linghua fell silent for a moment and spoke up, you can change to another condition. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, I'm only stating the condition, whether to agree or not is up to you. Finished talking, he turned to Yu Wenfeng and said coolly, I don't want the land of 100 cities. I only want Yu Jinsong's life. If you agree, I'll join the City Lord Manor. Chapter 1907. A very formidable alchemist. What did you say? The moment Yu Jinsong heard this, he immediately exploded. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to look at him. He stared straight at Yu Wenfeng, being not the slightest bit afraid. But Yi Yuan's boldness also made everyone tongue-tied. He did not even want the land of 100 cities and just wanted Yu Jinsong's life, truly broad-minded. Of course, there were also many people who felt that he was stupid. But Zhang Jadehal by the side was touched, understanding that Yi Yuan was venting this frustration for them father and daughter here. The land of 100 cities, what kind of power and influence, how glorious was that? Yu Wenfeng really put forth the blood capital in order to rope in Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not even bat an eyelid and refused. Yu Wenfeng frowned and said, otherwise than this, everything else can be discussed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, it's me stating terms now, not you. Yu Wenfeng's face changed and he said with a cold snort, brat, do you really want to suffer the wrath of my City Lord Manor? Do you know what that means? Humph, Yu Wenfeng, do you really think that you're impressive? I, Li Kongming, am protecting Yi Yuan. Li Kongming said with a cold smile. With his shrewdness, how could he let go of this chance? The two conditions that Yi Yuan stated, it was impossible for those two to agree. Then, Yi Yuan could only choose the Kongming Academy. Yi Yuan gave Li Kongming a glance and said coolly, you don't need to waste your efforts either, I won't go to the Kongming Academy. Li Kongming's expression changed, and he asked, why? Do you know what consequences there will be without my Kongming Academy's protection? Ha ha ha, Li Kongming, messing around for half a day, you were merely under the hallucination that the other party was willing. He doesn't buy it at all. Yu Wenfeng laughed loudly when he heard that. Yi Yuan said coolly, you guys don't think too highly of yourselves either. I, Yi Yuan, don't need anyone's protection. I came to Nine Pledge Imperial Capital only for the sake of saving Brother Zhang. Now that the matter has already been accomplished, I can't be bothered to get involved in the affairs between you guys. The surrounding was silent, they were all stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Facing a bunch of true god powerhouses, Yi Yuan actually dared to say this kind of words, this was simply courting death. Did this boy have a problem with his head, or did he really have some reliances? In the land of Imperial Capital, true god powerhouses were sovereign-like existences. Yi Yuan actually made them not think of themselves as a big deal. This kind of word was simply high treason, and he himself was merely a puny little fifth firmament celestial deity. The three great powerhouses were all taken aback when they heard it. Immediately, Yu Wenfeng laughed loudly and said, brat, do you know who you're talking to? Yi Yuan replied coolly, I naturally know. Yu Wenfeng laughed from extreme rage and said, "All right then, this seat wants to see what confidence you have to say this kind of words." No one could have expected that Yi Yuan actually slowly nodded his head and said, "You can give it a try." As he said, Yi Yuan pushed Yu Jinsong, directly throwing him out. Everyone was stunned. Was Yi Yuan returning the hostage to the opponent? A city lord Manor's true god powerhouse hurriedly made a move and caught Yu Jinsong. Finally escaping Yi Yuan's control, Yu Jinsong pointed at Yi Yuan and roared angrily, "Father, kill him! Kill him!" Yu Wenfeng directly smacked a palm out. Horrifying energy undulation crushed over towards Yi Yuan. "Brother Zhang, follow me." Yi Yuan grabbed the collar of the Zhang Jadehal, whose complexion turned white, his figure moving, vanishing from where he stood. Yu Wenfeng's horrifying palm immediately struck thin air. The group of powerhouses suddenly cried out in surprise, "Spatial shift." They all knew that Yi Yuan's spatial law was rather powerful, but they did not know that it already reached such a degree. No wonder he could slaughter his way through inside the carefree grove. Turns out that his spatial law is already comprehended to the fourth firmament. Not only that, he already fused sword Dao law and spatial law. This talent is too terrifying. Turns out that this is his confidence. Turns out that he's already established in an undefeatable position. Amidst the wave of exclamations, Yi Yuan's figure emerged once more. The place where he stood was just nice between the three great powerhouses. That bout of tune-up previously, actually, Yi Yuan had long calculated it. Once these three people unleashed attacks, he would be able to shift away at once, avoiding the three people's attacks. Otherwise, how could he put himself in a perilous situation? Therefore, when Yu Wenfeng unleashed his attack, Yi Yuan evaded it at the first moment. Facing off with the three great powerhouses from far away, Yi Yuan stood proudly, giving people a feeling of extreme trance. Yi Yuan was clearly just an unassuming fifth firmament celestial deity, but in terms of aura, he actually did not lose to the three great third firmament powerhouses. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Wenfeng and said coolly, "Now, you saw my confidence." Yu Wenfeng gave a cold snort and said, "So what? Is it possible that you think this seat can't do anything to you because you know spatial shift?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I know that the speed of a true god powerhouse is exceedingly fast, comparable to spatial shift. But, if I didn't have confidence in my own speed, do you think that I'd stand here to talk and chat with you? If you don't believe me, you can give it another try." That bout just now, Yu Wenfeng did not go all out. Yi Yuan did not use his full strength either. At present, Yi Yuan's cultivation grew deeper with each passing day. His comprehension of spatial shift also gradually deepened. The ability of spatial shift was no longer what it had been a long time ago. Even when facing true god powerhouses, he had the capital to escape too. As long as he avoided the world power of true god powerhouses, however vast the world was, he could roam as he pleased. Of course, if the space to display it was insufficient, once he fell into the world domain of a true god powerhouse, then he would be in danger. Hence, he captured Yu Jinsong as a hostage and retreated to outside the city. It was in order to avoid the world domains of these true god powerhouses. Everything was long within his calculations. If he did not plan out a route of retreat for himself, how could he dare barge into 9 Pledge Imperial capital by himself and rescue Zhang Jadehal alone? Yu Wenfeng's expression was livid. It was already disgraceful enough that he, an exalted middle-stage true god, took action, and actually could not take down a puny little fifth firmament celestial deity. Now, he would not attempt again rashly. And now, he also understood Yi Yuan's intentions. The place where Yi Yuan stood was just nice outside of the place that his world power was able to reach, making him extremely upset. The pavilion lord Linghua, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, "What a terrific lad, interesting. Interesting. It's just that you can escape, but can Heavenly Eagle Imperial City escape?" Yi Yuan was not surprised. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was 9 Pledge Imperial Capital's subsidiary. It was too easy for them to want to investigate his relationship with Heavenly Eagle. He looked at Pavilion Lord Linghua and said coolly, "Indeed, I'm currently powerless to stop you all from destroying Heavenly Eagle. But you all similarly can't catch me either. You guys remember this for me, as long as you all dared to touch Heavenly Eagle, I'll completely destroy your 3 major factions in less than 500 years. These words, Yi Yuan said them casually. But the killing intent in that voice was clear to anyone. "Hey, you, brat, are really confident. 500 years and you want to eradicate us? Yu Wenfeng said with a cold smile. Clearly, he did not believe it. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, if I'm willing maybe it won't need 500 years. Don't you all forget, I'm also an alchemist. A very formidable alchemist. Chapter 1908. When one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. A very formidable alchemist. Hey, how formidable can you be? Could it be that you can even refine ranked 6 divine pills? Yu Wenfeng said with a cold smile. 5-star alchemy gods were everywhere in the imperial capital. There were also quite a few formidable ones. He did not believe how formidable Yi Yuan, a 5-star alchemy god, could be. The incident of Lin Changqing causing a great disturbance at Heavenly Eagle happened recently. Yi Yuan came too quickly, the news had not spread to the imperial capital. Of course, this was also because Wu Tian, this inspector, was finished off. The transmission of information also slowed down a lot. If they knew that Yi Yuan directly threw away a Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, they would definitely cuss Yi Yuan out for being a prodigal son. Yi Yuan casually threw out 3 small bottles, flying straight for the 3 great powerhouses. The 3 people caught the small bottles and took a look, pupils constricting. Following that, they used incomparably shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Although it was not Sun Moon Azure Sky pill, this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out were also sufficient to awe them. After all, what Yi Yuan took out were vast spirit divine pills. Brother Zhang, let's go. Everyone used baffled gazes to look at those 3. They did not know what kind of medicinal pills could actually make the 3 great powerhouses have such a loss in composure. Father, they are gone. Yu Jinsong roared angrily. A clear slap echoed out. Yu Jinsong was directly slapped flying. Tie this unfilial son up for me and bring back. Done talking, his figure moved, disappearing. Li Kongming and Pavilion Lord Linghua similarly disappeared. Everyone had dumbfounded looks, completely not knowing what happened. 3 medicinal pills actually made the 3 great powerhouses' attitude have such an upheaval transformation. Everyone knew that Yu Jinsong was Yu Wenfeng's most precious son. Now, he actually wanted to tie Yu Jinsong up. This Yi Yuan was truly terrifying. This raiding incident of the 9 Pledge Imperial Capital's execution ground came to a conclusion just like that. But Yi Yuan became 9 Pledge's legend. A 5th firmament celestial deity caused a big disturbance in an imperial capital and made a full retreat. More importantly, the 3 major factions actually did not have anyone denounce Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Before long, another news spread to the 3 major forces. Not long ago, an Empyrean powerhouse had once slaughtered his way to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and in the end, returned in defeat. There was even a little interlude in between. Yi Yuan took out a vast spirit Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. These 2 news were akin to a bolt out of the blue, shocking the 3 major factions. Very soon, a piece of news that made people even more shocked came out of City Lord Manor. Yi Yuan was appointed as the new Southridge 10 City's patrolling inspector. Furthermore, Yi Yuan, this patrolling inspector, did not need to offer tributes to the imperial capital and did not need to report his work to the imperial capital. Listening neither to orders nor serving. The moment this order came out, the entire 9 Pledge imperial capital was shaken. This was equivalent to Yi Yuan becoming Southridge 10 City's absolute sovereign, acquiring territory and becoming king. In reality, the Southridge 10 cities consisted of just 10 very poor imperial cities, merely a single hair from 9 oxen for the 9 Pledge imperial capital. But this matter had never happened before in the history of 9 Pledge imperial capital. The moment the news came out, the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City rejoiced. Yi Yuan was originally Heavenly Eagle's godlike figure. At present, head elder becoming the patrolling inspector, their days in the future would get much better. One had to know, the Imperial City's yearly tributes was a very horrifying sum. To a barren place like Heavenly Eagle, this was a tremendous burden. It was also because of this that Heavenly Eagle's overall strength had not been able to improve all along. After Yi Yuan took on the post of patrolling inspector, it greatly reduced the tax burden. This was something that made all martial artists indebted. Southridge's martial artists' love and support for Yi Yuan reached the peak for some time. However, there was also an awkward matter. Following the arrival of Leng Chuling and the others, the positions of Zuo Shuji and the few of them celestial deity powerhouses became awkward. White Light obtained the White Tiger True Blood, his strength advancing at a tremendous pace, already broken through to middle stage rank 5. Ning Tianping's strength also already broke through to the fourth firmament celestial deity realm. Lang Chuling went even more without saying. She refined some more vermilion bird true blood and already broke through to late-stage celestial deity realm presently, reaching the seventh firmament celestial deity realm. In contrast, the position of Zuo Shuji, this city lord, appeared awkward. However, Yi Yuan brought out a large batch of spirit medicines when he came out of the void spirit. The low-grade spirit medicines that he gave Zuo Shuji they all to consume were naturally not few. Under Yi Yuan's assistance, Zuo Shuji and the rest broke through realms one after another. On this day, Zuo Shuji broke through to the third firmament celestial deity realm and immediately came to find Yi Yuan. Zuo Shuji, thanks your excellency. If not for your excellency, Shuji probably won't be able to break through to be a third firmament celestial deity in this lifetime. Zuo Shuji prostrated on the ground as he said, one's personal affairs, one would be aware. Zuo Shuji knew that his potential had long been exhausted. It was totally impossible to break through to be a third firmament celestial deity. But a medicinal pill from Yi Yuan let him gain a new lease on life. Not only did he break through to third firmament celestial deity realm, it even stimulated his potential once again. He sensed that he could still continue comprehending heavenly Tao now and even break through to the fourth firmament celestial deity realm. This was what he did not dare to think at all prior to this. And this was also precisely the powerful aspect of void spirit, vast spirit divine pills. One had to know, a mere rank 5 divine pill moved even Lin Changqing, this Empyrean powerhouse who came from a heavenly emperor Bodhimanda. Zuo Shuji was clear in his heart that this kind of medicinal pill used on him was simply a wanton waste of God's good gifts. Letting those geniuses take it was making the best use of things. But Yi Yuan gave it to him without the slightest hesitation. Hence, toward Yi Yuan, Zuo Shuji was still grateful apart from gratefulness. What's brother Zuo saying? Back then, without your care, there also won't be today's Yi Yuan. This trivial matter isn't worth mentioning. In the future, you will realize this is simply a small matter. Your realm also absolutely won't stop at third firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan said smilingly. When Zuo Shuji heard that, he was agitated until he trembled all over. Yeah, what did this count for to Yi Yuan? As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. It was talking about this, right? Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, this Zuo came today. Apart from thanking Your Excellency, I also want to resign from the position of City Lord. Zuo Shuji said. Presently, Yi Yuan was no different from a local tyrant. The appointment of City Lord, he naturally had the final say. Yi Yuan knew what Zuo Shuji was thinking in his heart and said with a wave of his hand, Brother Zuo, you don't need to be like this. You still are the City Lord. This position of City Lord is also not whoever's realm is higher can be. The tricks involved, they can't figure it out in a short while either. This City Lord, it's most suitable for you to be. Brother Zuo, I, this patrolling inspector, was also forced into doing what's beyond me. There are many things that are too complicated and difficult to unravel. You're also aware, my ambition doesn't lie here. These secular affairs, hope that Brother Zuo can share my burden. Yi Yuan said it very sincerely, filling Zuo Shuji with fear and trepidation. He naturally knew Yi Yuan's ambition. How could a puny little Southridge 10 cities trap him? It was just that, looking at it now, Yi Yuan was planning on making this place into his base. This made Zuo Shuji very happy. Since Your Excellency said so, then, this Zuo will thicken my face and continue holding the post. The two people were currently talking when Ning Tianping suddenly came in to report. He said, Your Excellency, there's a powerhouse outside who says that he's your disciple and wants to meet you. Chapter 1909, Crazy Idea. Disciple. Yi Yuan frowned and could not come up with anything after thinking for a long time. When did he take in a disciple? But, thinking about it, it also seemed like no one dared to come and impersonate as his disciple currently. Right, let him come in, Yi Yuan instructed. Not long after, Ning Tianping led a young man in, his handsome face like carved jade, elegant and natural. Master. When the young man saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of wild elation on his face, pressing his head onto the ground. Seeing the other party, Yi Yuan also finally recalled who this disciple was and was immediately overjoyed. Bai Chen. This young man was precisely the disciple that Yi Yuan took in back then in the Sky Foothill world. It was White Knight Sacred Palace's palace lord, Bai Chen. Parting for close to 1,000 years, Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually came to find him, and immediately felt very warm. The Ning Tianping and Zuo Shuji by the side both had strange expressions when they saw this scene. This peak ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse actually called master when he saw Yi Yuan. It seemed somewhat strange no matter what. They naturally did not feel that Yi Yuan did not have the qualification. It was just that the disciple's realm was even higher than the master's. This was indeed rather unusual. Furthermore, this Bai Chen was also too young to actually already have peak ninth firmament celestial deity cultivation. It made them feel very odd. Tisk tisk, your excellency is your excellency, even taking in a disciple is so incredible. Ning Tianping said with vicissitudes of emotion. You followed his excellency for so long, have you seen his excellency accept disciples before? Zuo Shuji asked. Ning Tianping shook his head and said, never seen before. Zuo Shuji's pupils shrunk and he said in surprise, then doesn't that mean that His Excellency already accepted this disciple before coming to Heavenly Eagle? This disciple is also too heaven-defying, right? Bai Chen's age was even younger than Yi Yuan, how could he have such horrifying cultivation speed? Haha, quickly get up. I didn't expect that what you refined was actually a peak ninth firmament celestial deity Dao fruit, your present realm is actually above mine. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of hearty laughter. It could be said that he watched Bai Chen grow up. To be able to have such accomplishments presently, he was naturally happy. Peak ninth firmament celestial deity, although it did not count as some impressive big shot, it was also considered a powerhouse of a region already. When Ning Tianping and Zuo Shuji heard this, only then did they come to a realization. Turned out that Bai Chen actually refined a celestial deity Dao fruit to cultivate so quickly. Bai Chen blushed with shame and said, Master, don't make fun of me anymore. Master's cultivation speed is simply terrifying. In less than a short 1,000 years, you cultivated from grotto profound realm to your present realm, it's seldom seen universally. Furthermore, Master still has infinite potential, but I no longer have the possibility of breaking through. Talking up to here, a hint of dejection flashed across in Bai Chen's gaze. To him back then, celestial deity realm was an existence too lofty to reach, a realm impossible to reach throughout his entire life. But now, he was the master of Sky Foothill, a ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouse. His horizons were already different from normal. In this heavenspan world, there was still an entirely different world. Back then, Yi Yuan also warned him before. But at that time, on the one hand, he was forced by the circumstances. On the other hand, he acknowledged that he could not reach his present realm. But now, when he really fully refined the Dao fruit, he somewhat felt a sense of loss. The road was chosen by him, he did not regret it. But the sense of loss in his heart could not be avoided. Especially after seeing Yi Yuan, this kind of feeling became increasingly stronger. Seeing Bai Chen's appearance, Yi Yuan also sighed. Bai Chen's talent was pretty good in the Sky Foothill world. But with his talent, it was very hard to break through to the celestial deity realm. Refining the Dao fruit was indeed a very decent choice for him. But human desire was ever expanding. Who could be willing to never make progress for all their lives? Moreover, Bai Chen was still so young. Thinking up to here, a crazy idea suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. Did people who refined Dao fruits really had no hopes of advancing ranks anymore? Perhaps he could invent a medicinal pill that could let people who refined Dao fruits advance ranks. As soon as this idea was born, it could not be stopped no matter what. Bai Chen, heaven doesn't seal off all paths. Maybe there's still a way. Coming to find me this time, what plans do you have? Yi Yuan said smilingly. Bai Chen thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him and just forced a smile. After Bai Chen refined the Dao fruit, he discovered that he was unable to comprehend heavenly Dao anymore. His cultivation also would not have any growth. No matter how hard he worked, it could not change this result either. Only then did he know that his master did not bluff him. There was really no hope at all. He was different from those people on their deathbed snatching for Dao fruits. He was too young. He was unwilling, so he ran out of the Sky Foothill world, wanting to come to the Heavenspan world to seek out lucky chances. He came to find Yi Yuan before, but at that time, Yi Yuan already left Heavenly Eagle, his whereabouts not known. Hence, he started drifting around in the Heavenspan world. But the more he came into contact with, the more he despaired. He knew that once refined a Dao fruit, there was no more possibility of breaking through. Unless one refined an even stronger Dao fruit. But this difficulty was too great. The higher Dao fruits went, the rarer they got. The chances of appearing were too low. Furthermore, each time they appeared, there were countless powerhouses who went to snatch it. Hence, Bai Chen became more and more in despair. Master, I wish to stay by your side. If you have anything that you need this disciple to do, this disciple will carry out my obligations. Bai Chen said. Bai Chen was very grateful toward Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, he would have long died, let alone become Sky Foothill world sovereign. Now, his cultivation realm could still do a little something for Yi Yuan. Another few more years, he probably would not even have the opportunity to do miscellaneous chores for Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Tianping, go and call them together, I'll introduce to them this disciple of mine. Yi Yuan introduced Heavenly Eagle's celestial deity realms. Everyone also became acquainted with this disciple of Yi Yuan's. It was just that in their hearts, everyone still looked down on him, this ninth firmament celestial deity. It was just that no one expressed it. Among these people included Ning Tianping, White Light, as well as Lang Chuling and the rest. Martial artists who refined Dao fruits, everyone would have some discrimination in their hearts. Firstly, this was something earned without any labor toiled. Secondly, this kind of person's potential was already exhausted and it was impossible to break through anymore. If Bai Chen went to an ordinary imperial city, everyone naturally would not have this kind of thought. But following by Yi Yuan's side, everyone had limitless futures. Only Bai Chen would never be able to improve. Hence, even though Bai Chen was presently the highest cultivation realm in Southridge 10 cities, the number 2 powerhouse in martial prowess, everyone actually more or less had scorn in their hearts. This kind of subtle atmosphere, Bai Chen could also feel it himself. But, for Yi Yuan's sake, he endured it. Yi Yuan could naturally see it clearly too, but he did not say anything. This matter, he did not dare to say for certain either. Hence, he did not say it to anyone. Furthermore, right at this time, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital that side also sent people. On this day, 9 Pledge Imperial Capital's City Lord Manor sent several martial artists, detaining a prisoner, arriving at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The one in the front was a young man. This young man was a little older than Yu Jinsong, but he had some similarities with him between his eyebrows. Seeing Yi Yuan, that young man bowed in salute and said, I'm Yu Changyan. I come here specially to pay respects to Lord Patrolling Inspector on Father's command. Chapter 1910. Among the arrivals, there was not one true God realm powerhouse. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from that mysterious pink pig, similarly did not have a true God realm. The City Lord Manor doing so already expressed sufficient respect toward Southridge. Of course, everyone was well aware that actually, that was respect toward Lord Patrolling Inspector Yi Yuan. Tisk tisk, those are all the Imperial Capital's lords. If not for Lord Yi Yuan, how could they possibly come to our backcountry? I heard that person talking with Lord Yi Yuan is 9 Pledge Imperial Capital City Lord's son, half-step true God realm. Even he has to be so polite to our Lord Yi Yuan. Hey, Lord Yi Yuan is really too incredible, even true God powerhouses have to conduct themselves based on his expression. In the city, bustling streams of people watched Yi Yuan meet with the City Lord Manor's powerhouses with idolizing expressions on their faces. Yi Yuan swept a glance at Yu Jinsong who was already all bundled up. He then said coolly, looks like City Lord His Excellency is very sincere. Yi Yuan understood that this tying up was done for him to see. Yu Jinsong did not have any strength to resist at all. The restriction that he planted on Yu Jinsong, the City Lord Manor was still unable to dispel it until now. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was extremely special in the first place. It even mixed in blue divine marks inside. Even if a true God powerhouse wanted to release it, it was absolutely not an easy matter too. Yu Jinsong's face no longer had the former pride. It was full of dispiritedness and terror. Yu Changyan clasped his hands and said, my younger brother was malicious, resulting in committing a grave mistake. Father ordered me to tie him up and await Lord Patrolling Inspector's sentencing. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, go to the City Lord Manor before talking. Yi Yuan led the party into the City Lord Manor and sat down as host and guest. Yu Changyan signaled his subordinate with his eyes. The subordinate got the meaning and brought Yu Jinsong to the hall, letting him kneel down in front of Yi Yuan. Father said that this boy is too malicious, resulting in offending Lord Patrolling Inspector. Now, we tie him up here, want to kill or dismember is up to you. Yu Changyan got up to clasp his hands in salute, his attitude very humble and polite, as if the one kneeling below was not his younger brother. Yi Yuan said coolly, with my temperament, even killing him several times isn't enough. But this incident, I'm not the party involved. Killing him or not, I still need to ask brother Zhang father and daughter to make a final decision. Zhang Jadehal's entire body trembled, tears pouring out. Starting from when he was framed and thrown into jail, until escaping with his life now, Zhang Jadehal had never thought that he could personally take revenge. To him, Yu Jinsong was a figure far removed from the masses. Wanting to take revenge was far too difficult. But now, Yi Yuan put the chance in front of his eyes. He walked toward Yu Jinsong tremblingly, his footsteps carrying a hint of solemnness. He hated Yu Jinsong to the bones, not because of himself, but because of his daughter. This animal actually sullied Zhang Haitang's innocence, so how could he get over it? Zhang Jadehal, you dare! Yu Jinsong sensed the threat of death and roared angrily at Zhang Jadehal. Zhang Jadehal's expression changed and he actually came to a standstill. Before this, he, Zhang Jadehal, had always been an insignificant character. Even if Yu Jinsong was being tied up, he was also an important person with a deep background. Zhang Jadehal did not dare about himself. He was afraid that killing Yu Jinsong would bring trouble to Yi Yuan. If tying Yu Jinsong up and bringing him over was just Yu Wenfeng's act of giving face, if he really killed, it would definitely incur considerable trouble. After all, Yu Wenfeng was a middle-stage true god realm powerhouse. Once all decorum was lost, the land of Southridge would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Brother Zhang, don't need to worry about anything. Want to kill or dismember, it is up to you. I can shoulder it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing this, Yu Jinsong's expression could not help changing and he roared angrily, Yi Yuan, you dare to kill me. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, you're merely a sacrificial piece right now, that's all. Yet you still want to assume the majesty of the tiger. City Lord Yu has not just you, one son. If you died, then you died, so what? If he really wanted to protect you, you also wouldn't show up here today. Yu Jinsong's expression changed and he said in a solemn voice, I'm his most outstanding son, he won't abandon me. If you dare to touch me, he'll definitely trample Southridge to the ground. Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, I think that you're mistaken. He didn't send you here because he didn't like you, but because he knows that he can't protect you anymore no matter what. You know, he can't kill me. But before long, I'll be able to kill him. You dying and you all dying together, he chose you dying, that's all. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed was too strong. No one would doubt whether he could step into the true god realm. Taking action against Yi Yuan now, one they could not kill him, what awaited them would be his future crazed revenge. The reason why Yi Yuan displayed his talent in front of the three great powerhouses was for the sake of astounding them, making them not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. Moreover, Heavenly Eagle still had an even more mysterious pink pig. Therefore, Yi Yuan was not afraid of anything. Yu Wenfeng could only abandon Yu Jinsong right now to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. If he became enemies with Yi Yuan, then when he grew up in the future, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yi Yuan's analysis made Zhang Jadehal's eyes become bright. He understood, the present Yi Yuan already had the capital to challenge true god powerhouses. Even true god powerhouses had to come and butter him up. Hence, he did not need to fear anything. Suddenly, Zhang Jadehal pointed like lightning, pointing at Yu Jinsong's abdomen. Yu Jinsong gave a miserable scream, his entire person sent flying out. The corners of Yu Changyan's mouth twitched slightly but recovered his calm very quickly. My cultivation, you crippled my cultivation. Yu Jinsong roared furiously. Zhang Jadehal did not look at him. He said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, Yi Yuan, Haitang and I thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to take revenge with my own hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang doesn't need to be like this. The road after today is still long. Zhang Jadehal nodded his head solemnly and took his leave. He did not know how to express his feelings of gratitude. But at this moment, he already made up his mind that this life was Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan, kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Yu Jinsong roared. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves, directly sending him flying out. Noisy. Throw him out of the city for me. Yi Yuan said coolly. Done with these, only then did Yi Yuan return to his seat and said to Yu Chengyan coolly, City Lord Yu's generous gift, I'll accept it. However, this is what he owes me, it's not considered a favor. If you want to request for medicinal pills, there still needs to be additional compensation. The corners of Yu Chengyan's mouth twitched again, rather unhappy in his heart. If not for Yu Wenfeng repeatedly exhorting before coming, forbidding him from provoking Yi Yuan, he would have long exploded. Outside all talked about how Yi Yuan was so and so. He did not see it with his own eyes and naturally did not believe it. But his father said it very seriously, so Yu Chengyan did not dare to defy. Because he did not wish to become a second Yu Jinsong. Haha, that's of course. Yu Chengyan said with a laugh. I wonder what medicinal pill brother Yu is requesting. Yi Yuan asked. Mentioning this, Yu Chengyan was rather agitated as he said, these few days, His Excellency racked his brain and finally gathered the spirit medicines required for the Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill. We hope that Lord Patrolling Inspector can refine one on our behalf. As for the compensation, it will naturally satisfy you. Chapter 1911, Rong Ziyu. Bringing along the divine grade Sun Moon Azure Sky Pill, Yu Chengyan left perfectly feeling content. Yi Yuan was able to refine vast spirit divine pills. But toward the City Lord manner, he naturally would not go all out. However, purple spirit divine pills were already adequate. Forget about 9 pledge imperial capital, even in great imperial capitals, one also could not find more than a few alchemists that could refine divine grade level 9 medicinal pills. Of course, the City Lord manor also paid a dear price for this. Yu Chengyan's front foot had just left when the Flowing Wind establishment's head, Li Zian, brought a group of people to Heavenly Eagle. They naturally came over to request for pills too. Yi Yuan's impression of Kongming Academy was not good, but he would not let go of the chance to demand an exorbitant price too. What the present Southridge 10 cities lacked the most was cultivation resources and spirit medicines. Yi Yuan could not possibly keep staying in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to protect these people. Since that was the case, then let those people around him become stronger, then there naturally would not be people who dared to bully them anymore. As if it had been discussed, after sending away Li Zian, Linghua Pavilion's people also arrived. But, different from the other two, only one person came from Linghua Pavilion. This person was Rong Ziyu. When this delicate beauty that no one could help loving upon seeing her stood in front of Yi Yuan actually had a feeling of his breath being taken away. What a beautiful girl. The eyeballs of the Ning Tianping beside Yi Yuan were almost popping out. Rong Ziyu smiled faintly and bowed toward Yi Yuan. Sinner Rong Ziyu pays respect to Lord Patrolling Inspector. This smile gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind all the more so. Ning Tianping was at the peak of vigor and vitality and was practically about to turn soft. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, what sin is there? Rong Ziyu was slightly surprised in her heart, only then did she know that she underestimated Yi Yuan. A woman's looks were absolutely a major killing tool to men. Rong Ziyu had always been extremely confident in her own looks. Her every twinkle and smile was sufficient to make any men lose their minds. When Wu Tian saw Rong Ziyu, his entire person floated to the heavens, leaving him at her mercy. But Yi Yuan was actually only surprised for a bit and returned to normal very quickly. Rong Ziyu instigated Wu Tian to deal with Heavenly Eagle and almost caused a catastrophe. Rong Ziyu's aggrieved appearance was really pitiful to look at. Yi Yuan was also secretly shocked in his heart. This woman's seduction art was really too formidable. If not for the soul-suppressing pearl, even if he wanted to recover clarity, it was absolutely impossible to be this fast too. This kind of enchantment art was extremely brilliant. Yi Yuan could not see the slightest trace of enchantment art from Rong Ziyu's body. No coquetry, no flirtation, yet she gave you a feeling of immortal chi fluttering just by standing there, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. Otherwise, it would not be possible for Ning Tianping to succumb so easily. He had trained for a long time with Yi Yuan, so his state of mind was already exceptional a long time ago. However, it was not enough. Seeing Rong Ziyu, Yi Yuan understood what happened to Wu Tian very quickly. Almost caused a catastrophe. Rong Ziyu, don't tell me that Zhang Jadehao's matter isn't related to you. Yi Yuan sneered, his expression becoming sharp. But Rong Ziyu kept her countenance and said in puzzlement, Ziyu doesn't understand. Yi Yuan said coolly, You don't think that I wouldn't ruthlessly destroy a flower because your looks are as beautiful as a fairy, right? Your seduction art is very brilliant, but it still falls short of the standard to deal with me. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the frost counter sword suddenly left its sheath. The target was precisely Rong Ziyu. Ning Tianping had not come back to his senses yet and cried out in surprise, "Your Excellency, what do you want to do?" Rong Ziyu's expression suddenly changed and wanted to evade this sword. But she discovered that she had nowhere to run at all. This sword was too swift and fierce. Rong Ziyu's talent was exceedingly high, but she was merely a seventh firmament celestial deity. It was simply impossible to be Yi Yuan's match. In the next moment, Yi Yuan's sword already pressed on her throat. "Your Excellency, don't," Ning Tianping shouted. Clearly, he had already thoroughly succumbed. But right at this time, a surge of mysterious power tunneled into his mind. Ning Tianping's entire body trembled, his eyes finally recovering clarity. What happened to me just now? Seeing this scene, Rong Ziyu's pupils constricted. She finally knew that she ran into an expert. Yi Yuan's attainment in the area of divine soul was simply terrifying. Sensing the cold air exuding from the tip of the sword, Rong Ziyu felt that the god of death was beckoning to her. "I don't care what your Linghua pavilion is planning at the back, but you guys shouldn't have provoked me. Since you provoke me, then you have to be prepared to have the awareness overthrown." Rong Ziyu's complexion was white as a sheet. No longer harboring any hopes of getting lucky in her heart, she appeared. Slightly nervous as she said, "Lord Patrolling Inspector, pardon my offense. Ziyu just wanted to make use of Yu Jinsong to swallow up Kongming Academy's territory together with the City Lord Manor. But I didn't expect that he did such an inhumane and evil thing." Yi Yuan looked at her and said coldly, "If it was you manipulating it at the back, you'd long be dead now." Yu Jinsong coveted Rong Ziyu, this was definite. But Yi Yuan could tell that Yu Jinsong did not fall for Rong Ziyu's seduction art, or should he say that he was not controlled by Rong Ziyu. The struggle of the three great factions, Zhang Jadehao being framed, even though Yi Yuan was unhappy about it, he actually understood. But Zhang Haitang's matter made Yi Yuan's incredibly enraged. Hence, no matter what, Yu Jinsong would not have a good outcome. Even if Yu Wenfeng did not send him over, Yi Yuan would definitely demand an answer in the future too. Rong Ziyu's complexion was pale as she said fearfully, "Ziyu knows her mistake, Your Excellency can punish as you will." Everything that happened before her eyes were totally different from what she imagined previously. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, he was also merely a celestial deity realm martial artist. She thought that she could rely on her enchantment art to escape a calamity or even ask for medicinal pills. She would not be foolish to the point she would cast a spell on Yi Yuan. But affecting Yi Yuan's decision through her profound enchantment art was still doable. Just like when she dealt with Yu Jinsong back then. But now, she discovered that she was ridiculously wrong. Just a bit more and her life would be gone. Rong Ziyu already did not have any thoughts of getting lucky and could only resign herself to fate. Yi Yuan put away the sword, returned to his seat, and said in a cold voice, "You're also here to ask for pills, right?" Rong Ziyu's expression changed and she said in a low voice, "Your Excellency is wise." Yi Yuan said, "Not that you can't request for pills, but your compensation will be 5 times of the other two factions." Rong Ziyu was startled and was just about to speak, but then she heard Yi Yuan say in a cold voice, "Don't talk nonsense with me. There are no conditions to discuss. Not agreeing, please go back. In the future, my Southridge also won't do any more business with your Linghua pavilion." When Rong Ziyu heard that, she bit her lip lightly and performed a salute to Yi Yuan as she said in a light voice, "Yi Yuan, this lowly woman can't make the decision. Can you allow this lowly woman to consult the pavilion lord's opinion?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "Go on, behave yourself. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Rong Ziyu's enchantment was too powerful, not giving her a bit of warning, she might be able to make quite a few people lose their minds. After Rong Ziyu left, Ning Tianping felt lingering fear as he said, "Your Excellency, this woman is so formidable." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Her enchantment art is natural born. There's not the slightest flaw at all. Her divine soul is also much more powerful than martial artists of the same rank, very hard to deal with." Chapter 1912. Soul-driving Dao Fusion Pill. Yi Yuan instinctively felt that this Rong Ziyu was not simple. This kind of bizarre enchantment art, Yi Yuan seldom saw it in his lifetime too. If she really exerted herself to the utmost, probably Yu Jinsong, this kind of powerhouse, would find it hard to ward off too. It was just that there was still a true God realm powerhouse behind Yu Jinsong. That was why Rong Ziyu was very observing of proper restraint. Then, why would your excellency still refine pills for her? Ning Tianping asked puzzledly. He rarely saw Yi Yuan's solemn appearance and could not help being secretly surprised. When Yi Yuan faced true God powerhouses, he had a calm look too. This woman isn't simple. That Linghua pavilion is likewise not simple. Since they sent Rong Ziyu here, it shows that they don't wish to lose all decorum with us for the time being. Of course, we aren't their match right now as well. Hence, everyone had best stay in our own lanes and mind our own business, Yi Yuan said. This Linghua pavilion always gave Yi Yuan a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Compared to Yu Wenfeng and the others, that pavilion Lord Linghua was clearly much harder to speculate his strength. But, borrowing this chance to demand an exorbitant price, Yi Yuan was happy about it too. Along the way, Rong Ziyu was indeed very restrained. She used a secret art to completely cover up the immortal qi on her body, looking much more ordinary to bystanders. Yi Yuan did not send people to keep an eye on her, but it was precisely because of this that she dared to be unbridled even less. Returning to her residence and shutting the door and windows, rays of light suddenly emitted from Rong Ziyu's body. It was only to see her mumbling away, and then those light dots finally turned into a light cover, enveloping the whole house. Following that, a ray of yellow light flew out from her glabella and turned into an illusory black-robed man, landed on the opposite side. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that this black-robed man was precisely that mysterious pavilion Lord Linghua. Paying respect to Protector Witheredwood, Rong Ziyu gave a deep bow to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded slightly and said, "This boy is really impressive." A hint of surprise flashed across in Rong Ziyu's beautiful eyes as she said, "Even you, Protector Witherwood, aren't his match either." The black-robed man said, "I originally wanted to secretly observe him, but don't know why, I keep having the jitters. I have a feeling that as long as my wisp of divine sense left your glabella, it will definitely be eradicated by him." Rong Ziyu's expression changed slightly and she said, "My immortal dream art doesn't have any effect on him at all. This is still my first time encountering it. In the past, even true God powerhouses couldn't possibly detect it too." Rong Ziyu's immortal dream art was greatly different from ordinary enchantment arts. It was not a spell that directly targeted other people's divine souls, but a kind of divine soul reflex technique, affecting the other party's senses, being extremely undetectable. As long as she did not take the initiative to go and make contact with the other party's divine soul, it was simply impossible for the other party to discover it. Since Rong Ziyu learned it, she had never failed before. Did not expect that today, it was directly cracked by Yi Yuan. Originally still wanted to probe his background, but looking at it now, this kid is even more troublesome than this old man imagined. The voice of Witheredwood hidden in the black robes carried some gloominess. Rong Ziyu's brows furrowed slightly and she said, "He put forth a condition, refining pills for us will be 5 times more expensive than the other 2 forces. Protector Witheredwood, what should we do?" The black-robed man mused for a moment and said, "Agree to him. This kid's appearance thoroughly disrupted our setup. Now that he's willing to stay out of the way, that's for the best. As long as he doesn't come and provoke us, we don't provoke him either, and can even ingratiate to him. Everything is for the grand plan." Rong Ziyu bowed slightly and said with a nod, "Ziyu understands. 3 groups of people let Yi Yuan make a huge killing. Furthermore, Southridge's great commotion already spread throughout the entire 9-pledge imperial capital at this time too. The news of Southridge becoming an independent country astounded the 4 directions. Of course, the most important thing was still Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. Those celestial deity powerhouses of the middle-order imperial cities and high-order imperial cities all went into action without delay. A 5-star alchemy emperor capable of refining vast spirit divine pills, in a place like the 9-pledge imperial capital, that was absolutely in high demand. Not only did more and more celestial deity powerhouses came to Heavenly Eagle, more and more alchemists also gradually gathered at Heavenly Eagle. Actually, many of the Pill Tower's alchemists including Zhan Yu were personally taught by Yi Yuan. After several centuries of tempering, their strength was no longer what it used to be since long ago. Especially the Ning family's Ning Saiyu, her talent was pretty strong and was long already a 4-star alchemy god who was known far and wide. Coupled with Yi Yuan's current fame that was at the height of its prosperity, Heavenly Eagle because of the holy land of alchemists. After Southridge's situation settled down, a year's time already passed. In this 1 year, Yi Yuan's realm also unknowingly broke through to 6th firmament divine vestige. Of course, under Yi Yuan's magic-like medicinal pills assault, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City gave birth to a large batch of celestial deity powerhouses. The power of the present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already surpassed the vast majority of high-order imperial cities. However, following everyone's strength becoming stronger and stronger, Bai Chen became more and more awkward here. He discovered that everyone around Yi Yuan, their strengths were all advancing by leaps and bounds. Only he remained forever at a standstill. In other imperial cities, everyone's cultivation speed was very slow, easily calculated with tens of thousands of years. But in Heavenly Eagle, 10,000 years was too long, they were all seizing every minute they can. With extremely high-quality medicinal pills, everyone's cultivation speed was too fast. Every day, Bai Chen was living in torture. In this 1 year, Bai Chen also became familiar with Ning Tianping and the people around Yi Yuan. Except, he kept on being unable to integrate into that circle. Not that because everyone was not fond of him, but because everyone knew that he would be eliminated in the end. At the rate of this progress, Heavenly Eagle's 9th firmament celestial deities would be as worthless as cabbages. On this day, Bai Chen finally could not endure it anymore and went to find Yi Yuan. Master, the time that I came out is too long, I want to go back to Sky Foothill to take a look. Bai Chen discovered that right now, only returning to Sky Foothill could calm his state of mind. After all, in that place, he was the sovereign. How could Yi Yuan not understand what he was thinking in his heart? He smiled and said, going back, are you reconciled to it? As the controller, he could indeed do as he pleased in the Sky Foothill world. But that was under the prerequisite of not knowing that there was a huge world outside. Once they knew, who could be willing to be mediocre? Bai Chen smiled bitterly and said, what can I do even if I'm not reconciled to it? Miss Lang's strength is likely almost catching up to mine already. As for the others, in a few more years, they will also surpass. Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said smilingly, this 1 year, Southridge has just stabilized. There was a multitude of things to attend to, so I've never been able to settle down. Now that the overall situation has preliminarily settled down, I finally have time to consider your problem. Bai Chen was taken aback when he heard that and said, my problem? What problems do I have? In Heavenly Eagle, he was the most free person, because he did not need to cultivate at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I want to research a new kind of medicinal pill and need your cooperation. The moment Bai Chen heard, he said in pleasant surprise, I wonder what new medicinal pill master wants to research. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, soul-driving Dao fusion pill. Chapter 1913, Grand Completion Dao Realm. Inside the hidden chamber, light revolved around. Bai Chen let go of his whole divine soul and also fully released the Dao that he comprehended. Yi Yuan's soul force spread out, carefully sensing the secrets within Bai Chen's body. This kind of state had been ongoing for more than a month. Every day, Yi Yuan would investigate until his soul force was depleted. Suddenly, the light converged, and inside the hidden chamber things returned to tranquility. Master, are you all right? Seeing the Yi Yuan who was tired until he was virtually collapsing, Bai Chen hurriedly went up to support him. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Just that I used too much strength today. Master, let's forget it. It's simply impossible for people who refined Dao fruits to advance anymore. When Bai Chen saw Yi Yuan being dog-tired every day, he was moved, but he really could not bear it in his heart. The crux was that this matter was simply a futile effort. Since time immemorial, how many major powers wanted to break this shackle? But no one was able to succeed. Disregarding what was far away, just talking about the present era, there was still an alchemy Dao supreme existence around, but it was also unheard of that he could create this kind of medicinal pill. Bai Chen naturally knew that Yi Yuan was formidable, but this kind of unprecedented thing, it was truly not what the word formidable could accomplish. Yi Yuan looked at Bai Chen and said smilingly, could it be that you're willing to stop in front of the true God realm in this life? Bai Chen said with an indignant look, I'm naturally unwilling. It's just that, seeing Master exhaust your soul force for me every day, Bai Chen feels that I've let Master down. The road back then was chosen by me. I know that I'm being somewhat hypocritical now, but I can't control myself. Bai Chen understood that Yi Yuan's time was too valuable. Wasting his time made Bai Chen feel grievously sinful. If hope could be seen in this matter, it was still alright, but it was clearly a hopeless endeavor. If he spent several years, even several decades' time but returned without accomplishing anything, this kind of loss was simply immeasurable. Yi Yuan said, if there's unwillingness, then it's good. Under the operation of heavenly Tao, there are no absolutes. Back then, the small world that Master was in, heavenly Tao dwindled to zero. No one could step into the deity realm for more than 100,000 years. But even so, Master also blazed a new trail and entered great Tao with alchemy, finally entering deity realm. Bai Chen sucked in a cold breath when he heard that and said in amazement, turns out that Master was actually born in a small world too. Entering great Tao with alchemy, truly incredible. He was presently Sky Foothill World's controller and naturally knew what heavenly Tao signified. Heavenly Tao missing divine Tao, no matter how monstrous your talent was, it was also impossible to step into deity realm. But his master did it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there are no absolutes in the world, what you see with your eyes might not be the truth. Back then, if I gave up on divine Tao because heavenly Tao dwindled to zero, there also wouldn't be the present me. Bai Chen drew a deep breath and said with a nod, Master, I understand. I won't give up. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the reason why one can't advance after refining a Tao fruit is that the Tao you refined isn't your Tao one. Other people's comprehensions are other people's in the end. Even if you refine them, that's also other people's lifetime comprehension. That's like wearing clothes. What you wear is clothing tailor-made for others, no matter what, you can't possibly fit into it completely too. It's also precisely because of this that your divine soul and your physical body can't completely conform to other people's Tao as well. Bai Chen thought about it and said, but this kind of thing is too abstruse. Divine soul, physical body, Tao fruit, three things completely becoming one, can it really be achieved? Heavenly Tao was abstruse, the physical body and divine soul were similarly abstruse. Great Tao revolved, but the human body was also a small world that revolved according to some kind of law. Martial artists cultivating, most knew how but did not know the whys. Wanting to pry into the mysteries of the human body was an extremely difficult thing to begin with, let alone even having to make these three completely fit together. Since remote antiquity, how many alchemists had attempted to breach this gap, but no one was able to succeed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not trying, how would one know? I have a feeling that once the soul-driving Tao fusion pill succeeds, my alchemy Tao strength will definitely improve further. Yi Yuan used a full 3 years to probe Bai Chen's body. In these 3 years, Yi Yuan could be said to have exhausted himself and racked his brain, completely depleting his soul force every day because he was willing to stop. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to when he was studying the Tao-defying pill back then, his entire person insane. Bai Chen also finally experienced Yi Yuan's craziness. Only then did he knew that for Yi Yuan to be able to have today's accomplishments, it was not coincidental. Other people all said that Yi Yuan's talent was high, but did not know how much hard work he put in behind. It was just that this kind of frenzied probing was not what ordinary martial artists could stomach. Bai Chen felt that if it were him, investigating the body's mysteries with such intensity, he would probably have long gone mad. Without astonishing willpower, it was simply impossible to accomplish. 3 years later, Yi Yuan suddenly told Bai Chen that he was entering closed seclusion and disappeared. Inside the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the lesser heavenspan mountain. Senior, just what is the divine soul? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Through 3 years of probing, Yi Yuan discovered that wanting to create the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, the crux still lied with the divine soul. And in this aspect, Dustless undoubtedly had the greatest right to speak. Dustless said, this question, no one can answer clearly. However, humans can't exist without the soul. The divine soul can exist independently in this world, but the physical body can't break away from the existence of the divine soul. It's a kind of mysterious mental energy, connecting the physical body and heavenly Tao. Martial artists can cultivate Tao because the divine soul can communicate with heavenly Tao. If one has to insist on saying what it is, I feel that it's the extension of heavenly Tao. The extension of heavenly Tao. Quote. Yi Yuan ruminated on Dustless's words, his mind starting to sink into the lesser heavenspan mountain. Myriad lives have intelligence and are a part of heavenly Tao. The physical body is a dead substance without the soul. Grass and wood are dead objects without spirit. If say that the divine soul is a line, this end connects to material, that end is anchored to heavenly Tao. Gradually, a trace of enlightenment was born in Yi Yuan's heart. Above the lesser heavenspan mountain, the aura of Tao gradually grew thicker. Yi Yuan's divine soul left the body and flew above the lesser heavenspan mountain. Gradually, his figure became illusory, becoming countless light dots, and finally, completely dissipating. In this area of space, the existence of Yi Yuan's divine soul could no longer be seen. But sensing carefully, it was as if his divine soul was omnipresent. Seeing this scene, Dustless's pupils constricted slightly as he cried out in surprise, "This kid gained epiphany again." Soul fusing into Tao, feeling the source of great Tao, even Empyreans can't accomplish it too. 100 years passed in a twinkle. On this day, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze incomparably deep. Divine soul returning to position, Yi Yuan felt an inflating feeling within his body, he was actually going to break through. Thoughts stirring, countless middle-grade divine essence stones appeared around Yi Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan started absorbing divine essence frenziedly. No idea how long had passed either, Yi Yuan finally reached 7th firmament divine vestige in one stroke. Tao realm is at grand completion. Wonder when can I step into that fleeting and ephemeral ancestor realm? Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Chapter 1914. Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital. The legacy left behind by sacred ancestor High Priest let Yi Yuan have a clear understanding of alchemy Tao realms. Before the Tao realm was the initial realm, surface level, ignorant about Tao, getting to know the alchemy Tao was the initial realm. Initial realm alchemists relied entirely on experience when refining pills and could not find the proper approach. Hence, it was very hard to refine high-quality medicinal pills. After initial realm was Tao realm. Tao realm alchemists already understood the great Tao. Refining pills were accomplished with high proficiency, refining divine-grade divine pills were also accomplished with high proficiency. Yi Yuan entered this realm since he triggered great Tao heavenly melody. At present, 100 years of comprehending Tao and creating the soul-driving Tao fusion pill, his comprehension into the divine soul and alchemy Tao grew deeper with each passing day. Tao realm also finally reached the realm of grand completion. Just as Yi Yuan predicted, the comprehension of this soul-driving Tao fusion pill let him have a tremendous understanding of alchemy Tao. Presently, although it still remained at the deducing stage, it already let him obtain tremendous benefits. According to the inheritance left behind by sacred ancestor High Priest, there was an even higher realm above Tao realm, that was the ancestor realm. The medicine ancestor and sacred ancestor High Priest resided in this realm. Ancestor realm was an even more drawn-out realm. It was not just the two of them that reached ancestor realm, some transcendent heavenly emperors were likewise able to reach this realm, but these two people clearly walked further. Yi Yuan's Tao realm was at grand completion and only a step away from the ancestor realm. It was just that this step was far too difficult. Alchemists capable of reaching grand completion Tao realm could similarly be counted on the fingers of one hand. The majority were some formidable characters among 7-star and 8-star. As for the ancestor realm, that was even rarer. Yi Yuan was presently at the grand completion Tao realm. It could be said that his comprehension in the alchemy Tao already surpassed over 90% of the heavenspan world's alchemists. And he was merely at rank 5 presently. After more than 10 years' time, an upheaval transformation already happened to Heavenly Eagle. In over a decade, a large batch of celestial deity powerhouses sprung up, divine lord realms were even too many to enumerate. The overall strength of Heavenly Eagle rose to a new high. Most important, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City already became just like a small-scale alchemy holy land. Presently, the alchemists who rushed over from other places, hoping to join the Pill Tower, were too many to count. The Pill Tower also drafted strict assessment criteria to select talents. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Tonger and Treasure Pig were already waiting outside long ago. Seeing Yi Yuan, Treasure Pig flew over with a whoosh, tunneling straight into Yi Yuan's bosom. The intention of curry favor was very obvious. Treasure Pig seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's difference and cried very happily. Tonger sensed something, a hint of surprise flashing across his eyes as he said, "Heart carefree like clouds, will akin to running water flowing east and west, you are at grand completion Tao realm." Grand completion Tao realm was an extremely mysterious and abstruse realm. Those able to touch it were exceedingly few. But Tong'er was someone in Dao realm to begin with, so he could naturally detect Yi Yuan's changes. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Secluding for 10 years, I finally have some understanding. It's indeed at the grand completion." Hearing this, the corners of Tong'er's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became complicated. As a 7-star alchemy god and being able to satisfy Treasure Pig, Tong'er's strength naturally went without saying. In reality, he had long stepped into the Dao realm, making his alchemy Dao strength far surpassing same-rank alchemists. "You punk, truly a freak. Could it be that you really comprehended the soul-driving Dao fusion pill?" Tong'er said rather disbelievingly. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "How is that possible? I haven't even touched spirit medicines, I just have some direction. As for whether it can succeed or not, it will depend on Bai Chen that kid's fortunes." Tong'er's heart felt a chill. Yi Yuan saying so indicated that he definitely had some confidence. Creating a new kind of medicinal pill, furthermore, it was this kind of extremely high-difficulty medicinal pill, this was absolutely not that simple of a matter. It needed countless deductions and failures before it had a possibility of succeeding. Suddenly, Tong'er looked at Yi Yuan with a heated gaze and said, "Heavenly Eagle's resources are unable to support you to complete this pill formula at all. So what do you plan to do?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I know, so I plan on making a trip to lustrous gold great imperial capital and hope to reach an agreement with the Myriad Treasure Tower. That way, we won't lack spirit medicines anymore." Tong'er suddenly said, "Since you're already at grand completion Dao realm, I need you to help me refine a medicinal pill." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, "There's naturally no problem. It's just that rank 5 divine pills doesn't seem to have any effect on you, right?" Tong'er shook his head and said, "The cultivation method that my lineage cultivates is rather peculiar. Although the cultivation speed is very fast, every 50,000 years, I'll return to boyhood from old age once, the time as long as 1,000 years. Each time I return to boyhood from old age, my body, looks, strength, will recover to the appearance of a 7 to an 8-year-old child. In these 1,000 years, I'm unable to cultivate and can only remain at the strength when I was 7 or 8. However, our lineage left behind several pill formulas. As long as we consume the medicinal pills, we can recover to a corresponding strength. With your current realm, coupled with grand completion Dao realm strength, the medicinal pill refined should be able to let me recover to true God realm. So that's how it is. No problem, leave this to me." Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light, only now knowing why Tong'er would become like this. But Yi Yuan became interested too. If Tong'er could really recover true God realm strength, then Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would undoubtedly have an additional genuine powerhouse holding down the fort. At that time, even when facing the 9 pledge Imperial Capital's 3 great powers, they would also have the strength to protect themselves. Yi Yuan could not help having a headache when he saw the pill formula. This medicinal pill was called Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill, a type of level 9 difficulty super rank 5 divine pill. The refining difficulty was extremely great. In fact, it was even a notch higher than the Sun Moon Azure Sky pill. The spirit medicines on it, each type was extremely precious. No wonder Tong'er never mentioned this matter all the way until now. After Yi Yuan delegated over some matters, he brought Bai Chen, Ning Tianping, Tong'er, Treasure Pig, as well as the Myriad Treasure Tower's Xiaofeng, and left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After 1,000 years passed, Xiaofeng's present strength was also no longer what it was in the past. It was just that his age was a little too old, his potential long already exhausted. Even with Yi Yuan's help, his improvement was also limited. Presently, he still remained at the realm of 4-star alchemy god. But to Xiaofeng, his present realm was already what he did not dare to imagine. To be able to walk until this step today, he was naturally overwhelmed with gratefulness toward Yi Yuan. Inside the purple extreme hall, a group of people sat opposite facing each other. "This trip, I'll have to trouble brother Xiao," Yi Yuan said. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, "Younger brother Yi, you're too serious. I'm merely a measly 4-star alchemy god. I don't even count as a supporting caste in the great imperial capital. During this trip, you'll likely still have to bring out your own strength. But there's one thing that you can rest assured about, the cities under the Myriad Treasure Tower mostly treat earning money as a top priority. As long as there are profits to be earned, they won't refuse." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I heard that the one in charge of lustrous gold great imperial capital is Empyrean Flutterfeather. He himself is a 7-star alchemy god, with his alchemy Tao cultivation being exceedingly high. Not at all inferior compared to the powerhouses under the medicine ancestors' command. Wonder if I can experience his splendor this time or not. Chapter 19:15. Not seeing. Xiao Feng opened his mouth and did not speak. Yi Yuan's words, he could not comprehend it. Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital was an extremely famous city of medicinal pills within the human territories. The reason was none other than Empyrean Flutterfeather was a 7-star alchemy god who had a resounding reputation. 7-star alchemy god was already the limits of what ordinary people could understand. Heavenly Emperor class powerhouses, each one was very mysterious. Even Empyrean powerhouses found it hard to see their true face. 8-star alchemy gods were naturally more mysterious than Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Reaching the boundary of 8-star alchemy god, it was hard to be moved by secular objects at all. Wanting to invite them to take action was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. Only Heavenly Emperor class powerhouses could entice them. Hence, Empyrean Flutterfeather was naturally one of the Empyreans with exceedingly formidable alchemy Tao strength in the eyes of the human martial artists. With Yi Yuan's current alchemy Tao strength, it was already hard for ordinary alchemists to enter his sights. Only Empyrean Flutterfeather, this level of super powerhouses, would he have the interest to have an exchange with. These words naturally sounded incomparably conceited to others, but Tonger by the side knew that Yi Yuan had this capital. In a blink, it was another few years. Yi Yuan's party crossed over countless city walls and finally arrived at Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital. My god, is this Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital made out of gold? Even if he had broadened his horizons greatly from following Yi Yuan, Ning Tianping was also dumbstruck with amazement by the scene before his eyes. Using resplendent and magnificent to describe this enormous city was all too apparent. Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital was situated by the mountains. The city walls were all a stretch of golden color, looking like it was built using pure gold, extremely grand and imposing. Hey, you're also looking down on Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital too much. Each brick of this city wall is integrated with 50% gilt iron sand and reinforced with a rank 7 grand array. Even an Empyrean powerhouse's attack can forget about leaving a mark behind on the city wall, Xiaofeng said. Ning Tianping said in shock, 50% gilt iron sand. That's a rank 7 material, every little bit is worth 1,000 gold. This city is so big, wouldn't it empty out the entire Heavenspan world's gilt iron sand? Xiaofeng smiled and said, Myriad Treasure Tower is spread all over the Heavenspan world. The income every day, you can't imagine it at all. This city is indeed extraordinary, but to Lord Heavenly Emperor, it's merely a single hair from 9 oxen. Hearing that, Yi Yuan was also incomparably shocked in his heart. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure could really be said to be the richest in the world. Halt, do you all have customs clearance documents? A guard at the city gate entrance immediately stopped them when he saw Yi Yuan and the rest. When Xiaofeng saw the situation, he hurriedly bowed and said, This brother, I'm a deacon under Springwind Hall. This is my token. These few are my Myriad Treasure Tower's good friends and want to enter the city to discuss a deal with Springwind Hall. I hope that you can be accommodating. The present Xiaofeng was already a first-rate figure in Heavenly Eagle's Myriad Treasure Tower. But arriving here, he had to even humble himself towards a guard. The guard smiled disdainfully when he saw the token and said, A mere low-level deacon also came to the great imperial capital to discuss business. You aren't joking, right? Do you know what kind of big business Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital is doing every day? Hurry up and get lost, entering is also wasting the Lord's time. Xiaofeng looked toward Yi Yuan with a bitter smile, a helpless look on his face. His identity was truly too low in a place like a great imperial capital, even the guards looked down on him. Cities of a level did things at the same level. Those who came to great imperial capitals to talk business, which one wasn't a wealthy tycoon of a region? Even so, before they entered the city, they still had needed customs clearance documents before they could enter the city. A measly imperial city's 4-star alchemy god, what kind of big business could he bring? The powerhouses that the guard had seen before were too many to count, so he would not take Yi Yuan and the others, these celestial deity realms, seriously at all. Even though he himself was also just a third firmament celestial deity. Yi Yuan smiled and scooted over to the guard's side and said smilingly, This brother, we really have business to discuss, I hope that you can be accommodating. He fished out a medicinal pill like performing a magic trick, putting it in front of the guard. That guard's gaze turned sharp, and he hurriedly put it away and waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and go INL, don't block the people behind." A purple spirit rank 5 divine pill, a small guard at his level could not afford to use it. The medicinal pill that Yuan gave him was sufficient for him to break through to 4th firmament celestial deity. This kind of big gift, how could he not have the reason to let Yuan go in? Yuan clasped his hands and brought everyone into the city. "Younger brother Yi, really sorry about it, Xiao Feng looked at Yuan and said with an ashamed look. He also did not expect that he could not even enter the city gates. Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, you don't need to be like this. If not for your token, even if I gave him medicinal pills, he also won't dare to accept it." Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's headquarters, completely different from Heavenly Eagle's Myriad Treasure Tower that depended on others for a living. There were God knows how many major powers and great tycoons that came and went here every day. If without the Myriad Treasure Tower's middleman leading the way, these guards absolutely did not dare to easily let them enter. This was also the reason why Yuan had to bring Xiao Feng along. Ning Tianping said indignantly, really acting like snobs. After we're done with this deal, need to let that punk take a look at how one cannot judge people by appearance. Yuan smiled and said, "This world talks using strength. Our strength is naturally top rate when placed in Heavenly Eagle, but arriving at a great imperial capital, it's nothing much anymore. The Empyrean powerhouses that guard head just now had seen are likely not in the minority too. Why would he pay attention to the few of a celestial deity realms?" Ning Tianping naturally knew this logic, but he was still very irate and said, "Humph. A rank 5 divine pill, just take it as having fed a dog." The party entered the city and headed straight for the most prosperous region. After passing through many places, the few people arrived in front of a mansion. Xiao Feng showed the token and invitation to the guard and said respectfully, "This lowly one is Springwind Hall's low-level deacon, Xiao Feng. My master is Rivercalm Imperial Capital's high-level 5-star alchemy god, Lu Jie. This is master's handwritten greeting, hope that I can request an audience with Elder Zhang Yuan." When that guard heard Xiao Feng introduce his background, he had a disdainful look on his face. After looking at the greeting card, he waved his hand and said, "Go to the gatehouse over there and wait." Xiao Feng's heart eased up, he was afraid that this guard directly chased people away. Rivercalm Imperial Capital was an imperial capital under Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital's command. Xiao Feng's master, Lu Jie, had some status in Rivercalm Imperial Capital. Of course, arriving at a great imperial capital, it was still not enough to look at. This Zhang Yuan was Springwind Hall's elder, a true god realm powerhouse, his status in Myriad Treasure Tower quite high. Before Xiao Feng came here, he requested for this greeting card from his master. It was just that whether people gave face or not, he had no confidence in his heart at all. Arriving at the gatehouse, the few people were immediately stunned. Inside the gatehouse was long already packed full of people. Furthermore, each and every one of them, their strengths were not ordinary. A servant issued Xiao Feng a number plate and said in an ordering tone, "This is your number, hold it properly. When your number is called, then go in." It could be seen that this elder Zhang Yuan's status was rather high. Clearly, the people who came to find him for business were a lot. The few people did not expect that their wait lasted 7 days and 7 nights. After 7 days, their number plate was finally called. The servant led them into a house. Inside the house was a steward-looking middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said coolly, "Bring up your greeting card." Xiao Feng hurriedly handed it up. The middle-aged man swept a glance, threw it back again, and said coolly, "You all leave. The family head is very busy and isn't free to see you all." Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.